Host has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have at making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
If we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Spoit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul, like you just gotta destroy them.
Top mid. Yeah, let's go! Come on!
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fear us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major, final day of play-in, Sam. And we will be sending some more teams home today, but most importantly, qualifying some teams to Phase 2. Action-packed day today, but also a very crazy day yesterday.
Yeah, welcome in, everybody. This is Lynx. I'm Stokes, as per usual. We're going to be walking you guys through things over here on the A side of things today. We were over on the B stream yesterday, but time to have some fun over here on the Alpha side. So, going to be having a good time, especially when it comes to this first map. Speaking of Alphas, right? Alpha there is out, but Geekay, the team that we've all been talking about so much on socials and everything else. I mean, we've got a lot to kind of break down here today, don't we?
Yeah, and of course, we want to check out yesterday's groups, talk about Geekay's performance. They only played one map yesterday, but boy, was it a banger. 8-7 victory over NIP. Could have been a hell of a lot better for Geekay. Plenty of opportunities to close that out early, but NIP, of course, difficult to pin down sometimes. Still got the win in the end, though. Crest also with a solid win over Sandbox, and unfortunately, yesterday said goodbye to the staples of all these majors. Sandbox early on once again. Yeah, the Ninjas in Pajamas game not going all that well, but that's going to do it for Group A here. We'll head on over to Group B and see what happened. And, well, Bleed making Cyclops bleed. I think something that not a lot of people were expecting, just because Cyclops usually is able to make it out of these play-ins, kind of make it up towards the main stage usually, but not this time around. Did not go too well for them. They lose out to Bleed 7-3, get knocked down, and then obviously Los sending Talon Esports down, and Cyclops is the one that has to do the dirty deed of sending Talon home. And Group C probably has one of the most exciting matchups of today. We will have DarkZero and G2 as the second game on this stream of today after the Geekay Crest game, but it was dominant wins for DarkZero and G2 early on yesterday, and Fury eliminating Knights at a pretty resounding 2-0, so both of our LATAM teams gone, as we'll see in Group D, and also both of our Korean teams gone as well. Yes, most definitely. Very excited for that G2 DarkZero game, and you and I actually just get to sit, enjoy, and watch it. So let's hop into Group D and talk about the nitty-gritty down here, because this is so cool. Team Bliss specifically making things really well known for Aussie land, and obviously our Aussies very happy about this as well, as they were able to not only take Wolves to OT, but finish it out with two very impactful rounds. So, I mean, a lot of action to be had yesterday, and like the craziest thing is usually when we come to these tournaments for Siege, right, you kind of understand how these brackets are usually going to go. Yeah. But this has been the biggest outlier that we've had for these, you know, the start of a tournament in quite some time. It's very exciting, especially for these younger teams, especially for the MENA region. And especially for the SI qualification possibilities. I mean, you talk about kind of the Copenhagen Major, for example. A lot of the plans matches went how we thought, and it being early on in the year, SI was still very much wide open, but now Geekay going huge, Bleed going huge. These teams who I think Geekay and Bleed specifically, I think a lot of us expected to at least put up a good fight to make it out of plans. Now it is an extremely real and extremely viable possibility. I mean, Geekay as well with that percentage, we could see both MENA participants from the Copenhagen Major and the Atlanta Major at SI if they keep this performance up. Which would be so, so cool, because like, what a come-up story, right? It takes you 1 year to put this roster together. Obviously some background work before that, but just on main stages. A single year, that's all it took you to achieve greatness. Come to the Six Invitational and represent your region. That's a really cool thing. We all dream for something like that one day, and these guys are actually doing it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, they get some luck. And of course, we will have the prize pool graphics sliding on in, because what we're fighting for is not only the $200,000, but that 350 SI points for a team like Geekay, who are probably still going to qualify for SI even if they don't make it to the finals. But if they are to continue this run, a major win or even a participation in the playoff stage would absolutely solidify their position as not only participating in SI, but the best MENA team participating at SI, but also for a lot of those teams as well. Team Bliss, if they can keep up that upset potential, or if Wolves can recover, everyone is fighting to make sure they make it to the Six Invitational in Brazil. Our matchups for today on the stream A, by the way, Sam. I mean, we talked about DarkZero G2. That game speaks for itself, but I have to say, Geekay Crest first game up, not the matchup we expected, the complete opposite of it, in fact. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no other better way to put it. Ninjas in Pajamas now gatekeeping the lower bracket. Right when the group got pulled, we talked about it yesterday on stream as well. Everybody thought that this was going to be the easy, most breezy thing for Ninjas in Pajamas, but clearly not. And now we have something that I don't think any of us anticipated, and I'm so excited to cast. And let's talk about it. Geekay Crest. Geekay winning their map against NIP yesterday, by the way, means they are 7-0 on maps through Stage 2. Now, to be fair, one of those was a forfeit in the MENA region, so technically only 6-0 in terms of game played, but still, that 0 losses, that 0 even overtimes on the board is an impressive stat line to go up against. But Crest also have quite a few games under their belts, 15 played throughout Stage 2 so far, and still very dominant wins, especially in the LCQ.
Yeah, most definitely. That's where they really started to turn up and kind of show some of these things that they can bring to the table up against these squads. And as you expect with a Japanese team, right, you expect them to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe not as battened down on some of their strategies, but Crest seem to have a overall solid game plan for themselves, and that's really what you want, right? Like, just stick hard to your opinion on the game, and if it is successful, continue doing what you do. Eventually, obviously, you might run into some obstacles, and that's when you want to adapt. But until then, don't overthink things.
Yeah, it was really impressive individual coordination between their teams yesterday. The map might be reflective of that if they go to a map like Oregon, for example. Again, even though they played it yesterday, did win it, though. That'd be a map that really served them. But we'll be going to Clubhouse, actually. And if you talk about a map where coordination is almost instinctual for a lot of these teams, how often it's played, Clubhouse is the map. Though, interestingly enough, Bank, the map that Geekay beat NIP on, was left up for them to decide. Maybe a bit of an oversight from Crest, or they could be really comfortable on it, but still, having them decide between Bank or Clubhouse, and Geekay choose Club, that really strikes confidence for Geekay going into this map for me.
Yeah, I also think that a little bit of confidence being shown from Crest there, right? They had that map yesterday. They saw it. They knew they had VOD, and they're like, listen, we know that you're good at the game, but we are also good at the game, and we are willing to put in the effort to leave this up. And if you want to take it to Bank, that's awesome. We already have your full script and the way that you like to play this, and there's some potentiality there for us to try and remove that and make some plays of our own. So, but I mean, it's going to be a pretty tall task when it comes down to it. We saw a lot of pretty creative stuff yesterday, especially from Geekay's side, especially from Leader.
Oh my God, the calling from Leader yesterday. Now, was it like World Championship level? No, but it was certainly impressive for an IGL coming onto this team just a couple weeks ago, having barely any scrims under their belt, dealing with a new environment, new languages, everything like that, and still able to beat one of the better teams we saw at the Copenhagen Major and have a really well-played kind of adaptations or individual coordination between the team. For the level they've kind of, or the time they've had to play together so far, it was really impressive.
Well, I'm about to rock your world, because guess how many scrims they've done?
Oh, please don't tell me. How many?
They have done a single map, and it was their permaban, and they played against one of the top European teams. And that's it. That's all they did. Leader played one map with them, and then they went and played that series yesterday. And Leader called probably one of the most patient, well thought out, sides that you possibly can on both respective sides. With a roster that he is not normally with, and with a region that can tend to be aggressive sometimes. He kept them patient. He kept them docile in the moments that they needed to be, and that's really what shone through up against Ninjas in Pajamas.
But to talk about Crest for a little bit as well, as we are starting to get into the map, I think Geekay definitely are the favorites for me going into this. I think the individual skill on the roster for Geekay, at least for me, I believe in it a lot more than I do Crest just yet, especially with Noodle on the roster. He wasn't necessarily the standout player yesterday. Honestly, Key, for example, huge player yesterday, Hashom as well in certain situations. But on Crest, Seer and Echo put up some very good numbers, and while they beat Sandbox, who ended up getting eliminated today, I want to see how they perform in these first few defenses, and if they can put up a lot of good rounds against Geekay, even if they lose, I'll feel very good going into their BO3 later if they end up losing this game.
Yeah, most definitely. So Crest is going to ban out Thatcher. Wow, we're reaching deep in the bag here. Yeah, a little worried about the Thatch, huh? I mean, in the modern day, we could touch on this, right? EMPs, they're such a broad topic now that so many people have them in their arsenal that Thatcher just really doesn't elicit a ban all that often anymore. So Crest might have something in the bag that they're really thinking about, maybe some Electro Claws or something like that. But we'll just have to see. There's a lot of interesting strats on Clubhouse, specifically around the garage area that you can pull off, right? We always think about the rafters and what you can do with locking up those garage doors, and that's something that Thatcher is pretty decent trying to assist. But actually, I would argue the impact EMP is even better since they actually obviously burst on the side of the wall. So we'll have to see exactly what gets banned out for the remainder of this. But Monty and Valkyrie going to be Geekay's bans.
Yeah, the Monty ban is a little surprising, but or at least, for what we think of, because take away the Thatcher, Hibana, very common ban on Clubhouse to take away those hatches for the basement bomb sites. So her being left up, of course, you don't have the Thatcher to make it easy to avoid those Cades, for example, but the Monty being taken down means just forcing someone up garage or down main stairs a lot more difficult. For the defensive bans, I don't think these are particularly surprising, aside from the fact that, Valkyrie, you get the C4s from below, sure, Solus the intel from below, but Azami on the board makes CCTV a far more defensible bomb site. So what is really, a fight between can we win basement, can we win gym, and if Azami's banned, all right, we'll try CCTV, maybe it doesn't work out. Now, the defense has a really viable opportunity to get those 3 defensive bomb sites all in a row.
Yeah, they do. It's going to be interesting, especially walking into this. They're going to be starting off downstairs. I think we might see that Ram come back here, especially for Noodle's sake. Yeah, exactly. I don't think we see this sniper. As soon as they start recognizing where the bomb site is truly going to be, you're not going to see Kali come in. And instead, it's going to be the gridlock. I really like that. We'll kind of lean into the operator lineup a little bit farther down the line because you can obviously see that they're trying to change some things up for this strategy that we got going on. But obviously, we can talk about things on a defensive end instead. Also, that Solus ban coming through. I had to touch on that for a second because that means a lot for the drone game of the offense. But as for Crest defense, this is very straightforward. This is exactly what you would want out of, any stack. You have your Warden, you have your Kaids for the hatch. Mira is always a great option here, and then Lua and Whiskey just to back things up in a typical way that you would see in Siege.
I think the one thing if you're worried about, though, if you're Crest right now, Lua wants to get aggressive, but he's got the only set of impact grenades, so if they want to impact trick the kitchen hatch, Lua's got to make sure he's in position, but given how aggressive he is, and he's the only projectile denial on the board, he'll probably be sitting in Generator for the majority of the round. Tiopi shot very early on. He'll back off, play behind that mirror, and it's a two-man setup inside of blue right now, what is often kind of the nexus for a lot of pressure for the attack. Attacks can often be won or lost on whether the blue player is able to clear out this position, and Crest have recognized that and have stacked so much utility to keep it in their hands as long as possible.
And I really like how they stack Tiopi here too, because it really rests on the fact of him being successful on that cross and holding dummy box like his life depends on it, right? Because if you don't, there's a lot of different ways that Geekay can thwart your game plans, and honestly, a lot of ways that they can deal with a guy around dummy box, right? You pop open the kitchen hatch, there's a lot of different angles you can try and utilize from there, maybe bounce some nades over some things. It's just, those little things you really have to be concerned with when it comes to this basement site. The more and more that things get stripped away, the more difficult it becomes to try and keep things locked down. Speaking of which, Eclair, they'll get it done in another electro shuffle for you and I on Clubhouse.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Sandbox against Crest try to do a lot of this mid-round utility to stall time. Crest weren't a big fan of it on Oregon, but in round one, Crest very eagerly trying to do this. He's got the same Electric Claw, and they just leave it again. These X-Kairos take so long, too. Timing, no problem.
Yep. Incredible. And that's the key thing here is when you bring double hard breach like they do, Key's got Selmas, but, Leader's got the Habanas. The Selmas are a little bit faster, and they will beat the timing on the Electro Claws, but here's the thing, right? You have to use two of them. And, Noodle, if you're going to keep flirting with it, eventually one of these bullets is going to land.
Yeah, Crest going up or taking down one of the most prolific entry players on Geekay, having around 50 entry engagements total inside of the MENA League, and taken down so early on. If Crest can keep that up, that'll be a great omen for them in this series. The X-Kairos not detonating on Moto Hatch leaves the hard-breaching utility very strapped for Geekay moving into the remainder of this attack. Might have to dedicate Selmas, a lot of different things. Whiskey also facing some pressure as Hasham begins to push into the dirt tunnel. Second nade goes out. Whiskey slowly pulling back. Love this patience. Knows he needs to play his life right here. Not trying to get too aggressive, but Key might just succeed where Noodle failed. Spots one, gets him. Spots a second two, puts Tiopi down to about 1 HP. Flirting with it so fervently, but Geekay still struggling to find presence in blue. It all crumbles in a matter of seconds as he clears the only one left. 1 HP and a C4, but he's got to keep his gun up for this one. Flashed completely. The attack has full control of the armory position. No need to even hunt down the Cade. He'll find one, but there's plenty of angles to cover this diffuser going down from Key Sam. It should be an easy post plant to wrap up.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. We can more than likely just lean into, how good of a round that was and the adaptations that we saw from Geekay. I think what I really liked was their ability to keep things on a solid pacing transitioning into the basement, because it really put Crest in a tizzy. You could see that they were so hot to trot when it came to the gunfights. They really wanted them to push in so that they could get these big kills, but they just patiently waited and just slowly were able to trickle away that HP. And then we obviously had that big moment there, about 25 seconds left, where 3 bodies hit the floor. And whenever you see that on your team, you're not going to be too happy. So.
No, and basement's always a tricky bomb site to attack. It often does come down to just winning those fights, and it can seem chaotic, it can seem hectic, but if you have individually skilled players who
Tiopi?
Oh my lord.
Oh, I bet he watched that and was not too happy. So, very unfortunate for him, but past that, though, not too much really happening for Crest. Yeah, they're able to get a couple kills, but we're right back into the Geekay bag.
And that's the strength of Geekay especially. They can win those gunfights pretty consistently in 30-second, 20-second situations.
Left before insertion.
But basement going the way of the attack will be a very, very good start for Geekay, despite the fact that Crest had a very solid setup. They had all the angles covered, just losing those fights in the moments that mattered ended up costing them round 1. On Gym Bedroom, even more of a necessity, as the attack has a lot more access to the bomb site or areas immediately surrounding the bomb site early on, thanks to that jacuzzi wall.
I miss the days of Maverick. I really do.
I was actually thinking about this a few days ago. The time of Maverick, even when he had nades, I get he was broad a lot, but Maverick tricking is always just such a fun thing to watch.
Can I be honest?
Be real, son.
I think we can give him frag grenades again.
You think so?
I really do. And the reason being is because he kind of meets right in the middle of being a hard support, but also a fragger, right? And I mean, in our current iteration of things, Gridlock, frag grenades, right? Sledge, frag grenades, and some odds and ends as well, including Glass. But it just feels like it really did fit him extremely well. Now, here's the main thing to talk about, because obviously everyone's going to want to say this as well. Frag grenades are indeed the best primary, or rather secondary utility in the game. So totally understand if anybody is like, Stokes, that's a little far out there, but I mean, he's just definitely one of those, operators that's so unique and just so cool to watch at the end of the day.
He is, and you can see right here the interaction on these hard breaching walls. Somebody might have forgot, because we don't see Maverick all that often, but if you just move down at least a line on the upper part of the wall, the bottom wall, should be able to blow it up. Yep, love that little destruction on the split wall. Don't think it actually destroyed the part of the Logi wall it sometimes does, but interesting decision from Geekay. Sometimes we'll see teams only get half the wall, but on Jacuzzi, they get the entire thing, then use the sledge to open it up. So quite a lot of angles available to them to watch main stairs and contest Whiskey and Bathroom.
I think the craziest thing is how well they've kept themselves on time. Eclair,
oh my lord,
right next door to Hasham, practically next door neighbors. Same zip code here. And I mean, Geekay, the beauty of this setup has most definitely got to be just how quickly they were able to get everything under their belt. Now they can start exposing things, whether it be from underneath or through other means. Lua catching a lot of frag grenades, but barely any HP off the board. And now they're trying to influence him from the window as well. He's going to get one. Lua, I don't think you're going to be able to survive here very long. I haven't seen anybody exploit that outside portion of the building in a very long time either. Lua's going to go down to Trix. Trix with some great shots. Noodle as well, as he literally saves himself with that adrenal surge. If he did not have that extra HP, he is dead to rights. Whiskey, the last one remaining. Do they see his legs? He sees the legs of his opponent, but they see him, and he's dead immediately to the gun of Leader. And again, we just have to go back to how easy, breezy, and beautiful that was. They immediately set things up on Jacuzzi. They get the wall cutter, and whilst they're doing that, Leader's already working on the single panel. That pops open a lot of space and it forces the defense to have to cover a lot of ground all at the same time. You're stretched thin, right? But here's the hard thing about this top bomb site. You also look over at the far balcony, and you have so many issues when those angles start working in.
No, the rotations were really well. I mean, you're talking about the use of the outside balcony. I mean, you see Geekay hit that mid-round rotation. We've got Jacuzzi, we've got the con single, but we're not hitting the nades on main stairs, right? They're not missing. So what do we need to do? We'll keep throwing them, keep making them uncomfortable, but that'll buy time to have the guy rotate to that balcony, and you basically have a three-way pinch where somebody can push up bottom, somebody can push, well, obviously hold the top of it, and then somebody sit on that window. 2 rounds now. Geekay have had really solid coordinations and patience in the mid to late round. Instead of getting too aggressive, losing early fights, aside from Noodle in round 1, they have really done a good job so far of hitting those rotations, and even though Crest's setup is solid, slowly making them uncomfortable and then capitalizing off those rotations.
Yeah, it's beautiful Siege to witness, man. That's exactly what you want to see out of any team. It's just having that proper cadence and carrying that through to the bitter end. And so far has not been bitter for Geekay at all, honestly. It's been very sweet. 2-0 start here on the offensive side. Things looking beautiful. And for all intents and purposes, I mean, this might be a huge map here from Geekay. This offensive side is already starting to come together really well. And we haven't seen too big of an adjustment here from Crest, but this is when we're going to start testing their metal. We're about to hit that full site rotation. Let's see what their adaptations are going to be.
Yeah, it might be the
right here.
Ooh, TOP, you gotta be careful you don't get cut off back to the bomb site as well. Thankfully, Leader holding a bit more of a passive angle, not very active. This is where Crest might need to start reconsidering that passive game they've been playing. They don't like to get aggressive. They aren't like one of those teams like CAG, for example, that get in your face, like to throw out these crazy strats. They play a very reserved game on the defense and the attack. This is a situation where Geekay are getting basically all the control they want, all the positions they want, all the setup they want at relatively little cost. And there is some efforts, Eclair, for example, having these hatches, but in terms of maybe a bit more aggressive positioning, Crest have really lacked that, unless Geekay have given them that opportunity. So maybe we see someone try to fight a little bit more, or some C4s from below, for example, from Eclair or Cyreneko. I think either of those might go a long way on getting this first basement round.
Well, Geekay setting up for the execute here yet again. We'll see if Eclair can potentially shuffle a couple of things. Does he double EMP? Because if he double EMPs, it's over. I think he is indeed. Yep, very well done. Eclair will now have the timing on that. That's going to be a hatch open. They're going to actually just triple check it. Really wanted to make sure that hatch was getting open, and I mean, why not? Things are much more manageable when it comes to the kitchen hatch as well. Anyways, you have all that soft destruction around it, so you can kind of thwart off anybody's game plans.
I do think you have to be careful, though, if Eclair does rotate it, say, to the church wall, as key, or they're them bringing the Hibana and the Ace, they do want to likely open up that church wall later on, so you might need to reserve that remaining frag grenade, for example, to worry about that. But we'll have to see where Eclair decides to put it. Hasham immediately, though, drops down Moto after that hatch has been opened up just about 20 seconds ago. Geekay, again, they love moving into these positions very quickly when they have the opportunity, because now he can start pressuring Lua inside of blue, though there is this mirror window to worry about. But because Lua is so focused on it, and that's the strategy Crest are going for to contest that position, Noodle might have an opportunity to sneak down.
Attackers have that little audio play there from Hasham as well. Although he did burn that last EMP, more than likely got himself into Moto here, unbeknownst to the defense. You can see, it's like we were talking about earlier, Crest playing things a little bit patient. Now, the big problem was right around this moment the last time where Crest got a little too antsy. They started swinging into things and really sending bodies over towards the side of Geekay. But this time, looks like the shoe is on the other foot. Eclair will be able to take down one. Noodle will move in, though. And with 15 seconds remaining, I mean, it's high time for something to happen here for the offense. And it looks like it's working swimmingly so far, but not if Yopi's got something to say about it. And on such little time, they're going to have to try and find something to carve out here. Trix doesn't have time to try and get this kill, and Sorrel will be able to shut things down and get Crest's very first round.
Comes off the back of their setup. I mean, a lot of the gunfights that Geekay were able to win on the first round didn't present themselves at least as easily as they were before. The blue position specifically, Geekay had a good setup. They had leader pushing down secret stairs, flashing in to allow Noodle on the Finka to flank up from oil, then take the fight with the guy behind generator without exposing himself to the dummy Mira. And that gunfight works out, but you still have to turn and deal with the Mira, as well as the player playing AK to hold that same position. So the control wasn't as solid. They didn't have the same success down dirt, for example. And Hasham and Moto is still worried about that blue player on the Mira. So it was all a little bit more delayed just because of the setup from Crest, able to cause a bit more problems in this round than before. But the setup was fine on basement before. Geekay were just able to win those fights. I still want to see maybe a bit more adaptations if they go back to gym instead of just relying on the setup.
Yeah, and I mean, just to sing the praises of Geekay as well on this for these last 3 rounds here, they didn't adjust anything because they didn't need to. Yeah. You know, the whole reason the round went the way that it did is because Geekay was like, all right, well, we're just going to sit here and see if they want to peek us again. And if they don't, I guess we'll try it, but we'll adapt things down the line, you know? So this is going to be their very first round loss. We might see them try and ramp up the pacing a bit, do a couple of different things. And that's the beauty of having a roster that has so much talent like Geekay does, and having an IGL-like leader that can, you know, call things on the ball like that. Don't ask me. I don't know. Don't ask. Just don't. Don't even reference it.
Can't even reference it?
Nope.
It's right there.
Not allowed.
Well, there is one mirror window on the bathroom wall. The other, we will not talk about.
Thank you.
We don't see it there that often, is all we'll say. But Geekay with that Capital on the board will definitely try to take control of Garage later on by a very immediate pathway. He just punches it.
Just why? Why is it there? Why? Crest, you're doing so good. Why did you do this to me?
Hey, now they know. They're going for plat wall.
Hey, if you don't know, now you know, you know? There's no way that this is... Okay.
Did it break it?
Yeah, we were both listening. We're like, was that... Yeah, it did.
Listen,
it
all
did.
Right, fair enough.
But, like, here's also the other problem. There's already a huge gap in this wall now. You know? And it's like, yeah, you can toss impact through, and like, yeah, you guys got a good set of them. But there's a lot of different ways that you can handle this bomb site, so I don't know, man. That just makes it to where you can just naturally hold a cross right there. So it's a little back and forth, but it's working for Crest, right? That impact works out, so we won't give them too much grief about it. Key is going to work in down low, trying to find some homes for his frag grenades. Yopi, speaking of homes, looking to send Key to his. He's shifting gears here inside of stock. T.O.P. should be able to hang around here for quite some time, actually. It's only about halfway through the round right now, and you can see that Crest's strategy, at least as of right now, minus Serenico going down, is working. They've forced them to adjust across and deal with this Mira over inside of bathroom.
Lua starting to face some pressure inside a jacuzzi. Great nade from below. Lua now down. Don't know if they know about it, of course, but as we know, the bathroom position now clear. There is one player now crossed over outside of kitchen. The Legion moves and wins the fight. Geekay down very low on drones. 4 drones remaining as we move into the final minute, so not a lot to dedicate to flanks or things like that. But with Lua down, this is still a man advantage for Geekay.
Here you go, T.O.P. Hit the rotation. Hit the rotation. I think he's all the way downstairs waiting for him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He knew exactly where he was going, bro. Read him like a book. Easiest thing in the world for him. Great patience, but Whiskey's going to open the door yet again for some Crest success.
Now Whiskey now tossing out some toxic canisters to stave off the construction push, but both remaining defenders on low HP. Key might just be the savior of this round as Leader now goes down. There's a shotgun to contend with. Oh, he just spots the angle. It finally lands in Eclair. This should be a pickup. This should be round 3. Eclair only on 1 HP. He also has control of Cash, but not control of Diffuser. Might just expose himself to the angle a little bit. Eclair wrapping around. Will reveal his position somewhere in server thanks to that impact. He spots him, can't react, but finally does. A huge 3-piece for Key in that round, locking down the flank, then opening up the site.
Yeah, I'd like Eclair to kind of calm down a little bit in the 1 versus 1. Yeah, just play time there because you haven't heard him fake the case. You haven't heard him really do much. And also, I mean, just on top of that, he's Sledge, dude. If he does anything at all, you're gonna hear it. So just a little awkward there from him. But I mean, in these high, antsy moments and that kind of stuff, you can definitely see how that would affect him to play things out in that way. But either way, like you said, a 3-1 lead here in favor of Geekay as they do pick up that 3rd round that you were referencing. Nice little shot here from Hisham early. Love these replays, and we're able to get all the kills on the board now.
And especially with this being Crest's first international event, you're going to expect a little bit of antsiness in those 1v1s, in those 1vx's.
A little angst, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're still able to coordinate in 1v2s, and they certainly can still win them. But in this situation, just not even necessarily peeking or swinging, just like moving around a little bit too much. It's to be expected. They got some nerves to work out. But Geekay, these attacks still have looked very solid so far in Clubhouse. And a 5-1-half not at all out of the possibility. The only round they've dropped at this point is their 2nd attack on Basement. But Jim Betterman, CCTV, they've both won once at this point. And it did take a long time, I will say, to get that clear moving into CC. Came down to a 1v1 as there was an extended roam on the map. But here we go. This is about extended and extension as you can get.
I mean, when's the last time we saw this in North America? We haven't been doing this for a little while.
I don't see red shields all that often anymore, sir.
Yeah. I mean, they serve their purpose. I'll definitely say that. I don't think it's a terrible strategy. It's one that actually me and my friends had used for quite some time. But the one downfall of this strat is the fact that if they are able to exploit red stairs, that entire portion of the building is completely open.
Yes.
So, and they're more than likely going to walk away with 2 kills.
But to be fair, this is something that I kind of like from Crest because I wanted to see them take a bit more of an aggressive stance. And if they do end up maybe taking a little bit of fights, Hisham on this window has been so lethal so far. Watching a lot of these flanks for Geekay. Trying to hope Crest get aggressive, but Noodle just immediately deals with Whiskey. I think maybe even over on that CCTV side. I'm not entirely sure, but very good opening pick for Geekay achieved in the 1st minute. And no, all the utility, all the players aside from one on the CC side.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Wow, that's just so quick to get that too from below.
Off the audio as well. There's no way somebody was droning Logi at that point. There's absolutely no way.
Geekay just don't waste time, man. They just don't waste it. Oh, okay,
Hisham.
well, hold up.
I mean, grenade out, not going to really do too much to TOP, but the beauty of the situation, he does have those adrenal surges to play around with, so Hisham can at least get himself back up around half HP if he continues to burn through those for the remainder of the round. Strix will continue to torch through that wall, and yeah, looks like Noodle is actually going to shift on over to Strip Club here and try and move through. And get some clearance here. That passport check. So clean things out here on the jacuzzi side. Some easy sledge work to open things up for themselves. Noodle's also discovered a bandit here inside of the bar as Lewis trying to do his due diligence, keeping that nitro cell alive down low just in case the plant came through quickly.
And Lewis definitely been the main guy on Crest so far to try to hit these flanks, and hasn't really been successful so far, 0-4. But as a whole for Geekay, they are being stalled. They got that early pick onto Whiskey, but The utility for Crest is doing a lot of the work, especially that Azami on Khan. Hasham been on this window pretty much the entire round and yet to find anything. Tiopi with a big pick. Not a second one, though, as Leader's able to trade it on the balcony. Lua down below, though, finally finds one with no cash control established for Geekay. That allows Eclair to rotate over, cut down Hasham, who's been on that metal balcony the entire round. Leader slowly crept his way in, but this is where Crest are strong. Just like Geekay, they're patient. They bide their time, and with the 3v2, they know they can back off. Good reaction by Key, takes down Sireneko, and knows someone might be in Khan, but the Mute's backing up, not baiting it. Well, he is baiting it, but not wasting time. The bomb site's vacated, though. The C4 goes out. It finds the coverage, but not the planter. Leader's on the concrete. He can plant this, and now back off to Logi. There's 2 1v1s for him right now, but there's one to his left and his right. C4 flies out. Oh, it's a bait. Not, it does blow up. Leader spots him.
Nice.
Easy headshot. Now can focus on the main stairs position as Lua moves in for the kill. This should be an easy wrap with the intel. Clinical 1v2 backed by the intelligence to send Geekay 4-1.
The drone work there was masterful. And might have exposed it earlier that they may have actually had a drone there in logistics that entire time that we just didn't see the ping from. That's incredible, man. Like you said, it's so wild how quickly Geekay are able to put things together on the offensive side, because we see, I mean, top-tier teams across the globe not be as active at 1.5 minutes as these guys are at 1:50 minutes. So it's really, truly impressive that they're able to do this, and I mean, now across 2 different maps that we've seen for Geekay.
And it's really everyone as well. I mean, there's not really one player on Geekay where I look at them and I'm like, what are you doing? Honestly, the one guy on this team who I would say, not that often, but even the most where I'm like, what's going on is...
Yep, there it is, yellow ping, they had it from Noodle.
I was about to say, in Noodle, and sometimes when he doesn't have things to do early on, when he just kind of has the vague objective to get control, he can get a little too aggressive maybe inside of Secret in that first round. But even then, that's only rarely. Everyone on this roster feels like, all right, I can be doing something, but I don't need to be throwing away my life. I don't need to win the round. I can do this task, do this role, and it works out. When you have situations like this, Leader knows how to play these 1v2s, especially when you have drones. There are just not a lot of consistent mistakes being made on this roster.
Yeah, it's all about buying in, man. You have to buy in and, you know, realize that the people that are playing across the bench with you are also more than likely as talented as you are and are fully capable. And if, you know, you start getting doubt about that kind of stuff, that's when the wheels really start falling off the wagon. But you can see clearly that Geekay just come here, play their game, and it works out for them. And that's really what I truly want for every team. I want them to be able to show up, play their style of Siege, and be confident in what they're doing. Don't ask me again.
I've not seen that one before.
Insane. But imagine if he got the pick, though. Like,
that would have been sick. That would have been a highlight play. But still, you do end up opening Blue Hatch for the attack, and with how much hard breaching is on the board, I mean, we don't have the ace this time. We've got the can openers, the hard breach charges for both Hasham and Noodle alongside the X-Kairos. You've just freed up a bit more utility, unfortunately, by having that hatch off, but could have been a cool play. That'd have gone on Twitter if it happened, but fortunately it won't. We also have the Grim on the board from Hasham, by the way. Haven't really seen Grim on Clubhouse that much. A lot on Oregon, but I want to see what they decide to do here. Maybe flood Blue with those Bs? Find intel?
Blue, as well as AK. AK is a really good spot. You know, you can also do dummy box back here. There's a bunch of different spots that you can kind of use. So I especially would like it for TOP here because that's going to make it to where he cannot hold down that Mira nearly as successfully. Whenever you get, you know, caught in Grim, it's kind of like the same thing as in, you know, EE1D. When that info's on you, you're kind of risking things, right? So, have to see how it goes. Hasham actually going to add this angle in here from Dirt. See how many EMPs we're going to use this time around. And we're going to go for it again. Waiting things out. Sledge, no nades. Sledge, EMPs instead.
And it works out. They stop the Cade Claw trick a second time. Crest not having a lot in their bag of tricks, but thankfully Whiskey's got enough bullets in the shotgun to cut down Noodle. Moving in through that Dirt hallway. We talked about the positions the Bees might land. Dirt certainly one of them, likely AKs later on, but it's working out beautifully so far. A quick triple pump from Whiskey. And a smoke canister to finish it off as Geekay's flood through Dirt completely stopped at the door.
Yeah, this has definitely been the least put together round that we've seen out of Geekay so far. And it's mostly because they really didn't have a counter angle minus Key. Key's the one there to try and hold things down so the rotation can't come out from AK and that kind of stuff. But the big problem is that Smoke 9 times out of 10 plays in Dirt on this setup. It doesn't really matter the team, that's just his home.
And also no nades either, so you're forced to take a gunfight there.
There it is.
You just have to do it. And against a shotgun close quarters, it's not going to favor you. So now at this point, whereas Geekay, these basement rounds have definitely been closer to 50-50. They've always come down to these floods, come down to winning these gunfights. But before it was even, maybe a 5v5 or a 4v4. Now it's a 2v5, and Geekay are good. But 2v5 with not even any angles looking into Church, even then, this is a bit of a difficult position. Despite Key's prowess and Leader's just 1v2, Down goes Key on the extremely long angle down the main hallway. Leader finds himself in an unwinnable position with far too low time to even contemplate a chance at winning it. Crest get themselves a 2-4.
And a flawless there to cap it off as well. So very well done from Crest. Fantastic patience and a highlight reel from the smoke inside of Dirt. Masterclass on how to handle that position and also utilize all of your utility at once, right? He's sending so many shots with that M590, also while throwing down the toxic babes. It looks so sick. Oh, let's even the odds.
Yeah, excellent play from Whiskey in Dirt, as he really didn't have to think or really do all that much. He's like, my job is hold this close angle with the shotgun. You aren't nading me. He doesn't know they don't have nades, but you aren't nading me. I'll just keep doing that. And the Grim was obviously supposed to scare him back, but once the bees didn't land at that little around the bend, he's able to play back, play reserved, and ends up beginning what was a flawless round from Crest to end that half, but still a half that overall Geekay won dominantly. Their basement defense or basement attacks definitely seemed, even in the round they won, definitely, I would say the worst only comparatively, whereas the gym bedrooms, the CCTVs, those were excellent from Geekay, and now it's time to see what they do at the side swap.
Yeah, for Crest, definitely a round that they're going to be very, very happy about. For Geekay, I think the only thing that really stood out to me on that was just the setup there for Grim. It just doesn't really feel like the location that you would want him to try and push into, especially with just how the standard setup of basement goes, like we were talking about, right? You have that smoke there, usually have somebody over on Dummies box, maybe somebody deep inside of, you know, Armory. That just really tends to be on a 50-50 kind of thing. But that also means that he has to come face-to-face with smoke, more than likely, and it just doesn't really seem like you'd want that. It seems like you'd want to use those bees from like the kitchen hatch, maybe lock up the door,
a wider area at least.
Yeah, exactly. Just somewhere to kind of get some oversight and really use that to its fullest advantage. But, you know, Geekay obviously choosing to go the other way instead, and that's how we get this score line here. So Crest going to be starting us out for the very first time on their offensive set, and very straightforward utility lineup here. Really liking what we're seeing, especially with Tiopi coming in with Capital.
The 4-2 half, though, does necessitate that Geekay do need to win some of those bomb sites beyond basement. Need to win at least gym or CCTV, some combination of that if they want to close this out in regulation. Also, Maverick fans really winning today. We get now him on another bomb site. Eclair deciding with the Thatcher gone, they'll use the Maverick breaching torch to open up those hatches. Not any secondary EMPs actually on the side of Crest. So where those electric calls are, they've got to worry. Hasham doing quite a bit of damage to the drone economy. Half the round to go and half the drones remaining. So Crest got to be careful. Thankfully, no follow-up with that C4.
Yeah, very lucky for Crest.
Still upstairs?
Yes, indeed. Clearing things through, but fortunately enough, Geekay not really having any bodies around there. They are going to have Key, or rather, Geekay will have Key over inside of Dirt, but everybody going to be downstairs. So, Claire, instead of having to worry about EMPs, why don't you just torch it open, you know? Blowtorch does the job. And you know what my favorite part about blowtorching hatches is? Everybody's got their own unique way of doing it. Every single time I see a Maverick, it's always some different line combination.
I remember it was somebody, I don't remember who it was on TSN, maybe it was Merc, maybe it was somebody else.
It was Merc. I know exactly what you're about to reference.
They did the lines, yeah, they did the little snake across the top. That was the one he did, and that's how I try to do it, and then I'm not very good with Maverick breaching torches on hatches. Walls are okay. Walls I'm actually good with now. Hatches, not so much. I always get electrified.
Yeah, the key thing for the walls, man, and like, I'm just going to give you this tidbit at home,
this
for folks at home. Yeah, pretty sick here from Leader. But just make sure y'all are crouched when you're torching the bottom of the wall. I despise every single one of you that lays on the ground. That's how you get shot in the face, dude. Okay? Let's be smart about this, okay? Oh, my.
Yeah.
Dude, and the funniest thing is that they didn't even bring Ram. That is all Buck just tearing that floor up.
That Skeleton Key's so ridiculous. But we got 30 seconds left, by the way, and Crest still don't have an easy way into this. 5v5 utility finally pouring into blue. Noodle can watch the oil pit drop, which is where the Capitao decides to go. He ends up forcing Noodle into the very position. He kills the Capitao. Leader in Fort Knox inside a church, able to find Eclair. Siren Echo along, push up the main hallway. Might just win the round. Key, though, is stuck inside of Dirt. Case might just be in the hands of the attack. No, Siren Echo's got to go for the push, and Key wins the 1v1. Crest had a round pulled out of a hat, and it still goes the way of Geekay.
Rabbit ran away, man. Insane stuff out of Geekay. And what patience from Key. Didn't overstep at all. Just stayed tucked inside of Dirt and waited to see what the answer was going to be inside of that 1 versus 1. I really appreciate his patience there.
Key has just been so good on this roster.
Yes.
Yesterday, he was so good on NIP, and he has been the standout player for Geekay. Not necessarily in this game, like having the crazy moments of that 1v1 right there. Actually, no, the CC round as well. That's 2 rounds for Key yesterday, and what, did he get like 3-4 huge rounds yesterday? He's been my favorite player to watch on this roster, and somebody you all should keep your eyes on. That man in the middle right there, sitting next to Noodle. That is the man of the hour. 5-2 now, though, for Geekay off the back of that 1v1. They've won basement, and this is where things really need to start hitting the road. If they can win CCTV or Gym, they're in a really good spot to close this out in regulation.
Absolutely. Geekay are firing on all cylinders, man, and I'm really happy that you brought up Key because for me, he's kind of like the heartbeat of this team right now. He's got such solid patience. He's basically just a stoic. That's really what he is he just is stalwart. He's not going to overstep. He's just going to chill and make sure that he does everything fundamentally correctly. And it works for him so very well. And the beauty is it allows people like Noodle to kind of go for some more high-flying antics, which obviously Noodle extremely talented at.
Ooh, bit of a change-up from Crest. We didn't see the blitz in their game yesterday. At least I don't think. No, we did not. It was a much slower affair for their Oregon attacks, but with this blitz, something's got to be quick. It's not. Oh,
what if we can heck? What is that?
What is on a Gym bedroom extension? I like this. Noodle!
Lua! Oh no!
The most common run out on this map, and they lose the beating heart of Crest's attacking strategy.
Bomb located by attackers.
The tip of the spear is now gone, broken outside of Kennels. What is Crest to do but fall back on their fundamentals?
I mean, they got to be spinning right now. Yeah, they don't. Oh, yeah. They do not have the info game right now for this.
They are.
This is the
they
angle.
are doing the angle.
This is the angle.
I never thought I would see this in a pro match.
That's disgusting. What the hell is that?
This is so. Coconut Bra found this angle like a long time ago.
Of course he did.
Yeah, and like I've known about this for a while. I just never thought we'd see it in a pro match. But Sireneko tries to run in, tries to challenge it, and backs up, but I really didn't believe we'd ever see that in a comp match, let alone have it work and put someone down to such low HP.
Yeah, I guess like the key thing is that like it's just not really utilized, so you just don't really consider it, right? I mean, what a smart play here from Geekay. It's completely caught Crest off guard. Sireneko is so low on HP. I mean, he's been able to doctor himself back up, but now Whiskey is in his previous boat. They've just switched shoes, so not exactly the greatest thing. Hopefully we can get some new Converse under him. They're trying to. They're patching up the sides right now, but the water's still leaking in.
And Crest they acquired CCTV control very quickly, but there's no second dimension to it. No third dimension even. Jacuzzi wall still solid. Logistics attempted at the moment by Crest as the Flores rotates over to the Logi hatch, but the damage done to Whiskey, to Sireneko, it's going to be looming over them for going into this execute. Even as they use these remaining seconds to find utility, Leaders thinks about getting aggressive, but once he's spotted, backs off.
Intelligent play here. Sireneko going to use that frag grenade to try and propel himself forward. Leader, I love this position from him. There's going to be so many people trying to deal with that hallway that they should be distracted, and it's going to be 2 for him. As easy as pie, ladies and gents. It's going to be down to Whiskey. I really like that they put Whiskey on this outside angle because he does have low HP, so really prime position for him. But with that being said, it's going to be a flawless round. He did down the man inside of Gym, but it's not a kill, so it'll go the way of Geek.
1 round away now from being our first team to qualify, or at least qualify via the play-ins to the Swiss stage, as 8 teams are already there, but they will be team number 9. And from the MENA region as well, and we were talking about how this team would match up to Falcons, their previous MENA representative at the Copenhagen Major. And dare I say, obviously, their game against NIP yesterday, played Crest today. I have to say, Geekay might even just be a little bit more impressive at times than Falcons was, because Falcons was a bit more raw, it was a bit more passionate. There were a lot more crazier moments in terms of like huge frags from Joker or Valentino, but it's been such a clean game from Geekay.
You know what it is?
It's so refined.
You know what it is. Say it. Say it.
Is it the boy?
It's the European. That's exactly what it is.
The boy Leader.
Leader is in there, and he's putting that European blood right into the MENA region.
I think listen, I think to a certain extent, I certainly agree that Leader calling this team is helping quite a bit, but the individual play, I mean, when Key is alone in those moments, he's getting intel from his team, and I'm sure Leader is helping, but he's the one that's got to execute it, right? When Hashom is on those windows, I'm sure he's getting information, but he's the one who's got to hold down those flanks.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Individual game sense on Geekay is still very impressive, again, for this being their first international event for players like Key or Hashom.
Yeah, no, truthfully. And you know, I think that just is hopefully going to stand the test of time for this squad because, and really what I'm seeing is I'm seeing that, you know, they already kind of had these natural tendencies, right? I think just spending time with a leader and discussing his thought process in the game and kind of how EU works and that kind of stuff, I think they've just doubled down on that mentality that they kind of already had instilled in themselves, right? Siege kind of does that to all of us. It makes you want to be kind of more of a patient player. The rounds are quite long. You can, I mean, dude, there's times where I was sitting on a window for 2 minutes and 15 seconds because that was my job. You know what I mean?
On a drone for 2 minutes and 15 seconds too.
Like,
Talk about
slow. it's insane. I know. Like you're droning out like Villa. It's just like, oh, all right, well.
And then you're like, do I check the base? Nah, I won't. Oh, great. There's a cav down there. Awesome. Sick.
Oh, so the round's over already? Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Be careful, Noodle.
No, I love it.
Listen,
go, Noodle, go.
You get lucky once, but
we're going to get lucky.
Not get lucky again.
Thrice, because there's 2 people.
Remember Wolves versus Bliss yesterday. They were at this position and lost on the run out, but he's got the timing down pat, both on rappel. He only finds one. That is more than enough to count as a victory in the early round.
Oh, yeah, especially when you take out Finka, modern-day Finka, like we're back to what she was, right? Frag grenade's gone and all those adrenal surges as well.
And no opportunity for a trade either from Crest. Hashom tries to, second-guessed himself, but still had enough time to react with the impact. So a bit of hard-reaching utility wasted. He'll have to use a second one. And Hashom now out of changing mix.
Lua put it too tall. That really sucks. Is he out as well? No, he's got one more. But
still, the waste coming out from Geekay to stop those Selma charges, impressive so far.
Yeah, most definitely. They do have a Claire, but the problem is now is that there's already a hole in the wall. So
they did the mirror too.
It's such a goofy way of handling things over there, but it works. Like, I mean, you can't knock it too hard, right? It's just like that's usually what you clown randoms for in ranks. Is like, why the hell are you slapping the mirror on the double panel? But hey, I mean,
he doesn't check bathroom.
He doesn't check it. That's why I was just sitting here because I genuinely didn't know what was going to happen there. Lou was going to be able to pick up Hasham because he'll double back and take the fight.
That was a miss.
Yeah, you don't really want to do that against the AK-12, do you?
Yeah, it still puts Lou at a low HP, but yeah, definitely Hasham, I think, getting a little too aggressive on that re-swing there. I get the instinct, I get the urge, it's understandable, but
just kill him.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely probably could have just backed off a little bit, moved downstairs, especially when actually Trixt is down below, so that was a completely safe rotation. So, all right. Bit of a heat check from Hashom right there, but he got the kill on the buck at least and has still made it a 4v3. Trix can easily spot this. This is a kill and a half right here. He's just got to wait for the re-aggress.
Patience is a virtue, Trix. Do not overstep. Don't even make any noise. You can just sit patiently here and await the arrival of Crest on this single panel because they're going to have to do something about it. They might have to go for the door as well, but we'll just have to see. Claire's going to wrap around and try and break up the window here for CCTV, or rather server. Key is also going to be playing here inside of Rafters. This is one of the key positions that we see when it comes to this bomb site, a very, very pivotal one. And with 30 seconds remaining, this is something that Crest is seriously lacking.
And Garage just holding for the defense for so long. Finally, the jump out from Trixt. Down below, rotates up. Now Whiskey's got to be scared. Oh, he's concussed himself. Can't react to the MP7. Lou all alone in the 1v4 as Geekay will be our first team to qualify to the Swiss stage, to the playoffs from our play-ins.
Cool, calm, collected. All words to describe Geekay in this matchup. Ninjas in Pajamas gave them a heck of a lot of grief yesterday, and they were able to pull it out. But when it came down to Clubhouse and it came down to Crest Gaming, it seemed like the most put together that we have seen Geekay. No real stress on their faces, just smiles for today.
And just such a clean game against NIP, a lot of big moments, but still overall very, very solid against Crest today, even as well as you just said. This 5-man is definitely a team that needs to be taken seriously moving into the groups, and I have a feeling that even after the games transpire today, I mean, obviously teams like DarkZero G2, they'll be qualifying, or maybe qualifying to the Swiss as well, depending on who wins that DarkZero G2 game. And those teams are obviously going to be taken seriously because of their reputation. But when you're looking at the teams from MENA, from Japan, that could really make a fight for that Swiss stage, I think Geekay might just be at the top of the list of teams that you might need to worry about.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a might. I think it is a yes. Geekay is very hostile. It's something that a lot of these teams are going to look at and be like, wow, these guys are coming to this tournament for the very first time. And the coolest thing about this is that we kind of got that inkling of excitement from them when they were able to take out Falcons in their very own region. Everyone was like, this team might be well put together. Obviously, seriously, not able to come with the roster and play with them, but clearly Leader is making the most out of the situation.
Yeah, the leadership top to bottom, the individual play, it's all been there for Geekay, and now they'll have the time to test their mettle against some of the best teams in the entire tournament that have qualified to that Swiss stage, and talk about players on the roster that I want to see going up against teams like G2, like W7M. It's key right here. I want to see if he can maintain this same level of form against some of the best teams at the tournament, because Noodle, of course, it'll be exciting maybe to see him go against some of his former European teammates or players he's played against, Leader as well, but seeing how Hashom can lock down the flank, or Key can be the spearhead in the bomb site, that's what I'm really excited to see in the Swiss stage once they play those top-tier teams.
Yeah, their adaptations are the thing that is definitely standing out to me, too. Just their knowledge of the game of Siege, right? Because when you're talking about these smaller regions, especially Menno, I mean, they just joined us, what, like a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that they are already on the precipice of being like, oh, yeah, we can definitely make a main stage is truly impressive, and I could not be more over the moon for these guys.
And if you think about it, I mean, think of the things we've talked about. I've talked about their individual play is great. You say their game sense is great. We say their calling's great. We say their strats are great. Everything across the board for Geekay seems to be working right now.
They're actually a really good team.
And it's not like they've just played, you know, 2 third-place teams from like Korea or Japan. They still did it against NIP.
Yeah, you're slapping the brakes off Psycho. Like, you know what I mean? That's not supposed to happen easily. So, and like same thing as today. Like, yeah, Cool, Calm, and Collected today against Crest, but they had the exact same emotions yesterday against Ninjas in Pajamas, and that was a max OT game.
And I'll say it one more time, as this is the final best of one we're casting in Group A. That game could have been a 7-3. So many thrown rounds by Geekay. These could be a 7-3, 7-2 to qualify for the Swiss stage instead of an 8-7, 7-2. But they still qualify to the Swiss nonetheless. And the best of 3 you and I will cast later. That will be later on the mainstream after G2DZ. Will be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Crest. And I will say today, the sluggishness from Crest might just be their undoing against an equally slow team, NIP. But that is enough for Sam and I right now. Do not go anywhere. You will want to be back for the game after this, because it is the game of the plans. G2 DarkZero later.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better. Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me, as I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have in making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
If we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent WrestleMania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Spoit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fears us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have like no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, like without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major, and this is a game I think everyone has been dying to see take place. It is G2 coming up against DarkZero this early in the competition. Tim, we remarked on this yesterday a little bit and said it feels strange to have two juggernauts, two super prestigious organizations in the esports scene coming up against each other in the play-ins. Neither team goes home if they lose here. The loser will go on to play a best of 3 later on, which they could be eliminated from against Fury, but winning here guarantees you a spot in our Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. You know, as we said, it's probably going to be the biggest game of Phase 1, really, on paper, when you look at the two teams, the two orgs that are playing off against each other. So definitely a big one that a lot of people are going to be focusing on. I know, you know, when we saw ahead of time that maybe we could be lining up to cast this one, it's an exciting one, definitely, for sure. Can't wait to see how these two face off. This is one of those where you look at it and you think this could be a matchup that we see later on in the tournament as well.
Is yapping. Let's take a look at the 6 Invitational graphic. Just as a reminder, both of these two teams have already qualified. So although this has been a big theme so far, looking at how the teams are doing, what they need to do to make it into SI, these two already there. So it's not really a concern. At this point, it is solely about this major and getting qualified now, so you haven't got to go into that best of 3 against Fury later.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, there's a lot on the table, really. You can look at it and think, well, nobody's going home, you get another chance. But it's about getting it locked in now, as we can see from our graphic there. We've got the group stages and how they've played out. Fury and Knights yesterday, of course, pushing Fury through. We covered that game. It was actually a belter, really. It was a little bit closer than maybe the scoreline suggests, especially on Skyscraper, but Fury got the job done, and they are now sat waiting. And as we said yesterday, you got to remember, one of these two teams, DarkZero, G2, we'll look at that. The loser goes into that matchup. You think, yeah, they'll beat Fury probably, but they're coming off the back of a loss where Fury are nice and fresh for the day. There's no guarantees.
I think my only frustration for yesterday, or frustration or remark on that really, was that G2 didn't have to get out of second gear. For most of that game, they were in first gear, barely really having to try, taking a lot of 1v1s. And it's only once they... Saying they threw kind of does Fury a bit of a disservice, but you could tell G2 were really the ones leading to their own downfall in those rounds. we've really got to see a different Fury come out of the gates today if they're going to win against either of these two teams, in my opinion. But this is where you get to see now what these two teams will really be capable of against each other. I'll tell the tape up on the screen for you as well, just so you can see how the records stand for these two teams. As a reminder, that's 7-1 for DZ, that's wins, and then overtime wins. The 2 and 4 is overtime losses, and then regulation losses. Both in a good position for SI. As we've remarked, look, there's lots of expectation that these will be the two teams getting out of this group today. The real question then comes, how far can they go? Because last time we were on American soil for a major, DarkZero won it in Charlotte. For G2, they won SI earlier this year. A lot of history in the last 12 months or so for both teams, but they've got to start right at the bottom here in play-ins and work all the way through.
Yeah, for me, they're both teams that can do it. Absolutely, we know that. But sometimes you just look and think, what's gone on there then? And they just have those moments. Both of them seem to do it. So I'm kind of hoping that, you know, we get the best version of both of them showing up today and have a hell of a game, really.
It's that classic, like, post-event win curse. I don't think any team has escaped it. Think about, like, TSM at SI, SSG at SI. Everything just seems to go downhill after winning. So the lesson is, don't win. You know, Rogue are another great example. Team One were a great example.
I'll still take the win, I think.
You'll always take the win in the trophy, absolutely. But here's the veto for you on the right-hand side of your screen. Tim, come here, look. Come here. Get out of the way. That's it. You're blocking the graphic.
Out of the way.
Stop blocking the graphic. Look, your elbow's touching it. Get out of the way. We're going to Oregon anyway.
Honestly, Des, you're in now. Where's that devil costume?
I know, honestly, I still haven't got rid of all the makeup. I got in the shower yesterday and it was just a flood of red. It was hilarious. But Oregon's the one we're going to. Me and Fresh were talking about this a bit earlier, what map we expected to go to. Oregon, it's 5th, 6th prep for both teams. It's sat right in the middle. It tends to be the way in the best of one because you ban away either your weakest 4 maps or the opponent's strongest 4 maps or a blend of that, and you always end up somewhere in like that 4th to 6th in preference rating. Oregon bang on in the middle for both of these teams.
I think it's, again, you know, I'll say the same as I said yesterday. I don't mind Oregon. I quite enjoy it when you've got two big teams coming together because it just, for me, it takes the map question.
It's about fundamentals, I think.
It just takes the map question out of it. You just sort of come down to, right, who's the better team, who's going to turn up and play the better game on the day, because it's not like one of those that I expect, you know, a team to be, you know, Nighthaven's their pick or, you know, Bank is their pick. Oregon, I'd expect them both to be doing well on. So, yeah, I think it's a good map for this one. I'm looking forward to the match.
Completely agree. And for me, away from the actual Siege itself, what I'm super excited about is two of the noisiest buggers that we have got in Siege. You've got Alamau and you've got Canadian playing in the same matchup. For those who didn't see the clip yesterday of Troy, I'm
pretty sure everybody saw it.
I'm hoping you saw it. If you didn't, it's all over Twitter. Please do go and check it out. But game is pretty much ready, so we should be able to get into it in just a couple of seconds. Again, Tim, this one for me is a big one. It's a real good preview of what might come later in the tournament. It's two real titans of the Siege scene coming together. It's a classic battleground of Oregon to face off between them, and two loud mouths, one on either team. Most of the audience going with G2. Clearly the G2 army out in force. Maybe people just not back in DarkZero as much as some others. Maybe, Tim. For me, it's hard to call here from a standing start.
Yeah, I think it's always difficult to win a social vote against G2. They're always very well supported.
Very true.
Here in Siege. But DarkZero, you know, they certainly have the following as well. That's fair to say. But honestly, for me, this is a toss of a coin. It's difficult to say because we saw them both against opponents yesterday that, in all honesty, they should be beaten. Yeah. You know, Knights and Fury, as well as they might have played later on in the day, they did look a little bit out of the depth against these two. So for me, I'm kind of looking at this, and I think this is almost the first time we're really seeing these two. It's like now they're going to get put under... Wow. I expect them to get put under some pressure, and we'll see just how they do on the back of it. We're going to have a Grim ban coming in. I tell you what, the turnaround in fortunes for Grim over the last few months has been stark, hasn't it?
Halfway through stage 2, there was a lot of like, you know, Grim's actually been picked. Like he's been picked 4 times globally, whereas now banned away. The KB, I think, has equally been, probably, well, not equally, but has been the most popular ban that we've seen so far in the competition. I can, you know, probably say that with relative confidence that at least 80% of games have had the KB ban coming on through. There's Army on the other side, which then leads things like the Mira, the Fenrir to be banned away maybe here towards the backside. Valkyrie also been incredibly popular for both teams. I think maybe we'll see the Valkyrie coming out here from G2, unless it's a real, like, throw down the back alley from them to ban out something more targeted. It's going to be the Kaid. So very different strategies being approached. I think DarkZero have gone for very meta operators, whereas on the other side of things, G2 have really looked to try and target DarkZero away from this one. It does leave things like Ying opened up, which I expect DarkZero will use attacking into the downstairs sites, and that's exactly where we're going to start. G2 taking us down there and picking up that Fenrir immediately.
Yeah, the key ban, I think, looking to speed up the hatch play, particularly when you're down in Laundry, which is going to be our first site. So let's get into this. Atlanta Major, one of our first real big matchups between big name teams is going to come between DarkZero and G2 here and now on the H-Stream on Oregon. Let's get going.
We were talking in the shuttle over here from the hotel earlier, a bunch of talent were, and saying the craziest game that might yet come out of today is if SSG lose in the game that's going on the other stream against Team Bliss. You've got Wolves versus SSG for a best-of-3 elimination on day 2 during the play-ins. That'll be an absolutely bonkers matchup if it comes down to it, and obviously the teams themselves will be praying it doesn't come down to that. Hopefully, at least for them, SSG get the dub over Bliss and Wolves win against Bliss later on. That would be what the script dictates, but we all know how crazy things can get. Here we go, though, down in the basement.
Well, this is it. You know, like you talk about those upsets. Wolves were supposed to beat Bliss yesterday, you know, and it didn't happen. So we will see how the day progresses. And, you know, the reason that I mention that is, of course, we've got a team here. G2 or DarkZero will play against Fury later on. There is absolutely no guarantees that that's going to go the way that you might expect it. Alamau, he's going to take down Gavin to kick things off. Pamba, however, does have a read. Will hit on the pre-fire, comes around, should be an easy kill, and is taking down Virtue. So that leaves us 4 versus 4, and what more of a start could we ask for? 30 seconds in, 2 gunfights, 2 deaths, 1 in either direction. You just get the feeling this is going to be a bit of a brawl.
It will be, and they're absolutely going to have a field day charging at each other, and it's a point to prove as well. Like, you even saw Alamau in the pre-game chat just being like, they were like, good luck, and they were like, you'll need it. So they're really in for a little bit of fun in this game. Really close one to keep your eye on here is going to be Canadian playing on the Monty as well, and they haven't got the Headbanner on side, for example, and I commented on this a bit yesterday. When you have the, I mean, Pamba's managed to crouch up the backside of Benja there after he's just got Rice as well, so it is a trade. Good bit of time in there, I guess, on Benja's part to get the kill before being taken out himself. But it's the breaching charges in the back pockets of the Capitao and the Monty that are the one to watch out for. We saw Headbanner banned away yesterday in remarks. You know what, actually? You don't need Headbanner on a lot of maps these days. You can get away with breaching charges if you want to, and that's what they're running ahead with here.
Going to have a little bit of an advantage for G2 at the minute. It's only slight, but if you look at the overall hit points available on the team, Pamba, of course, down below 50 at the minute, whereas G2 are at least all stacked. They've got the clash of Uno on side. That's going to make it easier to deal with Canadian when the time comes. Of course, Clash, a good direct counter to Monty. The electricity will still damage Monty through his shield. So if they come face to face, it will be Uno that's the likely victor in that scenario. So with 1 minute left to go, DarkZero have got a little bit of work to do here in order to just create the space that they need to think about putting that diffuser down.
Yeah, but a little bit of a, I don't want to say uncertain round from DarkZero, but it has been very slow. A couple of skirmishes on the ground floors brought us down to a 3v3, which, in my view at least, really looks to benefit G2. They're the ones that have got the clash on side. They've got the smokes to play behind. The lesser numbers that the attackers have to come in for an execute, generally the happier the defenders will be. If you can keep the numbers even, great. You're taking away a bunch of utility that would otherwise be useful coming into the execute, so it can be a little bit frustrating, and Canadian here is just slowly going to have that life of his sapped away by Uno. However, Pamba stepped in and made it happen. The Monty's coming out the backside as well, both down super low here. It's a 1v2. Alamau to do it all, but NJR closes out.
I'm not sure how Uno managed to sort of expose his rear side there, his flank that's allowed him to get hit.
Action! Boys! Where are you at? We got one! We got one! You're next! Let's go!
So that needs some context.
Yell at him! What is he doing? Oregon! Oh, they paused.
They paused. Not cheated. That'll be, I imagine, to sort out our sound issues. But I remember, I love watching your clip yesterday because you were trying to be like, well,
Troy's cadence was so difficult yesterday.
He just kept cutting over you.
Every time it looked like he'd stopped, I'd start and he'd just fire up again.
So to give context, the teams aren't sat across from each other, so i.e. DarkZero aren't facing G2. G2 are behind the wall that you can see, I think, on the left-hand side of, here you go, right here, on the left-hand side of DarkZero themselves. Across from them is a team playing on the other stream. So what you had there was Troy basically saying, we got one, how are you guys doing? Let's go! So what I'd just love to see is the teams cheering for each other across their games. I mean, like, let's go! This side of the divide is better.
Yeah, Uno drops his shield there at the end of the round.
Where are you at? We got one! You're next! Let's go!
We got one, you're next. He's even gassing up other teams now. All right, transcends DarkZero. Honestly. Oh, my word.
Yeah, Uno there, you know, I'm not too sure about that. Drops his shield towards the end. I'm guessing had maybe run out of charge. Electricity had been zapping Canadian a bit and sort of keeping him at bay, but runs out of charge a little bit. He's got a man in Highway who can challenge the second coming through Laundry, and I don't know if just by dropping his shield there and coming out and trying to take that swing, he sort of plays into DarkZero a little bit, because ultimately the defense are looking to play the clock there. If Uno keeps his shield up, you've got a shield on the attackers, a shield on the defenders. They sort of cancel each other out. You can have that fight onto Laundry from Highway. I get that Uno probably didn't want to find himself in a 1v2 behind a shield on the Clash. It's a difficult call, but I think, you know, by dropping the shield and losing that gunfight, that pretty much then seals the deal for the rest of the round. But DarkZero doing well despite difficulties through the mid-round, 3v3, a little bit low on time, having to push down Laundry. They still managed to make it work, so a good first round from them.
It is, yeah. So again, I'll always say it, give it 2 or 3 rounds to see teams warm into a game, and then you can start to draw your assessment there on what's going on. So give it a good time. As technical timeout as we've remarked is going through, in case you are curious. I think it's down to the sound issues that we had in round 1, so just getting those rectified, and then we can jump straight back into the action. So thank you for bearing with us at least for a few minutes.
Should be pretty quiet at the minute, given that it's a tech timeout, so the players aren't allowed to speak. The voices that you can hear are coming from the other side, from, as we said, the other game that's going on.
Oh, wow.
So the players are just sort of sat in their own thoughts at the minute, and they're just waiting for things to get back underway, which will be as soon as possible.
I think Canadian needs to get up and just like take his headset off and go over to the other side and just cheer him on a bit.
Start, yeah, maybe standing coach.
Alamal's making friends with the other team as well.
Yeah.
Why not?
I love planes. But for me, that was a good first round. I enjoyed that. I think we had a lot of back and forth, kills going in on either side. I think it sets us up for a fantastic remainder to this match, to be honest. I think if that's the pace that we're looking at, those 1-for-1 sort of trades going through, and a close finish, 2v2 at the end, coming down to the last couple of kills, I think we're in for a bit of a treat.
We may well be. We may well be. Time will tell. What else you got to look forward to today, Tim? We've got a best of 3 later.
All sorts. We've got the loser
Geekay
of this versus
Geekay was a nice upset.
Geekay is now qualified through to phase 2. So love to see that. We've got 4 more teams to go home. I guarantee in those 4 names, there's going to be at least one big name.
Yes. I mean, it feels that it's going that way.
In those 4, there will be at least one big name. NIP, SSG, G2, DarkZero are all teams that could be in that mix, and I've probably missed others. But they are all teams that could be in that situation. So for me, I feel like to think every one of them escape unscathed is probably unlikely.
Yes, there'll be a casualty.
I think there'll be a casualty. I think there will be an upset somewhere.
I'm just happy personally the loss got through. My boys, the underdogs.
Yep, job done for them. They've done well so far.
Bias caster.
As I said, you know, cameraman coming in, did exactly the same at MIBR. I'm not putting it all onto cameraman. There's a full team there, and they've all done fantastically well. But yeah, for me, I think they just seem to have galvanised after missing Copenhagen, and they've come back, and they're looking pretty good.
Troy's trying to get something going. Look. He's trying.
There he can't help himself, can it? You know that Alamar's not going to be able to help himself.
Okay, Carl.
Okay, Carl.
I'll see you in a few rounds. I don't even know I can't fucking hear you.
We woke up this morning saying how good this one was going to be.
You just knew it. As soon as the matchup was there, I was like, oh man, you got 2 of the biggest shit talkers just ready to go head to head. It's going to explode. Is this in-game? Now we're taking it in-game now.
They've
definitely been tapped on the shoulder by the admins and said, right, stop now. And they're just like, right, in-game, in the server it goes. Look, you know it based on their expressions.
I think that might be happening.
They are definitely talking some smack. Medics, you got to send us some pictures on WhatsApp of what's going on, and we can get in on the juice.
A little chuckle there at whatever's being discussed.
He's on it. Medics is on it. He's got us covered, mate. That's it.
Our insider.
Our inside man. Observers see all. They're not just observing the game, you see.
They observe. Well, we said this about Stefan the other day. You know, his entire life is realistically observing.
Yeah.
You know,
the silent observer as well. He'll just stare you down.
Yeah.
Observe everything. Hey, we're back into game. Don't worry, you haven't missed much. Just one round. DarkZero won it. It ended up in a 3v3 after about 60 seconds or so. And then on site, things went a little bit pear-shaped for G2. But let's see if this round can go any better for them. We're heading our way upstairs. G2 pretty much with everyone stacked up here at the minute, getting everything set up as you come to expect. Mirror window dug in towards that pit wall as well, looking in towards Trophy. So I wonder if they've gonna... they've got a shield on side. I imagine you'll see the Warden set up there. Benja heading over to do that right now. So got a couple of lines of support here to play behind, which is quite nice. Yesterday, we saw a LATAM team really digging themselves into Armory itself, which is something we saw a lot of LATAM teams do when Oregon first got reworked. But other regions haven't really caught onto that one. And I did remark, Tim, that we might see a Ying coming out at some point from DarkZero, especially for the downstairs site. Here, though, being employed up on this top floor along with Pamba coming along on the Amaru. We always get excited when you see the Amaru coming out, but don't always see it used to, you know, like heroic effect of like charging in towards site or trying anything too crazy. Here, it's just that quick entry in towards tier 3. Maybe not aware that someone is sat down on the basement stairs. I don't believe that's the tier 3 stairs. It could cause a bit of bother. It's Uno lurking out there on the Fenrir.
Yeah, could do. Gonna have to work their way down those stairs, of course.
I mean...
I'd like to say it's unfortunate, but I don't think it is. I think there is a level of planning gone into that. Obviously, the drone spots the Jaeger. They know that he's going to run back upstairs, so you spray through the window. Of course, there's a little bit of luck there. Yeah. You've caught him at the right time. But I think that is certainly more management than luck, to be honest.
Pamba's got to be careful, because if Uno hasn't been sniffed out down here, he could very easily just work his way up. I don't know if that drone saw him or not, but there is one sat there. Yes, they know that he's there. If not, creeping his way up and towards tier 3 and trying to grab the Amaru would have been a way to even the scoring out. But already, Tim, it's the sort of thing I remark on yesterday versus when we cast a couple of teams. Yesterday, Talon jumps to mind as one, Fury another. You didn't see this level of teamwork coming in around the droning in the early round, nor at the pace that needed really to happen. But DarkZero already, you've seen that combo of a very simple drone, forcing a player to run, someone being in the right position for a crossfire and netting themselves a freebie. That's the kind of stuff that's going to get you far in this competition. Although it's fundamentals, it's something a lot of teams don't do particularly well.
I think they're fully aware of Uno lurking on those stairs underneath. They've got Pamba just watching that angle constantly on the Amaru from T3, so if Uno tries to move up, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. They are trying to push into Attic as well. Pressure now mounting from Armory. This is good from DarkZero. So many different avenues of pressure. Alamau does have that Nitro ripped, though. Sometimes just get it done early, hold it in your hand. It just prevents that audio cue to let the defenders know that it's going to be coming. I think he's just waiting for that push in towards Armory and Trophy, and when it comes, he's going to step out and let fly.
This is the battle. You got rid of the shield, you've done the work to get control of bedroom itself, but that mirror window is still standing, and Benja's in a spot to be able to make good use of it. So unless you've got info inside of pit itself, you are just constantly nervous that someone's going to swing you or is playing behind that shield. That phantom pressure that we always speak about. You don't know if someone's there, so you have to assume that they are. But Benja watching this one off towards this more sheer angle, daring someone to push around that Armory door.
Just going to step back out as the flash comes out. Attic is now being pushed. Rice is looking to move in. Benja has been forced back. Canadian with the Yings, likely to go in through Kid's window. Alamau does manage to find NJR. Pamba does find Uno as he tries to move up those rear stairs. And we just have kill for kill trades once again. 3 versus 2. Advantage DarkZero is wiped away by Virtue as he finds Canadian. 2 versus 2. 5 seconds left to go. Rice is planting. Can G2 do anything about it? Unlikely as Pamba picks up Virtue. And it's all up to Alamau now. He moves through. Brilliant. Nothing he can do. The angle is watched. Pamba takes him down.
Let's fucking go. Boys, the patience, the resets. That's it. That's it. We have the game plan. They don't. We're a team. They're not. Let's go. Keep talking that how you dog shit. Well, boys! Let's go! Me, you!
Volley is going to be so proud.
This is most definitely the Canadian show today, isn't it?
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, isn't it?
There you go. Absolutely
beautiful.
The thing is,
I was looking at this remark. It was a really slow round from DC, and I was a bit nervous coming into the end. The one thing that got them really held up, I thought, was that mirror window inside a pit looking in towards Trophy. That's where we had to wait for Rice to come pushing in the backside and get it shot out, forcing Benja away, got the kill onto him, and that's when everything opened up. If they hadn't managed to secure that, if Rice had died inside of Attic, that round probably crumbles with Benja being able to do a lot of work inside of pit. But he said himself, a lot of patience, the teamwork, the team play. It was there from kill 1 on Doki all the way through to the very end.
I was going to say, there's 2 kills there that really summed up that DarkZero round for me, and the reason that they're 2-0 up at the minute, the reason that I think they are playing better than G2 right now, and that was the kill onto Doki at the beginning. Great use of information and anticipation, and then also the patience from Pamba to watch that angle for Uno. We knew that he was going to kill him. We knew that Uno was going to push up those stairs at some point, and it was as soon as they got into Attic, but they were just a step ahead of them. Pamba closes it down. Really good stuff from DarkZero. If they can continue like that, honestly, G2 are going to struggle.
So Medics came in, he delivered the goods. Alamau came out saying to Troy during that tech pause, will you be hiding behind that shield the whole map, Troy? And Canadian simply responded, wisdom is a function of time, young one. It's a very philosophical statement, isn't it? I mean, so far it's working out because they're up 2-0 and G2, well, 0-2. Not the dream start for them, but easy at the very least, looking excellent, I think, so far. Yes, a bit slow, but they're getting the results, and that's what matters. Pamba at 6-1 as well, charging for on the Ying here, just forcing his way down Zulu in towards security, and it does push Virtue back. Even more Candelas coming out here as well, really making use of them to make space and push on forward rather than strictly for and execute like you'd see most teams use it for. But it's about getting results, and Virtue for now is still untouched on that Fenrir, still dug inside of security.
Yeah, going to have to be cleared out. A little bit slower version of Laundry this time. Last time around, by 30 seconds, we had kills going in on both sides. Patience. But they have definitely had to move a little bit slower. Look at the timing, though. I love that. Pamba just sending that Candela in, straight in behind it, ready to be aggressive, ready to try and find that kill. Virtue, no choice but to drop the hatch, but they're not aware of Benja, are they? I don't think they were. But Pamba is just able to react quicker. Manages to get the kill, takes down Pamba, takes down Benja, leaves himself on very low health, but that's not the end of the world. 5 versus 4 for DarkZero at the minute.
It's always the trouble of roaming on the Warden. He's going to be very, very loud, and Pamba just heard him as he was working his way towards and through the rotate. Managed to get the spin and the kill. Only just, mind you, one more bullet would have been enough to finish him off as well, but he moves up to 7-1, Tim. Absolutely ludicrous. Nearly more combined than everyone else in the... Yeah, it's a Pamba party. Nearly more combined than every other player in the server. It's quite a scary result to have after just 3 rounds of play. Still, here we go. Time to work their way now down towards Big Tower and charging their way forwards. They've got that south side in towards Freezer cleared out, and now it's about this look in towards the execute, and it is very heavily north side centered.
It is. I think the way that I feel about things at the minute is that G2 are just playing sort of a more reactionary game at the minute. You know, every opportunity they have seems to come as a reaction to something. It's not, you know, that DarkZero are sort of walking into their pre-laid plans, if you will. Doki's going to just hide himself underneath the stairs there. He manages to get himself 1-2. Can he find a third? He's looking to push into bunker. All the kills going in G2's direction. Doki does get the last. They managed to close out a round, and that is better from G2.
What can I say? Playing the Harry Potter spot, dug under the stairs, and finds a 3K to close the round out. DarkZero, I think, missing him ever so slightly on the drones in that one. Didn't really see how many drones they had left there towards the bitter end, but it's enough to get G2 that round. So 3 rounds in. 2-1 to DarkZero. You've seen both teams show a little bit of everything there. I think we're really out on their own. DarkZero have got that put-togetherness to deal quite effectively with the drone game coming out of G2. Even on site, they've done relatively well, but I think that's where G2 are going to find success here, is playing on that on the site itself and looking to defend hard.
Benja's going to kick himself there. He should definitely be finding that kill realistically up in the kitchen. He's going to know that, and we know it's uncharacteristic of Benja not to be, you know, closing that one out. So G2 managed to find themselves one. Is it going to be the building block? Is it going to be the foundation that they need to start building a few more? They're going to go to the third choice site rather than going back up to dorms. They're going to head into kitchen and dining this time.
Alamau's off flying at 6 and 3. It's worth mentioning too. Really getting himself up on numbers. I think one of the kills that Doki got must have been a down then from Alamau to secure that kill off in the very, very end.
I think it was the one onto Pamba, yeah. I think as he pushed down the stairs, Alamau downed him, and then Doki just picked him up.
Got the finish, yeah, absolutely. Echo in this round coming along as well. Not something we see super often, of course. A good while ago now, lost the invisibility on those drones. However, still very powerful in the right position. But one thing that we were talking about a little bit over a couple of drinks of the day was around balanced in Siege at the minute, and for the defenders having their very niche but sharp and deep use cases. Thinking about things like the architects, like Castle or a Mira, for example. Mira may be a little bit wider use case than most, but I think Echo fits really well into that mold of having very specific but strong use cases. To think about like Team Secret in EU, for example. Love playing it on Nighthaven, or ITB, sorry, stacking it at the top of lobby stairs. We see it a lot on Kitchen, down on Cafe and Kitchen, for example. So although not a wide use on every single site in the game, you do find the ability to make use of them in specific strats makes them really quite interesting in terms of the variability of comps that you can bring along. So I'm keen to see how they make use of it here, where they'll park the drones, where they're going to sit, what they're watching out for, and probably even more importantly, can Canadians sniff them out with the Twitch drones?
And JR just signalling the utility that needs to be cleared out of small tower. Having a look, make sure there's nothing else. Getting to work now, Gaveni up on that top floor, just looking to open up the verticals. Doki's going to ping out the pre-plus Nitro, so just waiting for a little bit of intel, I think, to tell him. I don't know whether they've maybe got an echo cam up there potentially that's just going to be feeding a little bit of info, so he can call them when they stood on top of it, and Doki will blow the Nitro, but for the time being, the call has not come.
Yep, Rice being down there by the impact, and clearly Alamar knew, because he's got to then finish him off as well off the back of the impact coming on in. Doki still with that C4 above as well, just waiting for someone to come running in above, and will be in a great spot to pop it out. Shot drone coming on down. Just blazed past him, but catched it just as it fades away around the corner. And now we can see these Geekay drones coming into effect.
There we go. Just going to signal out. Gaveni drops down and does get Alamai with a nice headshot, though, and now is in control of security. Could be dangerous for Doki, who's playing on white stairs. Benja needs to have the cover there, so he can't push through. Beautiful from Doki. Finds one on white window. Benja, as I said, has the cover, but not for long enough. Just as he steps away from watching it, Gaveni steps out and manages to get a late trade onto Doki. 3 versus 2, and that's a triple in the round for Gaveni at the minute. He just keeps going, but Benja, he doesn't miss this time. Shuts down his man. 2v2.
And 2v1 as well, as Benja's all that's left standing. They just caught Virtue pulling back in towards sight. Now, Benja, rough spot to be in as well. No real visibility or insight into what's going on, but here's about the diffuser outside. Could have almost taken his man, but NGR, he was a bit wise too, as watching the angle in case there was a run out coming through. It's a good read overall from Benja. Playing towards this long angle inside of Kitchen now as we have the plant going down, but it's far off on the other side. It's about this win inside of security that's going to matter. Almost loses out, he's charging around. Wants the man going for the plant, but at this range, Benja, I don't think the shorty's going to help you.
When they get in there, baby, when they get in there. Who'd you kill? Who'd you kill when you got in there? Oh, you killed Carl? Oh, poor baby Carl. Let's go.
I could listen to him talk crap all day. It's so good.
DarkZero looking pretty good again then. A little bit of adversity for them. G2 started off well in the round. Doki pretty much in control of those stairs, white stairs.
Let's go! Let's go! 3-1 us! Let's go! What are they doing over there? I don't fucking know! Just remember, every time we're getting like these bits.
I love that he's gassing up. I don't know.
I don't know which of the...
Right, I'm going to message Fresh and you can go and find out for us.
I don't know who's playing. The other stream is going to be the Bliss game, isn't it?
It's Bliss versus SSG.
Bliss versus SSG. Maybe it's the SSG boys.
I don't think it is, you know.
No, maybe not.
Who's sat across from D?
We'll find out. We'll find out for you. Don't you? We'll bring you all in.
Agent Fresh.
Alamau just showing an ability to use that there, finds his kill. But yeah, for me, Gaveni really broke the back of that.
It is SSG. Yeah,
it's SSG. Okay. Gaveni really brought the back of that defense, just getting himself in the mix there. Look at how well he got that triple kill inside of sight. That's really his round, to be honest.
Yeah, Fresh did just confirm that it is SSG, and they are hyping each other up.
Yeah.
So clearly, as they go along, it's brilliant. It's nice that they're seeing the round end syncing up as well, that they actually get that chance to big each other up. I like it. Bit of regional camaraderie being shown until they face against each other, and then it's a very different conversation, I'm sure. But for now, at least, they both want out of this. They want this done and dusted. They win this best of one. Both of them go through to phase 2 of the competition and play in Swiss. It starts in a few days' time.
10 seconds left. Going to be back up to the top floor then. It's going to be Dorms that they tried to hold on to. Tried this back in round 2, didn't really work out. DZ were able to win it. It was a very good round from DZ, actually. It was the one that I commented on where they had Pamba holding T3, so Uno couldn't move up rear stage stairs. Instead, this time Uno is going to start up on T3, so he's going to try and prevent that from happening and just really prevent that that attic access that cost them last time around. Ras was able to push in on the Maverick, and there wasn't really much that they could do about it. But yeah, very well worked overall from DarkZero. G2 need to make sure that they're not losing those outliers. Doki this time, instead of being at the bottom of stairs, he's up in trophy. So just, I think this for me is G2 playing it a little bit safer.
I think acknowledging, hey, they've got the read on us. Like, what Doki tried to do is something that you often see played in Big Tower is when you're defending the basement, you play halfway up Big Tower, you take out a drone, you fall back, it's very safe. He's trying to do the same on the south side, but you are still exposed to armory on your way back through, and that's how he got caught out previously. He would have fallen back to the shield spot that they're in now, and then you've got that second line of defense from Benja playing inside a pit once again. So very similar thing coming out of G2, just here they've kept Doki alive by not having him risk it all for a drone.
Rice is going to be on the drones, sending the information in, bringing the Lion along, so he's going to use the E1. They have no idea. This has got to be a freebie for Virtue. Drone does come out. I don't think he's going to spot him. Nope, not going to have any clue whatsoever. Absolute freebie for Virtue as he moves around the corner. Nice and easy. He'll have heard Rice getting the drone, getting his phone essentially out of his pocket, just activating the drone, so he will know Virtue's going to get caught out now, though, as Pamba comes around the corner. Maybe should have moved himself a little bit quicker. Could have got it.
He helped that. He wanted the gunfight.
4 versus 4, and not a bad start from either side.
It was a good read from Virtue as well. He knew there'd be someone pushing him down off the back of that corner coming. Oh, he's in showers. Like, he can only be on the small tower side of the map, and he wants to try and get back towards site. White Stairs would have been his target. So Pamba makes the right move to go after him, but probably really Virtue rode on him looking towards White Stairs rather than the security door. And sure enough, Pamba wins out. It is the Pamba party after all.
Oh my! This is...
Oh, it is Canadian as well.
It's not great for DarkZero. They've had 2 caught out on drones now. They maybe just need to think about the positions they're leaving themselves in, when they're going to be leaving themselves vulnerable on that information utility. Gaveni has no option but to just step back inside and take that goo mine out. NJR manages to push on into sight, but it's not looking good at the minute as Benja manages to find one. There's another, this time for Alamo. Second in the round, 4 versus 1 now. Pamba's no choice but to push up White Stairs. And I tell you what, Pamba Party's going to have to be a hell of a party. And what a headshot that is onto Benjameister. Sit down. No. Finds himself a second. Cannot find the third as Doki shuts it out. And that's going to be G2 finding their second round.
Yeah, he was
for a few seconds.
I was stuck behind the meter window. He was doing so much damage to him.
Just for a few seconds there, you saw Pamba's names going up in lights. But I think really when you're looking at it, that was very much G2 playing from the shadows. Every kill was popping out a window, it was hiding in showers, it was really catching them off guard and punishing them for small pockets of like, I guess, like gaps in their knowledge based on the droning they'd done and awareness of where players were. There was no kind of like drones on site to figure out, hey, we can only see 2 or 3 players. Where are the other 2? One's in classroom punching out a window. The other one is hidden showers. They're not always going to know about that. So it's good from G2 to disrupt, I think, DZ, because like I remarked earlier on, I think when it comes to actually hitting site, G2 have generally looked pretty good in terms of their defense. But if you can stop DZ ever having to even get to that position, then fantastic. You haven't got to worry about a great defense when they're already all dead.
G2 then, managing to keep things close. I sort of feel at the minute like DarkZero kind of are on top of things, but G2 scrapping in a couple of rounds, they get them over the line, and they are still within touching distance. You sort of feel like this one's almost destined to go 3-3 in each half into overtime with no clear advantage to anybody, and go the distance. You almost see that it's written in the stars already.
Pamba here rolling out with the breaching charges in back pocket still, knowing they need to get hatches open. I think they want a bit more security than just the Hibana, for example, because if NGR gets caught on the rip on a spawn peak or someone at a window like we saw in the last round, they're really screwed in terms of trying to get open a couple of key hatches. So having that insurance choices there is good, even if it means they're operating in this round without smokes, but they're really hoping that those Candelas will be more than enough.
Going to be trying to push in towards that top floor. Alamo currently positioned out on rear stage stairs. Going to try and hide himself away. I don't think that DarkZero are going to fall foul of that again. They already had a little bit of success with Virtue keeping himself hidden, but Doki up on T3 as well. They could well have an impact. Certainly something to keep an eye on. They could keep taking advantage if DarkZero aren't using that information utility clearly enough.
I am curious. Obviously, we can't see the other game going on whilst we're sat over here, so I do want to let's pull the stream up on my air quotes device and have a look at what's going on. Because I imagine it's a pretty close affair over there as well. In fact, no, they're only halfway through the game. They're like us, it's 3-2. You never guessed how excited Dev's been getting in the background, but it does mean these games could draw to a close around about the same time, and that will only hype Canadian and SSG up even more as time goes by. Now, for GT, for the most part, a lot of them have dug back in towards site, but Doki is still playing up in T3. There is a drone heading up there now. Obviously, it's not going to see him from below. He could still do a lot of damage if he goes unchecked.
Amber just opening the hatch, looking to move around. So it's all preparation stuff really from DarkZero. They're comfortable that they've got the map control that they need. They can start opening hatches and looking to pressure site. G2 are just holding on to their positions. Gonna look to wait until they have to start moving on down, which is exactly what's going to happen now. It's up to Rice and Pamba to try and push those rear stage stairs, try and clear them out of pillars, and just make things a little bit more difficult inside the site. But G2, for the time being, they're holding angles, they're holding time, they've got a minute left to survive. They're happy enough where they are.
They still don't know about Doki. And I keep on talking about him, but he will spring into action the next 20 or 30 seconds or so and potentially bury this attack if he goes completely unchecked. For now, though, DarkZero is still having this heavy focus on trying to hit the site. Remember that keyword that Canadian used, patience, playing things slow, looking for a big execute at the very end. Good use of the Candelas here to get inside, but set behind a Fenrir disc, can't really do too much about that. And this is Doki striking. He's come down from tower. He's already found one. Still trying to push their way inside the blue here as well, but it's simply not going to happen. Doki gets traded out by NJR. That is the end of that flank, but Uno's ready for the next drop to come in. Whiffs off onto NJR, but there are 4 left standing. This one should be done and dusted. It's a down, and of course it's Alamau. These two just keep on finding each other time and time again. Canadian, I think, a little bit stuck here, though, with so many still to go through. G2 close that round out.
Dude, that's crazy counter on the blue and in front of me. He can aim outside, so the ADS doesn't catch and I'm flashed. Yeah. That's actually crazy good. That's crazy good counter on the
Likes the make use of the Candelas there. Drops inside of blue to flash you whilst you're in behind the shield.
Right,
but the thing is, one's blinded, one's been nearsighted by Fenrir. Just shooting in the dark.
Yeah, you've just got that head-to-head of 2 players who couldn't really do too much. But 3-3, it finishes at the half. As I suggested coming in there, it leaves us with not too much of a surprise, to be honest. These 2 teams pretty evenly matched so far. Nothing really to separate them on the scoreboard or anywhere else. Like I say, I feel like I feel like the rounds that DarkZero have won have felt cleaner than some of the rounds that G2 have won. But overall, it's really irrelevant. At the end of the day, if you're winning the rounds, you're winning the rounds. It doesn't matter how you get it over the line. G2 are certainly starting to feel more cohesive as time goes on. DarkZero came in a little bit steadier, I think, whereas G2 now looking to settle into things.
I think that was fine from G2 as well, because outside really the scrap around blue itself, outside of construction, it was really quite clear-cut. Like, you know, Alamau looked very comfortable around Pillar, for example. They cleared up Canadian, really no bother outside of the 1 kill that he got. And Doki was really unchecked the whole round, and it comes back to that theme of G2, for me at least, looked really comfortable when the execute came in and they were on site. It was off on the roam sometimes where they get punished by DarkZero, so they adapted to that, and that's why you've got this wonderful blend, well, this perfect split at 3-3. This second half could be really telling, though. If we get another 3-3, God knows where it goes in overtime.
I think Uno just recognising that there was a Dreadman just inside.
The other game has also ended 3-3, by the way, at the half.
What a shock.
Wow.
Yeah, just recognising. I think we heard the audio cue for the Dreadman just inside the bunker there, so knowing that he needs to be careful, because if he steps in and activates it, he may well find himself being challenged immediately. Alamau just working through that mid-floor. It looks like G2 are pretty comfortably in control of the map. I think they're happy that they've not got any roamers or anything to deal with. DarkZero largely down on site. We'll confirm that in a second when we start getting a sort of wider view. We've got 4 there, 5, yeah, all down on site. So it's going to be a total defense from DarkZero, but I tell you what, 2 minutes is a long time to absorb pressure.
It is, and bearing in mind that there's a glass on side, you always see some funky stuff come out when there's a glass on side. Only a couple of smokes, mind you, because similar to DarkZero, you've got the headbanner, but you want the insurance of having another operator that has got the hard breach charges, which is exactly what Benja has brought to the party. Alamau, imagine, looks like he's going to try and smoke out Freezer and just close off this long angle. So basically all of the south side completely shut out. Laundry will be largely unplayable for the defenders, but that then requires the rest of G2 to execute a bit of a pinch on the north side and force those defenders that are pulling north into a little bit of a death trap, so keep a close eye on that.
Those X-Karos pellets just going to be dealt with by DarkZero, and once again, there's nothing really that G2 can do about it. They can send the Candelas down, but the reality is they're just going to have to drop here. The first one getting caught out by one of those with my magnets. Second one will find its mark and go on into pillars, but it's not going to move anybody around yet into a position that G2 can do anything about. 1 minute left to go. Half of the time that they had to absorb has been done by DarkZero. Pamba moves around, manages to get the kill onto Virtue on rear stage, and that's going to allow DarkZero to hold on to pillar potentially. That is not good for G2.
I'm worried about the sync because Alamau was sat on drones the entire... He'd only just come off drones just now, so his team have been moving and making things happen, and he's been nowhere to be seen. This glass not being put to great use. Finally, makes his push forward and will find one. blinded out here, Legion traps, everything slowing him down inside a freezer. At this point, he's a minor inconvenience, though. And I'm not really going to criticize him. I imagine he was calling for his team, making sure they had the info to execute, but he has largely been ineffective in this round because he's had to sit on drones. That glass, just not a part of this round.
No, not at all. We can hear he's taking damage from all over the place, some of it from a Toxic Babe canister, and he's just trying to look to get anything going, but with 15 seconds left to go, 4 kills needing to be found, it's unlikely that anything can be done. Alamo doesn't have diffuser in hand, he's bouncing back and forward. NJR manages to take him down with a shotgun blast, and that is going to be DarkZero locking down their first defense, and that could be a concern for G2 because they never really got themselves established. Pamba had an important kill onto Virtue, it just completely removed any rear stage control that G2 had, and then that gave DarkZero a little bit of freedom inside of site to move around in highway, pillar, bunker, and just get a little bit more aggressive onto those attackers as they tried to push.
Either way, that one a little bit disparate. Boys not really in full sync and alignment, I think, on that one, whereas DZ looked cool as a cucumber, sat ready and waiting for G2's push to come through. And I mentioned that it was a little bit broken apart, like you even saw the drop into Evox, and it's one player coming in with no real follow-up pressure. 5 to 10 seconds later.
You've not cleared pillar.
Huh?
You've not cleared pillar.
No,
you can't drop into...
Well, that's what they hoped the second Candela that came through would do, but it wasn't enough.
You can't drop it, and this is why I said, you know, you kill Virtue on rear stage, you can sit in pillar.
That's it. Yeah.
Sat in pillar, you can't drop electrical. Simple as that.
But it was a lot of 1v1s being taken by G2 was the frustration.
There was just no option for them.
And so for DZ at the minute, it's plain sailing, it's easy and it's comfortable. So let's see what else G2 can bring to the table. Again, give them a couple of rounds to warm into things and we'll really get a feel for how this attacking half is going. Here, we've got the Amaru coming along. And I believe, I want to say, it was on this map that we did see G2 of old pull off a really interesting execute into this site through, it was the window inside of Kids. Maybe it was BDS that executed it against G2. I forget which way around it was, but we did see a team make a really good use of the Amaru out of those two teams to pull off a wonderful execute that did come off well.
Heading into round 8 we go then. It's going to be dorms for DarkZero this time. I sort of feel like G2 need to get themselves around here because think about this in a sort of a longer sense in terms of the game. DarkZero obviously moving on to attack. If they lock down Laundry, they lock down dorms, you start looking towards that thinking, well, if they do that again, basically they've won the half because they can lose their third choice site, not a problem. 4-2 on the half. It was 3-3 on the first. They'll win 7-5 overall. So G2 really need to be stepping up and taking one of these primary sites, just like DarkZero were able to do to them. Alamo knows this one downstairs. Beautiful little peek around onto Pamba, takes down the Oryx, and that is a great start for G2. Exactly what they needed.
6 nades on side as well. They're really bringing the fireworks to this round at the very least. And the things with the Wamai on side, I thought about it last round when we saw that there were no nades coming on Glaz. I was like, well, obviously someone needs to bring smokes for him to really be effective, but that could have been 6 nades, and I thought maybe they aired away from taking them because of the Wamai on the other side. Here, really looking towards Uno to be the one that burns through them with those flashes in back pocket. That's when the nades can really start flying, and you can see as all the juice gets pulled out by the Finker, for example, the march begins. Alamau into a second in the round. As it evens out at a 3 versus 3, Alamau finds another. He's got into him, and he's making it happen all by himself.
Certainly has. That leaves him on a triple. Doki might just find the man as he tries to come back in through Trophy. Canadian does find the Nitro onto Alamau. Dread to think what the sounds are going to be if DarkZero win this round. Doki moves on into site, tries to take the space that was occupied, manages to find one. That leaves us 2 versus 1. Uno has an opportunity to get the diffuser down as Canadian is a long way off site, doesn't have Nitro in hand, so will be reliant on the UMP through the floor if he can find this plant going down, but Uno hasn't got in to do it yet. He will start now, however.
He's just gone for the concrete, as they should have done as well here, so it doesn't matter, even if Canadian can scan them, he's going to have to come up and take this gunfight. They have a loose idea as to where he is because they heard those shots coming from Zulu, and all they've got to do is have Doki wait around the corner and get an easy close.
Let's fucking go, Carl. Let's fucking go.
I'm saying that you're not killing these kids, though. Let's go.
Was a big round for him. 3 kills to really open things up.
Yeah, Alamau's done really well there. Got himself inside a site and just made an absolute nuisance of himself. It doesn't matter if he dies at that point. He's done what he needs to do. He's found the triple in the round. He's created the space. He's allowed G2 to get themselves established, you know, in a position to be able to put the diffuser down. With Canadian off site, you've pretty much at 3 kills cleared outside. So yeah, great round from Alamau and G2 as a whole there, all the way from that start. Beautiful entry, zips on up. Look at that, absolutely easy as that. Finds himself 2 and just creates all the room that G2 need, because then Dorky's able to move in from White Stairs.
Well, it's the thing I mentioned again, the kids' window was exactly what was used. Again, I forget if it was BDS or if it was G2, but we saw the excellent use of that position to really capitalize on the chaos happening elsewhere, to charge in and get a couple of kills, and that's exactly what Alamau just did. 14 kills he now finds himself at. It's him and Pamba racing to be top of the leaderboard at the end of this game.
Going to be heading to the third choice site then, rather than doubling down. DarkZero not going back to dorms. They're going to head instead to meeting. A little bit of a gamble here because it potentially gives G2 an opportunity not only to put themselves in the lead, but to really throw things in the mix in terms of that sort of 3-3 half. They've almost sort of guaranteed it then at that point. You know, you're looking at DarkZero basically needing to win every remaining defensive round if they don't want to go to overtime. So this is a really important round, and to gamble that on your tertiary site it's a big ask.
It is. I'm looking at the drone count already being chunked down here as well. 4 drones taken out relatively early on here. Pamba really making good use of the Solus to deny that information away from G2, just to try and slow them down a little bit, force them to take some risky peeks potentially in towards corners. But they do have a fair whack of utility on side in the form of the Brava drones, 2 extra there. You've got the EE1D coming in from Alamau as well. So plenty of tools for G2 to play with.
Uno just going to be relocating, looking to move around. Okay, thinks there's somebody down rear stage stairs, but isn't. Needs to be careful because the Valkyrie of Gaveni is just going to be looking down from that angle inside of Attic and the hatch, just waiting for the drone in to be completed. But I'm not sure that they've got a complete picture here, G2, of what's going on above. And Doki's lucky not to lose his head there.
I mean, at least now they know someone's upstairs, and this feels pretty standard. A lot of teams, when they're trying to attack in towards meeting, will look upstairs at first, clear out Attic, and then go and hit the site. But for the most part, Gaveni's going unchallenged up here. G2 needs to remove him first. They've got to do something
about this.
Yeah,
the wall's
ignore him.
soft. They can move. They can just shoot through the wall. Like there's lots of things that they can do to challenge the Valkyrie inside a meeting here. They really do need to do something about it.
Well, for now, he goes untouched, remaining on that top floor, and with a great Valcam here to support him as well. They know there's a Valcam in here, I imagine, as well, which they're only going to catch them out. The C4 comes through, and Gaveni was really hoping to catch someone close to that wall, but they're just backed away. Steps up, challenges coming on through, so we can't play that hatch so easily anymore, as Alamau can very comfortably swing in and try and at least give him some challenge. That should open things up for G2 to start hitting him, but they've got no idea that Gaveni's still so close. A couple of kills come through. Doki and Benja, a couple more back the other way. It's neck and neck between these two, round after round, Tim.
Yeah, G2 somehow come away from that exchange on top. It's unfortunate for DarkZero, really, because they did a great job inside of Attic there. G2 really with no idea. They knew somebody was kind of there, but they didn't know exactly where Gaveni is after doing a lot of damage. Finally going to be downed. It leaves it all up to Pamba in a 1v2. We see the Candela, no, it was a Track Stinger, sorry, coming in. It's the Gridlock who's actually on site. Doki manages to pick it up. The down was his as well, but G2, they get the round done, Des, but I just look at it, I think you've got to deal with Attic better than that.
Good push, guys. Great patience.
I mean, Doki disagrees. Great push, great patience is the word that keeps coming up, is patience. It kind of feels you get to that point in the round where they just start swinging haymakers at each other. I mentioned the first couple of kills that came through, then immediately 2 back from G2 elsewhere, and it just really devolves into a bit of chaos. And once the dust settles, it's then down to both teams to try and adapt to the new situation as quickly as they can. Just a note, by the way, we are aware there are a couple of sound issues. We're working through them. Thank you for bearing with us. Does still mean we have an excellent game to feast our eyes on, if not our ears, at least temporarily.
I can only assume maybe that there were some mute jammers to support Gaveni in there. It just wasn't being droned. Like when Alamau went in, he didn't know that he was so close to the lumber pile. He didn't know, you know, exactly where that Valkyrie was playing, and to give up 2 kills to him, you sort of ask him for trouble there, really. But anyway, G2, one way or another, they get the round done. They're starting to, as I say, look a little bit more comfortable as this game goes on. DarkZero are this time going to go back down to Laundry. They've just lost Dorms, they've just lost Meeting. They do have the opportunity to go back to their one winning defensive site, which was back in round 7, the first defensive opportunity they had. They closed this one out. They were able to keep hold of pillars, particularly. I'd like to see G2 either not try to drop electrical, or alternatively try to make sure that they've got full control of that area before they do.
Still looking to push their way through here a bit more easier than last time. It was the more when G2 on the defensive side that we saw the frustrations with the Ying Candelas being dumped in, as we heard Uno remarking that it was brilliant. I imagine we'll see that from G2 in a later game at some stage. Here, it feels like though Alamau's the one getting to have all the fun, playing on these wacky operators like the Blitz in this round. He really opened things up on the Amaru, but can he do the same with the shield in front of his face?
Doki just trying to patrol around the green corridor for any roamers that may try to flank on through. But yes, definitely seems to be a stack up towards that rear stage. You've got Uno out there as well, looking to probably get meeting hatch, get rear stage control, make sure that pillar's clear. The other problem that G2 had last time that we didn't really pick up on when they were attacking this site was they opened meeting hatch and then they were trying to open the wall as well, and couldn't get that done either. The pellets were being shot off the wall. And again, it just makes it very difficult because you've got people who can then sit inside a Shaco, sit inside a pillar, and they don't get cleared out.
They don't. That'll be the barbed wire, sorry, being taken away, normally employed by a bandit. Taken away there off the stairs to allow easier access of quicker push down once the hit actually comes on through. And I still love the, well, I don't think I love it actually, the amount of tracks that we see obviously teams using around these days, like you're seeing here on screen, just to cut off those rotations, to force attackers to have to, or defenders, sorry, to have to shoot them on their way through. Just gives all the indication and extra intel over towards the attacking side, making flanks that a little bit harder really for the defenders. However, kills, they still come pretty easy. It's 2 in the form of frag grenades here, very quick. And here comes Alamar trying to break it open, but the support coming in from the mirror's magical. It's 3 kills back, Tim. It was 5v3. 2 seconds later after you blinked, suddenly it's 3v2 for DZ.
Yeah, G2 in control of Highway though and starting to use that. Uno manages to find one onto Rice. 2 versus 2 now. They're going to have to think about getting into sight. They do have a little bit of time to play with, but Uno, he's going to go in and try to get that diffuser down. Not really in any cover, and it allows DarkZero to swing around, pick up the kill, puts the kit down on the ground. Virtue does collect, but now he's in a 1 versus 2. Bulletproof Cam ahead of him as well, just feeding information back into the 2 players that are remaining. DarkZero, they can play this pretty cool at this point. Virtue, he's going to have to go for kills more than likely.
Rounds himself here towards wide on Highway, but swung by Gaveni, who equally just had a great few rounds.
Nice fucking round.
It's very clean. I agree, Troy, but I can't say those words.
Everything a little bit more muted now, though. We're getting towards the business end. It's 5-5, and
Do you want to switch for Rob to get traps? Do you want anything else?
these teams are well aware of what's on the line. Obviously, winning here will send them straight through into Phase 2 of the Atlanta Major. Losing will see them in a matchup later on in the day against Fury, the loser of which will be eliminated today. So the stakes are high. G2, I think, going to be maybe a little bit disappointed with themselves there. Gaveni, once again, how many times have we seen those doubles and triples in the middle of the round that just absolutely swing it? But, you know, the plant spot just on the door there, it gave DarkZero the opportunity to swing around and pick that up.
They love it. Absolutely love it. Gaveni up to 13 kills himself now as well. I was looking last round that it was Alamar and Doki on the other side hitting double digits, plus of course Pamba. But now Gaveni's in that club as well for a game that is very quickly, Tim, heading towards overtime. We finally get to hear the famous line, I think, at this point.
We certainly could.
It's just been so back and
the first
forth.
one of the major.
It would for us.
Day 2, I mean, we've not done badly there.
Yeah, we had overtime so far in other games. I want to say yes.
We have had overtime. NIP went to overtime in the very first game, but we haven't had one in our.
No. Well, it will come, Tim. I'm very sure that it will. This one, though, is only a best of 1. There's 45 rounds. May well kill us.
Alamo just going to be last. He's played Amaru a couple of times, but this time is going to be on the book instead. They're going to be aware of Canadian's presence. Obviously, the drone going in, being shot out in T3 will suggest that they've got somebody up there. Whether they choose to deal with that or not is a different matter. Sometimes if you're just aware of a player in T3, it's kind of enough. You don't necessarily need to go in and look for the kill directly. You can sort of just let them play up there, and just as long as you make sure that you've got the flank cut off, not the end of the world. Doki's going to be applying a little bit of pressure towards White Stairs as well. Needs to be careful, though. There is a man inside of security.
Making use of the nades here to blow out those castle barricades rather than 11 punching them and just risk someone springing up with a shotgun in your face at the same time. Canadian in a nice spot, though. He actually could do some damage here on towards that small tower roof if they're not careful on the side of G2. More tracks being rained on through just to lock out Zulu, try and lock out servers. Of course, Rice is dug in here. It's able to do some damage, which means now G2 have got to allocate some resource to trying to be careful of him and deal with him if he tries to push out. Right now, it's Virtue and Doki, both holding out. Virtue on the drones, just sniffing out exactly what's going on.
Yep, Rash just clearing himself a path for if he does want that swing out of the door, something Doki needs to be aware of, but he will hear the shots of clearing anymore should Rice want to push the bottom of White stairs, so it does sort of accomplish what Doki wants here, which is giving him the space to move up those stairs. Benjo looking to come on the support potential. I think he's just waiting for a little bit of information, try for a vertical nade. He's got 2 in pocket still, so we'll be looking for maybe a little bit of a freebie. He has an opportunity there, but no, the nade comes in. There's nothing Rice can do. He manages somehow with fancy footwork to keep himself out of danger, but it's not enough. Alamau manages to find him. G2 throwing everything and the kitchen sink at him to clear him out. 2
nades coming in, a hard breach fall on towards the kitchen side wall as well, where Alamau finally collects the kill. I said they had to deal with him. I didn't know they'd commit 3 players in towards trying to break that
2
hold.
nades, 3 players,
that's what I mean, yeah.
Utility.
That's what I mean, yeah. I mean, they've really gone for it, but they've got what they need, and they can do a little bit of working from below. If they want to make a plant happen here quite shallow at the top of White, for example, in behind bunks, they probably could get away with it, but they've got to move fast, and they've only got 30 seconds to play with.
That's it. Rice has done a great job, to be honest, burning so much of the round in there. It's taken a good while to get him clear, and it may just lead G2 into a bit of a Hail Mary here with 10 seconds left to go. They just have to sort of jump in and go for it and hope that the cover is there. There is a man playing hard left of the window. You can see NJR is going to be in an important position. Gets one. Can he find another? No. Gets shut down. That's going to give Uno the opportunity to plant here. 2 versus 2 as the kills come in. 1 versus 1. Uno most likely loses this and has to plant. And Canadian has to kill.
He absolutely does. We're getting a little bit of a scrappy ending there. Both teams leaving these executes really until the last 15, 10 seconds or so. I love how...
20 nades, fucking got my security wall, holy shit. Let's go, let's go.
20 nades? It was 2. Divide by 10 and we're pretty close to the actual number. But it was a lot.
It must have felt like 20
It
to
must
Rice.
have felt like the earth, like the sky was coming down on him inside of there. It was a lot. But they set themselves up well. I mentioned that now that they got that vertical control inside a kitchen, they could look towards a shallow plant, and they went for it through big window. It was good reading of the situation from G2, but when it actually came around to the execute, just a couple of angles they really hadn't accounted for. The timing slightly off, like with Doki pushing in top White. It was a second or 2 later you had Gridlock actually pushing in through the double window, which meant Doki got killed for free, and almost they lost the Gridlock at the same time, but fundamentally they walked away with the win.
Yeah, it's well held on. It's one of those sites that I say it's often difficult, you know, for the attackers. Even if you can get a couple of kills, that site is very defensible in the late round, particularly in that final 30 seconds. It's very defensible with even 2, maybe 3 defenders left. So it's really not the end of the world for DarkZero. They hold on well, get the round done, and give themselves the map point opportunity. And getting that run is going to leave them in meeting, though. We did see this previously.
Yes.
We did see G2 win it. I'd like to see G2 maybe deal with Attic a little bit quicker if DarkZero are playing inside of there again. You know, they should know to at least be looking in that area after last time.
Should, and maybe a different tact towards the approach of the round itself as well. I'm looking at their lineup here, and there's no like thermite that you often see this a lot in APAT, for example, when we used to cast it, as you'd see a thermite being brought along for the double wall. Here it has been left half open, so not really necessary. But you then see a shield like an Ossa who can cover all of Attic from inside a big tower just by planting down one of those shields, staring right down Attic, and the defenders can't easily push into you. You use the other one really to then actually look in towards the site itself, or plant it halfway up the stairs where you can oversee everything. So a bit more of an aggressive style here, I think, coming out. Really want to keep an eye, I think, on Alamau once again and see where he chooses to take this buck.
Droning still continuing. The Solace here picking up 5 so far. Not necessarily just the Solace, of course, but 5 drones gone, leaving G2 a little bit light on the ground. That's going to be another one. Only 4 drones remaining with only a minute into the round. That is going to leave G2 with a few difficulties here in terms of information, Des. And I look at that. You know, let's not forget we're in round 12 here. If DarkZero get this round, that's going to be huge for them. So limiting G2 to 4 drones could be a really big start for them.
Great nade almost catches out Rice here, taken low. Doki's round the corner as well. Rice just not respecting where the nade came from, and Doki pushes him, takes him out. That's some good clear they've now got here, but Attic is still not really in their control. Gaveni continues being an absolute terror, bringing down Benja. Again, it's just back and forth and back and forth. Uno's in trying to make a plan happen, and by the looks of it, they've got completely unaware this is going on right now. They're not even sure where he's planted.
Yeah, G2 have just pulled off a real snatch and grab there, managed to get in, get the job done, and then start picking people up as DarkZero rotate around to try and find a retake. retake. It was Virtue who got the first, but here comes Gaveni once again. Manages to find himself a double 2 versus 2. He's backed up by Pamba. He's going to go for this. He might just get it. Is G2 close enough? Nade comes in. This is going to be close on the timing. The Nade with fractions of a second to go will take the man down. And Des, we're going to overtime.
I've been dying to hear that line for months at this point, Tim. Whew, I think it was like 500 milliseconds left on the timer as well.
That was close. It was one of them where you just think, because they just had to throw the nade, they needed to get it in there to sort of scare Gaveni. You're like, this has still got like nearly a 5-second fuse. Like, is this going to be enough? Like, whew, that was close.
Very, very close. Gaveni almost pulling it over the finish line. I keep on talking about him. We started out with Pamba. We spoke about Alamau an awful lot. But Gaveni has really warmed into this game, and he's simply unplayable in these mid-rounds. You said it yourself, 2, 3, 4 kills quite consistently. Yeah. Really starting to run away with things. But G2, they hold on by the skin of their teeth there with that magical nade at the end to send us into 3 more rounds of this absolute fiesta.
Look at that, 0.6 seconds remaining.
Wow.
I like the nerve from Gaveni as well, thinking, I'm just going to hold this, and I'm going to hope that that nade doesn't go off before I get it done. I love that. To just,
you were just like praying it would just roll enough that the indicator would go white.
If it goes, I mean, he only had about 30 HP, so you're sort of thinking it's still going to be a risk. But yeah, I love that. What a finish to regulation time. We go into it then. DarkZero are going to be on the defense. No real advantage either way. 3-3 on either half. This is, as we expected coming in, we said it'd be the toss of a coin. We said it'd be anybody's, and that's exactly where we find ourselves.
The other game currently has got 10 seconds left in the round, and it's at 5-5 as well. It could not be closer in both games going on at the same time right now. Absolute madness. I assume Space Station just won.
I don't know if you can hear DevMarter on our stream, but we can hear DevMarter very clearly. So I think they're having about as much excitement over there as we are here, which is fantastic for Phase 1, of course. G2 will be on the attack then, looking to get themselves inside of bunker. Yeah, it's going to be a laundry defense. They're doing well here.
There is no way.
They've got themselves good map control.
So they stuck a defuse in a 1v1.
Of course they did.
So we almost had that on our end to stop us going into overtime, but the nade did all the work that was required. Again, just absolute chaos across both games at the minute. I love it, Tim. It's a favourite part about the early stages of tournaments is just the absolute madness you get in. What's normally unexpected matchups. This one is the kind of game you'd be used to seeing, but Bliss, for example, really testing SSG is just incredible to see.
It is Virtue just going to be getting in, opening up those hatches. And again, G2 going to be looking for that rear-sided push. If they're opening meeting hatch, they're going to be dumping utility down, looking to open the wall. They've tried this before. It hasn't worked. Canadian's going to stand there. They're going to hope that they can get some utility, and I think to clear him out. I think this is actually where they got one of the nade kills last time. They sent the nade in there. This time, Canadian is going to back himself away, so they're not going to have that success. And G2 maybe just able to get a little bit more presence around Pillar.
Really trying to Hail Mary their way through this one, like tracks coming down, nades coming down, flashes coming down, but G2 haven't made happen what they need to, but Doki's managed to, while all this is going on, work his way in. What a position he's into as well. I'm sure they have no idea he's inside a pillar. They've heard no drop come in through E-Box, so they don't know that he's here. He could do a lot of damage if someone just sets the wrong foot, saying that. Flashes are coming out. I'm pretty sure now they're going to know there are 2 players pushing their way through.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 45 seconds left to go. You're going to expect that they're in this sort of position. That is 1 down. Gaveni just looking to fight back over the bomb. Chassis can't find anyone. Canadian is not going to have an opportunity to pick his man up, I don't think, especially as Virtue is opening this wall. He's going for it, but it's going to leave him in a difficult position. Look at that timing. Virtue nearly with an opportunity. The diffuser was going to go down, but Uno, he's going to take a little bit of damage, which is going to drift him away from it. Canadian finds Benja. 5 versus 4. 20 seconds left to go. It's turning into a bloodbath there.
G2 thought they had it all lined up, but DarkZero find 2. Doki one back on the other side. Plant attempt or re-attempt coming in from Uno here as well. Doki holding back. Overwatch playing for his team. Uno manages to stick the plan. It's into a 2v2, Tim. Doki's on a 3K playing on Pillar. It's a quad kill, but Uno takes the very last. Absolute chaos yet again in the late round, but G2 snag it away and move to match point.
That was absolutely anybody's in those final 20 seconds, but props to Doki. He just stands up and is countered there. It was all down to him, holding on from Pillar, covering Uno, getting the diffuser down, preventing the push, coming back through. G2 must have felt hard done to in the mid-round there. They had a lot going for them. They'd got themselves into good positions. The timing honestly hurt them a couple of times. We saw that wall open and Virtue just missing those sort of moving parts a couple of times, and G2 almost lost out on the round because of it, but managed to get it done. They clung on. They fought hard for that one. Impressive stuff from G2.
I think Doki probably moved about 5 steps in the last, 75 seconds of that round? He was just, like I said, the Overwatch player on Pillar, just sat there waiting for anyone to move, and he shot as soon as they took a step forward. Great long angle he's got here, but also a little bit of a shout out to Virtue, who got down inside of Elbow, opened up just a 2x Kairos hole that really kept the line of DarkZero back behind that sort of 3 players all down towards the south side, and you can see exactly what it means to the boys as well. That was a huge round for them.
Yeah, straight up out of their seats there, celebrating. As I say, G2 for me have got better and better as this game has gone on. DarkZero still fighting hard. I think what I love about this game so far is that we're seeing 2 teams winning rounds. That's what it's coming down to. It's who can get a hold of it and who can win the round for their team, rather than it maybe being mistakes, rather than it being errors. It's just all about somebody stepping up and getting the job done.
That other game's going to overtime as well, Tim.
Of course it is.
Oh my, oh my. Just as a reminder, there is a second stream for play-ins at the very least. After this, we go back to just 1 stream. But if you do have a second monitor or want both games up at the same time, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo is where you can catch what sounds like an absolutely chaotic game between Team Bliss and SSG. They're just going into overtime, but there are still 2 rounds potentially of this game to go. This could be the last. And immediately, Tim, my eyes go towards Gaveni on the Blitz. 17 kills in this game. We cannot sing his praises highly enough. He's been absolutely incredible. This could be something special if he gets the opportunity to put this Blitz to full use.
Certainly could be. Virtue is going to be ducking back down in towards site with the Warden of Benja as well. Like you said, really, I'm not going to say it's a bit of a gamble. You know, at the end of the day, the Blitz is a viable pick. We see it used to great effect sometimes, but you just feel like when it's match point, you really have to get something out of that Blitz this time. You know, and you don't always know whether that's going to be the case or not. You feel if G2 can find that early kill onto Gaveni, then maybe that just sort of shapes the outcome of the matchup here.
Whew. Almost in March. Nades then pushing their way down. That'll be clearing out the barbed wire. Seen this one before. It was Flores last time around that made that task happen for them. But open here, really laying out the red carpet for the Blitz to come charging in. Normally we've seen it used, Tim, after a very famous train sound that once came out of someone on an EUL broadcast a good while ago. I don't know who it might have been. But they came charging in through elbow. Once the wall was opened up, charging towards site, mowed down the opposition. Here it may be the same sort of story, but they've got to unseat Uno, who once again has got himself planted inside a bunker, watching out towards construction spawn.
We've just got that sort of calm before the storm at the minute, really, as DarkZero, they're certainly taking their time here. They don't want to rush things. We've seen them have success with that before. You know, Parker was saying yesterday how they can be a slow, methodical team, but it does reduce your opportunity. You've got to get things right first time if you're going to do that, because you don't always have, you know, that chance to switch things up, change it around. Just going to spot the Valkyrie cam there and take it out in meeting Alamau with Nitro in hand, ready ripped. He's going to just pop that away, knows that there's not maybe an opportunity up above him, so we'll come back. And like you say, coming into that final minute now, this is what it could all ride on for DarkZero.
This is it, look, he's posted outside construction, he's ready to come charging in. Nice C4 coming out over the top, but just sadly sailing the wrong way. It's not going to catch Canadian. You could just sprint past it quite easy. Flash is coming in to help secure the E-box wall being opened up, remove that spot that we often call Shaiko. Gaveni's looking to charge his way forwards here as well, but has got to make this happen. Flash comes on through, but they are ready, and Alamau has just poked his head over the parapet and found Rice. But at this point, it feels like DZ have just slowed down to a crawl. They've got to find something. It's only Canadian left, and if he could do this against everyone, it'd be magic. But G2 are not letting it happen. They secure a spot in our phase 2, and it's going to be DZ against Fury in a best-of-3 to see who goes home.
What a finish from G2. Alamar really the catalyst there with the double, just taking that risk. It could have gone either way, but manages to find the head of Rice as he peeks up the hatch. It's that position that you just know people scream and say, why is he looking up there? Why would you do that with 30 seconds left to go? But sometimes it just pays off. The risk is worth it. The reward is there. G2, they move through to phase 2.
Alamar still having plenty of fun. I'm most excited to see this now. I can't imagine there'll be any fireworks when it comes down to the GG, but it was plenty of fun. Plenty of fun. And something tells me, if we're lucky, we will see these guys rematch once again. Two very passionate IGLs, two very loud IGLs. Always makes for a very exciting fiction. I'm hoping that we see both of them later in the competition.
Yeah, I'd absolutely love to see that rematch. I think it'd be brilliant if we could see them pair up again. But G2 getting the job done. It took them till overtime. They get into phase 2. The upshot of that is that now DarkZero will have to play Fury in that best-of-3 later on today.
Which is nice because it's not a match of what we saw yesterday.
It's not. It's something different.
Which invites that there might be a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of difference when G2 come up against Fury. I think many are already looking at it and saying, look, based on the quality of this game, it was really hard to separate G2 and DZ. Everyone expects DarkZero to win that game later, but I think if this major has shown us anything so far during play-ins, nothing is guaranteed.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of upsets. I've already said it, Des. I've called it, and I will stand by what I said. Out of the big teams that are left today, I honestly think we are going to see at least one upset, at least one surprise, where one of those big teams gets sent home. Could it be DarkZero? Of course it could. It's all in the hands of Fury.
It is. And just as these replays play out as well, you're just reminded about how much of a screamer that game turned out to be. Like, I think we expected it to be a good game, but I didn't expect it to be this close. You know, Diffuser's coming down to the last minute, massive comebacks in round-ending situations, huge multi-kills out of Gaveni, Doki's 4K around Pillar. There's just so much that you can look at and say, yeah, that was a great moment in that game. And again, I think for the fans and for us, I sorely hope we get to see that again. And just as a reminder, here are the scoreboards, so you can see how that absolute screamer ended up. 19 and 18 kills for Alamar and Doki. On the other side, 18 and 16 for Gaveni and Pamba. Full of pop-offs, full of fun. Again, really hope we get to see this happen later in the tournament again.
Yeah, it was just an excellent game of Siege, wasn't it? You know, you don't need anything more than that to sell the Atlanta Major if that's the quality that we've got to look forward to. And of course, we're only on play-ins yet. We've got a whole host of new teams that are going to be joining us for phase 2 onwards. And boy, I can't wait for some of those matchups that are coming after what we've just seen.
Absolutely incredible. And again, that other game that's going on now is 7-6 to SSG. It's it's just so tight between the two of them. It's so hard to call, but that's what it's all about. These are only best of ones, and in a way, like, you dream there could be best of 3s, but we do save best of 3s for the elimination games where someone goes home. It's the same story going into phase 2 during our Swiss round as well. So much more to look forward to today.
Yeah, and you know, we already picked up on it, but you can see how much it means to G2. They've had an up and down year, really, you know, with the highest highs of winning the SI, but then they've had some difficulties along the way as well, having to get here to the Atlanta Major through the last chance qualifiers, which sees them here in phase 1. They've now qualified out of that, so it sort of rights that wrong, if you will. But yeah, G2, a little bit of a roller coaster ride through 2023, and it looks like they could be back on the up.
Well, we'll throw out to a break. When we come back, our best of 3s get underway. Tons to look forward to. For now, go and check out twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo to see the end of Bliss versus SSG. We'll catch you guys later.
Chance to close this game on this attacking side, but not a lot has happened in this first minute. Very quiet, not a lot of map control.
Brendo could be in a tough spot here. There isn't really a safe fall-off route now that Forrest has injected himself between the two halves of the defense inside of stock. And J90's got info on exactly where he is as well. The only member of help that is there for him is Wedables himself as he comes down red and actually takes down that player, slicing the attack in half. That's going to make Brendo feel a lot safer, but here goes Hot and Cold for his second.
Brendo has found the second for Bliss. A massive advantage now, but we've seen Space Station do it in a 2v4. No doubt they can do it in a 3v5. On this basement, though, it's not as easy as it looks. Faults does find the first kill to claw it back for SSG.
Nice stuff there from Brendo. Unfortunately, Wettables, just not quite able to land the same fall off that Brendo was able to do, just slipping back down through oil. But that does put Team Bliss in a man advantage now. Going into the basement bomb site, it is extremely hard to execute in the man deficit. When you're even in a man advantage, sometimes going into the basement execute, that can still be hard to pull off. Space Station are in a near, I wouldn't say completely unwinnable position, but like seriously unlikely position to win out this round from here on out.
One pick at a time, that's all you got to think about. What are the checklists here? Hatch still closed on Kitchen. That can't be the avenue. Only barely with 45 seconds left is the hatch in Moto opened up. Still an avenue through blue, but where are these dread mines from Fish? That's my question.
The danger here, I think, against SSG is that, yes, even though they are in a top spot, they're SSG, and they're going to have some SSG ideas as they start to orbit in towards the bomb site. The Ash Wall being opened up from above with Hot and Cold, and the C4 lineup doesn't land onto Faults. Faults, he looks so ready to walk his way on into the bomb site, and I don't know if Bliss are watching.
Attackers have located.
Oh, that's a very keen angle there, but Brendo finds one, the double! Oh, Ashen, once again you will be called upon, but Oda will put you to bed handily. Good night, left, right, and we're going to 15 rounds here. Bliss will not go quietly into that good night. Space Station must once again fight on.
Really good stuff there from Bliss to keep their composure in through the late round, but really I think the round was won and done by Brendo. Early on in the round, was in a really tough spot in Rafters. That is not an easy position to fall off from, right? If you want to try and cross over into Cash, the breach is probably going to be open. You want to jump back down into Rafters, J9 is there on the doorway waiting for you, but he takes him down, and he gets away with his life before Hot and Cold can come in for the trade. And even at the end there, as the execute came in through, Brendo, being back on the safety of the bomb site, just holds on to the 1 point of execute that they have going for them and can completely shut them down. Massive round from the younger brother.
And there's been so many rounds like that from Brendo as well. He's been so consistent, 11 and 2 right now. Now, Mandy, I'm pretty sure that it was Brendo and Fisho guy that disconnected. What was it in, I'm going to say, round 5 or something?
You got better memory than me.
It was about halfway through this game. Brendo and Fisho guy disconnected, right? So get this.
Fisho guy was on like 9 kills.
He was.
Yeah.
And now Brendo's on 11 kills since that rehost.
Man.
How? How many kills did he have beforehand? He could even be out fragging Hot and Cold right now.
This is his game. I'll tell you what. This is absolutely his game. But it could still swing either way. SSG, they've gone into their defense, and having won the basement bomb site, they can no longer go there, and they're going to go over to gym and bedroom instead. Their next bomb site of choice. Forest, once again, leaning it into the bandits, something that I wouldn't have expected, but it might work out in their favor this time. Bliss choosing not to bring along the Maverick, and instead bringing along the double heart breach on Wettables and on Fisher Guy, could make it pretty tricky to open up this jacuzzi wall.
Well, Jim was one on a clutch from SSG last time. Will they be given the same opportunity this time around? Bliss make their way forwards. Oda with nades in pocket, ready to take down any player in cash. But Genino is in a fairly safe position. Near the hard floor, he survives that nade just barely. There's also a player at the top of red stairs, who Brendo must now deal with on this shield.
Bliss really want to dissect this push in across the map. They're having a think about how they can make that first incision into the belly of the beast actually work for them, and it seems like the grenades are the answer from Oda, but Oda, that's a bit of hard floor that is underneath Ashen, I believe it is on the other side, but here goes Brendo in through his entry from the rafters. Now Ashen's in a bit of a tough spot and has to actually rotate back out. Oh, pretty claustrophobic defense here inside of Con, but the safety of his teammates allows SSG to fall on back.
And so fall on back they do. Trusting in the fact that Bliss will struggle to execute 5v5 in the late round, which can't always agree with that, because we saw just, 2 rounds prior, Bliss pushed overtime thanks to an incredibly effective last-minute push on the back of nades and flashes. Minute and change still to play as Bliss continue to drone out this position.
Danger here for Team Bliss is if they want to go in for that execute, they need to start peeling back the layers of the onion. The first one being the mirrors, the second one being these armies. And those can be kind of expensive, right? You need to use explosives to do that. And as it stands, they don't have a lot of those left. They've got Brendo with one of the Ash Breach charges and Sage with another grenade. And you want to use those grenades to then go and enable in the execute, right? Fisher Guy as well, I believe, has only got a Selma left, or Wettables tries to get this wall open. But Forrest is on the other side for the trick. I think Bliss is starting to really run out of time here.
Oh no, Wettables doesn't have what he needs, and that nade is not going to deal with it. As you said, the trick from Forest will secure that wall for Space Station. 30 seconds now for Bliss.
They have to funnel in through the windows. That jacuzzi wall is going to stay shut, and it's all going to be focused in on A, and Hot and Cold is in the perfect position to deal with it.
It all comes down to this. Fish on the floor. Oda finds the opening kill. Hot and Cold still remains. He has been the demon for Space Station, and he continues to terrorize Bliss. Another one, surely, why not? Forest finds one. Hot and Cold's gone big. Fisho, guys, the last one standing. Doubters, be gone. SSG are better than ever. Top of their group as they deserve. America's finest march onwards.
Cool, calm, and collected in that final round for Hot and Cold, right in the center of the attack as they had to funnel in through the balcony. Really nice stuff there from SSG to keep their cool and close it out.
And a devastating loss there for Bliss, who got so close and yet was so far. Space Station can breathe a hearty sigh of relief as they are qualified for the Swiss Phase 2 at the Atlanta Major. We will have another All-American roster through to the Swiss Phase, and the last Aussie team at this event, the only Aussie team at this event, must hold on through another grueling best of 3 with a Wolves licking their lips down in the lower brackets.
It's going to be a tough battle on the other side. Wolves, they've been preparing all night for this. They do not want to repeat the mistakes that they made just yesterday. And they're going to be there in that lower bracket, ready for Bliss on the other side.
There's no doubt about it. Bliss have had an unbelievable showing thus far at the Major. But it's one thing to go 8-6 and 7-8. You have to now show that you've got what it takes in a BO3 against the Wolves. For a minute, let's just acknowledge for Space Station, this is a huge moment for them. They topped their group. I think a lot of people coming into this would say it's either going to be SSG or Wolves. Well, what a funny story that was. Space Station have come through first, with Wolves being sent early to the lower bracket by Bliss. SSG 2-0 so far at the Major.
Yeah, really exciting stuff for SSG. Great prospects. I think this is one of the most exciting teams, I think, to watch, especially in through the playing stage. I just love their playstyle so much. It's so much fun to watch. And I think these guys are going to have a great time in through Phase 2 to prove their worth and prove that they're one of the best out of NA.
And on the flip side, we've got Bliss down doing what no Aussie team has done for a year and a half, winning a game at a Major. It's been a long time since Chiefs. And even then, that was way back in Gävle at the Sweden Major in 2021. And that was against a team that was playing with the subs. So I think a lot of people looked at that, gave it a little asterisk, and said Chiefs never fulfilled their full potential. Bliss are now doing better than they ever did at a Major. But they could go home today if they cannot get the better of Wolves. And as you said, Wolves have been prepping all night for this.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Team Bliss, they need to hit the reset, right? Like, yes, that was such a close game. There's so much adrenaline, but you need to get back into your cool, calm, collected phase to then go into that second matchup. And I think that's the challenge that they're going to face over the next few hours. They're just going to be waiting, and it's going to be absolutely tantalizing in the mental.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to sit and wait for a couple of hours. I don't know how much you go in to try and prep for that Wolves game. You know you can beat them. You did it on Chalet. Think a little bit about the veto, but I think this is really where the support staff comes into their own. Min Goran, who is the Korean coach for Team Bliss, he's got to be the one shunting the majority of the mental game. He's got to be thinking, okay, we need to go to these maps, and he just needs to tell the players, don't worry about that. I've got that covered. You just chill out, relax, have a banana, whatever it is that you need.
A banana?
I mean, I love having bananas on show days. I just think it's a really great source of potassium and a little bit of a sugar boost. Whatever it is, go for it, chill out, don't stress over, oh, we're going to play this map, or, oh, they're really good at this. Because as long as you get that into your head, I think that's where the cracks start to seep and we start to see a team not live up to their full potential.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think for these guys, it's about just chilling out. Right, for Team Bliss. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think for Min Goran, look, Min Goran's a chill coach, right? Like, he's one of those guys that, like, you can have a laugh with, and I think that's kind of what they need in this very long break.
Yeah, very much so. Now, Bliss actually don't have anybody else here at the Major, as far as I'm aware. No staff from the organization. I don't even think that Golden, their manager, is here either. So this is really just the 6 of them playing, with the shirt on their back, with the jersey on their back, against some of the best and biggest organizations, not in Rainbow Six, but in esports, right? Like, we're talking about the Wolverhampton Wolves, for goodness sake. Their esports team here with a French roster, the most experienced player in Rainbow Six, Bibu, played from very day one of Pro League on Xbox way back in 2016. He's playing up against Bliss, a bunch of ragtag Aussies with a dream to try and make something happen. Now let's look back at that match that just was an 8-7 for Space Station and have a look at that. Brendo 18-10, hot and cold 19-10. I'll tell you what, there was no cold at all today. It was all hot.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hot and cold was certainly pretty warm in the server today. He just absolutely wreaked havoc into Team Bliss. There were just some positions that hot and cold were in that you would never expect him to be there, right? He's one of those players that is just so hard to dislodge because he just runs around rampant, he does his thing, and he knows how to make plays like that.
And on the flip side, Space Station as a whole, I think a very well-rounded team. You know, no one below 8 kills. The same can be said for Bliss. In fact, overall, I just think that both of these teams have really stepped it up. Yeah, there's been some clutch moments. Hot and Cold has had a few. I can't remember which other players on Space Station had clutches, but we definitely saw one from Sage and one from Fisher Guy. And overall, I think a phenomenal game. I think both teams have a lot to look back on and say we maybe can tune that a little bit up, but overall, pretty happy with that performance. Like, that was a really tight game between two teams playing at their best.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that was a very back and forth game, and I think we can only be pleased with what the stream beat has brought us once again today. Next game, though, is going to be on the stream. Bleed taking on CAG, an Apex showdown. Will Bleed come out on top? I know we're Bleed fans because, you know, SCA gang rise up, but CAG is certainly the crowd favourites at the international stage.
Very true, but Bleed have been amazing in the Asia League, and they really stunned a lot of people yesterday as well. They actually took down CAG already, so I think that that's going to be a fantastic showing of two really good teams. If you're not familiar with them, I highly recommend you give it a watch. If you are an Aussie or an Oceanic fan, there is actually a Kiwi player, New Zealand player on Bleed, Turdstar. So we actually have 3 out of 4 games here on the B stream today with Oceanic teams or Oceanic players on it with the 2 Bliss games. And of course, that's the one that we will be casting later on today, Wolves versus Bliss, and I cannot wait.
Absolutely. Super excited for that one. The rematch of the day. Very keen for that.
But of course, Bleed versus Cyclops is coming up in just a moment.
If we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent WrestleMania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul, like you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fears us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much. The past, if we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Well, we have the final game of Group A up, Sam, as we have had all of our best of ones now done for the play-ins. Of course, I'm Lynx, joined by Stokes, my best good friend right here. And we have the final game of Group A, Crest versus NIP, as we've said goodbye to Sandbox, but also said goodbye to Geekay as they've gone to phase 2.
Yes, they have. Get to have a nice little break for the rest of the day as they don't have to worry about playing the match out up against Ninjas in Pajamas, which you and I will be covering as Crest has descended into madness with NIP, who have been gatekeeping things so far. They sent Sandbox home already. We actually saw them in the lobby this morning as we were getting on our bus, van, whatever. The band, that's what I'm going to call it for the rest of the time. Sure. Anyways, now onto Crest Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas, where they're looking to do so yet again here. No matter what happens, one of these teams is moving on to the Swiss stage.
And for SI as well, this game means a lot more for one particular team as opposed to another. Ninjas in Pajamas, Sam. They're already qualified. They're already made it. The Crest entirely, this is of course SI, but the major SI, much of their chances in Rainbow Six Esports on the line in this game, whereas NIP, another day at the office.
Yeah, and you know, another day, another dollar for them specifically, right? Like, this is what we expect out of Ninjas in Pajamas when it comes to this team in any iteration. You expect to see them at majors. You expect to see them at SI specifically, especially if they're missing something earlier in the year. By the time, you know, November and the holidays start rolling around, you're like, all right, where is Ninjas in Pajamas? Where's your liquids? Those kind of things. So we'll have to see, though. You and I got to cast Crest earlier on, and honestly, I think they had some decent looks up against Geekay, which, I mean, are looking like such a dynamic squad.
And that's the issue with that earlier game, is that there were some things for Crest, yes, but really it was just Geekay outplaying them every step of the way. Did Crest look fine? Yeah, but Geekay just looked that much better. And unfortunately for Crest, they're going into a similar situation where NIP very often just end up outclassing their opponents. Always a difficult position to be in for a team coming in from Japan or Korea or something like that. Of course, to talk more about the SI probabilities, mentioned earlier, NIP, they're already in. They are more than qualified. They are fine. And for Crest, it is not looking likely. Even with a win to send NIP home, a lot of things need to go right for Crest to have a chance at making it.
Yeah, we were talking to our league ops earlier, right? And I think they were saying that the doorstep right now is around 390,
Something
which...
like that.
If you win this whole tournament, you get 350. Yeah. So just to put that into perspective for y'all, it's a tall ask. It is doable, obviously. You know, that's why we got these percentages. But for Crest, it's going to be a really long road, and it starts here in this lower bracket best of 3.
And of course, we have the map video coming up right now. We'll throw it in on the screen, and there are, I'm sure, some surprises to figure out. And sure enough, I'm looking at map 1. And map 2. I actually didn't even really process map 2, to be entirely honest with you.
Yeah.
Because
and they picked it.
Chalet, if you missed it yesterday, was a dominant stomp. Unbelievably strong showing from NIP against Sandbox. The only round dropped was extremely weird. And if you just count that out, it was basically a 7-0. But Bank, even though, of course, they lost it to Geekay, it was still a 7-8, one with a lot of big moments, and one that was a 7-8 loss, what ends up being the first seed of this group.
Well, you know who we're going to end up talking about a lot inside of this best of 3, right? It's going to be Cons, baby. It's going to be Cons. We're back.
Our boy.
Yeah. Him and I, really big fans of Cons right now, and it's because he can do it all. Up against Crest, I think this is going to work out extremely well for them because, like we were talking about, he can kind of fit into really any role that you want. If you want him to play something like a Monty, he can do that. You want him to play Ace, he can do that as well. Just so many different, feathers in this guy's hat. So very, very excited, especially with the rest of that roster. And the fact that Crest had a pretty decent game on Clubhouse today all makes for a pretty interesting best of 3.
Of course, they did pick Bank, as we said, and we were really nervous about Sandbox's Oregon pick yesterday against NIP, and it ended up being an extremely close affair. So even though we might be worried about the Bank pick, considering we saw a lot of good stuff from NIP on Bank yesterday, it is still a comfort pick, and that might be triumphant. Of course, I do believe we have, thankfully, the game coming up in just a second. And boy, Chalet to start. Letting this through. I know Crest, maybe they're comfortable on it, maybe they feel they can risk it, but this is still such a big gamble that you can deal with NIP that performed so dominantly on this map yesterday. They've really got to be sure they've got all their ducks in a row.
Yeah, most definitely. And the social prediction also showing that as well, as Crest is only going to be at 15%, 85 for Ninjas in Pajamas here too. So making a heck of a lot of sense when it comes down to it. Ninjas in Pajamas, a squad that is practically a phenom of Rainbow Six Siege. It's one that if you touch the esport, you know the name. And it's all going to start here in the snowy winter wonderland of Chalet, a map that is pretty offensive-sided and should be quite interesting when it comes down to it, especially for Crest's sake, as they'll be starting on that respective end.
And it was so in NIP's game yesterday. 5-1 half they achieved on the attack, but Crest starting the attack this time, NIP starting on the defense. Didn't get to see a whole lot from their game on the defense against Sandbox again because it was so quick. We will at least hopefully see some interesting fare now that NIP have 6 rounds to play with on this defensive side. NIP not big fans of the Ying so far this tournament. Pretty consistent ban in all of the games they played, and honestly for a team that likes to play a bit more methodical, a bit slower playstyle, Ying is the exact operator you don't want to be playing against when you're defending.
Yeah, most definitely not. Gridlock also going to come through here. And honestly, a great ban when it comes to Chalet, especially nowadays with the addition of the frag grenades. That just makes it to where she's a heck of a lot more playable. So should be a pretty fun set on the offensive perspective. We're also going to get rid of Fenrir here for the defense to start things off. So making quite a bit of sense so far through the ban phase.
For the attack, though, it does leave up Finka, that other key nade operator that Muzi's been playing quite a bit of. Now, Finka's kind of taken the role of like the Yana, like you could ban it and it could be crazy, but because she was so pivotal and so key to so many lineups, you don't know how well you can play around her, and it seems for some teams Finka is taking that same spot where it would be a great ban and would really target Muzi on NIP, but do you really want to deprive that operator for yourself? No, and in this case the Gridlock goes down, and for Chalet, we actually see the Fenrir taken off instead of, say, a Solus or a Valkyrie. A zombie, pretty standard, but without those F-nods, it should be a lot easier for Crest to take map control and take fights to some NIP defenders.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, it really just banks on the fact of what Crest can do on this offensive set and what their setup is going to be. We haven't got to see Crest on Chalet just yet, obviously, so it's really going to be down to what they want to lean into for their operator lineups, what they want to lean into for their clears, because, I mean, originally when Chalet got reworked, right, we saw a lot of people trying to favor different things, figure the map out for themselves, and one of the mainstay things that we notice is that, well, first things first, Solarium doesn't work all that well, right?
No, it's very difficult.
We see some teams still go back to that well every once in a while when, you know, matters become worse, but you know, it just really comes down to a region thing, a team thing as to how these kind of things go. So I want to keep this book really wide for Crest before we get down to the nitty-gritty.
It's a type of take where your utility clearing, your coordination really needs to be on point, and if it's anything less than that, you're really going to struggle and get stuck on that side of the map. And to be fair, NIP are typically a very well-coordinated team when it comes to some of these early rounds, so they could make it work, but once they get to the attack, they'll best play it safe. Seems like Crest right now as well. Yet to see what they fully decide where they want to push the map. We got some presence over on the solar side. 2 different players at the moment, all hanging out by that area. The rest of NIP's defense as well also been scattered.
Psycho will be holding on to blue here. Muzi in tow, as well as Tiobi out on the far end. Trying to assist things here. The offense being clearing things out. It's going to be mostly centralized around Ego as well as the Master tag. We got Whiskey coming in. Should have a dope call matched up with that, and they will. So make things fairly straightforward when it comes to their info clear. Muzi's going to be downstairs, but doesn't really have anybody in the ballpark for himself right now. Cons is actually downstairs as well. So looks like they're going to be trying to slowly peel things back as Nip really trying their damnedest to hold on to this mid-floor.
There's one player over all the way by Fireplace that Whiskey has a beat on. Psycho around the short position, also looking to keep Crest contained to the dining room right now. It is a basement attack. We'll see Lua drop down to the bottom floor. Need to use some of this hard breaching. We've got the Thermite and the X-Kairos to open up a lot of these different angles. There's 2 different soft walls on the walls you'd think Crest would try to breach. So a very aggressive stance taken by NIP, looking to deny wine control by Crest for just about 30 to 40 more seconds. Cons in particular with a shotgun. Crest really have to be careful. Flashes go in. He'll detonate the smoke as he'll lose his line of sight. No pocket reinforcements though. This hole will remain open.
Well, it's been slow moving for Crest so far, but this is somewhat what we expected, especially with Ninjas in Pajamas playing the map control in the way that they did. It made it to where Nip was able to slowly wing Crest onto the map. Now they're right at the gates, but they have to deal with quite a bit of utility. Cons has already burned through his, though, so at least they're in good time on this. Some nitro cells to worry about, too, and by some, I mean quite a few, actually. We've got 3 in the pockets of Ninjas in Pajamas, so a lot of artillery to try and deal with this strike coming in from Crest.
Oh, big pickup by Eclair right there. Cons cut down on the close angle inside of Red, and again, this hole is open, so they've got an entry point. Psycho's got to aggressively contest this, but the utility clear by Crest is very much landing, able to
open up a lot of these different positions, but a bit too late by Tiopi. Psycho regains his vision, but then pushes far too deep into red. Claire's able to shut him down. They've got a spot to plant behind this column. Muzi with the C4, Pino on the other side too. They go out at the exact same time. One lands right as it needs to. Whiskey's picked up one, but he's got to push fourth. No opportunity to go for the plan. He checks the wrong corner. He's got the intel now. Pino's a bit quicker with that one. First round goes to NIP.
Well done, Nip. Gonna lock things down, and already a lot of energy on this bench as well. And that's what you want to try and carry through a long series like what we are about to get into here. Only the first round under our belt so far, but a very solid understanding of the way that you want to try and handle things on this map. Although, you know, going about things in kind of a different way as to what we normally see. Quite the roam game there initially by Ninjas in Pajamas that they're able to peel back towards site. Yeah, they eventually start losing some bodies, but not really because of that. All on Cons really swinging into red there, and then things kind of devolve for a bit, but able to essentially get things done when it mattered most.
Overall, was a decent showing from Crest, at least for a little bit. Might have a bit of a tech pause right now, figuring out what's going on, but Crest, their slow attacks not serving them, especially as NIP with a good read. Even though you had, I think, some individual missteps. Psycho, for example, hitting that re-peak. Not really Cons necessarily staying too long, but definitely getting caught out inside of red. I think the strategy was still overall very sound from NIP. All right, we know our team likes to attack slow. We know they take their time. So if we give them these little mini games that they've got to figure out, they've got to work a little bit more to take the red hull, a little bit more to take dining, or at least feel uncomfortable in that area, should end up forcing them into a position where they don't have enough time to execute, and it's all going to come down to 50-50s, where NIP, with players like Muzi, like Pino, or even Cons in that particular position, can often outgun, get a man advantage for NIP going into the execute. So solid strategy to win some of these Chalet defenses that I think should be easily replicable on future bomb sites. Though Crest, I will say, very, very close to the wire there, and still able to find a way inside of the bomb site is very admirable.
Well, it also just goes to show you how solid patience can work out for you in Siege, right? Ninjas in Pajamas, a very patient team, but eventually they start to get a little bit more aggressive because they think these players are going to just start moving in. But Psycho, a perfect example of that, as he pushes out red and gets completely caught off guard. I think that we have somewhat of a mirror matchup in that way, where it's just going to be both of these teams doing their damnedest to try and trip up the other.
I mean, it's two slow teams, and this is in a group of four. Everyone, I would say, is probably slower than a lot of the average at the tournament, or especially amongst what you think. I mean, NIP, slower than the region. Crest, slower than the region. Sandbox, they're their own thing, of course. But
they're their own region.
Yeah, they are their own region. They actually are pretty representative of Korea overall. It's just Korea kind of a slow attacking region. But then Geekay, even then, I'd say maybe they're the fastest out of the group, but they certainly take their time. They're not running out, maybe noodle every now and then. But overall, the Group A has been a team of step by step, angle by angle, position by position, taking their time.
Consistency.
Yeah, consistency, breaking things down into bite-sized pieces and taking them as they go. So the playstyle overall has been fairly similar with some slight variations. Where NIP decide to go after this, of course, is the big question, as they have won the bomb site that usually necessitates the biggest roam on Chalet that needs the most aggressive position taken. And even then, they had some players around bar, but they weren't extending all the way into dining or roaming, having people on that second floor for far too long. Now it theoretically should be a bit simpler for NIP for how they set up the bomb sites.
Most definitely. I think the only thing that kind of falls into the same basket is got to be games and bar, because you have to worry about the position up top in library, right? But past that, I totally agree with you. I definitely think that the basement necessitates players on that mid to top floor and playing things out like Nip did, slowly peeling things back. It reminds me of the old SSG roams on Clubhouse, right? You want to try and hold that map control, waste as much time as possible, whilst also keeping man advantage or man count equal. It's a tall task, but somebody's got to do it.
Remember when we saw the SSG roam first debut and we were like, this is a game changer?
In that moment, I was like, this game is so cool. I was like, this is so damn cool. Dude, and I know for a fact that the first time that went off, I almost said Laxing. Oh my gosh, why is his name Lycan? I was like, Lycan was just escaping there for a second, but either way, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I know Lycan was gleaming the first time that worked out, because you could tell the amount of elbow grease they put into that thing.
All right, we should be getting back into the game now as the fist bumps are underway. By the way, if you have two monitors or have two tabs you can open, I believe the B stream is just getting back underway with Tag and Bleed, the elimination match of Group B.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happening.
Yes.
I could hear
It is
Intero.
certainly. Right as we get back into the game, I hear, "Hello, everybody, welcome to the." And so I was like, "Oh, Parker's probably talking." That'll do it, won't it?
Probably. I only know one person in the entire world that sounds like that.
Yes. I do a great impression, don't I?
You
But
do.
we are thankfully back in our game. 1-0 NIP if you are just now tuning in. They won the basement bomb site. Came down to a 1v1, but a one that NIP ended up winning. They moved to the master bedroom and office position, and this is one that the deep black wall bathroom contest solar. If you're going to play far, you can go to library, but not much farther than that.
Yeah. And if you're gonna hold down library, you need a really solid strategy in order to do it over there.
Often with an Azami, which is banned.
Yeah, often with a Azami, you'll usually have the Miras in there, some Omai discs to toss in on top, and probably a Jaeger to pair things up just to make sure your sight's also held down. Because if you don't, Carter, then, I mean, anybody with a brain looks at that site and goes, oh, we just hit the site. All right, cool. You know, and it's just like, you guys are all the way in Egypt, and I am planting in your site. So, fortunately enough, though, won't have to even worry about that. They will have to worry about some of these longer angles, though, for Crest's sake, as they'll open up a couple of things for themselves. Don't have the glass in tow that sometimes we see out on that old terrace balcony thing, but...
Something else we don't see all that often. 6 nades for Crest. 4 nades for Crest.
You want to talk about caster timing right there.
I love this job. Man. I love this job so much. But seriously, though, I mean, like, obviously TLP's dead, but, like, how did you see 6 grenades? Even though they net added them to operators, it's been a lot of one-up, maybe 2. We had 6, but now Lua might very well lose his supply as well.
A little harder to work in. I will say this, though. There is some really unique operators that do have frag grenades right now. The one that I kept, like, slipping my mind was Nook, even though I clearly know that frag grenades are on this op. It's one of her mainstay bread and butter things, Psycho!
There you go.
Hey, man, that would be fantastic if you were a catcher in the MLB, but not for Siege. This is not working out. Crest, 2 big pickups, one via cannon fodder and the other via lead. Well done from them. The patience showing in kind as to what can be done right now. I don't know if we were going to have that push in there for McClary. He was worrying me for just a second with how he was pressuring that door, but either way, trying to get a good read on what's going on inside of the site. They did that soft wall to the right that he's looking at trying to deal with too, but with so much time left on the clock, there is a lot that they can do with their current positioning.
This is going to require a little bit of an overperformance from NIP. I mean, they still have key positions. Wizard close on this breach and this doorway. NIP can still contest Piano as well, but somebody's got to get a kill in one of these spots. They cannot give up any more control inside of the bomb side. That's a good way to start. That's a good kill to make this a 3v3. The office balcony player now cut down. Khan's also somehow holding out as the storm barrels into Piano. Lua just holding the breach now as the attack has collapsed around him on the heaven balcony. He knows someone's on that doorway. That's where Wizard began the undoing of this round. He'll push in, land the pre-fire, but Khan's playing the contact just as you should. NIP move up 2-0.
I'm so impressed with this clash of personality that we're having in between these two teams, you know? Like, the patience on both of these squads and the way that these interactions are going, especially for Crest there. I mean, Ninjas in Pajamas are just getting them by that one square. That's it, man. Just by a little bit right now. But it just goes to show that this strategy is so sound. You know, it's working well for Crest. They're getting good openings. They're getting good utility usage out of that early game. It's just these late round situations where Ninjas in Pajamas are able to utilize that mechanic ability and are really able to pull it back across the line.
Yeah, it's that recognition of the situation, right? That, all right, if we have so little map control and they have so much time and an advantage, we've got to get aggressive. We need to hold on to what we have and fight for it actively. And that's exactly what Khans and Wizard did. That's exactly how they ended up winning that round. Khans even do a little bit of a lesser extent, as he had the deployable shield to sit behind, whereas Wizard has a bit of pressure to get aggressive and peek that office door. Khans still had that shield to play a bit more passively behind and still get both of those kills, and ended up working out. So now NIP move up 2-0. They will move down to barn games that we mentioned earlier, where you need to hold that library position and not just hold it loosely. The two kind of variations are you hold library and hard hold mezzanine, or you also put someone inside of library, inside of that depth spot, and with the dock on the board.
Ho, ho, ho. Hold on.
What?
Slow things down real quick. We got a lot going on here with this operator lineup for Crest. We got the Sense in, we got TOP on Glass, we got Nomad, Nades in, oh actually no, Stuns on Whiskey.
No nades.
Yeah, yeah. Yana got her nades pulled, right?
No, yeah, she did.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. All right, cool. Anyways, so with that being said though, that does signify that Crest is going to be going for a games execute. There's not really another spot that you want to try and use this kind of an operator lineup. But we, you know, crazier things has happened in the past. They could try and go for a full clear still, even dedicated to this operator lineup, but you can clearly see that TOP really wants to try and abuse this game's window.
But they know at this point, I think they've spotted Wizard inside of Library because they start rotating up, and if they don't do anything, if they just have Cyreneko still in this window, Wizard can look through the hatch and deny the planet. Look, now Cyreneko hops in. Really? I get the pressure to take down this dock. I think they recognize the right opportunity, but they're going about it the wrong way. But this is a symptom of the lineup. With no nades, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, there's no Capital. There's nothing to dislodge the player here. And the worst, I mean, worst comes to worst, right? I mean, you get Wizard tagged up. He just stems himself once again once, you know, he's in cooldown time. So just really difficult for Crest right now. And honestly, I mean, it really just feels as though if you don't have the answer to that top floor, just don't address it. Just go for it, smoke it, try and just toss as many light screens as everything in there, make it as messy as possible, and then just try and get the plant down. Because, I mean, you're more than likely going to lose the round this way anyways by going for this full clear. Things are just going to get really muddy, Carter. I'm really worried about this.
Well, now, at this point, Crest have full rotated off that bar angle. They've all entirely surrounding the office position or heaven. This is essentially just a normal clear chalet with far less utility, no explosives really to speak of on the side of Crest. But also, more importantly, you're down Cyreneko. You're down that Nomad. You're down a set of flashes. No advantage gained over NIP. Utility being burned at rapid speed. E1D's gone. Oh! But Wizard domed inside of Library. Now, Psycho backs off, knowing that the dock is lost, gives up the top floor because they know with only 35 seconds left, Crest are really short on time. One player was flanking, but hops back down. Pino cuts down Whiskey, though. Playing on the Library stairs as the Yana attempts to push down. Lewin now finds himself back on this bar window, but no case to speak of. That's Eclair. They'll need to drop down the bar hatch. Plenty of ROUs in pocket. Plenty of ability, though.
Not going to work out too well for him. The light screen's going to fall back down, but it's not going to break up any of the lines of sight that they were actually worried about. Lua has to get going now. 8 seconds remaining, but they need this light screen to get up. Nobody's being active. Eclair, he drops down at possibly the worst moment, all because Lua really isn't ready. He wasn't even in the window yet. It's going to hit 0-0, and Pino will pull off the Creed, drop to the hatch, descend from the sky, and assassinate the man, putting the case down. Ninjas in Pajamas, once again, resting on their strategy, resting on their abilities when it comes to holding down things here on Chalet, and it's going swimmingly for them right now.
Fortunately for Crest, I mean, they just committed too hard to that rush strategy, and I think it would have been, you know, we've seen Sen strategies, Glass strategies, those are common. They shouldn't be faulted for trying to go for that, but they had no options, it seemed, to deal with that dock inside of Library. And for Crest, I mean, that's a really common position to play on Library.
Pause. They had a Nomad, right?
They did, yes. That was Cyreneko tried to hop in the window and died.
Okay. All right. So now I actually do have a problem with this, because why didn't we just burn things over the top and air jab the position where Doc is, where he has to split his decision making?
Yes.
I actually do have a problem with that.
So that, and that's a very good point. But at the end of the day, that was their only option, really. Because again, no Capitao. No nades.
Nope.
Nothing really to deal with that spot. But at the same time, you don't even need to go for the kill in that spot, right?
Nope.
It's very rare for that player in that corner to full die. You just need to push them down the hatch, and then they're okay to go for the execute. But you are correct, though. They could have gone for the air jab if they wanted to, forced him back down the hatch, but there was no attempt made. No real attempt made. Cyreneko just tried to hop in the window, and then I think he got down by the Frostmat even.
Carter, if I remember my angles correctly, I'll be real, I haven't played in a little while, been taking a little bit of a break from my Siege escapades, playing some single player stuff and stuff like that. But about 90% positive that double window, you can actually see the bookshelves, like front facing side, not Doc's position, but the actual front facing part of it. I'm about 99% positive you can just lock him in that corner with an air jab. I really am.
You could, but the risk there at that point is you could have somebody on mezzanine who could just shoot that air jab.
No, it's very, very true. But I'm saying just for like the rush route right at the beginning, it's like, oh, okay, we solved this, we popped this here, and just let it go.
I see what you're saying.
Just let it rock.
Either way, point being,
absolutely.
Still not a lot of utility there for Crest to figure out. And now NIP up 3-0. won that bar site.
It's the ADHD, man. I can't let it go. I'm like, I must find the solution.
I like it. I like it. I like going nitty-gritty. Plus, thankfully, both these teams, they tend to be a bit on the slower side, so you and I have a bit of a buffer here. Deep dive like that. Though, some shots exchanged early on. Tiopi with that Osa Talon Shield out. Gets a couple bullets in her toes just to put down the Talon Shield in response. It's a dining defense. I think that's all 4 bomb sides played at this point.
It is indeed, my friend. Electro Claw, but Eclair heard it. Gonna pull this off immediately. I think he was low-key worried about somebody down low as well. Might have been a pre-fire over towards the main stairs or something like that, but nobody even in that zip code. So looks like we'll at least have to worry about things down the line for Ninjas in Pajamas if they want to try and go for a rotation. But as of now, smooth sailing for Crest in their attempt to get the wall open for Study.
Half the round gone. Needed to open up the office wall. Now they have to move down below. EMP goes out. Electroclaw tricking these exothermics is nigh impossible, and you basically need to predict the timing perfectly, let alone land it. And it's not going to happen for Cons. No fault of his own, but now both the walls Crest needed opened up. And at this point, we've only got a minute left. Full clearing the top floor, at least even half clearing it, not really a possibility. Crest need to just station someone on the doorway, on the wall, just to keep NIP at bay as they move in for the plant later.
This is going to be Crest's probably best attempt at getting around here right now. Yeah, and that's a big issue. The thing is that Ninjas in Pajamas really don't have the utility to be able to shut down a plant right now if crosses get set up and smokes go out, but they do have the verticality up here, and that's the worrisome thing. They're going to be able to play over the top of the breach, and that's more than likely going to be the round right there. Yep, Wizard's going to nip it right in the bud. And, I mean, it's all about map positioning, man. It really is. It just goes to show you. The utility from Nip, not all that great at shutting down a plant, but the angles are that they're holding.
15 seconds left.
Just poorly played from Crest, unfortunately. I mean, that Wizard's allowed to sit. That breach is open. Yep. That was the first breach they opened. About a minute 30 left in the round is when that office wall gets opened up. And where is Wizard sitting? If you're standing on the breach, Wizard is tucked behind that little quarter wall. So it's not like he's standing wide in the open, right? You need to do some work. But it's not like there's only long angles being held by the defense where they're all the way in solar or all the way in bathroom. He's right there. And there's 2 different attackers on the office doorway and on the breach who aren't communicating, who aren't working together to root that guy out of position. And that Wamai ends up countering the entire execute below. And there was simply no work done, no communication, no teamwork to deal with him.
Yeah. And you know, the frustrating thing is for Crest, and probably the thing that you know, their coach is talking about, is that they are legitimately like 1 or 2 solid moves away from being in endgame position.
They're like 80% there. Like
exactly. You know, you've played the London system very well, but now it's kind of collapsing. The London bridges are falling down.
Yeah, no, it's... And especially if NIP gets such a dominant result on this, you just got to think to yourself, if you're a viewer, if you're Crest, whatever, if this ends up being a 5-1, 6-0 on Chile defense, you're looking at Crest thinking, well, why'd you let it through? If you can't deal with that Wamai playing on the vertical hole,
you can't deal with Doc and you know, library.
You can't deal with the library position or adapt to that. Something so common. Well, why'd you let NIP pick it? I mean, NIP, it's a best of 3. They're always going to get a map they're comfortable with, right? But a map that they 7-1 sandbox on, could have 7-0'd on, depending on what happened in that round. Why'd you let it through if you don't have these positions at least to counter when you have that VOD yesterday? Again, there weren't that many defenses, but still, Crest with that tactical timeout, they won't win this half. That's gone. But a 2-4. Maybe they've got a chance on that Chile defense if they can win these next 2 rounds in a row, action some of those things mentioned in the timeout, and it's got to start here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Carter, it's a really tall ask already for them to try and bring this back. 4 rounds straight on the defensive end of things. Crest have had an opportunity here and there to be able to patch things up in these rounds and at least get, I would say, potentially 2 rounds out of the last 4 we've seen. But Ninjas in Pajamas have bared teeth at the right time, the proper moments, and it's really been a thorn on the side of Crest so far. Past that, I'd say they match up on cadence at pretty solid level. Yes. So it's pretty interesting just to see the way that these 2 teams interact with each other. I just feel bad for Crest given the scoreline.
Ethiopia as well on this Nook, who Crest have expected to open up some of these rounds or some of these mid-rounds. 0-4 so far. Only one without kills at the moment on Crest. But Vintual found early on. Man, oh man. Ace, the first death on the side of Crest. Hard breaching is not the most common on this site, but still opening up that left panel on the office wall is something that every team does. It's usually where you enter, move in, go for the bomb down. Not a possibility anymore. No remaining hard breaching. Still, again, the 6-nade strategy that Crest are going for, and a Dokkaebi call to work that with, too. A lot of utility, but a plant is really, really difficult.
Man, wouldn't a buck be great right now? Secondary hard breach, skeleton keyfer underneath of the office player.
Something like that.
Yeah, you know.
Nice.
Yeah. Beggars can't be choosers, though. Lots of frag grenades, and they can dislodge these players still, especially with Mamai. As we all know, he gets those over time. So as of right now, they got to burn through like 2 or 3 of the discs. Won't be that big of an issue, but they still have to deal with the firepower, the true firepower of Ninjas in Pajamas whenever they want to actually swing into this play.
And Wizard, first and foremost, playing on this doorway, close on what was the breach on the previous defense. Now, Lua maybe can walk over, sledge it open. They'll use a frag grenade instead, so there is a pathway into the bomb site now for Whiskey to hop in, go for this plant. It's all very slow, though. He's got this final call, and it needs to be used to get a kill, get the advantage back, or move in, acquire map control, force rotations out from NIP. They've got 50 seconds to play with, so they don't need to push this too far just yet. They can bide their time for a little bit. Got intel on somebody playing inside a bedroom as well. Oh, goes for the pre-fire. Muzi damaged quite a bit. Tiopi gets his first. What a first it is, too. Piano opened wide up. Blackwall also taken down. Khans fights back so quickly, though. And the fire on NIP is uncontestable at times. But Khans and Muzi, though, look at how low they are. Just one DMR shot either way could give this Crest's first attacking round. He's got him pinned down, maybe. Just maybe. He'll back off. He has the diffuser, but not a lot of time.
15 seconds left.
Just one bullet is all he needs. Khans lets the bomb go down. Will he find Whiskey as he falls off? No, he doesn't even know. Again, just one bullet. That's all Whiskey needs. He's forced the rotation out from the Frost, but can he find him? He's playing this passively. He's playing this smart. Khans probing for intel. There's nothing. Not a single iota of information in his brain being relayed by his teammates. Just ideas, just theories. But time is dwindling down. Only about 15 to 16 seconds remaining before that diffuser is beyond the pale. Continuously relaying his information, his position to Whiskey. Now or never, Whiskey will slowly push up. Khans does not get the kill. Whiskey will get the round as the diffuser drops too far down. Crest get there first at the very least.
Ring around the rosy. There it is. Fantastic from Crest. And, I mean, just on all fronts there, both of these teams' patience really showing out, especially around that ego balcony play. Whiskey constantly just sitting there and biding his time. Crest make a great lunge towards Piano, able to get some really big kills, but it's shut down quickly by Khans. Khans having an opportunity, I will say. I think he just kind of got to that stick in the mud mentality at the end because of his health. Can't blame him on that one, right? Yeah, 1 HP, and even in transition, right? That case just goes down. If he chooses to try and like sprint across the room and make it somewhere else, there is a pretty high chance that guy's just holding an angle on him or something like that. So still, I mean, he did his due diligence, tried to clear as many angles as he could, but Crest finally getting the payoff that all of this buildup has been leading to.
Just got to convert it. Just got to convert it into that second attacking round, and maybe, just maybe, you have a chance to come back on NIP's map pick. It'll be Barn Games for our final site on the defensive half for NIP, the attacking half for Crest. And what do you know, Sam? Siren Echo has picked Capital. I wonder why that could be.
Beats the hell out of me, bud. Beats the hell out of me. Probably has something to do with your costume yesterday. Wizard.
Oh, she is just...
You troglodyte. That means cave dweller, by the way, folks, for those of you that wanted a vocabulary lesson. So, whenever you want to move out of Indiana, how many caves does Indiana have?
We have a couple, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah?
I mean, listen, I've never been cave diving, so I can't say.
You're not a spelunker?
No, I'm not a spelunker, though Crest is certainly spelunking right now, trying to find something deep in the cave. Frag grenade goes out, but Wizard can keep healing, so these firebolts need to land. I think one actually misses. I'm not sure where it went. Second one goes out, though. Wizard can certainly survive this, though. He just
through the fire and flames, baby.
Right. Yep. Second one will go out.
Oh.
Now you can just barely time it, and the fire dissipates.
Nobody swings him.
And both nades gone from Tiopi as well. Wizard staying here, baby, but Pino certainly not.
Yeah, most definitely not. A nice find from them. Incredible that Wizard was able to completely get through that off the stim pistols, but that shows you just how solid of an op he can be in situations like this. Able to completely clear things out, and you really wish that things just kind of mirrored each other well when it came to that clear. Lou almost gets the flick. Psycho, emulating his name, oh my, flies through the hatch. I think he impacted that as well. Yeah. He did. This entire team is just downtrodden right now on HP.
Wizard no longer able to stem himself back up. Psycho a little bit damaged. Ooh. Sireneko, just one smoke bolt remaining at this point. That is a graphical bug, as both firebolts have been used. But still, poor util clear on that library position has forced him into that spot where he doesn't have any firebolts remaining. Just the smoke to try and cut off an angle alongside those flashbangs from Eclair. TOP now rotating over as there are a couple defenders down on that bottom floor, but both are going to focus on that library, the fireplace position. West main, no, not a thought in their minds whatsoever. And this is a good rotation for Psycho as well on low HP. Holding a power position isn't really going to do. Maybe you can catch someone off guard. TOP, though, anticipates it.
Yeah, this is perfect patience. Well, the thing is for our boy Psycho over there is really what he wants to do is he wants to play extremely passively on main. Don't show face. Wait for them to try and take fireplace hall, and as soon as they build up for that door, that's when you want to take the fight. Let everybody else deal with this verticality. Let them try and stay alive, and as soon as Whiskey or somebody jumps over, that's when we should see him activated. TOP's going to take down Muzi. TOP also takes out Wizard. Where is our man on the stairs? There he is. Psycho, take him out. It's up to Eclair and one more. It's going to be Psycho over inside of fireplace as he wraps around, but there's barbed wire here. It's going to be a big audio cue for him. Whips around, and then the other player will also get off of plant, Carter. They both cover the door. Very well done from Crest.
They got that 2-4. They got the minimum that they needed. Not minimum they needed in terms of what's good on Chalet, but just to stay alive, to have a chance on these defenses. Fate's still very much uncertain.
I love that from Louis. He's like, hey.
Come on. There we go.
There it is.
But Fate's still very much uncertain, moving into the side swap. Again, this was a 7-1 for NIP, and they didn't do it on their or 7 for NIP against Sandbox yesterday, and they didn't do it on their defenses. They got the 5-1 on their attacking side. So huge odds. Nice.
Jesus.
I want to see this.
Wow.
Nice
little adjustment from him right there. I'm just still so baffled that Crest had everything and the kitchen sink to throw at upstairs, and just because things were slightly desynchronized, it all fell apart. Wizard's just able to stand there with a stim pistol and get through the flames because no nade is in there to just add that extra 15 HP of damage.
Well, and also, the utility clear wasn't that great because one of the firebolts got caught by a magnet. Whereas if that second one goes in, one firebolt, you can survive with 2 stim pistols. 2 firebolts, you can't if they're timed properly. You need to retreat. So if you have a Capital there and both firebolts land when they should, that's guaranteed to push Wizard back. They just didn't burn the magnets properly.
Yeah, which begs the question, why are we using the minimum amount of bodies in that position to try and get one of the most pivotal spots on that entire bomb site? The world may never know.
Who's to say?
How many licks does it take to get to the center?
I tried to count one day.
Nips. Yeah, you did?
I was in a bowling alley. I had a Tootsie Pop. This shows you what kind of kid I was, by the way. I was sitting there, I was like, I wonder. I was like, 1, 2. I think I got to like 383 before I stopped counting.
You're like, that owl is a lion.
Well, he ate the Tootsie Pop, so I didn't eat it.
Well, you wanted your teeth.
That's true. I've got weak teeth. So
oh, no.
It wouldn't have gone well. But now we do have the side swap. NIP looking to attack the master bedroom and office bomb site. Is that his Crest decision? Solus unbanned, by the way. Sireneko decides to bring hers. I didn't see a lot of Solus play from NIP, or at least a lot of impactful Solus play if it was there. Also, some quick entries into the buildings. I believe someone is down below. It is Muzi on the Yana. I should have just assumed that, to be entirely honest with you. Loves these kinds of positions. But no nades, unfortunately, in that Yana anymore, so can't go fishing for anything. And besides, when you have Pino on the roster, who is always going for those nades and mostly landing them.
Ooh, that's not what you want for your Solus. What's his drone economy looking like from Nip, though? He's done a bang-up job, but now things are starting to fall off the wagon for Crest. Lots of time here for Nip, and this is honestly worrisome because we usually don't see Nip getting too aggressive until like the minute mark on their clears. A lot of info game, a lot of understanding what the defensive setup is before they start working their way in. They really enjoy playing maps from the outside of the building, Carter.
That's a bit of a worrying trend for Crest because you might get naded from below, and in some positions there's nothing you can do. But if Sireneko's going to be running around, NIP might get that pick. But Tiopi also running around, flanking up West Main, catches Pino off guard. That Dokkaebi call goes out. Don't see a lot of Dokkaebi from NIP. It only came in round 15 of Oregon yesterday before we saw her. They might have learned as round 7, the first of their attacks, it goes out. It might just be big. Wizard able to find one. Oh, but Whiskey domes the Dokkaebi on that very window. A little bit more freer to rotate around that area now that that bedroom window's gone. A little bit freer still as Whiskey gunning with the 9mm. Muzi, just domes him, ends his reign of terror. And this is a 1v2 on the bomb site as one's flanking up Solar. Muzi's so focused on what's in front of him that they might just not see the player behind him, but I think he's backed off. Eclair pushed up close on the bathroom doorway. No one directly countering this diffuser. Muzi now concerned. Will the castle have an opportunity? Oh, he falls off, but Eclair has lost Tiopi for support on Solar. This is all one-sided now, especially now that the kill's confirmed. Khan's panicking, though, on the soft bathroom wall. They are so concerned about putting this bomb down. Muzi needs to cover. He's not watching. Eclair, do you know? Just one couple bullets through the wall. Shoot Eclair! Something, anything! Well, he might just have that. He domes Muzi, and now it's a post plant. But Khans is backed off. He's in the wind. Eclair's now the one struggling for intel. An opportunity so close you could taste it, but he missed his opportunity. He sees the bomb, but not Khans. That's the problem. Drone knows he's there. It's identified the position, but no longer. He'll begin the defuse to bait Khans further back. A familiar situation for him now on the other side. Khans just has to bait just a little longer, force him off 1 or 2 more times, and Khans knows that that wall is soft. Khans knows when that player's on the bomb, and Khans does not let his man go.
Oh, man. It was right in his hands. It's right there. All he needed was the audio. If you could just hear him typing, and I think that's what it was, really. I think, just with the
comms going on.
Yeah, the comms going on, the music also. Everybody always forgets that. The 15-second music is actually really influential for your conscious, man. And, especially in these anxious moments like this, you get that heartbeat in your head. Boom, 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 boom. It gets scary. And Eclair clearly shaken, not able to clutch things up in the way that he wanted to. And I mean, just has to shoot to the right of that hole in the wall by pixels. And he more than likely wins that round out. So very close from Crest, but we've seen that time and time again with them here up against Ninjas in Pajamas.
In the clutch, NIP able to move up 5-2, winning Master Bedroom in office on their attacks. Crest, a little concerned. They will move down to Kitchen and Dining instead. And for a team that, so far in most of their matches, if you could criticize them for anything on their defensive side, it's the unwillingness to hold map control, the unwillingness to roam. On Clubhouse earlier against Geekay, that was a big issue. And now we just have solo players. Sireneko on the Solus now in the Valkyrie, just running around, just getting mobile, getting active. And I think a C4 from below to deal with the players in office perfectly fine inside of the bomb site, or even inside a library, perfectly fine. But I don't want to see Crest just having one guy running around, because NIP could easily pinch that.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with how much time they dedicate early on into their rounds for setting up a drone matrix around. They want to make sure that they know where these roamers are and that kind of thing, and also partnering the Dokkaebi with that makes it to where your clear is so very easy. So looks like we're going to have the call in now to try and assist Pino on this push. He's going to be the one coming in from games, and he'll be operating on the Buck, something that we talked about a little bit earlier on. That can definitely be a useful operator, especially when it comes to Chalet. There's a lot of different ways you can break up flooring. Some vertically, some more sledge-oriented, where you're just going top-down. So, see what goes on, though, for the rest of this, as Ninjas in Pajamas will hop in on the top floor. Khans will be the one operating the Monty this time around.
Just force Crest to, in a little bit of an uncomfortable position, make them a little concerned. Just always relay intel to the attack. It will definitely be useful on that piano position. As always, sometimes defenders just take refuge behind that wall, take refuge behind a deployable shield. It'll be useful for that position, or to push in for the bomb site later on. Half the round now gone. And if you need to begin opening these walls, and what do you know? That is exactly what they will do. Office wall now easy fodder for the attack. Once that new jammer's dealt with, there we go. Now you need to rotate down at the dining wall, do the same thing.
Okay.
I like this.
Yeah, I'm interested how he wants to try and slap this down. They've got some cool angles over here. Can't really do too much. Has some verticality to worry about, but Just gonna be able to transition to this top floor and see if they can pressure this defense back over towards Solarium. You can see Khan's constantly looking at the floor. He's worried about that verticality and if there's any potential holes under these door frames that he's going to try and waltz through. Has to try and crouch for this one, so he will have to slide the shield, but all's fair in love and war so far from NIP. They have done their due diligence on this top floor. They've pressured Crest off and now have created some space for they themselves to open things up and make it difficult to play under the bomb site.
Khan's going for the full wraparound, but so much time spent. That C4, one of them finally lands. Eclair taken down, though. Khan's, I think, peppering 2 different players. Eclair cut down, and Whiskey also losing a lot of HP. Khan's also spots the Valkyrie down below as Cyrenetko uses his C4.
There's one
Pressure
trophy.
anybody down Solar. Yes, there is somebody behind the display case. He doesn't check. Tiopi's now dropped the fuser right in front of him, and NIP have to go for the kills. Psycho finds one. They know the position of the Legion, but the Frost is unknown. 2 line up for the 9mm, and there's no time for Pino to win this back. Crest take their first defense.
Very well done from Crest, and it all banked on the fact of them peeling the play from the top floor away and playing on that mid floor. I especially love that layer that we saw over in Trophy. We don't see a lot of people, and especially modern day Siege, try and play like those little cheeky corner checks just because people are so good with their info game nowadays, and with something like Dokkaebi on the board, one phone call and you're done in the proper moment. So what a call from Tiopi there to lay in that position and make it matter the most when that Monty rolled through.
And also the decision of NIP kind of exposed them to that in the first place, because replace the Monty with an Osa, you're just going for a half clear. You're just going on that side, and you got to be concerned about the C4s, of course. That's something you need to be worried about, but maybe you're able just to get by with a bit smaller map control, but have more time to bait out those C4s and end up winning the round. But they go all the way. They go for big air in that round, move down the solar stairs, try to take the trophy, and with such low time, that makes the power of the Legion, should it work, all that much better. So, to Tiopi, able to get that kill. Good job, as you very well turned the round in your favor. The setup overall from Crest certainly did a lot of work. Dining also going their way. They will not go back to office. They will not go barn games. They will go down to the basement. Try things out.
Well, got the TCSG or the Vector on here, Claire? We got the TCSG. Very nice. Never know nowadays with your Goyos, right? So everybody's
people like one thing, people like the other.
Yeah, exactly. You're allowed to have an opinion, unless it's wrong.
True. Then we'll have problems.
Yeah, then we'll have problems. You got to take the TCSG on Kaid. That's just how it is.
Oh yeah.
AUG nowadays.
Too slow for me.
That's what I'm saying. Especially when you can take a shotgun that shoots slugs and you have to hit somebody like twice. It's pretty sick. So, seen a lot of really cool moments with that thing over the years. And actually, fun fact, ladies and gents, Ninjas in Pajamas was actually the originator of the TCS-G12 all the way back at SI 2020, where they were gattling everybody with that thing on both respective sides. So, looks like Psycho's going to be the first one to take a duel, and it's kind of funny because he's on Habana of all things, but he's still going to win it out. Tiopi feeling a little active from his earlier antics, won't be able to get too much going on the garage side, all except for a little damage.
I mean, this is the concern with what Crest have been trying to go for in these defenses. They're running into NIP players. Sure, Psycho's on low HP, but Lua dead. He's been the guy, even in previous games, before Crest decided to shift their playstyle a bit, who gets aggressive, and now he's getting punished for it. Tiopi, low HP as well. They've done some damage to the Hibana, sure, but Crest are really getting punished for a lot of these individual plays. But now they've moved back to the bomb site, and with a minute 30 to go, they're in a man disadvantage, sure, but NIP, we always say they're slow. There's still players on the second floor for NIP. They're still droning out the first floor with half the round to go. You have plenty of time just to sit on the bomb site, hold your angles, bait out utility from NIP, and prep your positions.
This brings up something that I was talking to Jacob earlier. I was talking to him about way back in the day. I was trying to qualify for SI 2017 through the open bracket, and I lost in round of 16 to Redeemer and everybody, right? Redeemer, Ghost, some other guys. Dude, the difference in droning was like the biggest thing that I noticed at that moment in time. I was like, this info game is ridiculous. And that's the thing that I noticed with Ninjas in Pajamas. They are so willing to double check and triple check things to make sure that there wasn't something that Crest had building up later on into the round. It's so beautiful.
And that intel's got to be strong here because Whiskey's sitting on the opposite side of this cabinet. Oh, he's spotted by Psycho and now finished off by Khans. So they know he's there. The positions they need to worry about, you'd think, would be the breach, the connector, that area. But there is one roamer now. Crest moving up to the top floor. Somebody who could go for that retake. Tiopi over by Blue. It's a 2v3 on the site. Who can deny this plant by Cons? Tiopi opens up the blue angle as Wizard pushes down. Diffuser now dropped on the floor. Pino in the 1v3. 2 players on reduced HP. Knows one's in blue, but gets tagged out as he's moving backwards. Crest begin to mount to come back on this defense. It might just be wide open now.
Very well done from Crest. And honestly, not something that we were looking forward to when it came to their offensive set. There was a couple of things that weren't really patched up too well, but these defenses are starting to build. And Ninjas in Pajamas, not nearly as exploitative as we would expect them to be on the offensive side of Chalet. You know, usually when we look at this map, we talk about how fantastic it is, especially for angles, and that's Ninjas in Pajamas' bread and butter. But right now, it's not working out for them.
No, now that Crest are starting to thread that needle a little bit more. We saw that huge aggression early on in the round, and they get punished for it, and I think they realized, all right, let's just back up. Let's back up a bit. NIP are going to take some time, and once NIP decided to go for a snowmobile breach, the biggest issue was Wizard and Blue, right? But Tiopi makes a good decision. I'll retake flank behind, and you swing from the inside of Blue from one side. We should be able to get this guy, and then denying the plant is a little bit easier. So good recognition from Crest in that moment to make that round work a little bit more in their favor. Now down to Baron Games. Just one more win will tie things up. 5-5 for Crest. And I mean, already at this point, I'd consider this anybody's game if Crest can continue this momentum. But then, can't deny it.
And you know, I think this is the perfect time to say this as well. Ninjas in Pajamas are honestly not playing up to the caliber of play across this tournament that we would expect out of them.
No, I mean,
you know,
Oregon against Sandbox yesterday.
Yeah.
That alone speaks for that.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it's really interesting because it just seems like some of their pacing and some of, like, it's just like these micro decisions that happen. It isn't even like some overarching thing where it's like, oh, well, they're doing this poorly, right? They're still playing true to themselves. They're playing their timings. They're doing these things. It just comes down to these certain crunch moments where everything is falling apart for them. And this isn't just in this series. We've seen this throughout this entire tournament so far.
I think the group matchups end up being a little bit problematic for them. I mean, Sandbox on their Oregon defenses, Crest right now, though not so much on the starting of these defenses, but they're starting to figure it out. But Geekay specifically against NIP, they're not giving them those easy openings. Even on Bank, where you need to roam, where you need to hold heavily, Geekay weren't running in front of NIP angles being held. They were stalling enough time on the aggression, but then not overplaying their hand. And Sireneko has really been the only guy, Sireneko and Lua, to move beyond sort of the stronghold for Crest on the defensive bomb sites. But aside from that, NIP aren't finding these openings as often as it seemed like they might at the start of this attacking side.
Yeah, especially with the Dokkaebi in the lineup. Like, that was the thing on Bank where it was like, this could just help them so much with their clear, but as of right now, it hasn't really been doing all that much for them. Some stuns out, some other things in tow for Ninjas in Pajamas, but all silent past that. No real damage dealt to either team. Crest have been able to rest on all of this utility, and there's still quite a bit of it. Yeah, there's a Nitro Cell out from Whiskey, but you have Razor Blooms to worry about, all these goo mines still in the pocket. Actually, speaking of which, Lua, why do you have 5 goo mines in your pocket?
He's saving them up for a rainy day. To throw at anybody might come his way. Who knows, though. But the map control has pretty much been ceded by Crest. I will say Eclair backs off very quickly. Tiopi found on the Thorn, who's playing Library earlier. I was going to say with the control, Crest were still holding. NIP will have very low time, but Crest all back off at about a minute left. Really banking on NIP to stall themselves out, not to find any more picks. But look at Psycho. He knows, or at least has an idea that Sireneko might be flanking. He's been so individual on the Brava's watching. The Brava's waiting. Can he find the kill? Muji looking the wrong way. Still a disadvantage now. Sireneko's position. No, he checks the wrong position. Opportunity now gone for NIP, but it's a 2v4 on the site. Psycho tries to hit, but gets a bit too quick. Whiskey takes down the both in stock. Pino's got to pick up the pieces again, but there's too many players to deal with. He checks the prone angle in stock, but the shotgun's too strong. Crest tie it up. They've got a chance now, Sam, to take this map.
NIP just aren't pushing.
They're not.
They're just not executing. They're not setting up and just going for things. And that is the legitimately, we found it. We found the crux of the issue. Ninjas in Pajamas, no matter what happens, they will only go about things in the last 10 seconds, and they just need to get to the point where when they have the setup ready to execute, Carter, they hit the big red button and they do it. Because it's almost like you have all the tools to, so might be a good idea. That's all I'm saying.
And now I was
frustrated.
I was thinking at 5-4. All right. If we're not taking it right now, it's got to be 5-5. If they lose, they have to take the tack timeout. And indeed, that's exactly what happens because now it was a fantasy at 5-2. Like, oh, okay, maybe they come back, maybe whatever, right? It wasn't a likely proposition. Now, this is your map pick. This is not like Sandbox. I mean, more rounds have been played in this game than on Sandbox Chalet yesterday.
You're legitimately, the thing that's so frustrating for me right now with these defenses that we see Nip playing into is that they're essentially waiting for Crest to punish them.
They are.
They're just like, I'm just going to stand here and wait to see if somebody roams and shoots me in the back of the head. Oh my God, I'm dead.
Well, and to be fair, they had the right idea. They knew somebody might flank. They knew Cyrenaica might flank on that top floor, but he's looking the wrong way, right? So is he checking the wrong spot? Yeah, that's fine. Like, that's going to happen, whatever. But even then, the slow time, the slow pace for NIP, it's almost built into the play style. When they win the fights, when the defenders are in positions they expect, NIP are able to win it. When there is that variable, when there is something, that's when NIP, it gets closer to 50-50 instead of 70-30 of the kinds of rounds, the probabilities that they have at winning it. And Crest have been able to play patient enough or hit those flanks, hit those moments that happen in a map where you think to yourself, you're Muzi, God, if I was only looking left instead of right. It's that timing that sometimes happens in games that you can't control that is now just barely pushing Crest over the edge on back of slowly developing, slowly getting better on these defenses against NIP that now, if they fix, if NIP can get this figured out, they'll get match point.
I'm going to stick with my theory here and say that they're not going to. I think this is either going to be a 7-5 or an OT victory.
You're putting your money on the Crest comeback? You're putting them on Crest match point?
Yeah, and the reason being is exactly what I was talking about. I genuinely think that Ninjas in Pajamas, although like we have highlighted like their ability to bare teeth at the proper moments,
yes,
they're doing the exact opposite right now. They have completely lost the accelerator. They don't know where the shifter is, and it's like I really hope this tactical timeout shakes them because that's exactly what they need. This is not how Ninjas in Pajamas should be playing.
And the performance as well. I mean, Khan's obviously putting up numbers, but Muzi certainly not having the best day. Pino not putting up. I mean, 6-6 is fine, but
he just hasn't had a great tournament. Pino's tournament has been pretty bad.
No. I mean, we've seen some good things, right? But yes, you're correct. It's not been overall great, and the stat lines aren't terrible. We're all close to even, but nobody on NIP is really showing up. Nobody is on this attacking half, especially getting them over the line, or pulling them over the line, or really saying, I showed up to play.
I was going to say, I will say this, talking about like stat lines and stuff like that, Pino might not have had the greatest stat lines yesterday, but Wizard is looking a lot better today.
I will
say that. I will 100% say that about them, but it's just so frustrating because you expect Ninjas in Pajamas to be able to see things decently clearly up against what Crest is doing, because Crest isn't doing anything unorthodox. This isn't outside the box. This is supposed to be happening, especially with these rotations that are coming through and are punishing Ninjas in Pajamas. It's something to expect.
And check out this setup from Crest. We just saw it a minute and a half. They fall back from the library side. NIP now droning to find this information. So this is going to be about 15, 20, maybe 30 more seconds. But they need to clear this utility, and what's awaiting for them? The Mira. Whiskey's playing this Mira, and this is the exact operator, probably NIP's nightmare when they go for these late executes. If they don't have time to deal with these Mira windows, if they don't have time to clear these positions, that's what makes the defense fare a lot better when NIP try to make their executes work.
And you can see Crest going back to what we had seen previously, just slowing things down, keeping the C4s down low, like you said. And this is exactly what you want, because once again, like I was touching on, Nip is going to wait until the last 10 seconds. This is what I wanted the tag timeout to fix, Carter, and I don't think we're going to get it.
No. NIP, they recognize what's going on. You can see them realize. Pino opens that hole in the wall, maybe will try to use that nade later, but he's dead. Lou is able to get the kill. The C4s will likely remain alive down below unless there's the quickest reaction and the biggest of luck from NIP. Breaches on the wall open. Khans will try to move in for the plant. The coverage needs to be solid. The C4s need to miss. So many factors need to go NIP's way, and Lua just knows it before the round even began. It's an advantage for NIP. They'll try to recover. Eclair with the C4. Wizards able to get him, but they have intel. Can they land it? 10 seconds remaining. It has to land, and indeed it will. 1v1 essentially with Wizard putting the bomb on the floor, but he's Goomined. It's going to be so close to the wire. Will he have the intel? Eclair down below. He's got the pick. He's got match point for Crest. 1 round away from taking a pick from NIP that seemed destined for their victory.
All right, can I get on my soapbox?
Stand up on the soapbox.
I will do it right now.
Hold on,
I'm actually going to stand on my chair. I'm on the soapbox,
Maybe
folks.
again.
So listen, here's the thing. If you really want to plant in that area, Carter, the most important thing is dining. How the hell do we not drone it? How the hell do we not know 2 people are down there with nitro cells in such a pivotal position? And then not only that, you're going to send 1 person down there to do it. That's piss poor. That's all I'm gonna say. That's not what. And again, the only reason I'm frustrated and that I'm genuinely angry with Ninjas in Pajamas is because this is a star-studded lineup. This should not be happening.
And it's frustrating as well because you can see the recognition from NIP. They know what they need to do.
Bad.
Pino goes down below. He says, "Oh my God, they can C4 us at this plant spot. They have dining control. They can do it if they want." But you know the problem? Yeah. Time. There's no time to deal with it.
We're wasting so much time on this offense. They're just like, we actually cannot do anything unless it's sub-minute. And I'm so lost as to why this is the way.
But to Crest credit, they figured it out.
They did.
That lineup, everything there. Did it come down to the wire? And was it still a 1v2 man advantage for NIP? Yes, but they figured it out. They said, this team is going to be so slow. If we pull back at a minute 30 and sit inside the site, NIP are going to take like 45 seconds to get in position. And dining guys, nobody's countered you yet, right? Yeah, nobody's countered us. All right, just stay there. Just use those C4s. We're fine. We have the winning setup, and Crest know this at this point. Their map pick is next. This is not their pick that they might get. This is NIP's pick, and they are 1 round away from taking it in regulation.
And then we're going to put Cons on a shield and potentially our last round on regulation.
I know he's the shield guy, but this is our only man positive at the moment. We've seen him play Ash yesterday against Sandbox when things were down to the wire on Oregon. And they put him on the shield?
I'm such a disgruntled father right now.
You are.
Carter just sees me with my hands on my hips right now, folks. This is like, oh, man.
Okay, I know Wizard's putting up better numbers, but you have Wizard or Cons, and you put Cons on the shield, and he's the only dude positive? Why not give Cons the IQ? I know it's different roles, but still, either way.
Cons does it all, though, and that's the one thing we've been constantly singing his praises about. Ninjas in Pajamas, I definitely think that they have the gusto to push this to OT. We just need to see them be a little bit more lethal around this 130 mark. We cannot let this get to sub-minute and not really have any inkling of what is going on in the pivotal portions of the map that our site is, banking on being successful in.
But remember this round, remember this dining attack, right? Because they got up in these walls extremely quickly, but then they sent the Monty all the way through the top floor and then down Solar Stairs. And NIP ended up losing this round because, again, there was no time to react from late round positions held by Crest. Cons is now down below. They might instead be looking for a plant through short, perhaps?
Well, the beauty is that there is no smoke for Crest. So they have some nitro cells that they're going to have to try and deal with, but I do think that Nip can reconcile with that. So much Valkyrie information, as well as Whiskey trying to hold on to things here at the back of Kitchen. Cons trying his best to try and find a position to plant here. Some utility up top. Cons is going to take a little bit of damage, especially from that nitro cell. But now with the sub-minute here, plant starting, some verticality cover. This is looking nice for Nip. I think they've at least got this. He's going to fall off.
Back off.
I think that he just walked into something there. I don't know exactly what just happened to him, but he's dead to rights. No shield to cover the planter.
No shield at all.
There's a flanker. There's a flanker on main.
And a case dropped inside of the site. NIP are watching. Wizard, the Finka, they're so focused forward.
Oh no.
He's right in front of the breach. Is there this flanker? Is it going to hit? Eclair's got one. Sireneko's got the call. Sireneko's got the kill. Muzi now on half HP. Pino's got to push forward. They've got to recover. It's one gun left alive for NIP as Muzi pushes forward right into the shotgun. Whiskey doesn't miss his man. Muzi doesn't either. Pino last alive so many times. Can he save it now? Can he be lethal in the clutch? Can he win the pick? Can he get the last kill with 3 seconds left? This is not the NIP, you know. This is not the NIP against Sandbox. This is NIP now down 1-0 on Elimination Series.
From the land of the rising sun, Crest, Japan is here to play. Ninjas in Pajamas lose their own map pick against a much smaller region. And this is something actually that has routinely been happening to NIP across the last year and a half. They come here, they play against MENA teams, they lose. They play against Japanese teams, they lose. And now there is actually a moment in time that we could be here to witness where Ninjas in Pajamas goes home in the play-ins of this major.
And you might be thinking to yourself, why are we getting so excited? The series isn't over. We still got another map, maybe 2. NIP could very well win this, and that's right. NIP could very well still win this. They could come back. They had a good game against Geekay on Bank. There are a lot of possibilities, but Sam, this is anybody's game, and we'll be with it right after this.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
we just got to breathe for a second, everyone, because we are at a scoreline I don't think anybody expected, and if you did, you were completely going off of emotion and not how this series should have gone. 5 rounds in a row from Crest, down 5-2 to win 7-5 on NIP's map pick, and just to add insult to injury, one that NIP won 7-1 yesterday against Sandbox. It doesn't get crazier than that.
No, it doesn't. And honestly, they're on a quest right now to take out Ninjas in Pajamas. 7-5 in regulation on Chalet, a map that Ninjas in Pajamas are no slouch on at all. Truly impressive, especially from the defensive perspective. I mean, just look at that, Carter. 5 straight rounds, like you said. A great cost across the board for everyone. Lua kind of falling off the wagon just a bit, but made matters most when they were rearing their head for him. So very well done from Crest, but this journey is not over just yet. We still have Bank on the docket and the possibility to round things off to a 3rd map too. It's really just up to Ninjas in Pajamas and their adjustments coming into this next map.
I mean, it is entirely on them, right? I mean, these are 2 maps in this series, the first 2 that they've already played. They played Chile yesterday. They played Bank against Geekay, and we've talked a lot about that matchup, the ins and outs, who could have won it when, who choked, what, but it was still an 8-7, and still one that NIP performed very well on. So this is territory that they are comfortable on and have played at this tournament in a best-of-1 as well, which you're not going to play a map you're uncomfortable on in the best-of-1. It's usually even territory between 2 teams. So this is still very much a time that NIP can make this comeback, but this is when it was good. These were the glory days for NIP, the up 4-0, and even up 4-2 going into the half. Everything after that, no, just not at all.
Yeah, things looked pretty solid for their defensive end, but I also think it kind of favored their mentality as of right now. And once we got over to the offensive perspective, that's where Crest was really able to exploit that to its absolute fullest. And even past the tactical timeout, Ninjas in Pajamas never really went for something that was going to be more hostile towards Crest setups. They still just kept the same cadence, and I mean, we saw what it got them. The info game really wasn't there when it mattered most, especially on this play right here, like we were talking about. Our drones rolling downstairs around 33 seconds to see what's going on in a very pivotal portion of the area where you're trying to plant a bomb. That's not what you want, man.
It was just the perfect setup in that round from Crest. It was the perfect
Just
setup.
beautiful.
The intel, the C4s, the Miras, everything was set up to perfectly counter NIP, and it worked out perfectly. And that was Chalet. Again, just one final time.
Only one.
NIP's fifth.
Only one
Just the
so
one.
far.
Just the one. It's 1-0. And listen, this is still the top 8 team at Copenhagen. This is still the team that is legendary, not only in Brazil, but internationally in Rainbow Six. They can come back and win 2-1. They have that potential. They have that ceiling. But still 1-0 from Crest, especially when we have Bank coming up right here. Their map pick, man, it's just too close for comfort.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's the thing, honestly, like looking at this map pool initially, I was like, oh, 2-0 for NIP. This is something that they should walk into and be very happy with that they got this in the ban phase. But as of now, with how Crest played on Chalet, I'm actually genuinely scared what they could potentially do to NIP on Bank.
Now, the one issue I think that Crest need to be careful of, you can play passive against NIP, but on Bank, you can't just play the site. You got to roam. You got to go for those extensions. There's going to need to be some forward stance taken by Crest against NIP. And Crest have shown repeatedly that that is not their first instinct. That is not their first go-to. It's something they kind of need to work themselves up to, especially in that clubhouse game against Geekay yesterday. So on Bank, when they hit those defenses, when they play them, they've got to have a good handle on how to play that map, but it's their pick. I mean, it's got to be. They got to know.
And, you know, just considering all the maps inside of this map pool as well, we have, you know, something from every corner, every echelon of the style of Siege. Because, you know, if we do get through Bank, we go to Skyscraper, which becomes so weird in between these two because they're so very patient on their offensive sides. But Skyscraper is so unbelievably punishing for that play style. It's like, okay, who's going to be the person that gets the one offensive round that matters?
And at the same time for Skyscraper, if you look at the Copenhagen Major, I mean, that map, there were 2 big upsets. North Option, 7-1 to Revan, the team from LATAM that made it to Phase 2 on that map. But more importantly, that's the map Fury took off of M&M. And while M&M ended up winning the series, that was still one of the biggest upsets we had in the play-ins. And Skyscraper for Asian teams, man, do you really want to risk it with that history inside of BR6 this year? I know my stance. I wouldn't want to risk it, but we do have Bank coming up. Skyscraper, if NIP can muster the strength, if they can make it to that map 3, we'll see Sky, we'll see the punishing defenses, but now it is Bank. Crest's map pick, the one where the upset of the play-ins might just happen.
Look at the social prediction change on this.
That's a crazy shit.
My God, man. Guys, I want you to know that this series has been so highly watched that I actually had friends texting me about what was happening with NIP. actively, like my phone was a bomb inside of my pocket. I was like, what the heck is happening right now? But yeah, I mean, everybody on red alert right now for Ninjas in Pajamas. But for Crest, there could be money in this bank for them, baby. 2-0 and going on to Swiss stage up against Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, even if they get sent home in Swiss stage, that would be the happiest plane ride.
It would. It would. That would be so, so fun. And Copenhagen saw...
So we just start drinking at the first airport, right?
Literally, yeah. I mean, Copenhagen saw so many teams from regions like Japan, like OS, going out so early. I mean, the only ones were the Revan from LATAM, and of course, Falcons from MENA, but there weren't a whole lot of Japanese teams, aside from Scars Auto Qualified, that had that chance, from Korea that had that chance. Crest could really be one of the first true from the Japanese region that aren't just Scars to make it through to that Swiss stage. And maybe they don't win. Again, maybe they don't make it far, but just to make it, just to be in that same conversation as teams like Falcons, that's what all of this is about.
Dude, you're giving me that energy right now, Carter. You're giving me that, the reason I love esports, you know what I mean? It's anybody's game any day of the week, and that's why we play the games, man. You never know what's going to happen. Somebody's always on the come up, and somebody's always on the come down. And it seems like history might have finally caught up to the NIP organization in Rainbow Six Siege. They were dominant for a very long time, and we've been slowly seeing them degrade, but it looks like this might be the nail in the coffin.
No,
potentially.
Just, I mean, Copenhagen, top 8, just a little bit of a recovery. And even then, lost 7-3 to 6 Karma on the first day. They still were able to not only come back that event, but make a claim, a reclamation for that reputation that they had in 2020, in 2021, the year they won SI. But as you said, the downfall since then, this was supposed to be the comeback. This was supposed to be their group.
Yeah.
This was one, I'm seeing
the easiest group.
I'm seeing on Twitter people being like, did Brazil rig the draw? Because how did NIP get this group? This was supposed to not even be a conversation. This match was supposed to be over, and we find ourselves on bank. Crest pick, when they have the advantage in the series, they have the leeway to make mistakes. Op bans have just gone through, by the way. We didn't even mention that. Osa Solus from Crest. Solus, very logical ban on bank, specifically to counter that vertical play through the floor. And from NIP, they don't ban that Ying. They don't ban it, interestingly enough. We saw it on bank, of course, but it's an operator that they are very hesitant to leave up for their opponents.
It's a disgusting character. It really is. Ying, one of my favorites, and has been ever since she was released. She is incredibly good at execution. And also you have the T95 LMG as well, which is just such an insane gun, right? Really good rate of fire and just really solid overall. Don't really have to worry too much about it. So with that being said, though, Ninjas in Pajamas now set up to try and find some success here on bank. But like you said, this is going to require some heavy lifting from Crest, especially on this defensive end, and I think we're already seeing some things that you enjoy.
We are, and I'm very happy to see this. Open area hatch open. It's a very simple thing, but given Crest's insistence on playing things more conservative, playing things closer to the chest, to see them on their map pick say, no, bank necessitates a little bit of a roam. We're not going to see that inexperience at this moment, at least strategically speaking. That inexperience will not rear its head yet. Also, look at these Valk cameras from Lua placed inside of Janitor, aimed to find NIP attackers as they move in through that top floor. And look at how many players are stationed around the middle. And if they remember that Geekay game, they'll know Pino is always in CEO with this box.
Yep. Yep, they most definitely will. And that's the thing about bank, right, is it's kind of a one-size-fits-all clear. We were kind of talking about that with another map earlier on. I can't remember what the heck we were referencing. Oh, I think it was Oregon. No, it was Villa. We were talking about Villa. And Muzi actually is going to take down Tiopi. They're looking to try and gun through this clear. You can see the drone game working out very well, too, as they've got a complete read on where this Valkyrie is. She's going to try and turn a diamond fire back, but it's actually going to be Zero that goes down. And have we awoken the beast? We'll have to find out here. I definitely do not want to call it too early, but this is the most active I've seen NIP this entire tournament.
Have we seen an NIP round at their behest come down to a 4v1 this early? We might very well, or Crest might very well, have awoken the Ninjas in Pajamas. Only round 1, but a complete heel turn by NIP from cowardly at times to insistent on map control.
I just want to, like, were you trolling us? I'm just messing around. No. We're going to require a couple more rounds for me to really agree with the fact that Nip is doing something here, because honestly, that could have just banked on the fact that they got 2 big picks on Crest. We're like, all right, we can probably just collapse in this roam and see what happens, and they were able to clean things up that way. Really hard to tell so early on and with such a small sample size, so we'll see how things continue to go on Bank, but this is going to elicit an immediate line change from Crest. They're going to send this into the mid-floor and bring some other tidbits of utility to try and lock things down here in open area.
I think the switch to the Fenrir is a direct response to what Muzi did last round. He just stormed on into Tellers, carved out a hole inside of Tellers and Archives that then made the rest of the roam completely unplayable. All within the first 45 seconds, but if you have that Fenrir, you have those F-Knots on the doorways, Nip have to either, well, they'll either get punished for doing the same play, or they'll need to use that Brava, as Twitch is banned by NIP. Yep. They would have to use that Brava to hack those F-Knots or use explosive utility to deal with it. So I really like that adaptation by Eclair. When they go back to lockers later on, I expect he'll be there as well.
Yeah, most definitely. A solid lineup across the board. You know, I really like what we're seeing here, especially with Lua bringing that Warden in just to make sure that execute utility isn't as pivotal for Nip in certain scenarios. But could I obviously end up getting picked early on here if he ends up going for the improper thing. But Ninjas in Pajamas, we know their tendency to be slow about things. This is going to be about this opener and how they handle the aggression from Nip initially. We're going to have Pino up top on these windows. He's going to be in line with Psychos. They're looking to address things here on the far side.
Pino also going about this soft destruction far more safer than he has before. I think he recognized it and remembers the Geekay game, where he was very often counted on Bucker, couldn't find anything. The boogies are a much safer option to achieve a very similar result. He's still got to worry about Lua, though, very eagerly taking a fight with Pino on that window outside of the CEO position. Boogies going out, trying their best. Ooh, unfortunate right there. Caught on the chair. That's sometimes the downside of Siege. There's so many furniture, so many objects, a gadget can get caught like that. And that will, unfortunately, deny probably a wide swath of soft destruction that NIP were looking for. A lot of Crest defenders up top. A lot of big NIP players moving in to take these fights. Candela's going out. Wizard gets the first pick. That's 2 now for NIP. Candela for the follow-up on the player inside of Electrical. Whiskey holding it down. Will need to back off down that hatch. Very quick roam clear from NIP. They are so dedicated to this shift, and at the moment, it is working out very well.
A bomb has been located.
Well, the thing that we were talking about earlier came to fruition, didn't it? So Lua's down. Gonna really have to worry about this last Candela, as it will stun everyone in its vicinity. Hopefully Zero can get that thing caught up in a disc later on down the line. But a lot of destruction being done by the boogie drones as they're ripping up all of this flooring, making it a lot more difficult to rotate around that base floor. Ninjas in Pajamas resting back on the info game, but why not? Things are working out pretty solid for them so far. They'll get a decent read on the player over inside of E2 Elevator, and more than likely start looking to transition this to the mid-floor soon.
Now this is the time when you've got that 5v4 that the patience from NIP actually ends up paying off, because with an advantage when it's not just a 5v5, you can afford to take that time, but then you have the advantage to play trades, to work players out of positions without it just being basically a coin flip as who ends up winning. Candela caught by a Candela, or caught by a Magnet, excuse me, but Psycho still knows he can blind them. C4 flies out, but it's on the wrong side of the desk. Wizard picks up Tiopi. Man advantage retained by NIP as they can keep playing these trades. They'll only be favored. Crest need to overperform. Somebody's got to go big. It all falls onto Whiskey, but NIP seem revitalized after the break, moving into map 2. Full control of open area at this point. Pino will just put the bomb down merely to force a rotation out from Whiskey. Do his due diligence. There's no shot this mute gets this one.
Well, so far so good for Ninjas in Pajamas, and yeah, I'm in the exact same boat as you are, my friend, and Pino will make sure that that comes true too. Ninjas in Pajamas, 2-0 right now, but here's the key thing. What happened on Chalet? Ninjas in Pajamas up first. Some adjustments we could see out of Crest. We'll have to just see what's going on. Looks like we need some admin assistance here for just a split second. Don't know if it's game audio or what, but they're trying to get things figured out. So we'll let you know what the admin call is here momentarily. But as of right now, this is looking like the traditional Ninjas in Pajamas that we're used to, right? This is looking like them doing the most with the round that is ahead of them. And instead of just sitting there and trying to get every bit of info under their belt and dwindling down their time to make make it to where they really just can't make mistakes. They've instead started lunging, especially in that first round, to try and get some of these earlier picks, and obviously in that second round, making it to where they could go back to that same well, use that info game past that first pick, really assist themselves with understanding conceptually what was going on that mid floor.
It's pretty ironic that the quicker NIP attacks actually come on the far larger map, Bank. I mean, they were stalling out so much time on Chalet and on Bank. I think maybe they're just recognizing we're not clearing the whole map. We just need to clear positions one at a time.
That's what we were talking about, right?
And that's and you're making that bite-sized. You're making it a lot easier to wrap your head around and making it a lot easier to process and make decisions. And sure, yeah, NIP had very dominant 4-0 start, but these attacks, if they were the problem on Chalet and Bank being just a whole different beast entirely, NIP is still looking like you can't count them out just yet.
Yeah, most definitely. I absolutely have to agree with you, because the key thing that you said in your statement there, or at least for me, is the fact that they're making things into bite-sized pieces. And on top of that, I think that they're also going for the things that are warranted, right? They're not trying to get the whole cake. They're just going for those little slices that they actually need to get their play to go off. And that's what was so frustrating for me on Chalet. We don't need this whole map, guys. We just need the portions of the map that are pivotal to our strategy. And that's what we're seeing here on Bank. It's working swimmingly.
2 sites now, 1 for NIP. They've taken down Lockers and Open Area. We saw a rotation from Crest where instead of trying to play that site a second time, they immediately rotated. I don't think they will just suddenly go back to Lockers or try Open Area again. With how dominant these rounds have been, they will do their best to win on another bomb site, and they'll do that very thing. Move up to CEO, then use the next 3 rounds after this to fix whatever mistakes they find necessary. For NIP, I'm not going to mention it. I got excited by the lineup. I'm not going to jinx it.
Don't say it.
Not going to do it. In the set, I'll talk about Crest because we know their operators are solid. You got the Castle. That's always going to be there. The Warden, always going to be there. But Crest leaning into their strength on Chalet. At least in certain rounds, it was the insight intelligence. And Lua on that Maestro. If a bomb goes down, we won't say how just yet. We'll wait for NIP to confirm their operators. But if it goes down, that Maestro, should those Evil Eyes remain alive, be very helpful.
There it is.
We have an Amaru and a Glaz on the board, Sam.
I'm so very excited, Carter. I'm giddy about this one, and I'll tell you why. It's really because of Muzi. You know, when you see smokes in play, you know, and all that kind of stuff building up for Glaz, that's all great, well and good. But when you see Amaru, that just dictates that things are going to go very quickly. And yeah, I can see the body language too. TOP's looking to hop out. I don't know how long Psycho's going to last here. Are they both going to hop out on both ends? No? Wait, really? What? Okay. All right, that's a thing. That happened. What the hell was that?
Huh?
The math ain't mathin'. The math is not mathin'.
Well, I mean, NIP, they've got an execute here. I mean, that's 4v5. You still got to worry about the Evil Eyes, but the smoke canisters can go out. The Glass can hold these angles. Muzi doesn't even have the diffuser. That's cons. Muzi probably just going to fly up a hatch or through a window. Oh, Tiopi, though, he rotates off. He ends up making the smart play, but the Glass counters him. Now 4v3, but for Crest, the diffuser's in sight. So Cycle will have to fall off the window and fall to Eclair. Muzi needs to open this up on the backside. The rest of his team is stuck outside these windows, and he's caught completely by Whiskey. This round seemed destined for NIP after that failed hop out by Lua, I should say. But now as Wizard rotates, Pino will pause outside of Electrical. No push further. Will Siren Echo spot him? Just a little bit too far above Gridlock, hiding behind that shield. Smart reset. Wizard with the drone won't spot anything. A pre-fire will just barely tag Siren Echo, but he knows the Gridlock's in the hallway. First engagement doesn't work. The flash is all missed, though. They fly on in. Siren Echo lands it. Pino now falls. Wizard 2! Crest somehow pick up their first round, but one they had no business winning.
That was curious. That was very curious there. But it does go to show you just how effective Warden can be. Even if he goes for one, if he gets the proper person, things can definitely go awry, especially on a setup like this where you are mostly dedicated to those north windows and you have to swing in to get the case now. Things are going to be really problematic, and it was very unfortunate for Ninjas in Pajamas. You got to feel for Muzi especially. Just had to do so much heavy lifting over on the far side, and apparently something happening over on the B stream.
Yes.
So
if you are not aware, we obviously have 2 games going on at once. CAG Bleed. CAG are currently up 1-0 in the series. I don't have the exact score on map 2, but CAG won their first map, which complete opposite of when these teams last met earlier in the play-ins. Bleed dominantly defeating CAG on their map. Now they are 1-0. Of course, Crest 1-0 in the series as well. With that run-up from Lua, I was like, oh, this round is not going to go well, is it? And even here with Psycho doming him through the chair, too. This didn't work, but Whiskey, this is the player, or this is the kill that really did it, because it was a 3v3, finding Muzi on that backside. That brought the round back from, okay, favoring NIP close to 50-50. That brought it to Crest. You can take this.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think it was a bad call from NIP to honestly go for that execution. They got the big pick there and were able to set things up. But, I mean, the major problem is that they really didn't have the oversight there.
No,
we had
Warden,
the
man.
Yeah, the Warden's there, but the key thing is that Glass was a little late to the party. He didn't have that other angle on the other window, so you have your Ying swinging in, and he's trying to hold that right door, but not the panels over on the far side. But that's the thing, right? Split decision making. You got to choose one or the other. You can't have both. So, unfortunately, chooses wrong, and NIP will end up letting that one slip through their fingers. And this might be the start of something here for Crest. This is why we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here for NIP's sake, as we want to see what Crest can do with their audibles.
Don't see the 3-body stack inside of Archives this time. Still some roamers, but they are more focused in open area. There is no Fenrir like I thought there might be, but the fact that there's nobody concentrated in that one small room. Muzi can't just sprint in like he did before. There's plenty of intel being gathered by NIP on these positions. The top of that wall, actually all of that wall, soft completely. Candelas fly in. Crest might very well have to start retreating a little bit, and they completely give it up, actually. Minute 10 wasted. That's perfectly fine. Maybe you could have gone for more, but with the utility flying in, perfectly understandable decision by Crest. But with that hatch open, NIP now have a lot of utility in their pockets. A lot of those Candelas, the hatch already open. Not that much work to be done with the time they've got.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When does the rest of NIP show up to the party? That's the real question.
It's a fair question.
Because that's when we've been seeing them make their errors, is they'll have map control, they'll have these things under their umbrella, but they don't utilize them in the way that you normally would. But I will say, obviously, Bank has been a different story for them on this offensive perspective. They've been doing a really good job of setting themselves up for success. Even in round 3, they lost it. I still agree with the way that they went about things. So, could be the same here for round 4. As you said, the hatch is already open, so don't really have to concern themselves too highly with that. They'll continue trying to break up some floorboards and other things along those lines, but not really too much to be said as of right now as we go into the last minute.
The advantage of Crest with the lineup that they have is rotating after a minute 10 seconds. These Goyos inside of the site. The Twitch is banned, so in order for these to blow up, they have to either be shot by the attack, shot by the defense, blown up even. So a lot of time can be wasted by Crest. There is no smoke, though. So a lot of front-loaded denial.
Sub 30.
Yep, sub 30. The backup, those Yokais, the C4s, they need to land. Big pickup by Lua as they drop down into the site. Cons pushes forward, now goes for the plant. But Lua, that Warden going so huge. Whiskey Goomba stomps Psycho as he vaults over from the red hallway. But the bomb goes down safely. Cons sticks that in the chaos, but it's a 1v4 now. This is a very difficult one for Pino to win. He's got the top floor, but there's so many angles going his way. He's backed off, shut down Lua, so he's safe on the top floor, but he can't get to it clear a time. He's sprinting over, but he gets stoned by Sireneko. The heads-up play, the wall rips open, but Sireneko's just a little quicker on that reaction. All tied up.
He's got a fairly godparent just right there holding him down, dude. Incredible stuff out of Crest. What a cover. And it goes back to kind of the strategy that we were talking about with their setup for, Master and Office upstairs on Chalet. We see another pivotal and perfect setup for Crest in the way that ninjas in pajamas go about things. I didn't want to say this. I was about to, but I was like, yo, you want to make a bet right now? I'll bet you a drink this evening that they don't execute until sub 30, and that's exactly what happened. I should have said it.
But to be fair there, I mean, NIP, was it as quick as the Blitz in round 1? No, it was slower than that, but it was still a decent pace. They get open area control.
They get the plant down too.
Yeah, and they get the bomb down too. Credit to Cons for sticking that despite the chaos happening around him, but that was ultimately, that wasn't even NIP being overly slow. That really was Crest setup. The Goyos, the Miras, the C4s, the Yokais was all built for that plant denial. And the problem with Locker's attacks sometimes is even if you are going at a timely manner, you can just stack so much utility on that server doorway that if the attack goes for a take on that side or inside of Lockers or CCTV, it's just so difficult to make work sometimes.
Yeah. For sure, you are right on, my boy. For sure, you are right on. Now, I will say this as well for NIP. Thankfully, they did end up going for the execute right when they were able to get everybody in position, and obviously that was one of the highlights as well that I had been talking about. So happy that NIP obviously ended up going for things. So good on them, able to get the case down and at least have an attempt here. But now 2-2, and Crest starting to make a case that they have some potential to take bank and make this a 2-0, which if you shook me awake at 4 in the morning and asked that Stokes what the hell would have happened in this series, I'd been like, you are smoking something. I don't know what it is, but man, wow.
Just a great showing so far. Crest can be proud of their performance.
Dude,
on
it's every time with the dang couches.
I know it's. I mean, it's a little difficult from throwing it outside that window because the way like the center column between the double windows is aligned, the placement of the couches. But that's 2 boogies now between these 2 rounds that Pino has lost to the top 4, and it's basically resulted in that segment of the top floor not being open because he dedicates them to different rooms. But still, the clear up top, it worked well. Cons, they know there's someone electrical.
Do they know about the secondary measure, the third measure as well? There's one over in Checkers. I think that's Valkyrie over inside of the connecting area. Might have a drop off here. That shotgun's gonna be really deadly.
Oh, he's so close.
He's so very close. He goes for the flick down, but he just doesn't have the trigger. The M590 just a tad bit quicker. And now a flank out, and he gets it as well, and it's on Muzi, of all people. He rarely loses situations like that, especially when he's rifle on. He loses it entirely, and NIP, they're falling to pieces. Lua's up here. Lua just needs to hit the deck and play time. Minute and 10 seconds remaining. If he could just be a thorn in the side of Pino, this will be so distracting to NIP, but they've got the counter angle from outside on the far windows here. Wizard will be able to save their bacon and make things a little bit more difficult for Crest.
Wizard's on the position he needed to be because Crest, I mean, Cyrenaico probably should not have hit that flank, but he gets away with it, makes it a 5v3, but there's still the aggressive Thorn inside of Banana, and well, ends up falling. Cyrenaico also on low HP. This could very well be a 3v3 for NIP if they find that Valkyrie. But Pino and Psycho, so low HP. Wizard even now damaged. No one on NIP with full HP. Tiopi on the doorway. That leads to this hatch, so if Psycho drops, he'll get the sound cue. Somebody from NIP, maybe it's Wizard 4-2, or maybe Pino, somebody has got to overperform. Wizard almost has an angle on that player down
20
below
seconds.
Sam. I know. The sub 20 execute. Can you believe it? Pino.
Oh.
There they have it. Whiskey gets 1. Psycho cut down. 1v3. Lead taken now by Crest, Sam. I'm not calling it. It's too soon. But NIP up 2-0. And another comeback. Now turning into a lead.
Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. Now you're in Steel of Fear. Ninjas in Pajamas and Psycho. Yeah, you can see it on their face, man. Now. I'll just let it speak for itself. Look at that camera, folks. Ninjas in Pajamas. They're disgruntled right now, and you should be. Things are not going the way that they should. They're not going the way that are practiced and preached by Ninjas in Pajamas. And this is what I was worried about. Once Crest starts feeling themselves, starts understanding how NIP wants to play the map, they've been doing a very solid job of addressing a lot of these different things around the area. And the one thing I will say about this, Carter, although some of these pushes aren't the greatest idea from Crest, they have the confidence, and they also have the mechanical ability to make these moments happen, where usually it's NIP, you know, being the ones that make these shocking moments. One of the most shocking moments I've ever watched in Rainbow Six Siege is because of freaking Muzi dropping down Oil Pit and fading Rampy on the drop like he's Kobe Bryant.
I hate to fact check.
Who is it?
That was Pino.
Pino, thank you. Man, thank you. I'm glad that you're here. That was good. That was good. Dude, I do that all the time. I'm such a faces person. I just like, boop, boop. Anyways, still, this roster, it just goes to show. They have always been one of those teams that will shock you with really big plays like what we saw. But right now, it's Crest that is taking that mantle.
And they retooled after that SI 2021 winning roster started to devolve into inconsistency or consistently poor performances. They brought on Wizard, waited a little bit, brought on Cons to try to fix things. It worked in Copenhagen, but against Crest,
Cons is 0-5 in this game, by the way. This is like such an outlier for him in this tournament. He was the heartbeat of this team yesterday.
He was. Another Cade going out. Something's not working for NIP and something's in the air for Crest. Something that only happens in big events like this. The Cade claw tricking is working so well, but finally the timing doesn't work. and the Electric Claw destroyed as well. Whiskey's got one in pocket, but he'll have to back off the elevator position. Can he make it back in time? Yes, he can. Lua knows somebody's on the window. Oh, just sees him for a second. That's such a dangerous engagement to take. Lua's got to be picky with those engagements he chooses because Wizard will be there, and Wizard will remain, and he's having a much better performance than he did yesterday.
Yes, most definitely. He is gun on right now. They have a bead on the player here inside of elevator. Eclair will go down, as I do believe there was a couple of different angles being utilized against him right there, but either way, that is going to be the body going the way of Ninjas in Pajamas, and in decent time, I would say. Although this top floor setup still alive and well for Crest. A lot of holes as well too, and Cons is going to try and exploit that to the nth degree. So move the Monty up top, but nobody really in tow minus the window player over here.
Oh, Lua, what are you? Oh, hello?
Okay. I mean, yeah, genuinely, like they really had to go for something eventually and go for these swings, try and get some kills under their belt, but it's not really going to work out for them. Ninjas in Pajamas do a much better job of addressing the top floor. Instead of going for the north windows and trying to play through it that way, they go for the main lobby, and wouldn't you know it, Nip plays the map from the outside of the building while they have an active Monty moving his way up the red stairs.
Yeah, Monty meant to make space, and Wizard meant to find anyone that's displaced as a result. I know Lua needed to get I know Lua needed to do something.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. But he still walks in front of the main lobby rappel that he knew was there. He saw Wizard moving around that area. It's, again, it's don't take an engagement. Take a smart engagement.
Yep. Hey, man, I've been going off. You deserve yours as well because you're absolutely 100% correct. And that's the thing. You got to keep people true and honest about the decision-making that they're making, you know? These are professional players, and that's what we expect.
But the worrying thing is it's only 3-3, right? If you're a Crest fan, you're thinking, all right, you know, that's fine, even half. Moving on to bank attack.
Low-key great defensive half on bank.
Yeah, great defensive half on bank, but now NIP, after round 5, faces sullen, worried, concerned. Now you've given them a round where they feel that things are a lot better, and they're moving into a fresh start on their defenses. So you've given them a bit of momentum to work with now in this half, when maybe had you held back, would be a little different. Crest, will you do it?
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Lua, my boy. We're going to be playing some Blitz, and not only that, we're going to back it up with so much solid utility for a Blitz play, it'll make your head spin. We got smokes, we got EE1Ds. If this guy is flying high right now, I was going to say, we just like pan out, we see Lua just Mach 8 flying through the map. But no, they're going to try and build this up for Blue, actually. I think they might try and handle Wizard here or something along those lines, but the laser gates here, and that's the big issue. They're going to have to try and burn these before. Are they just going to, no, they're going to EMP it. He flies down. Pino doesn't get stunned. Pino's dead. Pistol out. They're going to chase down the Goyo, too. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place now, too, as I don't think there's a rotation on the far side. No. Wizard now stuck inside of server, and he's got to deal with Blitz.
But look at the rotations from NIP. They know that Lua can't really take that long angle engagement. He might want to push in, so Muzi plays close. So the progress forward is now cut off. Lua slowly pressured. They got that first pick, but in terms of actionable control, there's not a whole lot from Crest at the moment, but they've trapped Wizard in here. If Lua can just remain in this spot, he can try his best to cut off the Goyo's rotation back. But Crest, if they wanted a quick execute, if they wanted a quick W in round 7, it's not going to happen now. It's going to be slower. Muzi and Wizard will hold this, and in a 2v1 against a Blitz, they will certainly win.
Honestly, this is such a boon for them. They get Lua all the way down blue. They kill Pino, of all people, on smoke.
Server control.
Yep. You got the Goyo still in play to deal with, but you have the tools to try and go about this. Really, you can, try and get them with some Gon 6s or through other means. I mean, more than likely, Nip would be popping these pretty soon, too, if they start to see Lua show face in here. But we'll just have to see. Crest has got to flirt with this just a little bit to start seeing how Nip are actually going to try and fight back.
Unfortunately, with the loss of that Twitch, the main way to clear those Goyos in advance without allowing the defense to pop them is with frag grenades. But again, Crest have picked a lineup that don't have any. Without that Twitch, playing at the defense's pace. Only 50 seconds left, so NIP
Here we go.
can detonate those Vulcans. They can waste more time. There's no smoke, but there are C4s as well. Just one in the hands of Psycho, but now Lua pushes in, pushes past the Vulcan, but he's low HP. Dome through the smoke. Cons picks up 2. Whiskey putting the bomb down, but advantage now gained by NIP. C4 goes out. They know it's close. They've got it red completely. So promising for Crest at the start of round 7. Maybe there's still some gas in the tank. Psycho cut down. Tiopi's recovered the diffuser, but it's only Sireneko to cover. Flashbang now goes out, holding the plant. all the way inside of gold. Sireneko finds himself, but now he loses TOP. He's got to take this fight with the Fenrir. So many bullets on the pre-fire, but he still wins it with the Bailiff. NIP just hold on, keep their composure after the loss of Pino.
Young is turning in his grave right now, I can tell you that. Wish that was his Bailiff back in the day. Would have ended up winning him Milan, for those of you that did not know. But Ninjas in Pajamas get things done. A little messy on the execute there. Really coming down to the blitz as well as the player dropping from the hatch, kind of eclipsing each other and getting smoked by Cons with that EBR. So much damage pours out from that gun. You really just need 1 or 2 shots and somebody is definitely feeling your wrath. But that's going to be it there for Crest's first offense. I mean, honestly, it built up well, but there it is. I mean, just that perfect shot from Cons as well onto Lua through Cons' head as well. Just caught him right in the shoulder. But it was 1 bullet with that collat. Don't see that one every day.
No, and NIP had that exact execute countered. Cons, of course, on that angle, but also C4 recognizing that, oh, we need a C4 close, not C4 far and server, once they saw that hatch drop. So overall, good reactions from NIP to what execute Crest were going for and the tools they needed to counter it. So now NIP, after winning the basement, move all the way to the opposite side, vertically speaking, of Bank. How will Crest deal with this? Not like the Amaru we saw from NIP, not the Glass, but with that Monty, it's gotta be from the main stairs.
It's gotta be, right? You never really see it coming from Square. Monty kinda has a difficult time sometimes when it comes to the janitor area, depending on the positioning. Like if you don't have somebody on North Windows to play counter angles or something like that, you can run into some problems. But you can see this, honestly, might be a position that we might actually see Lua push because they're gonna put the Mira in here. So they could actually just have Lua clear that out too. So actually, this is gonna be pretty wide as to the way that they can apply themselves to this overall setup.
At least right now, Lua's definitely concerned with that lobby side, but if they do take care of that stock shield, yeah, no, that's the default position to play, but if they do take care of that stock shield with that Mira, he could very easily apply pressure to that Mira playing that position if Crest were to take control of the vending hallway. But right now, the Hibana, the Monty, or more specifically, or more broadly, ranged hard breach and Monty. It's the combination for the spiral side.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the key thing about this top floor site. And the first step for, it doesn't matter. Your ranked game should have this step. You break that wall.
Always.
You should break elevator wall. And if you're not breaking elevator wall, you're trolling. That's what you're doing. Because that angle is just so good, man. It shuts down everything. Very unfortunate there with the EMPs. They get it this time, though. Does Wizard get the shuffle? I think he got it. We're about to see.
He's got to. Yep, that's easy. Done. Boom.
Easy. And I do believe that's the secondary EMP out too, so very unfortunate. And now Crest are in a really, really bad spot for this top clear because a lot of that stock vending hallway is free.
But here is that interesting position. Is that hallway free? They can't hold the long angle in main lobby, but if they do go for that rotate, they still got the utility to deal with that stock shield.
Yes, they do.
They could still cut it off just from a different position and far less safe for the attack.
Oh, but they're not doing it on good timing right now. That's the problem.
Minute 10, yeah. The rotate's just not happening at this point.
Yeah, the decision's not being made. You can definitely tell that this is more than likely their setup in general. This is what they go for. Pino's going to take quite a bit of damage. I think that was from a frag grenade at a Zero. Now they're going to start pushing up Blue. Impacts out. Lewis got so much damage dealt to him. They're trying to swing in on him. He's very low on HP, so I'm surprised he went for it in that regard, but it's going to be 2 kills going the way of the green as Ninjas in Pajamas bodying Crest initially, but Crest fire back. 45 seconds remaining. This is still doable, especially with Tiopi here on Banana. He's got someone directly to his left and Pino on very low HP. There's a lot to be said still in this round.
All quiet. Just holding. TOP finally goes for a swing. Gotta pick the diffuser back up to keep all their options open. One playing close. He's so focused. Oh, the Warden now turns. TOP doesn't check. Claire doesn't check it, but TOP gets the trade. The single player from Crest, who's kept them alive in round 18, now pushes forward, but he's got to be the one to put the bomb down. Sireneko needs to cover. Is he inside the building? Yes, he is, but he misses the Echo. Cross completely. NIP widen their lead even further, holding on to CEO.
Very well done from Nip there to keep their patience and force them to try and get the objective down. And that's where they're able to capitalize on things. Ovia sticks it, able to not only pick up that kill, but also transition that into the last Crest player over on the quad windows. Crest getting completely thwarted on their initial game plan, getting that elevator hall open, but still somehow, some way, able to get some pretty impactful kills that led us down to a clutch situation from Ninjas in Pajamas.
I might be wrong. I just checked real quick. I think if NIP were to win this, this would be our first 3-map series of Atlanta as well. I think, because I think all the best threes yesterday, I think were 2-0s.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be. As well as, actually, I do know this confirmed. If NIP wins this series, both the MENA teams are going to SI.
Well, that's a little interesting tidbit. Falcons and Geekay would both make it. I'm sure they'd be very happy about that. Just as NIP would be happy in this series to push it to that map 3 to get to that skyscraper position, kept them alive. Got to give credit, of course, to the mentality on Crest as well. Even though they're losing these rounds, even though they're in that big position, still staying positive, smiles on their faces, mentally invested in what's going on. But NIP have recovered on those attacks, and sure, the defense has been close, specifically TOP, but NIP definitely keeping the lead on these defenses officially in the score and officially in terms of the quality. Now looking for the flawless rotation to then get them to match point. Locker's CEO going their way. Now open area. That is where they will try to win round 9 and get to that 6-3.
This is, though, usually where we see Crest start to pull it back across the line. It seems like NIP really likes to get to... What?
Yep.
All right. That's definitely not supposed to happen. 30 seconds in, 5 drones gone. We have a Lion dead, too. They decided to go for a rush play here into Kitchen. And, yeah, it works out for him. That dope call is going to make things really difficult audio-wise for yourself. He knows that there has to be some sort of assistance coming in here. Great read by TOP, but I don't know if he gets out. He does. I'm very surprised about that one, but either way, it's going to be a back-and-forth trade in between these two. And honestly, I think NIP won out the engagement.
Probably. I mean, sure, you lose the Legion, who won't have those goo mines generating, but no more E1Ds to help. Crest had the Dokkaebi to rely on, but they were basing the round on that rush very clearly with the call going out the E1Ds. They wanted to make that work, wanted to stake the round on that. Now they've got to rotate and rethink, come up with something different. But the Dokkaebi still got that trade. He made it a 4v4, and Lewis pushing for the 4v3. Oh, but it's a lot of missed shots. Thankfully recovers, but there's Pino to trade. Got the deployable shield staring that way. The Mirror also making this 2 people all holding conference. And have the crossfire established to make this a very difficult part of the map to control for Crest, who now twice now have to back off and reset after they don't get the control or the advantage they needed.
I'm reloading.
Down to 1 singular drone for Crest among these 3. I don't think any of them... Actually, no, it's going to be Serial that has the active drone, more than likely holding a flank or something! Oh, that was so pivotal! Boozy! You disgusting man, you! 2 big kills. Zero can still get it done, though. I mean, there's a minute remaining. He's got 2 frag grenades. It's open area. A lot of different ways that he can sneak through things. And he's Nook, so it doesn't even mean that your info game is going to work out for you if they do have things implemented like those yokais.
And he's the only guy with that drone. I mean, we were talking about 1 drone left. Who's got it? It's Zero, and he just happens to find himself in the 1v2 now after finding that NIP player on the marble staircase. The 2 nades as well. He's running out of time to use them. But NIP were playing close in that crossfire earlier. They've now spread out. He'll send it over to open area. Oh, the Mirror's right there, but it just pops a little too short. He'll try to bank it off. It lands on Boozy. He's made it to 1v1. Will he deny match point? No, he will not. Wizard on the cross. Swings onto the small office. NIP very likely moving to map 3.
Ninjas in pajamas. Wouldn't you know it? Brazilian team finding themselves on bank. Wow, who would have thought? I gotta open the script to the first page. Whoa, it's right there. Ninjas in pajamas, more than likely pushing us onto Skyscraper. And honestly, Carter, I'm here for it. In between these two, I mean, the Japanese team potentially getting sent home on the Japanese map, that would be kind of a cool story too, you know? But here's the other thing. We've been talking back and forth about both of these teams' respective play styles, and we highlighted this a little bit as kind of a teaser going into that last map. Skyscraper is going to be so weird. It's gonna be really weird, especially from the offensive perspective. I'm interested to see what both of these teams produce if we do end up getting there. Let's not count Crest too far out of it just yet. We have seen them make some pretty excessive comebacks here in the past, especially on Chalet, obviously. So we'll see if they can potentially force us into overtime as they are looking to go for 3 rounds in a row.
Just the issue right now with Crest, even though it's their map pick, the attacks are not looking as solid as their defenses were on Chalet. That ended up getting them the map 1. The attacking side they're trying to make this comeback happen on. NIP just look like they have the better defenses. Crest are struggling to clear these positions a lot more than NIP were on their attacking side. They're constantly falling to man disadvantages and relying on huge hero plays to bring them back, or even close to a win. TOP on that CEO defense. Zero in that round, making it a 1v1. it's definitely just not a, well, not necessarily not a team effort from Crest, but finding that control, finding that consistency. It's not happening on the bank attacking side right now. And one defensive win for NIP, hopefully that tack timeout for Crest. If you want them to make it to phase 2 on 2-0, we'll tell them the solution to get these 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is that Crest is looking at map control as a team. It's just that some of these more high-flying moments are very individualistic, and that's what you don't want. Carter, if we were in a stack and I was about to do something a little crazy, I would look across at you and go, Carter, I'm about to do something very stupid, and I want you to back me up. And what would you say? I mean, I guess. I suppose. And
do
honestly,
it in the house.
9 times out of 10, those situations work out for you. It's really just about catching your opponent off guard, and as long as you're doing it on a team level, things are a-okay. But this is where things can obviously start to run amok when you start losing people on those individual fights. Have some interesting things coming out here for Crest. Yopi already taking some shots as he's entering this top floor. He's also going to be on the Ying here. Whiskey's going to be in tow to try and assist from stock.
Haven't made a lot of use of that Ying, and my will not make use of her either. A thankful trade to be short, but one that very much favors NIP. Wizard, if he is a smart man, will have already placed his dreadnoughts. Sure, the codes are lost, but maybe some are activated, but Yopi certainly could have used those Yings to great effect to force control where Crest have struggled in past attacks. And that won't happen now. Man advantage acquired, thou knows. Zero finds Muzi. 2 players on the open area roam still have not fallen back just yet. But in the 4v3 without that Ying, they might, yep, I was about to say, could start considering a fallback now.
Makes a lot of sense. This is going to be a little bit more difficult now for Nip as the default cameras will be soaked up, so Pino will get rid of that, but Whiskey's going to get rid of Cons. And Crest.
Nobody in sight.
Back against their wall. Oh, walls up. Back against the wall.
There you
Couldn't
go.
say that one there for a split second, but we got it out eventually. Thank you, sir. Lua. Skeleton Key will start breaking things up for stock. It's going to be Eclair that actually strikes true next. It's just down to Psycho. And Carter, this has just been a groveling session for Nip as they've been constantly put to the sword left, right, and center. No matter what they do in open area, it just doesn't seem right.
It doesn't. Still lose that Ying early on, but Crest are able to find defenders almost entirely around the open area setup. Not really in it as the Castle, the Mira, vibing there pretty much the entirety of the round. But the server stairs players, Muzi roaming around the map, those are all spotted. NIP move into Crest crosshairs, maybe getting a little too zealous. I'm not saying that like specifically one player, just saying possibly got a little too overzealous. And so then once they get that 4v2, Crest are now able to say, all right, we have 1 minute 30 seconds. You can use this buck, get these positions open, and digest this problem that we're confronted with. So maybe NIP pull things back a little bit now. Don't rotate, don't get nearly as aggressive. Who knows? But they do try lockers again.
I like this. I like this a lot. We did see this build up to a point where Crest was well within their right to have their execute go off and find success, but obviously a big moment there from Nip where they were able to find Khan specifically with big 2K there that took out not only the Blitz, but also the Planner with pretty much a single shot out of the EBR. So see if things end up going that way again. I feel like Crest is more than likely going to slow things down just a tad bit, make sure things are a little bit more synchronized in those moments. The Blitz won't be here to truly mess all the little odds and ends up. But now for Crest, they're out and about on the board. Actually, Zero is going to be bringing the Brava here for some hacking antics.
No Fenrirs to hack, and you can't hack the Goyos, unfortunately, but maybe you can get those Electric Claws to open the hatch a little bit easier. But also, NIP will move to a strat we saw them bring out against Geekay with Psycho on that shield, playing inside of the server position. And that, I think, there was a Monty specifically countering the Clash, or trying to deal with the Clash as well, but Psycho will play that spot in the round, and no extended open area setup. This means if Crest realize this, they likely will have, yep, open area free for the taking. Instead, it's server stairs that would be the big problem for Crest to deal with that Warden holding the top of the stairs, but then Psycho as that bridge back to the bomb side, but also as that gate, keeping Crest outside of the dirt hallway.
Yeah, this is one of the more straightforward setups that you can have on the basement. I think the big piece of the puzzle here that you don't see all that often is the laser gates being on the hatches and stuff like that. But that's pretty easily handleable by Brava. The Habana is just going to have to stand close, launch them, stand there until they go off, and then step away. That's the big thing. People forget about that. When you step away from the laser gate, it's going to turn on, and even if it's yours, it's still going to break the piece of equipment. So really have to watch yourself. I tried to tell him. I tried to warn him. But they've got it. He's still got 6 left, too, so he can at least get the hashes. He's already got the far one, too. I was a little worried there for a split second that he didn't have a set on this one, but he does. So they'll...
What?
How did that even happen?
They electroclaw trick it?
They had to have. There's no way. Yeah, fantastic from Wizard there. Wow, truly impressive. The laser gate's working out. They don't give it enough time. Just trying to beat the timing there. Wow, just so many levels here from Nip in the way that they're playing this.
Now Crest, if they end up needing to go for that drop.
Oh my God.
Wait, what the hell? They're just involved? Hello? Datcher pushing up close. Please counter Muzi right here. He'll get the kill. 5v4 now established in the side, but good reaction by Khan. Fight in the second. Takes almost all his bullets, but it works out. Psycho now on low HP, down. Khan's 2. 1 bullet away from death. That's a pickup. Lua, Peanut Wizard, only one's left. Zero domes him all the way across the bomb site. Wizard now stuck in gold. He let the Volt Rush happen. Now he's got to save it. Eclair around the corner. Nobody covering. Can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Zero holding it down. Just reacts in time. 1 round away from overtime.
Carter, it was a cruel ploy for Nip to gain confidence. Muzi, thankfully enough, gives him a chance. He's like, wait, is there somebody in? Oh my God, there's 2 people in Gold Vault.
Hey guys, I think there might be some.
Yeah, exactly. 2 people just running through cash and eviscerate not only Muzi, but the entire backbone of the setup. Everyone had to immediately heel turn and understand the full breadth of what Crest was doing. It's 5-6, tactical timeout in, and I do believe that this is, I want to say Nips.
Yes. Oh, it's got to be Nips. I mean, Crest tried to recover earlier. Similar spot. NIP took this timeout at 5-5 on Chalet to try to recover. And man, it didn't work. It didn't work on Chalet. They weren't able to recover that momentum, even with taking a pause, even with going over what they're doing wrong. Crest just need this 1 round to push it to overtime and have a shot at ending this series 2-0. But again, they won the first map. Even if they lose this here, Skyscraper is up next. Crest have at least the freedom to go for some crazy plays, to make some mistakes. It is NIP who, if they want to keep that confidence, keep that security, need to close this out here.
Yes, they do. That's why they called their tag timeout. Had to confirm real quick from our admins. So, yeah, call that tag timeout, and a lot of consideration to be had, because here's the thing. None of these bomb sites really look all that successful. Yeah, they're able to get things going on the basement the last time, and a little bit on this top floor, I'd say, but there is a critical error made by Crest, and it was over inside of lobby. But the craziest thing is even considering that, Carter, they still almost won the round.
10 seconds remaining.
Right? It's insane right now. And truthfully, Nip aren't playing all that poorly right now here on Bank. Crest are playing up to their level. They are playing very well right now, and the way that they're going about things is truly incredible. I especially love that last round. I think that was a highlight of their team play and their ability to change things on a dime and be adaptable in the moment.
They are, and these are the first 2 attacks they've won this half. I mean, well, there was 2 rounds right there. It was 3-3, NIP won 3 in a row. We're struggling to see momentum gain from Crest. And finally, when they start to get it right, finally when they need to get it right, Crest are landing it. 30 seconds in. It's going to be quiet for a bit, and it's certainly quiet now.
I never noticed that. That book on the shelf in there is Beowulf.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I don't notice those things. The only thing that I know from like that kind of stuff is that on Cafe, it says R6 drywall on the stack upstairs. That's the only thing I can remember.
Well, if I were a better caster, I'd work in a Beowulf reference here, but I haven't read it. So.
Me neither. Scratch his head. Whiskey is going to be able to get rid of some of the barbed wire here, opening up the potentiality of a sky drop.
Takes down the barbed wire. Can drop down later if they want. NIP are in such a difficult position right now. Even if you want to swing in some situations, you're just so nervous. You don't want to go out this early when there's so much on the line with the results you've had previously. You don't want to be the team that everyone wonders what could have been. Zero's worked his way into the middle floor. Again, this elevator wall has been so difficult. Will the K trick? Yeah.
Boop.
He's got it.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and that's why EMPs, specifically Thatcher's EMPs, are so incredible. Ever since they put the impacts in, they made his radius very large, and it just goes to show you that went from the ground floor, literal ground floor, all the way up top and was able to get that electro clock. We got Tiopi as well as another down low. Been seeing Finka roll around here, and this is 4 potential kills that they have in their back pockets. First frag out. Moosey's got that hatch open. Cons to take down Whiskey. That's going to be the Rotero wielder. Moosey's going to at least take a little bit of damage from that frag grenade. Another rotation out here from Zero, looking to see if he can try and use his audio to the best of his ability, but can't find much. Now with 45 seconds remaining, Crest, worse for wear as they've lost Whiskey, but we've seen them come back from things like this before.
We have, but there's no solid control for Crest right now. A lot of them still outside the building, Zero inside, but nothing on this top floor. Eclair spots one though, Khan's just exposing himself to the stock window. Mira also taking an aggressive stance. Does Tiopi check it? He reacts in time. Moosey cut down, but Tiopi easily traded. Psycho retains control of Electrical. Thatcher pushes on in, easily C4 by Psycho. Zero picked back up, but then down right again by Wizard. Eclair with the diffuser, 1v3. Nip just will close this out. Yes, they will. On bank. Skyscraper still in the cards. NIP still in the game.
This is insane right now in between these two. Such a close bank here, and it really goes to show you what Crest are capable of. Some nice adaptation on that offensive side, just a little bit too late. That was the key thing, and Ninjas in Pajamas are able to find themselves after that tack timeout. Thwart a lot of the game plan in that last round from Crest, giving them a really hard time. And they'll win it out in regulation, but it will take max regulation in order to do so. I mean, honestly, Crest have already been so impressive in this series. I cannot wait for Skyscraper.
And now I believe this is the first 3-map series we have of the Atlanta Major as well. NIP staying in the game. Crest still have a shot. All of that and more right after this.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Volts to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
What a series it has been, Sam. 1-1 now, NIP taking bank, but again necessitating all 12 rounds of regulation. I'm Lynx, joined by Stokes if you're just now tuning in, and Crest, after taking map 1, almost come back again on map 2, but just can't get it done.
Too little, too late, man. 3 big rounds from Nip, and Crest are able to rattle off 2 in response, but a critical tactical timeout taken by Nip in the 11th hour saves their bacon, makes it to where they can move on down the line to Skyscraper. Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Skyscraper, like I was just mentioning, Carter, and that map in between these two is going to be anything but boring. It might take a while because of the play styles, but Skyscraper just seems like it's going to give these teams so many problems on offense.
And I think on Skyscraper specifically, you see the stats in front of you. NIP, even though they have been winning or losing, it's been winning or losing as a team so far. They have problems that are overarching, that are broad, that are not individual in nature. Meanwhile, on the side of Crest, Lua so far between the two maps has still been a little bit, or leaving a little bit to be desired.
A little shaky.
Over on the rest of the lineup. Sometimes taking too many gunfights he doesn't need to, not necessarily hitting his shots. So for NIP, sure, it's been a struggle, but everyone's still showing up. And on Bank, especially on those defenses, they got an even at 3-3, but those defenses really made that map for NIP.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because that's exactly what it feels like. It feels like NIP on an individualistic level are playing pretty good. But when it comes up to the overall team play, sometimes it starts to fall off the wagon just due to their time management and stuff like that. Whereas for Crest, they're able to make these big moments happen with their individual gun skills and all of these other things, but sometimes their overall team play falls apart. So it's just such an interesting thing to see. But I especially like that you brought up the fact that Crest are winning and losing as a team, because that's really what it feels like. You know, if they see something that has some potential for success, they're going to send it and see what happens.
Well, Chalet, Bank, one more map. One more map to see who's going home. The LCQ Japanese team Crest or the third place team NIP. It will all be decided. It will all be found out. One of these teams will move to phase 2 and the other will be sent home on Skyscraper. A map, Sam, that if you do not have your attacks exactly at 100% where you want them, the defense will get at least a 4-2 with barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah, they really won't even have to do anything. And that's the craziest thing about Skyscraper. So let's ascend to the sky, folks. Best of 3 here, and we're on our last map. Anything goes. It's now a best of 1 between these two. Somebody's got to go home, Carter. And I can tell you right now, it's not me and it's not you. It's got to be Crest and it's got to be Nip. Let's find out which one of them punches their ticket first.
By the way, I wasn't fully informed, as I don't know exactly what's going on in the other stream. This is not the first 3-map series. It's technically the second, because Bleed Cag went to a 3rd map slightly before us.
Oh.
But I know. It's like a difference of minutes, but still, on the final day of play-ins, this is when the bangers have decided to arrive. And Skyscraper, those 2 words don't often ally, banger and Skyscraper, but it's gotta be between these 2 teams given the stage. Starting out, NIP return to the Ying ban. Aside from Bank,
the Thermite ban.
Nah.
Crest banned Thermite on Skyscraper, and they're starting on offense.
Nah, shut up. I'm talking right now. I gotta talk about this. If you don't know the power of the Thermite ban on Sky, that's the ban when you say, that's like Babe Ruth calling a shot. That is that in op ban form, because you need that Thermite, or you don't need it, but that Thermite is so necessary for opening up like the Geisha wall for TN Karaoke and the Office Exhibition wall, or the House Single wall for Office and Exhibition. You can do that with other operators, but Thermite makes it a lot easier.
He's the GOAT.
And not getting either of those breaches, it makes an already difficult to attack site a lot harder. But as you said, Crest are starting attack, and Crest banned it. That should imply that they have prepped for this.
Yeah.
And they better show up if they ban that operator.
Most definitely. Wow, what a game we have on our hands here, folks. I'm so very excited, especially with the metaphorical bat point as Thermite is removed. And we're looking to see if Crest can potentially punch their ticket to the Swiss stage here and send none other than the Ninjas in Pajamas, an org that has stood the test of time not only in Rainbow Six Siege, but in esports in general for 20+ years. Truly impressive, but right now, they might be having to look to see what they can do with this roster as they send them back. Now, the beauty of this is that Ninjas in Pajamas is already signed on for 6 Invitational. So all of this really is, at the end of the day, if things do end up not going their way, is one big learning experience. Now, my question is, if that does happen, what the heck do they exactly do? You know, there's a lot of time before SI. We'll just have to see, but we have to cross that bridge first.
We do.
That's the key thing. And, well, it starts now, Carter. Crest are out on the board. We've got our operator lineup. Let's walk them through it.
We do. And with that Thermite ban, you need the ace. You need it. Hibana simply too small of a hard breacher, too limited in scope.
Takes too long as well.
Too long as well. You need that ace to open up these walls. By the way, for the defensive bans as well, Fenrir, very logical ban to pair with that Thermite because Skyscraper, especially in the middle of the second floor, has so many choke points.
Yes.
So getting rid of those dread mines is a necessity, but at the same time, you can only get rid of one operator, and that means you either pick your poison, Fenrir or Azami. In this case, they pick the latter. Muzi picks her immediately. Muzi will have to be playing, likely in the mid-round, around that position in Drum, and thankfully, with those aces, they use the trick, they make the wall soft.
That was dope.
That is Rainbow Six Siege.
I love this game so much. That's the stuff that just makes me smile, like I'm back in high school again playing this game for the very first time. Frag grenades out, Wizards got one. Zero has one of their own as well, and it's going to be on to Muzi of all people. A huge pickup and something that we might be looking back on is that I don't know if he's gotten all those Kiba barriers out.
I'm not sure either, but he was focused so much on holding that exhibition position that with that nade cooked, the potential of playing Drum later on in the round is simply not going to happen. And the trade, Lua going down, they've already opened up the walls that they need to, specifically that Geisha wall. So even though the EMPs might have use later on, specifically to open up the T wall facing this side of the map, that might be a bit more difficult, but this is still a worthwhile trade, especially with those Kibas now gone. Geisha open. Players playing there. They have a drone inside. There is a Warden aggressively holding the breach. So NIP, despite losing the Azami, still know they need to hold forward and keep Crest at bay.
This is what's so worrisome about Skyscraper. We always reference Drum, Shrine, Dragon, this area of the map because it's so hostile for the offense to try and clear through. The defense has so many different ways that they can set up checks and parameters where the offense just really can't get a good grip on things, and they usually end up donating quite a few bodies to the cause. It's something that's constantly been a thorn in the side of a multitude of teams addressing Skyscraper, and that includes some of the best offenses in the world. But now it's time for Crest to pop off. They've got to sort through. What a shot from Eclair. Wizard missing the mark there, wasn't able to get the critical blow, and now the door is open for Crest.
Indeed it is. Pepino holding on to Drum. Cons with delay time, delay the push in from the ace. Eclair wide swings. Cons not enough ammo to transfer on the player in Drum. That attacker will live for the time being, but a smoke canister goes out, forces the rotation from Zero. Still close with a shotgun, but Tiopi hits the pre-fire. The anticipation needed. Cons now falls. Zero finally picking things up. Psycho, only one left all the way on backstairs. They can win on time. He's not in their hands. He switches to the pistol, but it's not faster than NIP. Just barely taking T and Karaoke as Crest march across the map.
Incredible round there from both of these teams. I especially like that Crest. Again, we reached this point in the Skyscraper. We're at that central hallway, right? But instead of slowing things down and being a stick in the mud, not really accomplishing too much, they immediately shift gears and they send it over to the Geisha side, start addressing a lot of these bodies in the different respective areas around the map. And here's the thing, if they have an extra 2 seconds, they more than likely win that. It's the craziest thing about this round is that Crest was on the precipice of taking this initial offense, which NIP looked like they had in the bag.
And in the way they did it, you talked about the late round, if they have a couple more seconds, but how quickly they dealt with the Azami extending into office and exhibition. They didn't get tripped up on that. Sure, they lost Lua on a different part of the map, but they said, all right, we need to open this part of the wall. He's playing an exhibition. I'll safely nade around the corner, bank it off the back wall. We should be fine. So parts of the map that typically should stall a team on the attack, Crest still burned time on it, but got so close to the end. I'm really excited to see that second T or eventual second T and Karaoke attack to see what happens. Right now, it's office and exhibition. Muzi back on that Azami. Crest, where will they go? Will it be direct? They'll likely rotate over to the backside later on. Let's see what they do.
So many bodies from NIP over on the west side. Reinforcements and hatches open, as well as some verticality to tag along over there, trying to assist them with the potentiality of somebody moving in down low. That does end up coming through. Player does have to at least get rid of this single panel here, and they're going to continue to use that Selma trick to be able to soften up these walls and break things down with some soft breaching. TOP will open that up, and they will continue on their tirade here over on the far side.
Consistently able to open up those walls, find easy entrances into the building, or at least angles into the building. Whenever you open up that single panel, usually you need to rotate later on in the round, but this is Crest's secret. This is Crest's way to compensate for the Thermite ban, but to still keep pace on their attacks. Sireneko holding passively outside of Shrine, or Terrace, excuse me. Hoping the Legion rotates in front or somebody on the other side of the map. By Teen Karaoke rotates in front of him. Nobody just yet, but he's playing the patient game. This is not something that's going to pay off the next 5 seconds necessarily. It's something that needs to pay off with time.
The human Claymore. Works out. You need somebody to cover these pivotal locations like this window. This is something we see hopped out on a lot. Pino is expecting the aggressive tendency, and he'll get it. The super shorty on Legion. That gun is pretty good, especially with how consistent shotguns are now, and Ninjas in Pajamas are going to kill practically all of Crest. Whiskey has such little HP, all with that interaction from the Legion, and yeah, Pino finding so much success with that secondary little shotty.
Able to take down one attacker, now Zero and Whiskey. His teammate on 1 HP and Diffuser a world away on the house stairs. Whereas T and Karaoke was close and needing a few minor changes. It's just not happening in round 2 on off his exhibition.
That's so awesome.
Now Whiskey finished off, and you can see Zero shake his head. Say, all right, I guess I'm sitting in reception for the next 50 seconds.
A metaphorical timeout. They will sit here and more than likely talk about what the heck is going to be going on for the remainder of these offenses. But this is honestly what we expected when we walked into Skyscraper. So honestly, I'm not sweating for either side right now. There's some potential that Nip could just clean clock and take 6 rounds and make it really impossible for Crest to try and come back on their defensive end. But there's also some potential for them to make some big adjustments. We've seen Crest constantly make some pretty positive strides towards success after losing a couple of rounds up to Nip. I just hope that it doesn't get too far down the line before we see that again.
Seconds remaining.
After winning this bomb site, unless Zero decides to, I'm gonna cheat or something, just kill everyone instantly, but...
He just starts just floating through the sky?
Yeah, barring him literally just doing something insane. There's the round, 2-0. This is the time where, similar to Oregon, tertiary bomb sites, all right, this is where you got a chance. Barbecue is, barbecue's not the same as meeting kitchen or kitchen dining on Oregon. Barbecue's still a very solid site, especially if you can hold the upstairs geisha position. But as Crest have shown, they don't need the thermite. They can open those walls very easily and move on with the rest of their clear. Now, complexifying it has still been a little difficult, as Office Exhibition right there. You open up the house wall, you then rotate to the other side of the map. Kitchen Barbecue, assuming that is where NIP go. By the way, the bedroom side is really, really bad, so they shouldn't go to it. And indeed, NIP go to Barbecue. They do need to hit that rotation later on in the round. Once they clear out the geisha wall, either rotate on backstairs, rotate through Office Exhibition, something like that. But they need to add a second dimension, and that so far has been the problem for Crest.
The random shot at Master Bedroom was honestly needed. I hate that side.
It's not random, it's warranted.
It's warranted.
It's dude, Skyscraper is so funny because it's got two, just because of the way the map works, 2 of the most annoying to attack sites in the game. The Barbecue's not annoying, but it's still good for the defense. And then you just have hell.
Yeah, this absolute dog site that you can't do anything
in the
with.
game.
It's hey, would you like your opponents to shoot you like fish in a barrel?
Yeah.
Play Master Bedroom on Skyscraper, and then tell me if you enjoy your time. Crest not going to have to worry about attacking that, obviously, as they'll be going towards Barbecue, which warrants a top hold as well, and Nip are going to respond in kind to that. We're going to have the Kiba barriers, this time on Wizard, as Muzi has donned the Legion.
Yeah, the Kibas will be meant to bolster both geisha and backstairs. There we go. A little extension.
Never mind, he intended to do that, I guess.
It seemed intentional.
For some reason, I thought he was trying to put it on the window and just missed, but it makes a lot more sense to have it on that angle there, I guess. But if there's somebody that plays on that window, he's really only covering himself from the geisha single panel. But whatever, that's his setup. We'll see if it works for him.
Now he puts it on the window, and there's someone holding the rappel just outside. Holding that position. Down goes the wall. Opened up by the Ash.
I love free cam.
It's so good. It's so good that with multiple observers, it's been so clean this event.
I love Lamp. I love Lamp.
Shout out.
Shout out to Lamp. My OG homie.
Minute 15 in. Now we need that second dimension as the geisha walls opened up. It'll be Whiskey and Tiopi to try to make that play. One player directly inside a drum, just on the doorway for easy exit. Now they push in off the back of that E1D. Pino holding down below. Crest not able to break in just yet. Whiskey's got 2 more of those EE1Ds, 2 more of those abilities to freeze the defenders inside of the site.
You can see all hands on deck for Nip right now as they're trying to slow down Crest's top take here. And it's been working swimmingly so far. Do still have that verticality to work with down low too to try and head anything off on this door that does try and boil over. We'll see if Whiskey can make it through. He will. Zero will be the first one to pick up anybody. It's going to be Pino that goes down. Wizard has taken some damage, but it's actually going to be Muzi that falls next. Wizard will actually get his own. And Ninjas in Pajamas respond in kind. Wizard does have one right up the alley from him, but he'll end up getting taken down. Lua won't get tagged from that skeleton key, luckily enough. And now down into the 2 versus 3 for these two. Now make it the 1 versus 3 for Cons inside of Karaoke.
Yeah, he'll hold here as it's no side control for Crest yet, but they're resetting. They know he's there. They're so focused on the bomb site. Cons has been here the entire round, pretty much. Just sitting in this spot. There's one. He sees him. Diffuser dropped, but they know now. There's blood in the water, and it might just be Cons. One pushing the right. He's got his isolated one. No! Lua still picks it up. First attacking win. It comes on the offsite.
Well done, but as you said, it comes on the offsite. It was a pretty solid clear there from our offensive team as Crest able to get things going for themselves. It was looking a little damning once we were getting, slowed down over on the terrace side of things. It looked like Nip was going to be able to potentially eke it out, but then the bodies start dropping across the map. Crest with some really big considerations, although Nip are obviously able to get some of their own, but then immediately in turn, Crest take full control practically of that top floor, leaving nobody but Cons inside of Karaoke to try and thwart off the remaining 3 players.
Sireneko was just in the bomb site casually, little that.
Always a good time. Always. What an angle here from Lua, too.
No, through that floor. Good closer by Crest. And now we go back to Team Karaoke, which might be the difference maker on this attacking side. Also, assuming they don't retry barbecue, it's possible.
Well, the key thing is that if Crest get one of the main bomb sites, this is going to be quite the game.
Yes, and I don't, that's why I mean the difference maker, not just in this half, difference maker for the game. If they get that 3-3 instead of the normal 4-2, even normal 5-1 is, barbecue's no slouch. It's not just a guarantee or an easy win for the attack. It's still very winnable for the defense, but if they can make this work, they opened up Geisha Wall so quickly last time. Did a better job than off as an exhibition, to be sure, of moving into the other part of the map, clearing out Drum, especially finding Muzi early on. That's why I think NIP might change things with how quickly Crest were able to find the Azami so early on inside of Office Exhibition. I wonder if they'll have him rotate back sooner.
Definitely see some potentiality in that. Some adaptations to be brought in down the line. Leclerc going to go at things in a much more direct route this time, not going to donate over to Silmos. We'll probably see those used for a separate wall to soften things up. Lou's going to move his way over to the Geisha window here. More than likely just stay on rappel like this just so that he doesn't get dealt with too easily. Obviously, we could have some hop outs, but you really don't want to go for something like that on that far side. That's a little too risky, even for Brazil.
This is where Lua died last time, though. It is where he died while Crest were dealing with Muzi inside of Exhibition. And yep, what do you know? The Azami not sitting on that bar like she was last time, instead playing far more flexibly inside of Museum or Exhibition. Either one. Tiopi has opened up the wall, and the Azami is in there now. But by this time in the round, Crest already had traded back that loss of Lua early on by taking down Muzi, and now we're just about to have half the round gone. And NIP have not provided the same opening as before.
Well, Muzi's going to get concussed and immediately bodied by Zero. That was a great concussion there to try and discover what was going on in the main office. And now they had to try and deal with things at the back of Exhibition. That'll start off with Lua. They've opened up the gates over here on this far side, but Wizard will try and slap it shut. But they still have one to consider when it comes down to it. They lost 2 bodies, and Wizard's gotten some damage dealt to him, but he might be the most pivotal piece to this puzzle past Cons with these smokes.
Keeping those alive. Blue Mines trip things up at the C4 Wizard. All of these options, not bountiful, not a plenty, but still viable. 45 seconds remaining. Crest have not pushed into Drum yet. Oh, but Cons pushes up, just tagged in the shoulder. A warning shot for what could come next, but not fully punished. His final smoke goes out, though. Whiskey will just push on in anyway, destroy the default. Concuss recognizes there's someone on the opposite side of the doorway, and so Cons will rotate down as a result. Wizard still holding Geisha, as he has been for the majority of the round. C4 doesn't find anything. He sees Tiopi, but Eclair wraps around in time. Psycho still holding on the top floor. Khan's moving back up inside of Geisha. Does Eclair check the angle? Does he react in time? No, Khan's with the spray, puts the diffuser down just again. Zofia, oh no, shot from the back. Tiopi finishes him off, but Psycho's got a 1v1. Tiopi reacts in time! Smokes him inside a T, and this was the round that Crest needed.
That was incredible from Tiopi. What a shot. He was full sprint coming through that door, and he was still able to convert that. The ISO'd one that Nip was looking for so badly, and it goes the way of Crest. And once again, Ninjas in Pajamas, they go up by 2, they go up by 3, something along those lines. And Crest start to understand what's happening with the map, start to understand more of what Nip are about, and they start to exploit them time and time again. Yeah, that was practically perfect mechanics right there. If there was a time to stop sprinting and be gun out, it was that moment.
Just excellent work. We'll have a brief tech timeout as, no, we got to cut to the rock, paper, scissors. Come on, we got to watch this.
Oh, hey?
I don't know who won.
He's counting for us. I think the gentleman closer won the first time. They're trying to get some things figured out on this end as well. So nobody using their tack timeout just yet, folks. It's in the bottom left of your screen for those of you that are used to the little slide pop out in the top corner. This is going to be a tech timeout instead of a tack timeout. So neither one of these teams burning their timeouts just yet, and also the coaches cannot talk to the players during this time either.
But a good time for the tech timeout to happen as NIP losing that round, losing one of those primary bomb sites, which is where NIP are going to start worrying. They'll have those thoughts to ruminate in. So good timing for Crest to make that work. Oh, there we go. All right.
Shoot. Oh, rock. Oh, they immediately go again. Dude, America sucks. We would have recounted immediately. Yeah. They just keep going until somebody wins. Okay.
So he won.
Dude.
Is that Sireneko?
I do believe so. I don't know my Crest faces just that well yet.
I don't either.
But we're working on it. These guys are a little fresh to me.
We know these faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I know these faces
these
way
dour
too
expressions.
Well. They were on our bus last night too. So
they were.
Yeah, it was a good conversation with these guys.
Yeah, different situation though. Different situation. Though then again, if they do stay alive, probably similar situation.
Yeah, most definitely. I was gonna. Yeah. If they go out tonight, the bus is not gonna be a vibe. The bus is not gonna be a vibe.
Can you imagine coming off of this great series? Then it's like, hey guys.
Yeah, my opening funny comment will not be nearly as funny as it was yesterday because they started walking on and I was like, yeah, those Nip guys, man, come on. I was like, I'm just joking, guys. I could not do that today, bro.
We were all laughing. It was all a good time. We're still in the tournament. If that happens, we make the same joke. It's like, it's just.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, my bad. It just slipped the tongue, like.
I'm not great with my words.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
Yeah, my mom talks to me about it a lot. I tend to embarrass myself.
I got grounded a lot.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And then for some reason they gave us both microphones and made us commentators for a job.
Actually, they don't know we're here right now. They haven't checked the stream yet today. They're like, we thought we fired him yesterday.
Dude, I'm pretty sure they thought they fired me 3 years ago. I just keep showing up.
Coming back. Well, certainly both these teams are fired up, and no one fired out of this series. 2-2.
There we go.
Coming off a win on T and Karaoke, NIP very understandably will hop over to Office and Exhibition right after, as that is now the only unimpeachable ground that NIP have to go to. And what a win it was. I mean, 4v1 by the end, completely shut down. Crest were at the doorway, at the breaches, at every single angle they tried to take.
Something that Nip is going to look to try and recreate here in this round, as they found quite a bit of success. Crest also having some semblance of control over certain scenarios when it came to this bomb site, but it was definitely all Nip all day when it came down to the important details. So now Crest with the ability to reinsert themselves into the map with a better understanding of what Nip's setup looks like around this portion of the building.
Hopefully that experience, that familiarity, not breed contempt, but exhilaration at the possibilities at what they can do. Psycho thinking about that Electroclaw double, that juggle on the single panel. Preps it even, but now it takes the second, puts it in his pocket. Eclair not using, or has used one Selma charge. I think it actually might have destroyed that. I thought it was just like a prep, just a preparation, but Eclair's down to 2. So it might have been destroyed. Not having the same ease with hard breaching. Normally at this point, they've at least opened the wall, either a single hole or the entirety of it. Lots lower for Crest at this point, given the previous rounds.
Yeah, I think it's because they're trying to address things over here on this T side initially. We do have TOP over here and Lua. Yeah, and I totally agree with you on that, especially with you know, TOP on this far window here. They're going to put Lua in on the top of Black Stairs. This making a lot of sense, and that's where it is. Zero's over here, so that's why they didn't have that play happen over on the far side for the single panel just yet, because that's where the EMPs are, so they can't get too far ahead of themselves. You know, you want to cross the T before you made the pillar, right? So, unless you're just weird like that, then I guess you can, but...
Well, and it also makes sense because the big issue has been swapping sides or flipping, hitting that split take in the mid to late round. So if you know you can get the breach open, if you know that's going to be easy for the entirety, then saving that for later should be fine. Right now, though, I know there was a little bit of secondary EMPing over on that side of the map. Khan's first to go down. Sireneko finds him. That house panel actually still solid. The EMPs did not work. Sireneko out of both. But thankfully for them, they found Khan's, and Psycho and Wizard both retreating. So while the house panel normally we thought would be easy for Crest, that stays alive. But that part of the map, Team Karaoke, that is unequivocally theirs.
Absolutely. But now the thing is with that is that they still have to deal with the entire middle section of this map, and that's where the defense really stands the most tall at. So Ninjas in Pajamas more than likely very happy with the scenario that's being presented to themselves, even though they are down a Khans. Still some Razor Blooms in play, and this could really give Lua a hard time.
That's the big counter for this Monty. That and the Razor Blooms, of course. Something that he's got to either turn his back or fall back out of the room to back off. Oh, that frag grenade just a little too far past the mini bar, but that's why he's got two. That's why TOP's got that second chance, but it bounces wrong again, both hitting the rotate. So Pino will stay behind the mini bar position. Muzi also holding down Dragon. Behind that Kiba barrier, Whiskey might just be the player to open this up if he can find the right angle, find the right engagement. Nothing's giving. Oh, but no, Lua just domes Pino. Hello? Pulls out the handgun. It's a 4v1. Sireneko might be down, but Wizard's got to turn his attention to the bomb site. Sees one, but turns away. It costs him almost all of his HP. Not his life, though. Tags up Whiskey. Bomb goes down very safely. Sireneko finished off, but Crest just have to back out. This is such a difficult clutch for Wizard to win on such low HP. They know his position too. It's more than known. House stairs. He's not moving beyond this in all likelihood.
Let him breathe. See what he can accomplish here. Those track stingers could even take him out at this point. That's why he's being so diligent about clearing those things. Fantastic post position here from Crest too. And, I mean, just a great round from them especially. Oh, the Super Shorty in a very similar position to what we saw with the Legion in the escapades in round one. This time shoe on the other foot as Crest will take the lead with 3 rounds in a row.
What do you do as NIP now? You've lost T, you've lost Exhibition, you've lost Barbecue as well. There is no safe option.
You go to master bedroom.
Shut up. What if they do?
What if they do and you eat your damn words?
What if
then they win it?
Okay.
Then what do you do?
Hold on. Okay, if they win it, like obviously I'll be like, oh, I was wrong, shout out. I mean, it's a bad bomb site, but they might execute it well. That's possible.
You're a hateful little elf, aren't you? Oh, overtime over on the other screen.
I took my headphones off for a second. It seems Bleeder on match point and CAG might just have brought us to overtime on map 3 on that stream as well. 2 very close games, all with generally Asian teams in it, save for NIP right now. This region putting up a great fight, though Bleeding CAG, of course. One hailing from Southeast Asia, one from Japan. CAG's Japanese counterparts right here. Might have just won the half, too.
Dude, this is so sick. I'm having such a good time with this. I really am. I'm not preying on Nip's downfall or anything like that. I really do want them to be successful, but I am a much bigger fan of really good games than I am of any team. So, and that's where we're at right now. Crest are showing us something on an international stage that just makes me giddy as a fan of Siege.
And NIP make their decision. Don't go T Karaoke, don't go Office Exhibition. They go Barbecue, even though they don't have a history of winning it. They're saying, all right, the recency is just not there for either of those primary bomb sites. We'll try this one again. And here's an adaptation that actually I didn't even realize. They haven't been bandit tricking. I didn't even think about that till just now. It's an adaptation that makes so much sense, but we haven't really seen from them all that much. There's also no Thatcher present from Crest either.
No grenades for dislodgement on Psycho either.
No. So it might come late, even later than I realized. But with only those secondary EMPs, Psycho can land this, as you said as well. Crest, they don't run nades sometimes when they should. I think Cyreneko realizes what's going on, that it's no longer reliance on the Cade from NIP. It's the Bandit. Oh, Wizard. You don't need to push that far just yet. They're so struggling with this single wall. Don't give them away into Geisha when right now they have nothing.
Their only potential for this is if they get TOP underneath, but I don't think that they're even considering that. You can just go and buck underneath and make it unplayable in that single panel. But we'll have to see. Psycho is not going to get that. Did he? Did he? Can we see the wall?
I think it was...
I can't tell. I legitimately can't tell.
I think it was just in time. I don't think he got it. No, he didn't.
He didn't. Okay, he didn't. That was very pivotal for the round, so thank you for going back to that. And we're going to get the wall open now, but they've already lost Zero, which is a huge deal for this execute. They don't have any other info op in tow.
NIP have fought back in the best way they could in round 6. Still a 3-3, better than a lot of teams get on Skyscraper attack, but in what could have been a 4-2, just based on the history of these two teams inside of these 6 rounds so far. This is good for NIP. Stop the bleeding. Whiskey being peppered ever so low, trying to melee open that Kiba barricade. Oh, the skeleton key. The follow-up after the X-Kairos, but nobody playing close on that angle. Either on the left side, either. Though the Legion is in a different, or in a similar position, but the attack just is not going Crest's way. After failing to open that Geisha wall, they are stuck inside of Mezzanine. TOP finally spots the feed and can't even get the kill. Insult to injury. But a 3-3 is better than a lot of teams get on Skyscraper, and it could have been more, but it's still good.
No, it's definitely good. But we obviously have to point out kind of the elephant in the room on that one. Got to keep those gears rolling, Crest. You had the solution there. It was in your pocket. They just didn't consider it in good timing. They end up losing Zero because of that, and that just really didn't build up to anything that was going to be successful for Crest. But as you said, 3-3 on Skyscraper is nothing to shake a stick at. They did fantastic, and now truly it's up to Ninjas in Pajamas to produce something on this offensive side.
As long as those defenses are solid. And the great part about Skyscraper is we've had 2 maps so far where Crest needed to be a bit more aggressive on the defense. Chalet, Bank, you either need to be more, what's the word I'm looking for? Be more proactive with your gunfights. To deny map control for the attack, or in the case of Bank, hold those extensions, deny map control. Skyscraper, it actually leans into that passive playstyle that they've shown in games against Clubhouse and Sandbox yesterday as well. So this is actually where they're more comfortable on the defenses. When they have that Azami available, they can just sit behind the Kibas, just chill out. So from what we've seen, this is where Crest might just have a good time, and NIP, a team that is already slow on a map that is so difficult to break past those choke points.
Oh my God. That can't be real. That's got to be a HUD bug. There's no way. There's no way. They got 1 drone left. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. No, okay, no. It's a bug on the top right. Thank the Lord. I was like, there's no way that this many were destroyed, but they lost 1, 2,
yeah, I was about to say,
they got 3 drones
that's
down.
literally not possible.
Yeah, I was like, what is happening here? Yeah, they all just spawn in, chuck them right into the building. Souls just cleans up 5 more drones. Oh my goodness. But still, some of the drone game already eliminated from NIP, which is something that they're definitely going to have to be concerned with. Just don't pay too close attention to the utility in the top right, because it's going to be untruthful for the remainder of the round.
Oh, nice little impact trick, but 1 top, 1 bottom hole will be opened up. Eclair's electric claw trick will... I mean, there's no way to walk into the wall. There's angles to look at, but there's no way actually inside of the single panel from NIP. So... that's okay for the time being, though Eclair even picks it up, says, all right, whatever, they can get it. I mean, they use like 2, 3 Selmas, something like that, and they've probably got no other hard breaching. So they're chilling, they'll rotate it over. It is a team karaoke defense, as you can tell. Curiously enough, no zombie actually from Crest. They'll make use of the Solus playing down below, over by reception at the moment, but we'll move over to barbecue later in the round to try and deny a plant into karaoke. Cons, by the way, on the Osa. That is often the signal of a black stairs take, and what do you know? Almost all the attackers are around that position.
Yes, indeed. But with it being so late into the round now, as soon as you start to hear the gunfire and the doors breaking and everything over on this side, very telltale sign of what has come to come from the offense. Exactly. You know exactly what is coming to fruition. So Claymore's here from Muzi. A usual check here for the window hop, and they've muted it. It's a mute jam.
That's actually...
that's so
dude, that's so nerdy. Like, I'm sorry. That's such a nerd play.
I'm sorry, Whiskey. It's just so rude for that, honestly. Psycho? Downstairs, Tiopi. I think he might actually have him here in timing. Good audio. Easy peasy lemon squeezy pickup. As Nip will be able to surge forward in the man count, although Zero has something to say about that. A clear will find one as well. It's a 3 versus 2 as Crest constantly in turmoil as of right now. That sub-minute is usually where we see Nip get active. Pino's got a good read on our friend Eclair over here as you see that yellow ping constantly showing his location. And now, Ninjas in Pajamas need a home for this plant.
Toxic Canister delaying even more time, so NIP, they've got the advantage, but one more Toxic Canister. Lua, he's got to stay alive, but Wizard finds him. Eclair with the C4, it's just going to open the soft wall. I can't even deny the plant with that. He's got to take the angle, take the gunfight. Pino and NIP with a big first victory and one they needed to get things back on track.
Yeah, most definitely. I will say this, though, very awkward there from Crest.
Yes.
Yeah, some things that definitely could have been done from them that would have proved to be successful and could have shut down Ninjas in Pajamas, but most definitely did not end up coming out for them. Ninjas in Pajamas staying true to themselves and trying to get that execute to go off over towards the T side of things, set themselves up off the back of some very nice kills. Don't even need the plant to seal the deal. Just a very nice cross being held over towards Geisha on Kaid as the last remaining heartbeat of this squad. So far, so good for both of these teams respectively, but once again, it seems like no matter what, Ninjas in Pajamas has to strike first up against Crest.
And with a win on T Karaoke as well, that's the best start you could have hoped for if you were NIP, retaking that lead, winning one of the primary bomb sites, regaining that momentum, even after winning Barbecue, moving into this second half. Keep Crest on the back foot. Keep them fighting for every single round. Keep them when they need to make a comeback, not when they're controlling the pace. Office Exhibition next up. Crest trying to make this work.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Hold on. Here we go. Bleed move to phase 2. They will beat CAG 2-1 in the series. I was talking and I hear Parker getting loud. I'm like, all right, let me check. Boop, 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 boop. And what do you know? I hear Bleed move on to phase 2. So, the Savants of Southeast Asia, Reaps 96, Mentalist, that super team, it seems, of fragging capability or experience in the case of Mentalist, going to phase 2.
That's exciting, man. It's been a long time since we saw Mentalist as well.
Has been a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I do love my Fnatic boys, but been kind of chained there for some time. Yeah. So nice to see him get out of there and try and get something going on. I feel for that team a lot, you know. I still to this day remember seeing Mag the last time and be like, all right, man, see you at the next event. And I haven't seen him since. So, yeah, pretty sad ordeal because I'm a really big fan of Magnet. But things happen, man. That's the story of the game. Times change, people change too. And Wizard, well, he's going to change the look of Whiskey's face for him as he's going to remove it. Whiskey now down, but fortunately enough, do have some mirrors up to play. Ninjas in Pajamas looking pretty solid so far on these offenses.
Yeah. Changing the outlook for me, at least, on Crest defenses. Able to find the opening pick 2 rounds now. Whiskey going down, likely in a secure position also. 1-6 at the moment, definitely one of the poorer performers. Zero and Eclair will try to hold down this position. Lua even rotating over 2, just one defender on the bomb site currently, but everyone from NIP is over on the western side of the map. So no follow-up. They're not going to read into this and suddenly storm into the bomb site, and even Eclair will start backing off. They realized a minute 30. They haven't moved into Drum. They haven't moved into Shrine yet. We don't need to play aggressively. Let's hold back, pull back now, force NIP to spend 45 seconds moving forward.
Well, so far, I'm really enjoying the pacing out of Nip. Not really too harshly dedicated to their info game to where it becomes a detriment. They're keeping things active, keeping things moving, and propelling themselves with all of these separate pieces. And that's exactly what you want in your Siege play. So it's working out well for Nip right now. Another big pick going their way in the likes of Lua. Lua's been a little hit or miss here. He's had some really big moments, but also had some moments where you'd really wish he pumped the brakes just a tad bit, maybe find some success in some other means. But now Nip, well within their right to take 2 back-to-back rounds yet again to start off their half.
And Tiopi down below, at least in the previous round, left a lot to be desired on that Solus below. Eclair and Zero and Echo need to go big on the site, and what do you know? Tiopi goes down again. The Monty spotting Eclair lands the pre-fire, but the advantage is too strong. The lead is too great. The odds too dire. 2 rounds in a row now for NIP in what seemed to maybe be a safe haven on these defenses. It's not going to be an easy game for Crest.
No, most definitely not. And really, it's due to the pacing of Nip. their offenses are moving now, and that's the key thing. They're not just sitting here trying to soak up as much info as humanly possible. They're playing off of it actively, and it's allowing them, especially with this Monty, to get them into such a pivotal position to try and find these big kills and potentially a moment to plant, but they really haven't needed that just yet.
And a very necessary tactical timeout from Crest, as lost 2 defenses in a row, both on primary bomb sites, and seemed to be at least an easy layup to get 1 defensive round, 1 to start, even if you don't end up getting a 5-3, a 4-3, even at 4-4, something like that, right? And it's just not happened. The pace NIP have set, not falling to the trappings of Skyscraper and getting stuck on certain parts of the map or failing to push in for a good majority of the round and then having little success when you do. NIP have completely overcome that.
Yeah.
In Crest, I don't think we're ready for it. I think they thought it'd be a lot easier than it was, and now
we were in the same boat.
Course.
We were in the same boat.
I certainly was.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is by all intents and purposes, this map is much harder to attack than the 2 previous maps that we have played. I mean, Bank and Chalet, it's like, oh, dude, I can do whatever the heck I want to on offense. This is great. You come to Skyscraper, this place is a labyrinth of death for the offense, but yet they feel more at home than ever, it seems. I mean, dude, if it's opposite day, Nip are definitely pulling a rabbit out of a hat or something, dude. This is just insane right now. But we'll have to see what they can get done. We have seen this previously. Like I keep referencing, every single time that we get to one of these sides, it seems like Nip grabs 2 rounds, maybe 3, and then Crest has to also get their shots in. So here's the key thing, though. It has to come right now.
It does.
If Crest doesn't get round 9, I don't know what to say, Carter.
I don't know either, and
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
there's an adaptation I like, and there's a consistency I'm concerned about. Back to Karaoke, we have the Azami. Great. Love that from Sierra and Echo. It was lacking in the previous lineup. They decided to bring it now. But Tiopi on the Solus. 2 times now. Has been playing solo down below, and sometimes that works out, but NIP have made quick work of it. Both times. He's upstairs at the moment. He hasn't rotated down just yet, so we'll see where he ends up positioning himself in the mid-round. He's in a different spot at the moment. So I like, in the early round, I like the changes for that Azami. The addition of the key buzz, it'll make moving through the map harder for NIP and get Crest closer to, I think, what they envisioned NIP's attacks would look like. Alongside this Cade, if they can land the trick properly. But with the Solus later, that's where I also want to see adjustments, because that's been an easy pick for NIP.
Drone active.
Wizard is on an absolute tear, by the way.
He is, man. 13-4. I didn't realize either. Jesus.
Yeah, he's really been showing that yesterday was a little bit of a fluke and not who he truly is when it comes down to it, which is great because yesterday they really needed him in a lot of those moments and he was nowhere to be found. But today, he might be the whole reason that they win out Skyscraper, which would potentially send them home in this best of 3.
But a Wizard needs to show up right now because of half the round gone, and Pino's nades from below. Lethal on day 1, missing right now. Tiopi instead, he's decided to hold on to Exhibition for a long time. This is a gamble by Crest.
Man.
But it's a minute 40 in. Tiopi spots one. Oh, it just barely escapes him. There's a contingency plan. Whiskey playing on the mini-bar position. Call that coincidental. He'll hold the shotgun and stop Muzi from pushing in. Tiopi tries to land the pre-fire, but NIP are struggling. They're spending so much time. They've given up on this clear, actually. They've decided to rotate off Office and Exhibition, but can the Whiskey rotate back? Muzi doesn't see him. He's not spotting. He lets them both fly by. He's trying to play so passive. Lua picks up Psycho. Is Muzi gonna push on in? Pino certainly is. Yes, he finally finds Whiskey. Down goes the Cade and Geisha. A big trade for Zero, though. Actually, Tiopi inside of Drum. Office Exhibition control finally established for NIP, but Crest hold on to the parts that matter.
This is the swing that matters most right here. Tiopi must win out the situation. He will get the first one. That's going to be Case on the ground here in Drum. He will not get the second, though. 2 versus 2. Case on Muzi. He needs Wizard's help here. Wizards is going to be across over on Shrine. He's trying to assist with Lua, but Lua's got such good utility control right now. He just can't stand up, and he does! He risks it, but now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Zero up against Wizard. Wizard on such low HP. 10 seconds remain, and he has to try and dedicate himself to this plant. He can play the timing, though, as well. And impact out. He sticks it. He gets the plant. Can Wizard get it done? Oh, Zero! What a shot! The fist bump before he even gets on the case. He has so much time to address it.
A key round when Crest needed it the most. The early round game was solid. The call was made to stay over on the Office Exhibition side of the map with half the round wasted. Always a little bit of a risk, but NIP rotated at the same time. They weren't punished for it. But also importantly for Muzi, only catching one of those rotating defenders, not catching Tiopi, who ended up playing close on that drum door and giving Crest the advantage they so desperately sought. Very much what could have been right there. Had Muzi found that kill, that's a completely different round, maybe even match point for NIP, but neither of these teams just yet one round away from finishing the series. I have some tech timeouts right now, and honestly, that might be necessary as we're starting to get a little too crazy for my blood.
I need a breather there. I'm telling you, that last round especially, I had to take a little fiver there for a split second, just catch myself, because Crest and Nip, they're doing things to me right now, man. It's incredible on all fronts. Just some of the errors we're seeing made, some of the magical moments that are being implemented from both of these squads respectively. I mean, this game has everything you could potentially want. Heartbreak, defeat, victory. I mean, everything is just building up to be such a grand story in this best of 3.
And Crest just barely hanging on through all of it. Sometimes realizing their potential, sometimes just barely falling short, but still dazzling with every single comeback and every single victory. They've gone farther than any of us expected. One NIP's pick, stayed alive on map 3, faltered at the beginning of this half, but after the tack timeout, will finally get a round they so desperately needed on the board. And now move over to Office and Exhibition and try and apply those very same lessons to this defense. Tiopi also no longer on the Solus. He was also easy pickings for the attack down in bedroom. He's on the Azami this time. He is meant to waste time with those Kivas.
Yes, indeed. For Crest, pretty interesting strategy here. I like these rotations that we're seeing through the walls. So you see a lot of teams usually end up reinforcing these just to make sure of, you know, potential rotations if things do get shut down. But it's really just an opinionated thing. We sometimes just see like a single panel there and then a rotation on the side. It just really depends on the squad. But Crest went completely around that. The entire area is soft, which is pretty unique. We'll see how that works for them. Ninjas in Pajamas now trying to address this map in kind, and Muzi going to be the first one to try and do so.
Quick control established down beneath black stairs. Nobody from Crest playing over there. So it's not kills Muzi is looking for. It's just early control to leverage for later on in the round. What will they do with it? Mute Jammer now activated. Geisha Wall opened up completely. Oh, Psycho. Lua felled inside of Skyscraper. It doesn't dismantle the roam as both the Legion and the Azami hold on to drum, but it gives NIP a path forward, a path towards victory in round 10. Oh,
Zero.
Taps
the toesies. Ooh, can he find him? Can't get the next one.
Happy feet.
Keeps tapping away.
Happy feet.
Make him dance, make him dance. Dance no more.
Reloading.
Pino won't be able to find anything with that frag grenade. Cons will try and meander around NT and see if he can find something. Pino will eventually find TOP. And now Crest, they're practically getting scooped out of their own sight. We have a couple of bodies over on the far side. You can see one in Terrace, and potentially one over on the drum side. But Cons is just going to be able to stand here and constantly relay information to Ninjas in Pajamas as they're working their way up, as well as they do have that player down low in the likes of Pino that could hit a fast rotation over the house stairs.
Claire wipes his hands. Tense moment. Energy expended on either side. In the disadvantaged position, 3v5 and Zero Neko on low HP. Utility pouring in. He still has his Kiba barricade, thankfully. The Rotero drone's not destroyed. It Kumine in the hands of Cons, who have to take it out eventually. Rotero finally forces him back, and he's picked off by Wizard. Eclair hears one, trying to hit the back. And Whiskey 2 spots the Claymore. He's got the flank. One kill down. Only that one, though, as the Monty escapes. There's someone to stop him, but Eclair moves in for the retake. 2. Unshielded by the Monty. He puts Eclair on reduced HP. The C4 misses. Pino's where he needs to be. He's down now, but they've got the intel. Just 5 seconds. Can Whiskey find this Monty? Can he deny the plant? He's got hard pings on both different players, but not able to find the kill on either. Oh, and he's looking too far to the left. Despite the intel, there's no visual. There's only match point. Phase 2 point for NIP.
Truly insane there from Ninjas in Pajamas. And what could have been for Crest? What could have been if that nitro cell wasn't used in such error? That wall practically completely solid at the center, and he plops it right in front of Jaeger's face. He can't help him in the gunfight, Carter. He's too dedicated to Monty. And that's the thing. That's the beauty of that operator for the offense, right? Everybody gets so distracted with Monty, and they're like, oh, if I just kill him, then the round's going to be okay. And genuinely speaking, if he keeps that nitro cell, and that same thing happens, he goes for that trade, he can just toss that nitro cell right into that short hallway on the far side of Museum, and he probably kills that man and has a very good chance up against our Monty in that situation. But obviously not to be. Ninjas in Pajamas so very excited as they have reached penultimate point. They are looking to take this last round and send Crest back to Japan.
The complete role reversal. NIP now ecstatic. Pino standing up. What is normally a very stoic team, I would say, NIP so far. The
especially for this portion of the tournament. We usually never see this kind of stuff out of NEB.
You never really see that hype and just what should be an ordinary play-ins game, a layup to make it into phase 2. It was Crest earlier who were leaping in their seats, jumping for joy. How it might just be the Swiss stage in their future. Now it's them scared. It's them with nerves. The anxious thoughts of what could have been, but what is yet to come. Most importantly, Monty back on the cards for Cons. TOP back on that Solus as well. As it's a barbecue defense to start, I do believe. Yes, it is.
Well, NIP. He's centralizing themselves around this northern portion of the map. Won't be acting too quickly, just trying to disperse a little utility around. Going 6 will pick up a castle barricade, and they've spotted Lua up top. Might not know about the verticality, but definitely know of his presence. NIP most definitely going to use their time here to try and clear out this top portion of the map. Also got a Selma going off, which will be successful for Muzi as they get the castle barricade.
Cons pushes 4th through back stairs after that castle barricade falls. A cacophony of gunfire relaying around that top floor, giving a hint that there might just be a defensive presence playing up here, and indeed there are 4 separate players from Crest, all holding different sections of this T karaoke position. Eclair just the only one down below. Concussion's out, reveals Sireneko's position. Lua finds the first, Pino falls, the very Zofia who revealed that information in the first place. Solus running around now, Cons moving up, ADS on shield unextended. Muzi playing passively, anticipating maybe an aggressive swing from one of the defenders. But no, they just push down. They realize there's no Legion in the site, or there is one. There's only one player. Cons got the diffuser, Sam. He's just got to push in.
But it's all a ruse. Look at all that verticality coming in from the top. That's the big thing right now. That's the beauty of the setup from Crest. Yeah, it looks like you can just go down, kill Eclair, and plant this bomb, but there's so much verticality created from Crest that there actually, truthfully, isn't a safe place to put this. NIP, they're discombobulated. They have to get kills, but they don't know where to get them, Carter. They have no idea where water is, and that's really the issue right now. They have another logic bomb to try and drop and find some semblance of information, but Crest are doing such a bang-up job of keeping things slow and steady up until this moment. Lua's gonna go down, and now into the 4 versus 4.
And indeed, Bacon's tagged up as he moves on in, just 1 HP. It'll force that case onto the floor. Might not go for a plant, so he'll have to back off. Only 20 seconds remaining, so little time to work with, and yet NIP need to savor every second, maximize every single move. Flashes go in, they've got control of barbecue. This is where the verticality needs to play. TOP's right there. He's exactly where he needs to be. Psycho doesn't even find the one player inside the site. Eclair goes big. It's Wizard in the 1v3. He's got 16 kills. Can he make it 17? Can he make it 18? Can he make it a victory? TOP's got simply too much intel. Crest just need one more to keep their chances at Swiss alive.
Man, how beautiful of a game is Rainbow Six Siege. the Solus is the one that's able to peel that back. They fight so hard to spearhead into the site. They knew what was potentially going to happen on that top floor, but they didn't have an answer for it. Solus shooting through pure wood, not even a actual angle made for her, as she's just able to decimate the planter and continue this series on here for Crest. One last round in regulation, one last opportunity for Ninjas in Pajamas to send Crest home right here, right now. Either that, or we go deeper into this evening to see which one of these teams' fates has been sealed.
We've only got max 4 more rounds, though. This goes all 15. There is an end date. There is a finite amount of time left on one of these teams' time at the Atlanta Major. Just who it is entirely up to them and what they can do in the server. Another brief tech timeout, but plenty to discuss. Plenty to discuss for what Crest could potentially do as Barbecue ends up working just as off his exhibition did earlier in the game, or one of the primary bomb sites did earlier in the game. But it's still been inconsistent. Both these teams, their defense is not what we thought they could be. NIP at least got the 3-3, and it felt a bit more assured. It took time for Crest to get their attacks underway, and the same has unfortunately been for their defenses. This has been a game of comebacks where Crest have constantly had to crawl out of the hole. NIP tried desperately to seal them in. But now as we go to those primary bomb sites, it is a checkered past, unfortunately. They can't go to Barbecue, a site that has a far better record than, surprisingly, like T, Karaoke, or Office or Exhibition.
What exactly do you go to? And that's the real question. I do believe that their mainstay option right now is obviously going to be Exhibition, if I remember correctly, because I do think they won the T Karaoke site the last round. So we'll just have to see once we do end up shifting gears over towards that. But here is our previous round here and exactly how this broke down. All of this verticality working out so beautifully for Crest.
5 seconds remaining.
And, well, funny enough, talk about coincidences on Chalet. It was that round 11 defensive setup that was that's so perfectly countered NIP, but what started the comeback, what allowed them to, of course, win it in regulation. In this case, will it be that round 11 setup that doesn't get them regulation, but ends up getting them to overtime if they can just match it with an even better performance in round 12? That's what needs to happen. Just this one round to stay alive and then a couple more to win. It will be T Karaoke, as you said.
The fact that Wizard, you know, obviously Pino getting quite a bit done here as well, but the fact that Wizard is really the reason that NIP is in this game in the way that they are is so impressive from him. It's been a really hard-fought game for a lot of these players. Crest is no slouch, mechanically or strategically. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of things and things that, you know, I know a lot of players wouldn't even go for. That rotation over to get the Claymore and timing on Shrine, that's those things that are the intangibles, right? And Crest have that under their belt. And with an Iron Fist, too, it looks solid every time. And that even goes back to earlier on Bank when they were doing some high-flying things that you and I are both like, holy crap, man.
What is going on?
Yeah, exactly. Nobody would expect you to try and swing on somebody in square, let alone Moosey, and win it.
I mean, we've had a couple games, Bliss versus Wolves, for example. Bleed's performance in their group, even sure against other Asian teams, but still some solid performances. But I would argue it's been this game by Crest against NIP that has made this play-in series, this segment, these 2 days where these regions have the opportunity to make these upsets. This is what all makes it matter. The Crest just need to do it here. Pino flies on in. Quick control established by Khans and the rest. Eclair cut down as Psycho moves on in. A two-piece up backstairs. This might be play-ins, but it might be over for Crest if they can't recover. It costs a lot of HP, but Lua at least gets Pino. Uzi also hit by an impact grenade, now certainly on low HP, but NIP hold the advantage. They've got the high card, but when they lay it down on the table, will it all come up their way? It's all over! A Cinderella story in the making, but the clock strikes midnight and we all must go home. Crest break our hearts, but certainly put up a good show, and yet NIP are just a little bit better.
One of the most memorable series that I have casted in some time, and one that I will most definitely remember for even longer. Crest, what a showcasing of your potential for the future. Please, please do not have your heads low. You guys were so very successful at this tournament. I know you're going out in play-ins, but Ninjas in Pajamas is no slouch of a team. You really showed what you can do on an international stage, and that is something to be proud of. up.
Just an incredible performance to watch from a team that, again, coming in from the Japanese LCQ, it seemed their potential was not representative of just barely squeaking in from the Japanese league. And what, man, just what a series they showed us. It's hard to speak about. It takes your words away, but does mean that we will say goodbye to 2 Japanese teams. Of course, that does mean, just like Korea, it'll just be Scars from Japan and D+ from Korea in Phase 2. That will be the last hopes for these regions. Meanwhile, LOS and NIP, both the Brazilian teams from the play-ins, making it to Phase 2.
Truly incredible day. And the best part is, it's not even over yet. We still have a whole other best of 3 to play out on both of these streams, guys. So a lot of Siege still to be had. But just to keep it more centric on what we just witnessed, Ninjas in Pajamas able to do things in the 11th hour. And really the player that I want to highlight the most is Wizard, because Wizard,
he was so here.
You know, the earlier games and play-ins, it just seemed like it was a little floaty, not really all there, just not really synchronized with the squad. But when it mattered most, Carter, he put on for his team. That was 18, 19 kills out of Wizard in this game. Truly impressive stuff.
And it's one of those days, right, where, of course, NIP's problems, it was consistent as a team, but a lot of the times it is those supports who get the less glamorous roles, who are just forced to go in and play and don't often get the times to shine, that when they show up, that can either be the indicator of that something's wrong or the difference maker when you need a win the most. And that's what it was for NIP today. It was that second option, that path forward, the ray of light that just kept NIP's hopes at Phase 2 alive. And of course, still some solid plays from Uzi overall, solid plays from everyone on NIP. You can point to a moment, say, wow, they really contributed there. But Wizard, with that ridiculous scoreline on ops like Dokkaebi, like Hibana, and the supports on the defense, he is really the one that I'm going to give my MVP to.
Yeah, absolutely. Without him, Ninjas in Pajamas are more than likely going home. Crest were playing dastardly throughout this series, and with a chip on their shoulder, especially when those rounds started to not go their way. Very quick to learn and very quick to change up how they were going about things to really bring it to Ninjas in Pajamas. Once again, thank you guys so much for what you guys were capable of and what you'd shown us about the Japanese region here, because clearly you guys have been putting in a hell of a lot of work.
And it just gets better for Wizard. 100% cost.
An EPS of 181.
12 rounds. I mean, it doesn't get more undisputable than that. His contributions to the series, of course, Psycho 10 and 7, 92% cost as well. Still a lot of impact, a lot of contributions by Psycho as well. On the side of Crest, of course, too, Sireneko, definitely one of the big standout players, both in the Japanese LCQ. Mandy said yesterday he was one of the players many thought got them over the line in that LCQ. And today, this event, he's definitely been one of the big ones. But when you've got a career game from Wizard like there, I mean, what are you to do but just watch?
Yeah, exactly. And with that being said, folks, that's going to do it for Lynx and I today, but don't go anywhere. We got a lot more Siege to be had.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better. Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me, as I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have at making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
if we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top mid. Down! Let's go! Come on!
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fears us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
More attacker-sided.
Alas, we are on Consulate. Consulate being one of the newer maps in the pool sort of does fall into that philosophy as well. So for Team Bliss, here we go. They're looking for a pretty extended roam in through the map. It's going to be aided by the castle of Brendo that we've just been on board with. It's in fact all the way down inside of the basement bomb site for Team Bliss as they make their second attempt at a defense.
There's so many different choices for Wolves to make on this huge behemoth of a map. Do they look to push from the front? Do they look to push from the back? Do they look to full roam clear? Do they look to partial roam clear? Do they want vertical game? At the moment, breach on the main garage wall. Wedables has the ability to impact Trick, as I think he did manage to successfully do it the second charge, yet has remained intact. I think the first goo mine was, sorry, the first impact nade was just off to the wrong spot.
I kind of like that.
Delivered.
I do like that from Team Bliss. You only open up half of the soft wall, so you impact Trick off the other exterior half. That's cool. I don't mind that. I've actually never seen that before. I feel like that's more common than it should be, but I just haven't seen it because we barely overcast Consulate. Anyway, that's awesome. Here we go. Wolves on their roam clear, though. They have made headway in through the ground floor, given that Visa has been completely segmented off by this castle setup. And that does mean they now being afforded hatch control inside of Visa. There are 2 hatches that lead down into the basement, but here goes Mowgli.
Oh! Sharp shot there from Oda with the commando. Guess what? It's an Aussie on the Mozzie. And he's already found the opener. Mowgli's gone down. Bibu looking for an attempted refrag. But this is very solo, and he has no logic bombs left to aid him.
P4 as well, trying to take the duel on another player down inside the basement. It's a really tough spot now for Wolves. They're not quite sure what the safest way to get from the ground floor to the bottom floor is. And Brendo's in a really good spot here as well, inside of Expo, with that hatch being opened up going into the bomb site. It's going to force Wolves to actually want to clear out his position if they want to go in for an execute team through the bomb site.
This is so awkward for Bibu now. P4 as well, supporting here. Brendo around the corner, but he perfectly times his rotation. Hits the blind spot, finds the first, but a good trade there. Shinka has moved on in, but up above, Sachin maintains map control and dominates with it. Bibu's moved on in, but he's so exposed right now. Deadshot is in a very awkward position. He might find the first. Can he find the second? A shotgun to the face puts his dream to rest. All on Bibu now, who's managed to sneak in. Oh, what a shot! 1v2. And Mandy, this is winnable. The diffuser is within his clutches. And these players are so separated. A long angle for Fish Show Guy spells death for Deadshot. And the round for Team Bliss, 2 on the trot.
Oh man, that was so cool from Team Bliss. That was a really multifaceted defense, extending their way all through 3 floors of the maps. They knew that the core, the heart of that defense was Brendo, being inside of Expo on the hatch with all his lines of sight and rotation holes to wreak havoc and run riot around that ground floor in through Zulu, fighting players that are coming in through lobby side, for example. And that was the heart of the defense. And what they needed to do was just make sure that they had sort of an orbit around the heart of defense, right? That was Sage in the top floor, and that was Fisher Guy down in the bottom floor, making sure that no one could then hit the actual bomb site in through the spiral stairs or visa stairs or whatever you want to call it these days, right? So really well played there from Bliss to hold on to what was the essential part of their defense, and Wolves just not having a very good dissection of the plan.
Yeah, very hard read there for Wolves. And that's the thing, right? If Wolves do not have the ability to hit site hard and there's no obvious way for them to clear the full map, then I think they do struggle a little bit. It's something we've noticed about Wolves, I would say, in these last few games. If there's a slow but sure and very methodical way that's very ambitious, okay, we've got to clear this whole map, we've got to clear this position and that position, Wolves will typically look for an alternative. They don't want to address issues head on. They look for something a little bit more creative, and Bliss are denying that.
I think it's fair enough when you go into a map like Consulate. It can be quite a challenging map to roam clear, so why not just take the path of least resistance, cut corners in if you can. And that's what they've been trying to do to Bliss, but Bliss have kept them accountable 2 rounds in a row now on the defense as they switch their way up into the top floor. I'm so sorry. I have no idea who's observing this, but I feel terrible for you right now.
This is fine. We'll get past it. Deadshot's likely going to lose his Flores drone, and unfortunately he did not stay on it until it got destroyed, so we'll get there eventually, guys.
I'm a believer.
Well, I can tell you what's happening right now is I have a top-down view on the second monitor. Wolves have started to make some progress. Now, this is a top-floor defense. Hey! Aww. Wolves are attacking on the top-floor defense at the moment, and they're looking to take from the admin side of the map on the east. Now, Deadshot's made his way into the building, and BB's doing some good drone work. It looks like Bliss have quite a few defenders around the area, but no one hard contesting.
Bliss are trying to hold on to this Soda position for a little while, but not too long. They don't really have a massive setup going in through the hallway, and so they just want to be able to fall back in towards the safety of the bomb site instead. Oh, it's us.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
The game is still being played.
The game is being played, so do we just
do we want to, like,
going?
How good are you at drawing? Like, can you draw really fast?
I cannot draw very fast, but we can try and do some
All right,
hand signals.
We'll get the game back to you in a second, but do you want to keep... Oh, awesome. Okay, I guess you can see the kill feed.
Oh.
Can we go back to the full game? You don't need to see us. You really don't need to see us. You don't want to see us.
Thank
there you go.
See ya. Mowgli's taking down Oda for the first pick of this round. So far, Bliss holding strong inside of that top floor now. For your information, there is kind of no one in the building right now for Wolves. The only player that has actually stepped foot in the building is Mowgli himself, who is all the way down inside of the ground floor. He's still got 2 nades in his hand, so if they can get him to a safe spot, he can try and send some up through the floor. But finally, there is a bit more headway into the building. Deadshot is also now inside of Printer, but Bliss are still holding on to Soda for a little bit, although there's not a lot of utility inside of Soda. So Sage is going to be here for a little bit, but it's got to fall off pretty early.
Remember this, kids. Once upon a time, you would be watching your sport by listening on the radio. So just channel your inner retro and really enjoy this vibe.
You do a radio voice for the final 30 seconds of the round as Wolves are forced to go in for their
These guys deserve more than that. These guys deserve a hype cast for the final 30 seconds at the moment. Wolves still very slow on this attack. They've rotated Shinka with the diffuser over to the yellow stairs. P4 makes the first move into the bomb site, but he's taken down. A good trade as 2 kills are found by Wolves. It's now a 2 versus 2 with Bliss still holding an advantage. Shinka yet unable to force down this diffuser into the site as Bibu looks to support him from Library. Brendo's found the kill on the Shinka. Bibu's got no clue what to do. He has to make himself a rotate and desperately walk into no man's land as Bliss will handily win the round on time.
Akamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Akamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive! Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. Three go for VP! Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third!
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
It has been a riveting couple of days so far here at the Atlanta Major, but it is nearly done and dusted. Just one more series to go here on the A stream for us to find out who our final team is that's going through to the Swiss stages in Phase 2 and who will be the last team going home. Tim, it's DarkZero versus Fury. On paper, we said it earlier today, DarkZero should have this one in the bag, but you really can't put Fury out of this one given how they played yesterday in their second best of 3 against Knights.
No, you can't, and they've had a very different day today. Fury have been able to watch the game. They've been able to do a bit of studying for maybe who they're going to play against. They've, maybe had a bit of a relax. They've had some time. Whereas DarkZero have had a loss. An unexpected loss, maybe. I'm sure they went in there with the confident mentality that they were going to go through and beat G2. Mm-hmm. They didn't. They've now got to get back up from that, and it just puts them in a slightly different position. You all right there?
This is a hair problem. I know you don't know what this problem is, Tim, but I just observed it, honestly. This is going to be a problem. I'm telling you. Yeah, get the group bracket up. Quick production. Put it up.
Enjoy your hair, Des.
I'll do my very best, Tim. Thank you. Right, talk about this graphic, Tim, while I sort this out.
Go on, then. We're having a look at Group C. This is how we have got to where we are. We see that G2 won that game earlier, 8-6 in overtime against DarkZero, which sent them straight through to Phase 2. We had Fury and Knights yesterday playing in that first elimination match for the group, being both of the losing teams from the first round. Fury won 2-0 and kept themselves fighting for another day, but this could be their final fight as they match up with DarkZero in the lower bracket. Shall we call it the final? The winner is going to go through to Phase 2. The loser goes home. So, of course, we've got a best of 3. It's still sticking up.
I know it is. I lost this fight. I just accepted it was a thing. Honestly. Cheers, Tim.
No problem.
We'll take a look at what map we're going to in just a moment as well. But for this one, I think given how DZ played earlier on, it could have been G2 here as well. It was a really close game right up until we got into overtime where G2 pulled out a couple rounds back-to-back. In the earlier parts of that game, it was all DZ running away with it. They were very firmly in control, and I think we may see very much the same here, them being quite firmly in control of this game. Cheers, Tim. Thanks, Tim.
No problem.
Let's talk about this veto. Why have you gone? Come back.
I don't know if there we go.
Come back.
There we go. Right.
Tim.
Do you want me to come back?
Right. Talk about the veto, Tim.
Veto. So what have we got? We've got Chalet Clubhouse Oregon. Honestly, that is my favourite set of 3 maps that we've had so far. I will say, out of all of the games that we've done, I'm loving a bit of that, especially that Chalet start. I always
We love a good Chalet, we do.
Playing, watching, casting, love a bit of Chalet. It's my favourite map at the minute in the map.
Then you got the 2 real classic maps in Club and Oregon as well. We've had a bit of Oregon already so far, but I'm looking forward to a bit of Club.
Yeah,
we haven't had a Club yet so far.
Yeah, I think for the 2 maps that we're definitely going to get, I think these are fantastic. It really is mouth-watering. I'm looking forward to this one.
You can go back now.
I can go. Hang on.
Yeah. As you can tell, we are on boxes. We're just so small. The thing is, I actually think because yours is slightly smaller than mine. You were on this one earlier, but I am quite a way taller than you at the minute.
You are, to be fair.
Step off for a second. How tall are you compared to me?
Swap round.
No. As in, well, let's do that as well. See, that's more like the same height. Now step off the boxes in general. Off the boxes, look. Next to me.
There is some siege coming.
Yeah, there is a little bit. We're a little bit taller. We're just the pre-show entertainment, and entertainment we use very, very loosely on this one is the best way I can describe it. I feel real tall than you now. Chalet's ready. Let's get into it. The pre-show entertainment, air quotes, is finished. In we go for map 1 of this best of 3, Tim. You know what I love? We get to the end of things like play-ins, and it just turns into a massive mess about it. I absolutely love it.
Chaos, just like the play-ins themselves. Here we go then, DarkZero versus Fury. Every fan favourite coming in. DarkZero, 81% of the social votes to only 19% back in Fury. Like we've said, on paper, yes, you have to back DarkZero here. Fury struggled against G2, but we go down that rabbit hole. Fury struggled against G2, but G2 beat DarkZero. Does that mean DarkZero are on a level with Fury? Who knows? We're about to find out. We can go round and round in circles, but there's only one way to answer the question. My honest expectation here is that DarkZero come in and get a job done. I think that we saw Fury beat Knights, but there were mistakes there, mistakes that weren't always punished. They're not going to have that same freedom. They're not going to have that same leeway against a team like DarkZero. I would expect them to really heavily punish this team if they give them any opportunity to. But let's not write off players like BG Man went big yesterday. I9 had moments yesterday. Dark went big yesterday. Yeah. There is plenty of opportunity here for Fury to stun DarkZero. What I will say is, if Fury are going to win this, I think they need to win it quicker rather than slower.
And obviously there's another game going on at the same time. Just to remind you, there are 2 streams running. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo is where you can catch all the action between Bliss and Wolves. Bliss are currently 4-0 up. Make it 5-0 up now, defending Consulate. Oh, you did say, Tim, and I'll give it to you. You said, I expect a big team or 2 to go home.
I said one of the big teams will go home today.
And it could well turn out.
I thought it might be NIP at a point.
Oh, yeah,
giving them a real game.
They did.
But
that's the one thing that I think everyone will remember is, APAC teams going out in play-ins, blah, 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 blah. Actually a really good showing by Crest. Would love to see them come back and perform again at the next major. However, we're almost ready. Bans are done and dusted. Things are wrapped up, and that means, Tim, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to actually get into the game and see if DZ or Fury will be the last team to secure that spot in Phase 2. And to start things off, we've got I9 on the Caveira. I love it.
Why not? Start as you mean to go on. The thing is, honestly, like I say, for Fury here, I feel like there's, very little expectation. They can play with a little freedom. Why not come out and just do something that might surprise DarkZero? Why not hide in the bathtub and try and cheese a round or 2? It's those sorts of things that you can easily look at and say, not a chance. But what it is going to do is it's going to test DarkZero to make sure that they're coming in here. I don't know if a professional mindset is really the right phrase to use, but they've got to have that mindset of coming in, being thorough, checking everywhere, doing everything, ticking all the boxes, making sure that they're not leaving stones unturned, because if they're playing like this, there's a real chance that Fury could stun them if they do.
I really think I9's plan was to, for the whole of the prep phase,
I'm guessing he probably got drowned in the bathtub.
No, he didn't know it all. That's why he was staying in the bathtub was the idea. And then as soon as prep phase ended, he sprinted off downstairs. And I think was trying to look for anyone trying to, as you sometimes see teams do, they'll enter in through the garage door because it's soft and work their way up the stairs from there. He was hoping to catch someone, not to be the case here, but every chance that he can work some more magic as we go along. Canadian with eyes on the Valkyrie, holding around here inside of Solar. And that appears to be the main point of ingress, at least for him and a couple of members on his team.
Yeah, going to have the second drone going in there as well. Again, just trying to feed that information. They're going to be looking to get the top floor here, DarkZero. They are attacking onto kitchen and dining, so they'll want that verticality. They've got Canadian, they've got Gaveni, both with a lot of destruction. Also, Flores in the hands of Rice as well. Those Roteros, of course, can rip up that flooring if used in such a way. But the focus really is going to be get the ram in there, get those little bots rolling across the floor and ripping it up. Like Olis does manage to pick up Rice, but it's a direct trade as Rice did have the Claymore down.
Speaking of Rice, yeah, didn't have the best performance earlier on today against G2. I think he ended up at like 3 and 12 or something crazy. Really want to see him come online in this matchup as well. I mean, they need more than just that coming online, because Canadian and Gaveni went dark all of a sudden. 2 quick kills coming in for Dark and Crit.
All of a sudden, there is no vertical destruction available, and even less gunpower available as Dark takes down Pamba. It's all up to NJR. 1 versus 4, shut down outside of the trophy window. It's going to be BG Man to find that final kill. This is the danger potentially for DarkZero already. It looks like Fury are having a lot of fun. There's laughs, they're happy with the outcome of the round, and DarkZero need to make sure that they don't get into too much of a comfort zone too quickly.
Oh boy. I mean, a starting point there of gunfights looking hot as well for the side of Fury just shows that this game may be a little bit harder than maybe DZ bargained for. We'll see if they warm into it or not. We did say at the back of the game earlier on, at the end of the day, a team might be a little bit of a low point there. You know, you've got to fight through the best of 3, might be a little bit nervous. They've had a chance to sit and watch you all day and really be ready for this game. It can work in reverse, where if you haven't played a game on the day, some teams coming a bit cold and it could take them 3, 4, 5 rounds to get into it. But for Fury, not the case. 3 or 4 players there have come out, they've hit big shots, they've completely shut DarkZero down, and that's without the Kavira having even to be involved in that round.
Yeah, not at all. It was all about that fight over top floor. Gaveni and Canadian being taken down, and that really was breaking the back of the round. Like Olis just signalling as well, you know, the intention from Fury to get aggressive, to get out of the map, maybe have a little run out, little jump out, and just try to surprise DarkZero. As I said, they can play with a freedom here, Des. They can just take it to them and sort of play any kind of style that they want, really. You know,
I love how Dark,
they're going to have to react.
Dark basically to BG Men, no, I'm not stopping putting this barricade up for you, walk around, force him to rotate through Dark. Just like, no, this is the ego that I've got now. Look at me, I just got 2 kills in that last round, mate. You've got to go around me. So I'm sure he'll get many more of those. Yesterday, it was Crit, it was Dark having massive games. Glycolis with a huge clutch at one point. And 9-9 was quiet in Mat 1, but when it came round to Skyscraper, I think we said he single-handedly won about 4 rounds for his team with some unbelievable clutches. So if you're looking at this team and thinking, I don't know any of any, no, it's all about DarkZero. Trust me, don't disrespect Fury. They can be absolutely terrifying when they're on form.
Just going to be watching that vertical window through towards Library.
It's 6-0 to Bliss, by the way.
Oh, Tia Wolves. We've seen them do this before on LAN, you know, just sort of crumble in those important matches. And it's like it could be a little bit more of the same. So Gaveni gets himself inside of the map on the Thinker, just looking to move through games. Going to be attacking onto the top floor this time around. So looking to get that Library side secured. Rice keeps sending in the Rotero drones, looking to clear out the utility around Piano. Will get the shield taken down, so that's going to give a little bit of freedom now for DarkZero to start moving in. But Pamba is going to be taken out by Crit J, who's lurking down there in the basement, and that creates a big problem for DarkZero now, because Crit J, they've got the man advantage. He can stay out there for as long as he wants, really.
Really caught them off guard there. Think about earlier on back on Oregon when they were playing against G2, and we had Doki sat at the bottom of Armory stairs, took out a drone coming in through double door. There was someone there immediately ready to pick him off from Armory window. Whereas here, you've just seen Crit be able to rotate through most of the map, you know, play down through the basement, up West Main, back to rejoin his team. No one's been in a good spot to be able to close and convert onto that. So for DZ, a little bit of a slower start here, being punished when they're losing out in these gunfights, which again, Fury are really hot on so far in these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, not too bad so far though for DarkZero. They've got themselves Library control, they've got the wall opened up so they can move in potentially towards a plant spot should they get into a position to enable them to do that. So not the end of the world. They do need to find a couple of kills though. 45 seconds left to go, and they need to be careful that that slow methodical style doesn't come back to bite them, that they're not leaving it too late. At the minute, they're still in there on the drones. They spot the man underneath. Don't think he's aware, so that should be a pickup for DarkZero that might just level things up, but 30 seconds left to go. They need to be careful.
Thing is, for DarkZero, they've already said, like you heard Troy talking over comms earlier, patience is the name of the game, and sure, they're happy playing it right up until the end of this one. They've got the cover coming in downstairs below.
That's big.
NJR's in a great spot as well to stop the C4 coming out. That means this gets stuck. Fury have just conceded a bit too much room, and DarkZero have happily stepped in, and now it's a post plant for the remaining 3 members on Fury.
That is exactly where I expect DarkZero to win rounds and potentially win this game. They were just on another level of thought there. You know, ultimately Fury thought that they had it locked down with the Nitro from underneath, but no, DarkZero were a step ahead. They knew exactly what was happening, and they even left the kill to the right minute. Like, yeah, we're going to wait until he's putting the diffuser down, because what's going to happen? He's going to have the Nitro in the hand. He's not even going to be in a position to fight back, and it was just perfectly timed from NJR, and DarkZero really well played. They get themselves round 2. It's going to be 1-1.
No, I said blue, and then I said snow's clear, because I thought there was 2 down there, right?
It's all a bit of discussion around comms. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's something that he said earlier on as well, Troy, when we heard him over, just like you did then over the microphone. He was saying something around, look, we're a team, they're not a team, they're not a team. Really, that round did feel like team play. Although in the early round when they got caught up by Crit, sure, it was very much a freebie given away. That last stage execution was exactly what I was talking about. The ability to have someone below at the same time the plant is going down and deny it away, the C4 from coming out. Good bit of team play, good bit of coordination, everyone aligned around the same thing, and it was getting that plant down behind half wall. Now we go down into the basement, we've got this mirror on side for Lycolis, and a pretty dug-in comp overall actually for the side of Fury. I don't think you're going to see too much roaming on this side, Tim.
No, I wouldn't expect so. R9's on the Goyo, being one of our usual roamers. BG Man might get off into the map with Warden. We've seen it once or twice so far. Maybe he'll play in Dining, but maybe not. Could be more useful down in the actual site. It's a bit of a funny one, is this. We haven't really seen this site defended in a turtle sense for quite a long time now, generally. So the prevailing strategy, the prevailing technique for defending this site is to get yourself off into the map and make teams do a full map clearance. It doesn't look like that's really what Fury are going for. Instead, they've got Dark upstairs inside of Dining, but that is pretty much going to be the limit of their home game.
They've got the EMP on side here as well from Thatcher to make this one all too easy to get opened up. And Canadian feeling a little bit fearful of something here, but there's nothing to block it away, nothing to stop this being opened up. T-Tor's moment, a little panoramic around that one. Thank you very much, observers, to give us that view of the lovely breach now opened up on Garage. They haven't necessarily got to play it. It can be that phantom pressure, but here, everyone else has just suddenly hightailed it away from the Garage opening and instead up towards the north side. He could punish this one if he stays put. Has now moved away. Canadian's still going to give himself a good go on this one and try and catch his man, but it's simply not going to happen.
Yeah, that was a beautiful attempt. Just a little spray through the barricade. You're always just hoping. We saw this actually used. We saw somebody drop this hatch yesterday and pick up a double, so definitely right for Gavaney to be paying attention to that. Crit J up above as well, just feeding information with that heartbeat scanner. DarkZero really do need to do something about this mid floor. They can't necessarily go in and get the diffuser down. They're not going to be able to take their eyes away from West Main. They're not going to be able to take their eyes away from that trophy drop. They need to be careful, and really the answer is go in there and get those kills.
I mean, again, for DarkZero, you don't always see the plan fully formulating until the latter parts of the round. Crit J wants out of danger here and is getting in the right sort of place. It's Rice who's got the overwatch on him and hoping to find out exactly where he is and pick him off if he tries to get a little bit cheeky. But as you get in towards that final 45, 30 seconds or so, that's when you'll see everything really start to tie together for DarkZero.
Yeah, we see the track stingers coming out. That's just to try and deal with West Main. Doesn't really address the trophy side just yet. Like always manages to take down Canadian. Make that 3 as Pamber and NJR join him. And that is going to be a huge advantage now for Fury. It's just time for DarkZero to try and find kills. This could be flawless, but no. Rice manages to stop that, picking up one onto I9, but that's all he can do. And talk about Fury, that was fast, and it was furious. What a round from Fury.
Largely from Lycolis inside a trench as well. Just 3 players all trying to push in through a single doorway bottleneck. A gun like the Vector is going to love that scenario. You hold down left mouse button, it's the fastest firing gun on the defensive side, and well, what can you do except cry? All 3 of them walking in and going down to Lycolis, and he ultimately was the bait for the final 1-2. more muted in this game, I think.
A little bit more muted this time around. I mean, we knew.
Look at this, look. That's a beautiful shot in itself, but the next two as they just fly in, one after the other, gets both. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Like always, happy to eat the nade at the end of things there, but why not? Your job is done. You've pretty much won the round. But yeah, as you say, a little bit more muted on the side of DarkZero. I think, you know, they're not up against G2. They don't necessarily have that big character on the other side in Alomar who's going to be screaming at them. So, you know, they know that there's a job to be done here, let's be honest. The stakes were high in the game against G2, the winner going through, but the stakes are much higher here. Losing, you go home. So definitely a sort of a different focus from DarkZero.
I remember the conversation, I think it was about 18 months ago. I had a chat with Troy and was asking, you know, what before back on like SSG, you were screaming every single round, you were super hyped up. Yet on DarkZero, he saw you go real quiet. Why is that? And he turned around and said that ultimately the problem with the really high energy is when things aren't going so well and he can't really be like that, it just puts everyone on edge a little bit. If he's screaming even when things aren't going so well, people get a little bit tense, it throws them off their game. And so his view has always been with DarkZero, stay in the middle. If I can keep the energy middling and everyone is never too low or never too high, we're a lot more consistent in terms of our performance. Today, obviously, we've seen that change a little bit for him. And personally, I like seeing some of that energy to come out, knowing that someone's ready to go to bat for you, can just get that adrenaline pumping and get you excited as a team. As long as performance doesn't diminish as a result, I think it can be a good thing, but it feels like he's trying to find that balance around the right time to use it and the right time to be more controlled, more composed, like he is now, when the team really needs to focus and get things back online.
Hammer with some quick movement there. Drone goes into library. He follows it in very soon after once he knows that it's clear. Taking out gadgets along his way. I9 still downstairs. Probably not picked up on the drones because he's not being addressed just yet. So he's just going to hold himself in that position. Certainly, ooh, no, maybe not. I think they might be aware of him down there. The thing is, if they are aware of the Caveira on the bottom floor, it's really not the end of the world. That's a clever move if they are aware, because they can watch the main stairs from there without him necessarily being aware.
Unless he doesn't come up main stairs.
Has managed to get himself up the library stairs. This could be the moment. I don't think they have any clue whatsoever. He's just got one inside a box. He doesn't know, but he finds him. He's not going to go for it. He does get the kill, though. Crit J with one onto Canadian with the trade. 3 versus 4, though, as I9 doing the damage, but shut down from the window before he could drop the hatch. Somehow, though, Fury managed to keep themselves on top, Des.
Into a 2 versus 2 with a Monty on the other side. It starts to feel a little bit precarious for Fury. A real flurry of kills coming in at that mid part in the round as, at least for a second, I thought really dragged them ahead, but it wasn't without DarkZero getting some responses onto the other side at the same time. So it's not unsavable here for DarkZero, but as long as that diffuser isn't down, they are at a disadvantage. They're down really a primary weapon because it is the Monty that's coming marching on through. So Dark and BG Man, as long as they're playing crossfires here, as long as they can stop the diffuser going down, in my opinion at least, are in a winning position.
Yeah, there's a lot on NJR here to be finding some kills. I think just looking to clear out some of that utility, but it is no hard breach on side, so there's no option to change up the layout of the sites here. Canadian's just going to have to try and push in through the single door, going to take damage as he does. NJR
that
really
was from
needs
DarkZero
to be
as well,
following with it. He's exactly that. He's just giving the information, and BG Man will take half health damage, but manages to find the kill onto NJR. Roll up to try in this situation. Cut down by BG Man, and that's going to be a double for him at the end of the round. Fury 3-1, and let's not forget DarkZero are on the attack here. This is not looking good for them.
I mean, they give it as good as they get it.
They certainly do.
Love to see it. I think really there again, a small mistake coming in terms of the Mark 14 from the Geekay, just clipping Canadian as he was holding in the right position. Bit tack timeout coming in here though, very understandably. Needs to be a thing.
Yeah,
can't hear too much of this one, sadly.
No, we can't hear too much of this one, unfortunately. But just, yeah, DarkZero really hitting the pause button there. They know that things are getting away from them, and really on the attacking half of Chalet, as a minimum, they want the 3-3. Let's not forget, this is their map pick as well. You know, they're wanting to go in there now. They need to level this up at the half. They certainly don't want to be behind when Fury come onto the attack. I do think that we will see better out of DarkZero on the defense, I will be honest. But it just seems to be a little bit of a lack of awareness at the minute.
Oh boy, oh boy. Just a constant march on through, and I like the disruptive game that we've seen. Like, I know for I9 back in round 1, you didn't really have to see the Caveira put to any use. His team did the business that needed to. Bless you, by the way, Tim. Whereas in this round here, that's why he suddenly disappeared, a bit of a sneeze. This round here, like, yes, he got much more involved. He got that kill, which was a nice disruption on the top floor. Couldn't convert it into much more than that, but it was enough as a starting point, right? And they are just keeping DarkZero guessing. And when you're against a team that is quite slow, and I mean, we say slow, Canadian and the team would happily tell you it's about patience. If you can disrupt them early on and really kind of throw their game plan in, throw a wrench in the works, that's where you can see things go horribly wrong, as it kind of did in that previous round. Can't pull together a 2 versus 2 when the Monty does not really have a primary weapon to make good use of.
No, exactly that. I sort of look at Monty sometimes as kind of, it depends on your numbers. What I would say is when you've got a full 5, Monty's a full operator because he's doing lots of things. He's giving information, he's disrupting. That's what Monty's there to do. He's there to push people around. He's there to create space. And that's what he's doing when you've got a 5. But as your numbers deplete, I would also deplete, how much of an operator I would see Monty as. And when you're down to a 2v1, he's practically not an operator. It's almost a 1v1 at that point.
He obviously gives you the information and the ability to plan safer, but it's not a gun.
It sort of goes down from a full operator when you've got a team of 5 to maybe half an operator when you've got a team of 2.
Yeah, let's just say he's not really going to be contributing to any trades.
No, exactly that. His usefulness certainly drops off the more players are lost. So being the last alive there, very difficult for Canadians. So 3-1, we find ourselves Fury looking great at the minute. I'm not just going to put it on the fact that necessarily DarkZero are losing a couple of rounds. Fury are going out and winning them. They're getting aggressive, they're taking early gunfights, they're finding kills, they're being unpredictable. I like what they're doing so far. It's no wonder they've picked up a few rounds.
I was curious if there were any magnets originally positioned inside of here to help with getting rid of the nades that come heading in towards that shield. And one did come raining straight on over, but as you've seen, they've finally managed to clear it away with the use of the Flores drones. Plenty really of utility they can stay behind here to clear it away. And they've managed to do just that. That's one part of the puzzle solved for them. Not really getting towards opening up sight, but remembering last time round, they got the control downstairs inside a lobby. They planted him behind half wall and really...
Didn't get it.
Did he get... I swear he destroyed something, but was it not?
It wasn't the mute jammer. He was taken out before he managed to get the mute jammer. Lycolis with an opener again onto Rice. No Claymore to find the trade this time. Pamba does manage to get one onto Crit, leaving us now 4 versus 4, but Lycolis has been going well at the beginning of the rounds for Fury. It's not really the beginning at the minute, but in terms of the openers at least, Gabini does manage to find I9 using that Goyo canister against him with the vertical nade, taking out the mute jammer, but also getting a very nice little bonus.
I do really think their I9 should have had that read on what was coming next. Like, the mute jammer's there, they've got no other way of getting through it. Fair chance they're going to start nading him from below, and there's a nade on side because the nade already cleared this jungle area on the pushing towards Piano. So maybe a little bit inattentive there to what was going on throughout the round and has paid the price for it. However, Canadian put down, picked back up again by the Finker, and Dark just goes, no, stay down, my son. Down a second time he goes. Dark in a great spot here to stop this plant going down. They need to remove him first.
Yep, Lycolis and Dark both on very low health though. Is Dark going to get him on the swing? Absolutely not. Pamba able to go in, get aggressive. He could find another here in Lycolis potentially, but no, BG Man's got his bands back. He's got him on the cover. He manages to pick up Pamba. 17 seconds left to go. Lycolis cut down with the few hit points that he had. It's all up to BG Man. He's taking the peak. He knows where they're coming from. Out goes the impact. It's not going to do the job. He swings, he fires, he misses. He still keeps searching, seeking. He knows where the cover is. He gets one. Surely he wins this. No. He's the head and misses. Can he find his man? No! NJR gets the plant, gets the kill, gets the round. DarkZero fight back. It's 2-3.
Massive out of NJR there. It really looked for a second like that should have been done and dusted, but no. Massive pull off the back of the diffuser to close things down. Keeps them in the conversation. 3-2 going to be that scoreline now, rather than a 4-1, which would have felt terrifying as a prospect to fight back against as DarkZero. But here, like I said, still in the conversation.
Boy, oh boy, big round for DarkZero there. Fury, again, still not making it easy, no matter what they seem to do. Pamba gets himself up into Piano, but BG Man there is covering and gets the kill. BG Man, big round for him, and I think maybe even a little bit of frustration. He saw the head of Ibana, he saw NJR, it was one shot, but he just missed it. So difficult sometimes, in those tight situations. You've got a zoomed in scope, you're trying to move around, you just move a little bit too quickly, or maybe not enough. We'll see it. Just NJR, see the tracers going across the top, gets away with it, but that's how it goes at this level of siege. Gonna be DarkZero take the round, and what a matchup we've got. But I like to see this from Fury. They lose the round, but it's still smiles, still laughing. You know, and that makes them a difficult team to beat because you're not gonna get in their head mentally. You sort of see that maybe they've got the opinion of like, look, we've got DarkZero in an elimination match here. We win this, we go through to phase 2. You know, there's no pressure on them.
That's it. When there's no expectations on you, there is no pressure. Whereas I think for DarkZero, there's an element of, look, we're DarkZero, one of the hallmark NA teams, like we should be really getting through to the main stage here and breezing past Fury, and Fury making it hard for them. That pressure will start to mount up. The longer this game goes on, the longer that Fury stay relevant. However, last round of the half here for Fury on the defense. DarkZero's last chance to crack this head wide open and get a 3-3 split, which would be very welcomed. I'm actually curious, I've never really thought about it too much, but they're in a good spot there where they can't obviously zap it from the outside or destroy it from the outside, but as soon as they try and plant on bins, that canister is so easy to just destroy and deny the bins plant outright.
Yep, it's very nice placement, and it's something that they're definitely going to have to deal with. We saw this last time, Rash just deploying the track stingers at the top of West Main stairs. That's going to prevent that flank coming down, at least for free anyway. There will minimum be an audio cue of somebody shooting that out to try and move down. Rice is going to relocate round to the front, potentially looking to use the nades to clear that Goyo canister maybe. He's just going to strafe across, needs to be careful he doesn't overexpose himself, and I think, yep, that's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Nade in hand should get rid of that Goyo canister. They're dying to try and get it out. It's still there. I was going to say, really, the only option here is to use nades. I have to go through 2 nades just to clear it out. There you go. But it does probably also illustrate a little bit to the side here on what the intent is going to be.
Exactly that.
You know a bin plant is coming in, that they've got a bit of gadgetry to play behind here. Many looking in towards 2 more nades. The flash is on hand too. So that's where Fury need to be respectful. They've got C4s in back pocket, 2 of them. They've got impacts to play behind. Still a lot to deny if DarkZero do go for what looks to be a pretty telegraphed execute.
This is not great for Fury though. Pamba's been able to push up into electrical corridor here, so he's got a really good cross going in sort of behind pillar there, and he can just hold down into connector if he wants to. He's got a shield that he can play behind. He's got that freedom of movement to play on this 90-degree angle. It's a good power position for him, and it might just cut down Fury's ability to move round inside a side. But I tell you what, they're not going to need to move inside. There's a couple of kills come in. Dark with the latest onto Pamba, who trades out the kill that he found onto BG Man 4 versus 2 Canadians inside a site. Canadians dead. Diffuser is down, and there is no picking him up from that position. Lycolis is a little bit wedged inside of connector, but it doesn't matter because I9 strafes across, finds the man through the soft wall above the mirror window, and Fury, they close out another. It's a 4-2 defensive half. What a start.
Just felt like they had so much there prepared on the side of Fury, whether it was the C4 denial from the mirror window onto bins, whether it was still having one player instead of dining sat watching the hatch to deny verticals. They had so much going for them that it felt like DarkZero maybe tried to take too little ground, too little control there, and it led to many power positions still being online for the side of Fury. But that's a 3-3 half, Tim.
4-2.
4-2 half, sorry.
I'm going to say, I'm looking at my notes thinking like that. I'm sure I make this 4-2.
4-2, correct.
Yeah, Fury just, like I said, they just look like they're playing without pressure. They're playing completely differently to maybe what we saw against G2 yesterday. You know, the mistakes seem to have sort of disappeared. You know, everything's just going right for them at the minute. And it's fantastic to watch. It's an absolute pleasure.
This is what I mean. Look, Dark on the hatch wasn't an area of the map they took.
I think DarkZero, you know, there are mistakes there. They're just not dealing with, that's twice on basement that we've seen them just not deal with that verticality. They didn't deal with Trophy last time. They haven't dealt with Dining this time. You know, you have to be dealing with that map presence.
And this is a reminder, once again, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. The other series is just getting into its second map, Bliss and Wolves, heading into Night Haven Labs. If Bliss win that map, oh boy, Wolves are going home.
That's certainly an unexpected outcome for many, I think, you know, at the beginning of the day yesterday. But Bliss have impressed on the whole. You know, they've already beaten Wolves once, and they're certainly not making their life any easier now. So we'll see whether Wolves are going to be that big casualty. But I tell you what, Des, they might not be the only one if this continues. Fury 4-2 on DarkZero's map pick of Chalet before we go into Clubhouse for our second map. And right now, DarkZero, they're going to have to show us something different on the defense. I think we might see it. I think DarkZero may be a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident here on the defense, even though it is shallow. I think we will see better from them, but we're going to need to.
What I will remark is Fury's attacks against G2 yesterday really weren't up to scratch on Consulate, despite Consulate being their favourite map. They were just a little bit slow, a little bit inefficient at times as well. But like this, if he got that second kill, that would have been mega. But the trade was there. Crit followed I9 in, and they've managed to make it work, securing a 2-for-1 fight quite early in the round.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well played there by Fury. I like the aggression. I was going to comment, I9 not messing about. Usually it's difficult to get out into that library corridor when you've got a man at the top of blue stairs, but no, they had a plan and they followed it through to a T. He manages to get 2 power positions cleared out, mezzanine and library stairs. That now gives them top floor control. So Fury, with a minute and a half on the clock, they can start working these verticals. They've got the sledge, they can look for those angles. That's exactly what they're going to start doing. I like this from Fury.
Looking at our next map we're going into as well, Club, it's really not a high prior map at all for the side of DarkZero. So
Club is anybody's, isn't it? It's one of them.
I'm nervous for them going into it because Fury just looked quite full of beans going into that map. DarkZero, absolutely not. BG Man strikes, Gaveni's off the board. We're staring at a 5-2 here, not forgetting again, it's DarkZero's map pick, Tim.
Canadian's going to get taken down by Warcolis, and fighting from inside of the connector there. He's going to do absolutely nothing, though. Look at the spirits. They are high on the side of Fury, and they are starting to rattle towards a quick first map win here, potentially. 5-2 now. Hands up who had that on their card for today.
You know what I do love about these guys? It's time to tell a little story. Yesterday, we were heading home from after our broadcast, and one of the last games we cast was Fury's game against Knights, where they won. And we actually ended up in the same shuttle home as them.
We did.
And just how...
Very nice guys.
Yeah, really, really lovely guys. Everyone I speak to about I9, for example, is like, you know what, nicest guy in the world. Like, honestly, have a chat with him, really cool guy. But then it was also really nice sitting there watching back clips of their game and their high moments, their plays, their clutches. And they were just all hyping each other up so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was such a lovely thing to see, like, a team be so, like... They still have got that, in my eyes, that excitement when you first get into a new game that you enjoy so much. And like even rounds they're losing, they're laughing and smiling and just enjoying the thrill of competition, which is what makes them really... It's very easy to love them, I think, in the way that they play and approach Siege and their mentality at the minute. And I'm really hoping they can keep doing well. It's just that constant question of, okay, then when did DarkZero turn on, though?
I think if Fury continue like this, as they go, if they get into phase 2, say, on the back of this,
let's be honest.
I think they're going to start picking up a lot of neutral fans. You know, we've always got those teams that sort of come through as a bit of a surprise package, and I think Fury could certainly be that, and people will start to get behind them. They will start backing them. You know, and like you said, they absolutely deserve it. They're really nice guys. You know, like you say, just on the bus, very wholesome, really, watching all those clips back straight away, wanting to see the big moments, wanting to see the clutches, just sort of high energy, having fun with each other. And it's a pleasure to watch from the outside. So DarkZero, they are struggling at the minute. 2-5. They're going to take to different side. This time it's not going to be games. It's going to be kitchen and dining. So they're going to be trying to hold on to that top floor again. Good teamwork from Fury, though, to get that Twitch drone inside. Not going to be taken out by the laser gate, and is able to take down the default cam and just provide a little bit of information as to what's going on in master bedroom.
Sure, looking in towards the grim, really, from BG Man, though. We spoke about this a couple of times already, but it can be dangerously oppressive with how many charges he's got now and the increased radius, for example. Lots to really help the team on their pusher into the building in here. Really good pushing it in towards the bathroom door, where normally you'll have someone sat playing on that half wall. It could make life a lot easier to get yourself inside the building. They've got the tags coming in here as well. There's still a soft wall there, and sure enough, it's going to force them to jet away, and that opens up the rest of the team to go on in. Looking towards the right spot, Nade coming in, knows where his man is. Nade's on top of Rice here. Don't think it'll kill him as he'll get out of dodge just about in time, but they still know where he is. Another nade coming in. A C4 coming out. It's the me to you. It's hot potato between the two teams, Tim.
It certainly is, and the topping is there as Crit manages to get Canadian, but there's two kills come back. Surely Rice is over here. 3 versus 3 now as BG Man finds Gaveni and gives Fury that advantage once again. What a brawl we've just had on the top floor. I love that use of gadgetry, of utility from both sides. Neither of them able to make it stick for the longest time, but it's Fury that come out on top, and they've still got the sledge, Des, so they can get those verticals opened up. There's a real opportunity to get a plant down inside of kitchen potentially.
What I'd really love to see them do from here is to find a pretty narrow window on what they want to try and plant. It's almost found MGR as well, but find a pretty narrow angle you want to plant in, whether it's kitchen, whether it's getting just inside the doorway, inside of dining. Yeah, don't try and cover too much off here. And sure enough, BG Man on absolute fire in this round, putting himself up to 12 kills inside 8 rounds. What a game he's having.
Only 3 deaths as well, Des. 12 and 3. BG Man is absolutely flying. He was one of the players we picked up on after the game yesterday. I9 manages to find that final headshot to close out the round, and that puts Fury onto map point for map 1 against DarkZero here. And the other thing to remember is this so far has been done in quick fashion, Des. This can only be described as a run over at the minute.
It is feeling that way. DarkZero, questions are going to start being asked. You know, debating exactly where to play as well, because I mean, when you're getting slapped on every single site on the map, where do you go?
That's it. There's so few choices for DarkZero at the minute. It feels like they've kind of tried everything. It feels like they've tried a number of different things, and just it doesn't really matter. Fury just seem to have the answers at the minute, no matter what they bring. So Fury are locked and loaded. You can just see it on their faces. Look, BG Man's just hitting shots for fun.
He is, isn't he? It's one of the things to remark is, you know, they made a change earlier in the summer. A couple of different faces coming in, trying to add something fresh into the team, and you're really seeing it start to unlock in the performances you've had from a few players, you know, like Colis. A couple of massive clutches, not just on this map, but previous ones. Looking back to the mirror earlier, the 1v2 that he had yesterday on Skyscraper in Barbecue and Kitchen, for example. Dark, amazing game. Crit, the young gunner they picked up early this year, is taking a bit of time to warm into things, but you can see him starting to get into a groove. And I9 was quiet in yesterday's first couple of maps, but since then, he's also really got himself more involved in the games as quite an experienced player. In case you aren't 100% aware, I9, formerly known as Napew, may recognize that name from Elevate of old.
Be positioned inside of Kitchen for the time being. Then it is a basement site here from DarkZero, so they're holding that mid floor just like Fury did. I would expect Fury to have learnt the lessons that they benefited from, which is make sure you go and clear out dining particularly, and also are aware of that trophy hatch drop. Like Olis is going to get to work immediately on that main wall. It will be opened up pretty easily inside of 45 seconds, so that's good. We see one DarkZero player just dropping back to site as well from that mid floor. I9 was in a position potentially. He's going to try and walk in, but you can't do that. They're not going to get away with it. I think Fury maybe just getting a little bit overconfident there.
Maybe we weren't 100% aware there was a player inside a trench, or thought he could bypass him, but NJR just a little bit too ready. We're a bit more past the days of 3-speed Ashes just running into sight inside 15 seconds of round start, I'm afraid. And now Dark has got to try and work his way in towards Library. There's one dug in the back corner. There's no nades really to make use of here to force him out. So they might just have to abandon Library and try and find a different way through. By the looks of it, a lobby stairs rush might be on the cards, Tim.
Yeah, this is more that sort of full map hold that I was talking about from DarkZero. They just have a presence all over the place, and it just makes it very difficult. What Dark's going to do here is dump this ram gadget just inside of the window. It's going to set off, and it's going to make an absolute ton of noise, and it might just prevent any sound from exactly what is about to happen, which is the rush coming downstairs. They're unaware. That's one kill. Can they find more? They should know by now. Toxic Babe will slow them down. Pamba with a kill onto Crit J as well. DarkZero have stood up well to that ploy.
But it's straight onto the Yokais, and the thing is, pretty much all of DarkZero are pinned inside of blue here. Now, they haven't got to really burst out of it yet, because there's no plant attempt trying to go down. They're in a 4v2. They haven't got to do anything too crazy. Really, eyes here turn towards BG Man and those two shields that he's got in back pocket. Can he make them work?
Just trying to find that echo drop will take it down, but Canadian is in a position to do something about this. Don't think he knows exactly where the man is. He's going to have to go over the balcony or down the stairs. Realistically, for the time being, he's going to keep himself inside a library, drop the hatch instead. Canadian could be a real round changer. BG Man is in a difficult position for DarkZero because he's cutting off a lot of rotates there. A lot of movement is going to be difficult for them now if they want to get into that wine side. They don't really have a choice but to go through his line of sight.
No pressure on the other side, because Pamba can see everything, though. He knows if a plant attempt is coming in, so Fury, I think they've left it a little bit too late here to try and make anything happen. All three of them are back up, but they've got to get some kills off the back of this one. Dart's getting himself inside. There's a C4 in Rice's back pocket that could do some work. Brings down Dart like Otis is in, trying to make a plant happen, just about gets onto it, but BG Man had to win that firefight. It's not going to happen. NJR with 2 quick kills at the very end there to give the round to DarkZero.
Yeah, good patience from DarkZero there. Like you said, they were pinned back in blue corridor for the longest time, and they didn't panic. They just waited for their moment. They knew that they had the information that they needed from the Yokai drones. They could just shoot through the bins to try and take out the planter should that attempt come in. It worked perfectly. Lycolis unable to get that down, and it was an easy mop-up for NJR at the end. So a better round from DarkZero. They need to keep that going, though. That's got to be the building block. That's got to be the foundation. They don't have any mistakes left. It's still 6-3. There are still 3 opportunities for Fury to get this done.
Whew. All right. Bit of a lifeline for DarkZero to still stay part of this game, still in the competition. Best way I can describe it. A few replays here to see how it started out. Really, as we commented, I9 trying to be more opportunistic, a little bit of a chancer, I feel, in that round and pay the price to NJR. And outside of that, DarkZero just made blue their absolute fortress, sat in there behind the Yokai cam to speed all the info they needed and didn't panic, didn't rush, just let things follow their natural order until Fury were forced to make a move based on time that was less than ideal for them.
We're going to head into round 10 now then. 6-3, we found ourselves to Fury. Don't adjust your sets or whatever you're watching this on. That scoreline is correct. Fury going fantastically well so far. And I tell you what, they're looking very worth every single one of those 6 rounds that they've won. They've been a pleasure to watch so far, especially BG Man. 13-4, going absolutely wild and a real thorn in the side of DarkZero at the minute. But DarkZero do manage to get themselves a tough round back when the backs were to the wall. They've got to continue that now, though. They've got to get themselves more into this game. You feel like if they can start applying the pressure, I always feel like if this goes to overtime and Fury start, knowing that they're in a battle, then maybe DarkZero get that win because the experience will start to come clear and it will start to prove its worth. But for me, like I said, the quicker Fury can win, the better for them.
Completely agree. Still, 3 rounds is a lot to climb back up.
It is.
At least easier still in spirits, though, chasing downstairs, for example, trying to challenge on towards the garage door. Giveni, last time round, they didn't have any nades to deal with the player sat in this position. They've got Dark on side here playing on the sledge, who does have it. So Giveni's got to be careful. He is sat, of course, playing on the Jaeger, tons of ADSs, which means we'll need to see some of those flashes also committed in towards him. And that's assuming Giveni just doesn't try and get out of there before it really starts to heat up.
They are just going to be in behind the bar inside of sight at the minute. We've seen him playing that sort of informational role quite a lot. The bulletproof cameras, something that DarkZero used quite heavily against G2 as well. And I think just looking to take advantage of that same information game against Fury here. They've done the same with the Yokai drones. Like Hollis, however, does pick up Rice. Let's not forget, they only need 1 round here, Fury. That allows them to now start moving across that top floor. They've got the sledge, they've got the Rotero drones, they've got the Ash. They can open up plenty of the verticals here. DarkZero, they're holding on. 1 minute left to go. Backs to the wall, Des. They've got to win this round.
Giveni at least made the right choice in getting out and getting back onto site there. As soon as Rice went down, he was gone. Did not want to stay there without support and isolated. So good, at least, recognition of the state of play on his side of things. 4 players still alive, though, is not an impossible task. They're just pretty flat out of utility. No C4 to stack in behind. Sure, 3 smokes in the back pocket to play with. And Fury haven't yet started chewing through those, but lots of opportunity here, I feel, for the attacking side of Fury to choose where this execute happens, as they are in full control of the map, except for Canadian, who's playing out towards Dining.
Canadian's in a great spot there. He could really spoil the party because they're likely to push down those stairs at some point. They're likely to go over that balcony. You feel BG Man, he's going to go down and look to challenge on the library stairs. Does manage to find his kill onto Pamba. That could be a real big point. I'm not sure if Dark knew that hatch was open. He's going to drop away and have to come back upstairs. Giveni is shut down, and there comes the kills. It's a quick double from I9, a kill from BG Man. Canadian proves ineffectual off in Dining, and Fury, they take map 1 and they stun DarkZero in this best of 3 elimination match.
There needs to be some serious conversations going on for DarkZero in this brief break that they've got between this map and Clubhouse, because that was their map. Yet it looks like they've been run over on home turf essentially here, which is a little bit of a struggle. Tim, I really hope we see them fight back. We know DarkZero are capable of so much more, but Fury, they're 1 map away from making it out. And not forgetting, Tim, I'm pretty sure if they make it to Swiss, they also make it to SI.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, so much on the line for all of these teams in every single matchup. But as you say, DarkZero, we've sort of expected more from them so far, but that was a really quiet performance on Chalet.
Absolutely beautiful. Well, let's throw out to the V stream for a short time whilst these guys have a quick break, but back with you in 5 minutes for the next map.
To get to work on this vertical game, this information. Thank you, Jackal. I'll take that very much, but Shinka says, get out of town. I'm not done yet. 2v3 and still a shot for Wolves.
Really good stuff there from the final 2 players of Wolves, knowing that in the man death pit they need to get aggressive, and that's exactly what Shinka does, but he gets taken down. It's Wettables to clear him out, and it's Bibu all alone in the 1-on-3.
Everything to do Bit of damage with this diffuser will likely go down for Fish, and Brendo will cover handily. Finally, Bliss. They've stemmed the bleeding, and they've found their very first round of Nighthaven.
Great conviction from Bliss to actually dedicate themselves to the full map clear, send Brendo in on the Jackal, and make him do the dirty work. And that's what they needed to do, especially in the defense that Wolves had brought to them. There was no way they were getting that assembly wall open. That's all I'm saying. And even if they tried to break Animus after that, they probably would have wasted, like pretty much all around trying to achieve that. So I think making the call early on from Fisher Guy, the IGL, to dedicate themselves to the roam clear, they played that really well with the vertical to dislodge players inside of the hallways, force them to fall off, and then able to convert that down into the basement. It was just so good from Team Bliss.
It was a bit scary, I admit, Mandy. In that mid round, a lot of missed roamers, a lot of missed rotations. Oh, yeah. They did get it at the end of it for Bliss, and now they've taken their tactical timeout. I have information from our producer. They actually called this tac timeout before the round was over. As soon as they lost that player to Shinka through the vertical game, that was when Mingoran said, okay, tac timeout at the end of this round. Win or lose, tac timeout at the end of this round. And Oda is incredibly vocal here. See him on the left-hand side. I'm sure he's had a lot to say to the roster as Bliss get ready to try and reattempt on this attack.
It was Oda and Wedables there doing a lot of talking back and forth in that tactical timeout. It does make me wonder what they've been saying. Oda actually having a pretty quiet tournament in general so far in Atlanta. It's really been his teammates that have stepped up to the plate instead. But now that he has fallen back away from that supporting role into a more frag or lurk heavy role, Oda's in a really tough spot. Right?
Oda more than anyone has had to change his role from stage 1, where he was the best player in OS and in his regional league, the highest rated player in the world. Yeah. And now in stage 2, he's struggling to deliver. He's still been pretty good, but it's a completely different role, as you said.
Yeah, the position that Oda's put himself in on the lurk is one that he often finds himself in these really unfavorable gunfights, right? Oda's the player that has to drone himself in and will often be in those positions in like 2-on-1 gunfights, that type of thing. Like there are 2 people looking at him and he just has to sit there and wait. That's his job. He's just taking the attention away from Wolves to let the rest of his team have the space to do what he needs to do. And that's what's making his performance really tricky to land, right? It's probably why he has so many choice words for the team, because he's like, guys, help.
Very true. Wolves might be leading here, but Bliss have finally had their first sight of relief in this map. Now, if you don't want to hear any spoilers for the A stream, close your ears right now, because I'm about to tell you. It's been a good day for APAC. Fury have won the first map of their game against DarkZero. Bliss have won their first map against Wolves, and both now are just a single map away from making it to the Swiss phase.
Ooh, exciting. Imagine if we...
Possible. Already 2 APAC teams have qualified to phase 2. We'll see if we can get 2 more.
Exciting, exciting times now. As we've been ticking away, parts of the round have gone down. They've doubled down on trying to get that IT wall open. Not only did they have the mini EMPs and Fisher Guy, but they even had Brendo go in and hack one of those electro claws to make sure that wall would be open nice and easy. Now, last time that Bliss tried to attack this bomb site, they really struggled to get the IT wall open. In fact, I believe that they didn't do it at all. But this time, they've done it to great success.
Yeah, quite a contrast, isn't it? We also have Fisho back on the Monty now. Wolves Bandit on map 1. And we saw Space Station Banner against Bliss as well. What is Fish going to be able to achieve with this? Now, he can make his way up Garage. He was checking for a Fenrir device there. Nothing to be seen. Now, Deadshot is on this Solus. The first time we've seen Solus' game. And hang on a second, there's a Monty walking up the Garage stairs. What are we to do about that?
Yeah, Deadshot's just realized, I've just let someone walk past my line of sight. Not like he could shoot Fisher Guy anyway, but now Fisher Guy's on the top of rafters, giving all the info to his team. And oh, look at that. Wedables can actually capitalize off the back of the Monty pressure coming on through to take down Mowgli.
That's a devilish angle on the upside down rappel. And now Brendo, thanks to that mirror window being knifed by the Montaigne, can hold this tight angle, and Shinka is forced back into a really uncomfortable position.
Tough spot though for Wolves, for Bliss to actually convert it from here. What are they going to do about the mirrors? They don't have range hard breach this time around. Wedables was the only hard breach on Thermite. Fisher Guy switched out to the Monty. So they have to rely on the Monty as the crutch to funnel the way onto the bomb site. And Fisher Guy is actually going to flip his take completely and go over to the blue stairs.
Ironically, Deadshot has done the same. On his roam, he's rotated from being near Garage to being near the bottom of these blue stairs. He has been spotted, however, on a drone, and Oda's coming around the corner. Does he have the information? He's in the perfect position. Deadshot knows about it, but doesn't land the critical hit. And now, Bliss spring into action. P4, the last man standing. Let's see if you can make magic with this MPX, mate. 1 versus 3.
feels like we're into the witching hour a little bit here, Tim. We've got Fury winning in this game 1-0. We've got Bliss winning against Wolves 1-0. You called it earlier on today. We could have one or two big teams going home, and for DarkZero and Wolves, it's looking a little bit trepidatious at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's always upsets in Phase 1, or at least almost always. And there is some real threats hanging around at the minute of, like you say, teams that we would have expected maybe to qualify automatically, let alone be in Phase 1, let alone not get through to Phase 2, that could be going home after Day 2. We will have 4 more gone by the end of the day. We've got our match summary then from Map 1, and we see there that Fury took the map 7-3. Just a lot of action on the left-hand side of that, showing 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Really stacking rounds up. It shows how they accelerated through. They won 1, they won 2, they won 3. Just really picked up the pace as they went.
9 entry kills being won in a 10-round game by Fury as well. That is domination of epic proportions that you don't really often see in Tier 1 play, but they absolutely destroyed DarkZero in that respect. I guess in more than just that as well. They've won DarkZero's map. The next one we're going into, bit of an old classic, Clubhouse, going to be stepping up next. For both of these teams, interestingly, they haven't played it since the start of September. It stayed very hidden away. And interestingly, it's quite a low preference map for both teams, based on their banning order as well. But the sheer fact that Fury have opted now to bring it out, that to me just screams to Hail Mary. We've been saving this map. We're bringing it out now because it's quite literally now or never. They could really surprise DarkZero going into this map and 2-0 this series. What makes me laugh is, we have someone working behind the curtain here, a sound guy helping us out. And he's like, what's your expectation for this game? We're like, 2-0, it's done and dusted. We kind of said it might be for DarkZero. We're looking very, very wrong, Tim.
Could be wrong indeed. I've got to comment on how many of these highlights were BG Man. I think
it's
about
unbelievable.
80% of those highlights were BG Man's kills. It was absolutely crazy game from him. We saw on the stats as well, clear away at the top, 90% cost for anybody who's not aware of what cost is. It stands for kills, objectives, survive and trade. So any time that you get one of those things in a round, you get a point essentially. So he got one of those things at least in 90% of the rounds, either getting a kill, playing the objective, surviving the round, or his death was traded. So it just shows that sort of team contribution. And at 90%, absolutely crazy figures from BG Man. Really, really good performance.
And even those that weren't necessarily hard at these score, but I thought had a few good rounds as well, like Colis, massive 3k down inside a trench. We had Dart picking up the odd kill here or there mid-round as well. Yeah, I9 was quiet, but it did take him until the second map in the best of 3 yesterday to really come online.
Still had a few moments,
and
though, he picked up rounds.
He did. And it could very well be the case going into map 2 where he just simply unlocks and becomes an absolute beast. So a bit nervous for DarkZero. On their side, Gaveni played really well earlier against G2, was pretty invisible on that previous map though.
I'll tell you what, if it carries on as it did, we might just find ourselves on the bus with a winning Fury once again tonight, Des.
On the bus with them once more. I'd absolutely love that. Just a reminder, Tim, come on to my box. Come on.
Okay.
Thank you very much. There we go. So just a reminder, that is our veto. That's what we've gone through so far. Chalet, DarkZero's map pick. Fury won it. Now we're going into club, and if we require it, Oregon, map 3, that's going to be the decider between these two teams.
I tell you what, I think there's still a bit of me that has to think that we're going to get to Oregon. I can't imagine DarkZero sort of limping out of the tournament with such a quiet performance, which is what that was realistically on Chalet. So I sort of feel like, yes, we'll probably see some Oregon, but at the same time, I might, you know what? I just don't know with this Fury side. They were so on top. As I say, the pace picked up. They won 1 round, DarkZero got 1. They won 2 rounds, DarkZero got 1. They won 3 rounds before DarkZero got 1. And they were just constantly, it's like they got on top of them and then they just kept pummeling them. And that's a dangerous team to go against.
That's why on DarkZero's side, though, I want to see more of these players getting into the game. You know, where's the massive power performance, the huge Gaveni slam down that we had earlier today? Not seeing that from either of those two players yet. And to be fair, it's not just on them. It's a whole team effort here to get themselves back into things, but it has to happen going into club. No more excuses anymore. You lose this one, you're going out in play-ins for a major in your own country. That is going to sting. Game is ready. Clubhouse is next up. Let's get into it, Tim, with our fly-through. Very excited for this one. This could be our last map of the play-ins, though.
Yeah, I mean, looking at DarkZero, I think one of the keys to them winning on Clubhouse here, for me, versus what they did on Chalet, is going to be controlling the map a little bit better. You know, we saw how many times did we see Fury come and just be able to, say, take top floor control, take over library, take library stairs, and then start pressuring them directly on site and finding kills. So for me, DarkZero have to control the map a little bit better. They have to stand up, they have to win those gunfights, they have to make Fury pay for every inch they take on the attack here.
And just in case you're wondering about how the other game is going, in case you are very firmly locked into DarkZero versus Fury, currently 4-2 to Wolves. They've just finished their defensive half on Nighthaven Labs. Now they're going on to the attacking side, so that game doesn't really feel like a foregone conclusion either. It could be a 2-0 to Bliss if Wolves can't hold on to that lead.
Let's get into these bans then. Dockerby is going to be the first one. A skyrocketing ban rate here at the Major. You know, we've always seen the occasional Dockerby ban, but that universal impact of being able to call the phones, cut down the roamers is something that nobody wants to be going up against. So we see Ying going as well, and then in will come our defenders, which is where it gets really tasty in the banning at the minute. Solis will go, and then you've got a wide choice. Fenrir, Mira, Valkyrie, Azami, Kaid, there's so many options for this final pick.
Yeah, I think the KB and Ying is probably the most common pairing we've had so far at the Major. The rationale I've always gave into it is the KB is just so oppressive when it comes to hunting down roamers and really boxing the defenders back in towards sight. And Ying is perfect for hitting the site with the candelas, the smokes that she brings, the flexibility to step across the hard breach gadgets if required. To her being taken offline is a very reasonable ban. Those last two, though, it is the Azami alongside the Solis. I don't really feel like droning was a big issue too much in that last game for either side, but here it's just going to really crimp things down even further. That makes me nervous for DarkZero on the basis that their game is very structured, it's very patient, it's very info-reliant. If Fury can shut that down, or would have been able to with the Solis on side, you could have been having a very, very different conversation. But here at least DarkZero should feel pretty comfortable coming into the attacking half. When we get there, to begin with, they start on the defense. There is this mirror on side. They're locked and ready, and Fury are going to have to start off by attacking into the basement. That can be quite a battle, as it is quite a fortress of a site.
So I spoke about the freedom that Fury were able to play with, coming in here sort of, you know, maybe without too many expectations upon them. Obviously the favourites, you know, heavily being DarkZero if we, you know, if we look at the reality of the situation. But in map 1, I think that's absolutely true. You now get to map 2, and there's going to be a different situation for Fury to manage. And it's whether they can continue playing with that freedom or whether the pressure starts to mount. Because in map 1, you're up against DarkZero, you're thinking, yeah, but let's just see what we can get. In map 2, when you're 1 up, you start thinking, we could do this. We could get through to phase 2. We could guarantee SI. This is huge. And those thoughts will inevitably start creeping in. So it's then how the players manage that. So that's going to be another factor to keep an eye on as well.
I was going to say, NGR missed that drone for a long time, and my God, is it lucky he chose to move when he did, because I9 was hot on his tail, trying to catch him out before he managed to get back to site, but will keep himself alive and out of danger.
Just looking for that top floor clearance. We've got 4 at least of DarkZero, and the 5th is out there in dirt. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. I'm not.
I believe we have. I want to say it's medics for these last two. We had easy for the first one. It is medics. See, I know it's medics. I just know when it's medics. What can I say?
Yes,
you know how I know when it's medics? If there's an Iana in the game, he is the observer that likes to troll us, because you know the animation of when their gadget comes
he's got it timed absolutely.
He just flicks away perfectly, and I'm just like, what's just happened? I'm like, oh, it's medics.
It's like a movie level transition. It's absolutely beautiful when he gets it.
He has got it down.
But yeah, so DarkZero are just playing this turtled down in the basement. You know, as I said, they need to make sure that they're controlling the map. They need to make sure that they, you know, punishing Fury for every inch that they take. And already they've sort of chosen not to do that. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but by turtling, they're giving Fury everything.
And don't seem too bothered about it, because they can dig in behind the shields, in behind the mirror windows, in behind the C4s and everything else they might possibly need. But this is a great nade coming down, immediately caught out by the ADS. If there was no ADS, that would be a very, very dead gap.
Certainly would. He's going to have to play around those track stingers. They should be able to clear them out if they wish to. There is a drone there as well, going to be taken down. Good teamwork, pinged out and picked up. It's going to be Pamba who is playing out inside behind the generator. So at the minute, Fury have got a little bit of a difficulty. DarkZero have recognised where they're coming from, and they've stacked numbers on that side. They are ready for that push down blue. And that's all that Fury have got at the minute. I always like to see, you know, options. They've got a couple up on hatches. There comes the drop from Lycolis. He's going to find the that very difficult. And then he takes him down. It's going to be as easy as that, but here goes Dark. He manages to get a trade shut down. DarkZero are pretty ready for this, but CritJ's got himself inside his side.
And I9's got a 2K as well. One more to find at the back as well. Just in behind the shelving, tucked in quite nicely here as well. Crit really needs to find his man. There's only 2 left. Canadian down super low. It's the player in behind the shield that's going to be the frustration. Baits him out, but loses it out. I9 has got a net of 4K and he's found the 3rd Tim. Just NJR to bring down and they know exactly where he is.
That's it. He knows that he's going to be on one of the sides of these boxes. The mirror window has been punched out, so he can play in from that direction if he wishes to. He changes it up and he's going to head through, but with 8 seconds, he's going to have to take this fight. I9 closes it out. He knows what he's done. That's round 1 Fury.
What were we saying coming in between it? I9, quiet first map, and yesterday it was map 2 where he really came online, and literally in round 1, he walks a 4K. Beautiful stuff, and I love the alignment we saw coming out of Fury. I won't lie, I was a bit worried at first. They were dropping nades into ADSs whilst there were 2 players with 3 flashbangs each sat in back pocket, and I was like, boys, these nades could be getting you kills or shields or anything, but you're throwing nades into ADSs. What is going on? But when the drop comes in and you've got all 5 players mobilizing at exactly the same time, even DarkZero can't keep up with the chaos of everything happening all around the basement all at once. Really good stuff by Fury, great aggression. Now we're going to move up towards Cash and CC.
If you remember, I said coming into this, one of the keys for DarkZero is map control, is not allowing Fury to take that space and to use it with a man advantage. They've shown us on Chalet that they're capable of doing it and capable of winning rounds when they get in those positions. Round 1 of Clubhouse, we give them the entire map, we turtle up downstairs, and look what Fury do with it. They get themselves positioned really well, they push from multiple angles at the same time, and they make DarkZero's life very difficult because of it. You know, DarkZero, had they been out in the map, had they got a couple of kills, you know, if Fury are pushing with 3 players at the end of the round, they can't do what they've just done in that same way. So, again, I want to see DarkZero just a little bit more active.
Well, this is looking like a catwalk take with the monster marching his way forwards. You know, Lone Legion on side to stop this one. Sure, they've got the smokes and a couple of C4s, but that really is about it. By the way, this is a heads up. It is 4-4 between Bliss and Wolves. I did say that 4-2 lead with Wolves moving onto the attacking side looked a little bit precarious, and sure enough, Bliss are dragging it back, and there's a lot of Aussie fans in the chat cheering them on.
Gaverni just looking to try and use those impact nades. He's coming under heavy fire here.
What do you do?
Taken down. Everything stacked against him. The Capitao Firebolt, the Monty Shield. That is going to be the catwalk taken. Hard breach options. They've got the Thermite on side with Lycolis, so he's no doubt going to try to get that CCTV wall open. And once he does, that's exactly what he's doing now. That is going to give them everything they need to get a plant there.
I need to know where were my magnets there from Gaverni as well, because everything was flying at him. You know, they've gone through no flashes or smokes on their side, but it's still just plugged all the way through. Now Lycolis is in, plant's going down, smoke comes out, he'll stick it the whole way through. Oh, nice and close, it was so close to being complete, but Rice has got up there and done the damage that he needed to, and now they'll be on a bit of a panic watch, I think, being mindful that they very nearly got caught completely off guard there by Fury.
They did. Lycolis made the right decision. I think he would have stuck it through the smoke. Right, it was smart play from Rice, though, to know that might happen and to step up and take the shots that were needed. CritJ does manage to find that kill. 4 versus 3. Canadian underneath, Nitro in hand, so they need to be aware of that if they're going to go for another plant. There we see it, and JR takes down 9-9. Diffuser is not in hand, it's down cold at the minute. 3 versus 3. Dark, he needs to start finding some kills. Somebody needs to move in here.
They've got Firebolt, they've got smokes, they've got, you know, two smokes and a smoke bolt to play with. They've got so much gadgetry they can work with, and I really thought they'd plant Monty on the doorway in between sites and have someone planted behind the server stack. So again, small errors being made by Fury, but they've still got every chance to win this round. Rounding for the Echo, but that's Supernova. Packs a super punch straight into his skull. Down goes CritJ. 1 equalized out the other way, so they are finding these trades. Now in a 2 versus 2, they've got to make this plant work, but look who's below. It's Canadian with a C4 who should take this one away. Down goes BG Man. Dark's got it all to do with 35 seconds to play.
Yep, they've never dealt with that threat from underneath here, Fury, and that has been a big problem for them. Pamba drops away, because guess what he's got in pocket? A Nitro, so he's just going to play from underneath. He's going to get a double nice and easy if he triggers this one. The throw went out. There's the kill. Better from DarkZero, and the big difference is they didn't turtle up. They kept some map control. They had Canadian underneath. They were able to deny the plant. Much better from DarkZero.
It's really good denial play. The one thing I think that had been overlooked by Fury there was the downstairs denial.
They didn't take the ground downstairs. If you're ever going to take it, so if you're playing in your ranked games and you're thinking, how do I get a plant down in CCTV? It is as simple as take catwalk, open CCTV wall, and have somebody down in lounge. At that point, it should be almost impossible for defenders to... Basically, if you don't get the plant down with those 3 things, you've made a mistake, almost certainly, because there's no real way to threaten you from that point, but Fury missed one of those big 3, and they allowed Canadian to stay downstairs.
It was when they rotated 3 players over towards playing on CC Breach that I was a little bit like, oh, guys, like, surely you leave one. You got 3 players that have taken Garage. You can do whatever you want from there. You can watch Red Stairs, which would deny that whole play from happening. But instead, they all went over to try and play platform. And again, it's small errors that are costing Fury moments in these rounds. I think it's not like losing the rounds all over the place. Sure, it's only 1-on-1 so far, and maybe it will cost them more as the game goes by. But just tightening up the screws in certain areas, I think, is really key for them to get ahead here on the attacking half.
I honestly think Rice wins the round there, to be honest.
Stopping Lycolis, they were doomed otherwise.
Exactly that. Lycolis was firm in that plant, and he knew that he could get away with it. He knew that he would survive, and Rice stepped up and did what needed to be done.
5-4 to Wolves, by the way. I'm keeping tabs of both games here because both of them are very exciting and could equally see big teams going home. So I feel that both are worth monitoring. Again, a reminder, if you want to watch that game as well, you can watch it on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. But here on the mainstream, it is DarkZero just versus Fury, in case you are only just joining us. Here trying to work their way in through the bar hatch. You need the EMPs to come over to help out with this one, of which they have none. So that is very much staying electrified. And it feels like a bit of an oversight to not have some kind of anti-electrification gadget to bring along here.
I'm just looking to see exactly where all of the DarkZero players are and whether they've got anybody out on the roam this time, or whether, again, they're going to give Fury that space and time to allow them to set up their attack. I feel like last time they did better when they had players out in the map. All 5 of them are downstairs this time. So, again, DarkZero giving Fury a lot of space. It hasn't taken Fury too much time to realise that's the case. They're already looking to get themselves in towards blue. They know that everybody's inside of sight, so now Fury have got about a minute and 15 to just build their attack, to just wait, get everything in place, and then it's that 3, 2, 1.
Immediate key difference there is the nade coming in onto the barbed wire that slowed down Dark when he dropped into oil previously, so he couldn't really join in to support BG Man or whichever player it was that was pushing in from blue stairs. So they are adapting, they are realizing the things that have slowed them down previously and are making changes for that. But like DarkZero, it's a game of patience when it comes around to their setup. They're not trying to blitz in towards sight halfway into the round. Instead, really getting themselves set up comfortably and then looking for a big hit.
On the ward in this time, just looking to make it difficult for them to push down there, taking out the track stingers as well, just peeking out from behind. So a little bit of a shift up to personnel down in just where everybody's positioned. I think I'm right in saying it was either Pamzu or NJR who was playing in behind the generator last time around. Critcher, he's on a creep down here. He doesn't find his man. He's just going to pre-fire around the corner, but it really signals his presence there. And with 45 seconds left to go, you just feel this attack doesn't quite have the same teeth that it did last time.
I was going to say, it's coming up against Canadian with a silenced TCSG. Switches to the pistol, but taken down. I9, 2 kills, can't slow him down this map. 6-1 he stands at so far. A 2v2 ensues. This game, these teams, these rounds are just so bloody close.
Lycolis is up on the hatch. He has diffuser in hand. I'm not sure he knows where the last is. A ping goes out and it is going to tell him. I9 moves into sight. There's an opportunity to potentially put the diffuser down here if I9 can cover. But he's got to Lycolis for the time being is looking for kills, like you say. Time is running down, 10 seconds, and they're just getting themselves sort of crossed over each other, I think. Not too sure exactly of the positions of these remaining defenders. I9 misses his shots. It's all up to Lycolis. He downs one. Can he find the second? He knows where he is. He's a ring around the roses. No! It's going to be DarkZero to pick it up this time. They managed to get themselves the second round. It's 2-1.
Okay, Wolves are on match point, 6-4. Cheers, Dev.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Jesus, I thought it might have been the players in our game going nuts for a second, then we cut to them, they're all in silence, and no, it turns out it's the other players all going absolutely bananas. But again, another pretty close round in that 2v2. For a second, really thought we might see them do it, but that 1v1 was, well, everything. They got the down onto one, and it really came down to the final spin around that won it out for DarkZero in the end. Close affairs, though, 2-1. First 3 rounds are done and dusted. we go again on the same two sites. I imagine we'll see ourselves maybe go back up to, well, no, it'll be an offsite this time around we'll have to step into. So curious to see where DZ choose to go, how they play it out. Time will tell.
Big round from Rice there again. That's
huge
two
round.
For me, 2 rounds in a row that Rice has won. Stepping up and preventing the like always planting CCTV was the difference maker, and it allowed Canadian then to finish it off from below. Without them doing that, Canadian's not able to have that impact. And then there with a big double, R9 just missing his shots on Rice, I think. You know, if he wins that one, it goes a completely different way. So Rice doing fantastically well, and it was, I'm pretty sure it was, I'm right in saying it was 1v1 at the end. Like always, they're already downed one, so it was an essential win for Rice there. So DarkZero, for me in those last 2 rounds have just felt a little bit different. I don't know whether they've sort of switched on, whether they've sat up straight, you know what's gone on, but they just feel a little bit different, and I think we might start to see them gain some momentum unless Fury can do something about it.
I think a big part of this second round is going to be the patience shown by DarkZero. At what point do they concede control of the extended hold out towards Cash and CC? And probably even more importantly, can Fury punish them for playing out on the extended hold? Probably want to try and get someone that can cut things in half here. You haven't got an Azami, for example, so keeping construction closed up or at least blocked off with keeper barriers is simply not going to be an option, which makes that retreat back to site a little bit harder if someone is posted on the construction window. So keep an eye on Fury here and where it is they opt to play.
Going to be with Rice inside a shower. Not too much of a surprise there. He's going to be playing the mirror window onto the breach, of course. Just watching the cams for the time being. Looks like Fury are going to be looking to mount up and move over from the east side. BG Man's taken some damage along the way as well, down to about half health. He's just going to be working from the rooftop for the time being. I think, you know, we're still in that phase of them trying to get themselves established inside of the map here. Canadians just lurking underneath by the looks of things once again. On the mute, I would imagine that he's got Nitro in hand. So again, just a threat that they need to be aware of.
I'm pretty sure they've seen him on a drone, so they know that he's down there. Pamba, by the way, I think once he kind of felt the heat kicking up, once the west window inside of inside CT, sorry, was taken out, he just backed away in towards site and really didn't let that cutoff exist coming in from construction. Now, a changeover from the other side for Fury. They've started out towards the east and opened up that wall. Now they've moved things over and they're going to open up Jacuzzi wall as well, and that'll really be all that is required of Lycolis in terms of his hard breaching roles in this round. The rest of it then is purely trying to get that plant down.
R9 takes a lot of damage from Canadian there inside of stock before he drops away into basement. And again, this is what I like to see from DarkZero. They're not allowing Fury to have control. They're keeping them guessing. They're keeping them on their toes. And that's going to be difficult for Fury to deal with. So Canadian being out on the roam, he's just that question mark for them. And he's going to make life very difficult. BG Man spots one in the side, but I tell you what, it doesn't matter. NJR just slides his way out, picks the headshot and moves back to safety. Beautiful play from NJR.
Not losing that one, is he now? Obviously has got firebolt, smoke bolts to play with, tons that he can commit towards sites here as well and use it for his push in. Imagine you'll see one of them coming out in a second. There we go. Smoke coming out first. Fire probably to follow as well, just to block everything out. Stop the mirror going in for a swing, and that should be their ability to go pushing on fours. Dark has also come in from the backside and found one for himself.
Yeah, much better there. NJR was dealt with really well. Crit J knows where he is. Manages to find Rice. 4 versus 3 straight on into sight. They're not messing about. They've got a lot of control here. It could come down to a Canadian Nitro from below once again. Lycolis is thinking about the plant. He's going to get up on the bed. Should be safe up there. They just need to make sure they've got the cover. Nitro comes out, but kill after kill after kill goes in the direction of Fury. Pamba moves in. Manages to get one. Time is ticking. They have to stick this plant. There is no two ways. Pamba finds another, but shut down in an essential kill from Dark as Fury level things up 2-2.
You'd be terrified if they lost out in a 4 versus 1. Pamba, at least with a couple coming over though, did make a bit of an effort of it. Gave Fury something to think about. 2-2, Tim. Nice and even between them both.
Certainly is. Fury looking good once again, making it very difficult. Wolves have won.
Yeah, that's it. 7-4. 1-1. Now they're going into the third map. I think their map is club as well, actually.
It's going to be a heck of a decider between them and Bliss then as they go the distance. And like you say, Wolves just waking up at the right time by the looks of things. Bliss managed to beat them in the best of 1 yesterday, but it looks like one map might just not be enough for them today.
All right, well, back onto our game then. As said, 2-2. Going steady for both teams so far. Fury is their map pick Finding themselves with 2 rounds on the attack does not feel like a bad spot to be in. Casually, is he going to be the push point? Are we seeing a Monty coming in once again? Yes, we are. So, Tim, the reminder of the thing that we caught out in the previous round that really worked against Fury was having no one playing below. 2 C4s, 2 downs, 2 round-winning moments, really, for DarkZero. So, Fury, when they take over Garage this time round, because they had 3 players in there previously, the answer is not to rotate every player, then out towards the CC platform to start your push.
No, absolutely not. I think the lesson is going to be learned. They need to make sure that they're in control of the bottom floor as well. Canadian this time, instead of being on the Valkyrie, is going to be on the Bandit, playing aggressively up against that mirror window, looking for the trick. It's pretty easily dealt with. They can pretty much just run up and smash it, which is exactly what they're going to do. But it does at least tell him that the presence is there. Please don't let go of the Selma yet, like always. I think that should have been a little bit obvious. I'm a little bit disappointed in like always there. There's no electrification on the wall whatsoever. He looks at one side and all of a sudden it becomes electrified, so he throws it at the other as if the Bandit's not just going to put the charge on the other side as well. I'm a little bit surprised by that one. Sorry, like always, but I've got to call that one as I see it.
You've offended the ace. You must repent.
I'm a hard breach main. I'm a hard breach main.
Oh, do you want to step in and do his job, Tim?
Not quite. No, I don't fancy the gunfights against NJR and everybody else that goes along with it. Gavaney is going to be dealt with once again. They've done catwalk fantastically well. I've got to say, Fury have dealt with that really well twice now.
To be fair, DarkZero tried a bit more this time around. They had the Yokai drone in place to try and knock the Monty out, and that's why I9 for a second looked a little bit shaky up there, but kept himself full HP, dodged away, and when the firebolt came from underneath, that was really all they needed. So good stuff coming out. Once again, they have catwalk control, but for me, it's going to be about this breach.
Thinking about taking out the mirror window there, but chooses not to. There isn't any need. All he needs to see is that the Bandit is not in position. Does take down a Yokai drone as well. So again, this is good from Fury. They've got a lot of what they need, but there is nitros below. Crit sees an opportunity. Surely he's got to get his man. He does take down Pamba, and that was a big risk from DarkZero. That's a nitro gone. There was one in the pocket, so they're now left with only Canadian, who has the ability to deny from below. And I'm sure that Fury are going to be watching for that. BG man does get himself taken out, but look at that from Crit.
I was going to say, DarkZero with the double jump out. Is that you? What on earth is going on? Now, I9's done the right thing here. Step forward aggressively, blocking off a doorway and looking to stop members of DarkZero from pushing back in. Lycola's going in for the plant here as well. This time round, same spot, same sort of place, but this time he can stick it. Crit into a triple in the round as well. Monty still on side for Canadian. I think his goose is cooked, and this round is not going to be a winner.
No, he's already low health.
Oh my, he's been done, he's been done.
That's going to be a round for Fury, so they get themselves ahead, not just in the map, but let's remember they're already one map up. They only need to win Clubhouse, whereas DarkZero, they need to keep themselves in the Atlanta Major by winning Clubhouse, so a lot of work to be done ahead of them here. It could be a 4-2 attack in half here for Fury. They got a much better performance, I think, on CCTV there. They still did very well taking the catwalk, but they got the diffuser down much better. I don't know, DarkZero, they sort of played for those nitros underneath last time around, but this time Pamba's throwing himself out a bedroom window, and I get it, there's a bit of comms going on there saying, look, I've got him by the white van, but you've got such precious cargo in your pocket with that nitro that it is a big loss to lose him out of a window like that.
It's another big round from Crit J as well. Like, really across the team, I9's the one that you're looking at this game after a massive 4K that he had in round one, really propelling him forward, but it's been Crit J for me that has been the most consistent across these rounds. BG Man, in comparison to last map, pretty quiet. He's already on more deaths and certainly far fewer kills, but that's quite typical where you'll see players just kind of vary up and down map to map. We all do it ourselves. We're playing ranked, for example. It happens, but Crit J again is that young gunner. I think a lot of eyes are on him. There's a lot of expectation. He's delivering on this map at the very least and has pulled Fury back ahead here, 3-2.
Going to be down to basement then for the final defense from DarkZero. I think they are pretty much locked and loaded down in the site again, so giving the map over to Fury. There's been 2 rounds so far. Fury have won one, DarkZero won the other, so it is a 50-50, no real advantage to either side. Fury certainly weren't as good in the last attacking round as they were in their first. They were able to really collapse on site with some great precision strikes to find a couple of kills and give themselves the room that they needed, but it did still come down to a 1v1 at the end between Lycolis and Rice, so DarkZero certainly need to be careful here, because there is definitely a world where Fury are able to take an advantage into the second half.
As we stretch.
Going live.
Got themselves a clear through the map and are working now on getting, I imagine, very, very soon, all the verticals opened up. Hatches being cracked open inside a kitchen at the same time, just making sure they're getting everything done and prepped before really having about half the round here to work with. Key change this time round. Obviously, BG Man being on the Thatcher means no more electrified hatches. Not that DarkZero have a Kaid, they're going for the Bandit on Rice instead.
Yep, this time it is Pamazoo playing in behind that generator. Gaverni's going to be a little bit deeper as he was in the first round. So again, a little bit of a switch in personnel and just where everybody's playing. For the time being, Fury are opening those hatches, making sure, again, whether it's phantom pressure or actual pressure, that there's just plenty for DarkZero to think about. They did drop this hatch last time from Bar into Moto and push themselves into Church. Rice is there, he's in position, ready to fight back, should that happen.
And they know now that Bandit is trying to trick onto the triple wall as well. So a wall side take is doable, but definitely more challenging than maybe trying to go for what they've done before, which is the heavy blue side hits. They need to remove the Bandit away, because by the looks of it, Tim, this is going to be their attack, and they've chosen the hard side, that's for sure.
I'd like to see a bit more pressure, I was just going to say, from kitchen side. CritJ is in there with the book opening everything up, just preventing anybody from playing underneath there. The hatch is open. They haven't really done anything to deal with dirt, so I would have to suggest that they're going to push the blue and bar side, because otherwise dropping this hatch is going to be, well, asking for trouble.
Bit of a rotate over here as well, with a couple of players looking to drop at the same time inside of kitchen. You can be a little bit isolated, really, if that's all you're going for. But by the looks of it, there's also a player coming down blue. So it's a 3-point push coming in here. Hard focus immediately onto the Church wall, mind you. Trying to force their way through the Bandit. They might just get away with it. Gaverni's gone down, but Dark's also been taken out.
Kills come in, then it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. BG Man finds Rice, 20 seconds left to go. There is one down. I9 finds a real long-range effort. BG Man onto Gaverni. This is all going Fury's way. 15 seconds left to go. Like always, needs to think about getting the plant down. How about that from Canadian? Uses the shotgun to create his angle and create the kill, but like always, is in there getting the plant down. BG Man says, don't you worry about it! I'm going to find the kill instead! And Fury take the round. It's 4-2.
4-2 attack in half. Fury might just be about to do it here, Tim. They might actually be able to bring DZ down. Unless we see an absolute miracle on the attack inside from DZ. One hell of a bounce back. This could be done and dusted.
We haven't had a tactical timeout from DZ on this map yet, and I'm sort of wondering exactly when that is going to be called, because surely it's going to come at some point. You wouldn't usually do it at the halfway mark, but I would expect if things don't go their way on the first attack, we might just see it then if they're 5-2 down. But like you said, there's a mental element that's going to start coming into this for DarkZero, where they start thinking, you know, we should be winning this game, and
Camera feed up and
that energy's going to be sucked out of you, and maybe, just maybe, they don't have what they need to get back into this one, because Fury are just riding high at the minute.
You know me, Tim, I love seeing the castle. I'm always keen to see where these barricades go down. We've had a couple already dropped out so far. The third one coming down looks to be the SSG Rome-esque sort of style. One onto main stairs, one through bathroom going out towards Strip, a couple based around bar itself to lock down this central part of the map, and the hatch being opened up on the top floor. It is going to be that full 3-floor roam, something we didn't see DarkZero do on their defensive side. They were very much playing the more hunkered down approach. Here, Fury taking the exact opposite approach of the game.
Just getting out there and just preventing DarkZero feeling comfortable. CritJ is going to have that responsibility on his shoulders for the time being on the Oryx. It looks like a lot of the rest of Fury have sort of fallen back in towards site. So CritJ is going to be the one to watch. He's the one up on the top floor for the time being. DarkZero need to get in there, get the drones ahead of them, make sure that they're clearing out. They are opening CCTV, so that's going to be their point of ingress.
Seeing these drones whizzing past as well off the back of those bulletproof cams that they've got stationed right at the end of the hallway. So they can see what's going on, at least for now, around kitchen. Someone sat on the cams. Someone else, I think, maybe a black eye camera coming out there. Gaverni going down again. I mentioned it already back on that last map, but it's becoming the same story here. Just can't seem to get himself involved in this game.
Just seems like everything is going against DarkZero at the minute. Nothing seems to go their way. Fury picking up another good opener. It's the Ash, it's not the end of the world, but what it does, it's not just about the utility. You've got to think about the manpower and availability. So now, Fury, they don't need to worry about CritJ getting back to site. It's still 4v4 on site, even if CritJ loses his life. So now he can burn time. Now he can play a little bit fast and loose. He can gamble, he can take the gunfight. He can try to waste even more time, get on the flank and just make life difficult for DarkZero.
Well, for now, getting the impact out onto those, which means Canadian should be going 2 by 2. Indeed he is, and trying to get that kitchen hatch opened up. The black eye that was very conspicuously hidden away on the lounge sign, also removed. So that's a bit more utility being taken away from Fury. They had a lot of information coming into this round, and sure, slowly it's been like, pulled away from them. But it has helped run that clock down. Down goes BG Man. I know it's pretty quiet this map, but it's been massive in the series. Dart down again as well. NJR in a great position here, seemingly completely unchallenged.
Yeah, NJR's done that really well. Fury just, like you say, giving up blue really, and that's a big mistake from them because DarkZero have recognised that and taken full advantage. Like Allis does manage to get himself back upstairs, but you're not going to find anybody inside a kitchen like Allis. It's not where they're playing, and if he tries to move through here, he's going to be contending with Pamba, who hears that straight away, knows where the man's coming from. It is as easy as that, and it just says that Fury were clutching at straws a little bit.
Castle Barricade is completely working against them here. Crit J with a good shot though. Don't write him off because again, been mega on this map, could still clutch up, but 3 players from DarkZero now breaching their way forwards. Only 1 left standing. This should be a DarkZero round through and through, and sure it is. Pamba closing it out. Great first round from DarkZero.
Yep, good attack from them to bring one back. That's sending a message to Fury as well that DarkZero are here to play. They're not beaten yet. They were just, to be honest, in control of that. Fury, it's got to be frustrating from their side. They get the opening kill with BG Man. They're 5 versus 4. They've got Crit J out on the roam. All they really need to do is sort of lock down sight with the other 4. You know, have one in blue, have one in bar, have one in dirt, and then have one floating to support. But instead, they allowed NJR into blue. And look at the damage that he did from there. It was just one after another. You know, you can't just give that space up. It's just not going to work.
These are the small things that I mentioned back at the start of this map as well. It's where the screws need tightening a little bit in areas for Fury, the way they play off each other at points, things like that as well, just giving up crucial parts for defense. You really have to force DarkZero to commit some kind of resource for, whether it's chucking a few nades, whether it's losing drones to clear it out, whatever it might be. But largely there, you've just seen the ace walk in for free and just dominate the entirety of the downstairs from there. Now we change sites, so we'll see how things go. It's going to be this extended hold out towards the east, as you come to expect when defending gym and bedroom. We'll see if DarkZero can punish that hold coming out from Fury. As last time round, Fury couldn't really make DarkZero pay for it.
Michaelis with the mirror window onto the outside wall, much the same as we see on CCTV. May well support 703. There will be no bandit tricking efforts. They're not going to try to keep him out of there, so it's not going to support anything like that. It can be shot out depending where the depending where they're trying to place the explosives, but on a roof that you can rappel down from to place, it's really not the end of the world, so I'm not too sure how much that's going to gain them, to be honest, other than the knowledge that they're out there on balcony. But we will see as it continues. Like always, moved himself away. He's just watching for that push him through freezer, but I don't think he's going to be able to stay there. As that hatch gets taken out, it makes it very perilous for him.
Yeah, a couple of C4s to play behind though on the Valkyrie in the mirror. Some good options to play for denial here, the same way that DarkZero did when they were defending on Cash and CC. Ruining that round for Fury a little bit earlier on. Could be a similar story. Going to start things out here a little bit late. 60 seconds really to get the main breach opened up. Isn't exactly quick work.
Pamba just looking, he's sort of cautious there, as if there's a little bit of information to suggest that there's somebody around that area, but he's not going to be coming up against anybody anytime soon, I wouldn't have thought. Crit J just moving back through into construction. You can see they're playing within a very small space here of Fury. They've been forced right back. Construction and logistics is pretty much everything that they've got, so DarkZero have got complete map control here. 1 minute 35 left to go. They're going to be pushing their way into cash pretty soon, looking to open that wall into construction, so again Fury going to have to dip back and play in an even smaller area, but for the time being using the impact nade, Crit J is able to prevent that.
Just a way set up as well in the spot there to be in a good spot to deny things away with the impacts, at least slow things down a little bit more. Again, for DarkZero, air quotes, patience is the words that comes into this one, but really, I think it depends on whether or not DarkZero feel ready to hit the site to come that 30-second mark. They've got 35 seconds to play with here. I feel they've got a lot from what they already need, to be honest with you. Feeling quite comfortable, flashes to play behind as well. Got a couple more Flores drones they can throw in. Far from out of it, and you can just see how Fury will congregate towards the northwest of these two sites. Really dug on back. So really, all eyes turn towards DarkZero. Not having that West Breach open could be a big stinger for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely could be. You can just see the line is drawn for Fury there. They're going to hold their positions now for the last 35 seconds. They're going to take the gunfights as they approach. Pamba, he's just looking to pepper in through that wall, but he's not going to find anybody. DarkZero need to be picking kills up at this point. In goes more and more utility picked up by Wamai. Magnus just trying to force anybody out of position. Critchay will be taken down. Gaveni is inside a sight, and this could be the moment for DarkZero. The aggression is paying off. Pamba gets one. He knows they're in the shower, cleans him out. 5 versus 2. Canadians planting. The fight back is on as like always manages to find one. Here comes BG Man, closed down from the window. DarkZero take another, and they are finding their feet on the clubhouse attack.
2 attacks in a row and looking very comfortable. Again, when you get to that 30-second mark, as long as they feel ready to say the word go, then DarkZero are all good. It doesn't matter how much work you do slowing them down. Really good and convincing stuff so far, and definitely helping by restricting the movement of the defenders with the help of the Grim Gadget. Just makes it so difficult to go really anywhere without being seen. As you can see, attackers being tagged in a couple of places on this top floor makes it all too easy. A little bit of cover coming in, and Gaveni having a massive impact in this round. 3 kills to his name.
Nice boy! Nice boy!
Just see, it's just a bit more of a serious approach to the team comms. Obviously, we saw the fun Troy was having earlier, and there's definitely space for it. It hypes the team up, it gets the energy there, but they're very much focused on winning this, I think, at this point in time, and they're just keeping that sort of strictly business at the minute. 4-4 now, as they've thought their way back on Clubhouse. They've leveled things up, much better on the attack here, which, you know, it can be a bit of a roll of the dice on Clubhouse sometimes, but on the Thorn, going to be all the way down in the basement, something DarkZero need to pick up and deal with.
One of those games where it just turns into a very attacker-leaning club. I mean, DarkZero are already 2-0 in this half overall. That is cheeky, I like this. Thorn Gadget in a great place.
You've got to be creative with them, because the fuse is such that any entry going in and going through, it's not really entry denial, isn't it? It's information gathering, it's intel gathering, but it's also things like plant denial. You want to put them in a spot where somebody's going to have to stand still for a period of time. You know, you're not going to prevent somebody. It's not like a frost mat where you're going to catch them coming in through a window. You know, you've really got to think about if you're trying to do any damage with them. It's much more about that signal that somebody's entered.
It's good for zone control, is the way I describe it, right? If you want to keep someone out of a certain area for a certain amount of time, fantastic, and that's exactly why we're planting. It is so good. Clearly, they're really enjoying having the Valcam on this lounge spot, and you'd imagine that at this point, DarkZero are more than aware of it, given they have the IQ on side. Crit moving his way around here, looking to challenge inside a garage. Right sort of idea, as Rice is very nearby.
Nade is going to go in to clear that shield out from Rice. That will do the job. Can start pressuring on more towards Lounge. BG Man's not for giving it up yet, though. He's going to be at the bottom. He gets his spot. He knows that they want to be attacking this and will win it. It's Critchay who steps out and gets the kill onto Rice. I9 is taken down elsewhere. And essentially a trade of men. 4 versus 4 now. Halfway through the round, Pamba is established. He's cut off the line through Lounge. They need to be careful. If Critchay tries to move across here, he's going to find himself cut down.
Yeah, he's got to know that they know about this, and sure enough they do, but he manages to keep himself alive just. He's got 2 players coming on the backside as well. He's in such a precarious spot, moving his way in towards Garage here as well. Do they know about this though? I hope to God they do. Canadian ready, thinking that he's playing up on stairs, and he's simply not there, but he runs out into a Claymore. It could have been a big heroic moment, but completely denied by that Claymore.
Critchay with a bit more patience there, like you say, could have had a huge impact, with Canadians still putting the utility in towards those small stairs. It indicated to us that they weren't aware that he'd been able to slip past, and he could have been a real danger, but now they're dealing with the catwalk instead of dealing with it with ease. As the fire bolts come in, the utility rains out, and Dark, he's going to be dropped, and that is now catwalk control, it's lounge control, it's everything that DarkZero need.
It is a bit of a suicide spot to play, and you know full well that you are going to get everything just thrown at you, whether it be nades, fire, Monty shields, everything is coming in for you, and really, maybe there's a point there of playing a bit more defensively once you'd already lost a few players. But Pamba has been cleaning house in the round, hits a 3K. He's up to 14 kills. That's the Pamba that we saw against G2. Going in for the plant here as well. Underneath, and it even catches out Troy.
I'm pretty sure I said something about plant spots. Canadian just falling foul of the razor balloon there. As I said, if you want to pick up those kills, it has to be in a position where somebody's going to try to stand still. Canadian just not reacting quickly enough to the trigger sound. It doesn't matter. DarkZero still got the round done. They take themselves into the lead on Clubhouse, and Fury, they are looking like backs are to the wall. And as I said, there comes a point, you're 4-2 up at the half. Fury maybe start thinking, hey, there's an opportunity for us to win this, and that mentality changes from one of freedom to one of pressure, and it's going to feel a lot different inside of the team. Out comes the tack timeout.
Very reasonable, I think, as well, when you've lost 3 rounds in a row on your defensive side. There's a conversation to be had there. Understandably, coach wants to weigh in and say, right, we played 3 different sites, we've lost every single one. There is work to be done here. Time to course correct. We did so well coming out of that first half. Really here, it's what, 2 rounds and you're done and dusted, you're going home after what felt like potentially such a good spot to be in coming out the back of the earlier maps.
Yeah, I think we are potentially going to be seeing, was it Oregon that
yes.
Our decider was?
Indeed.
I think we're definitely looking down that line at this minute in time. I'm not sure that DarkZero are going to be stopped here on Clubhouse now. They've got themselves onto the attack. They are looking much more comfortable and much more energetic than they have been so far.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like they've really found the thunder now, and it's going to be hard to slow them down. But maybe that tack timeout will change the way this comes out. Looking at Fury's lineup, though, incredibly passive. Well, we saw the full 3-floor roam coming out from them last time around. They're taking a leaf out of DarkZero's book and gone full defensive down here in the basement. Electro denial in towards the mirror, the Goyo, the castle to lock things down. I mean, I say that. They're going for the same barricades as previously with the castle, so maybe they'll have some roaming coming in again, just not quite to the same level that we had before.
No, maybe not.
The other game is also on Club, by the way, and it's currently 2-1 to Bliss on the defensive side.
Ooh, of course, that is 1 map apiece as well, so whoever wins that map will win. The loser will go home. So we'll keep you updated with how that one is going if you're not keeping an eye on it yourself. This one's difficult to look away from, though, I must agree. DarkZero fighting back now, looking to take us to a map 3 of our own. They're going to be attacking onto Church and Arsenal. I like to see that Fury have got the mirror this time, like always. As position 1 looking in towards blue. NJR was able to just wander in there last time, just play around Generator and pick up a double kill for free, really. And that's something that Fury have to address.
They do. Well, imagine again it's going to be a similar story for DarkZero. Just a slow, steady march on 4s. NGR working his way in across that top floor to try and deal with crit. But equally, we did think that for a second see Pamba charging his way down towards dirt and just clearing the Goyo canister off the dirt door before backing out to rejoin his team to get the verticals open in and around kitchen. But those 2 Goyos being taken out means that dirt is now a very, real and possible angle they can make use of later in the round if they want to use it when things start looking sticky elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely that. If nothing else, it's that phantom pressure. Fury know that dirt is now a potential attack angle, especially the mirror player that's looking on into blue. It's just something they're going to be having to be aware of. A nade flying across from dirt, for example, could be a specific danger to them, so they need to be very, very careful of that. I know there's no nades on the side of DarkZero, but the defenders aren't necessarily to know that.
Still working their way through this top floor, expecting to find Crit still somewhere, and the problem is he's long gone. I'm pretty sure he's back on site at this point. Has been now for about 10-15 seconds, so lots of attention being given upstairs here for the first 90 seconds of the round. Pamba and his work inside the dirt is definitely going to speed things up when they come around to start looking at the verticals, but hatches are still closed up, but they're still trying to find him. They've got no idea that he's long gone.
No, and that's, that's great play from Aroma. If you can burn more time, your absolute, key objective as Aroma is to burn as much time as possible. If you can get kills along the way, it's a bonus. Nitro sounds like it's going to be thrown, but doesn't detonate just yet. We'll see whether that's going to keep hold of it for the time being. But I did hear that sound as well.
Yep.
We saw the book just backing out of there quickly.
So the greatest fear-inducing sounds in time. You want to see what Halloween's like? Just listen to that sound. Getting the pings out downstairs, so from the Jackal, I believe it is just forcing Lycola's back a little bit here. No, sorry, EE1D came through and caught him, and then there's a Jackal scan on top of that as well, just to make life extra miserable. It has forced them all back, but even with these tools to deal with roamers, again, CritJ wasted so much time by really only being upstairs for a short amount of time, but doing enough just to convince DarkZero that he was still there. Now they're paying the price. 25 seconds to go. Kitchen hatch isn't opened up. Barely any verticals opened up either. This could sting unless they can get some kills.
Yeah, absolutely that. They're going to have no choice but to run in and get them. And I tell you what, run in and get them. They do. NJR, Pambazoo. How many times have we been saying those names over the last few rounds? Going absolutely huge when their team really needs them. They're cut down by Rice, and it is another DarkZero round. They are an unstoppable runaway train at the minute, and Fury, they're just stood on the tracks waiting to get hit.
2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. I say it every single match we seem to cast because it's true. I'm pretty sure most people, us, those at home watching as well, 4-2 at the half, you'd have been saying, wow, Fury are on it. They're going to be able to beat DarkZero here. I don't think many would have accounted for a four rounds in a row win comeback by DZ to now be sat in the lead and be about to take this one away from Fury. And it will be heartbreaking for Fury, given how well they've played. But this kind of was becoming the outcome that we expected it was going to be, and that will be DarkZero joining G2 as the team going through from this group.
This is the difficulty with best of threes, you know, and this is why it's important that the elimination matches are best of threes, because it just goes to show there's another element to Siege, not just Siege, but esports and sports and any sort of competition in general, and that is, can you do it when it matters? Can you do it when that win is on the line? Fury, as I say, played with freedom on Chalet, but it just looks like the pressure is mounting on them here on Clubhouse. The smiles have gone, the laughing has stopped. They just seem to be playing with a different energy at the moment. They don't have the answers, and DarkZero, using their experience, are taking full advantage of that. They're on top of them, and they are pummeling them right now.
Aren't they just? One more round, boys. One more round. One hell of a comeback it'll be, given again they were down 4-2. To pull it back to 5 rounds in a row. If Fury win this round though, Tim, oh my God, it could well be a map 3 overtime.
Imagine.
I'd love that. To round out play-ins, yeah, have a whole tournament packed into 2 days, it'd feel like at that point.
So DarkZero looking to stretch us out to Oregon. It's going to be this round to do it. They've got 2 chances, actually. As I said, though, for Fury, I always sort of thought, win quick or you're going to struggle, because when it comes down to sort of the pressure time, the intensity going up, the tension rising, the stamina, everything else towards the end of these maps, that's where DarkZero are likely to shine. That's where Fury have maybe got that little bit less experience. So we're going to see just DarkZero softening up that top floor at the minute. It is bedroom that they're attacking onto, but they're going to look to push in from CCTV.
Been a Pamba day so far, is the only way I can describe it. 16 kills on this map earlier against G2. He was well up there towards 17, 18 kills as well. Mega performance from him. Still, it's I9 to strike first in the round, bringing down Gaveni. That's the ace taken offline. That can be a bit of a stinger.
Certainly could be. It was a bit of a freebie for I9, you've got to think, and DarkZero maybe just missing that with the drones. They've still got 8 up, so no real excuses there. I9 just being cautious. He knows he's going to be tracked down because they know exactly where he is. Pamba's waiting for him here, but I think I9 knows that he's around the corner, so he's just going to wait. He's going to pre-fire, but no, Pamba much quicker on the trigger. Takes him down with a headshot, levels things up, 4-4.
17 and 4, he just keeps on climbing towards that 20 dub, or 20 kills, sorry, in the map. Assuming it needs any more rounds to get things concluded out. Blessing still being that Canadian had those hard breaches in back pocket. I was going to remark and say with the Thermite now, you want to get VIP, single wall open up in towards construction, plus the CC wall, plus Jacuzzi wall. At least having those on side means that you have the ability to open up a couple more things as well. So this is why that insurance choice of having a couple of hard breach charges in back pocket is employed by a lot of teams.
Just going to send in the utility there just to make sure nobody's hiding in the corner of logistics. That's unfortunate. Lycolis is able to recover the nitro, though, to have another go should he want to. Pamba, does he catch his man? He does not. Manages to find the spray down on the stairs, though. BG man really needs to be winning those. Lycolis is there for the trade. Drops Pamba, will finish it off. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2, as Dark stands up and is countered inside of Jim. Canadian taking damage, and what looked good for DarkZero seems to be dropping away.
Not a lot of time to play with here as well. They're going to have to really push in as a pair here and pick off these fights 1-to-1. A bit of a dance around here as well coming on through. Rice goes down. Lycolis going absolutely huge. Canadian left standing, but Lycolis over to the ITA, gets the finish, 6-5.
Fury keeps on fighting. They want that map to overtime. They want to get this done and dusted. They don't want to be seeing anything of Oregon. Remember, 2 rounds, well, not 3, sorry, that Fury will require. 1 takes them to overtime, and 2 more will get the job done, and that will send them into phase 2 and send DarkZero home. without any further ado. So we're going to be heading into that potentially really soon. We've got round 12 to come. DarkZero, no more mistakes now. No more mistakes. You've ended your run of winning rounds, and you now need.
I mean, I'll take winning 4 rounds in a row.
Oh, it's certainly not bad at all, you know. But Fury, are they finding that little bit of momentum, that little blip that they need just when they need it?
I just want this to go all the way to 15 now, Tim. I think it deserves it. But not just us, but also Fresh deserves it for his bingo card.
No, it wouldn't be. It's not map 3. Map 3 specifies on the bingo card. Map 3 designates overtime.
I see.
So it'd have to be on Oregon.
I thought it was all the way. Fair enough.
10 seconds to
We'll take it to Oregon if we have to.
We can do that too.
Still plenty of chances.
Round 15, map 3, that's, I think, exactly what everybody wants to see from
I mean, there's a lot of elimination games to come next week, let's not forget as well, going into the Swiss stage. All the non-elimination games are best of 1, but when a team... Next week's format, for those who don't know, is really, really fun. It's you have to win 3 times and you make it through, lose 3 times and you're out. But your all your third games, the ones where you would be on 3 losses afterwards, are all best of 3s. So some teams can go through real slogs just to stay in it if they start off losing early on, but it just brings so much excitement as a format, so I'm really excited to get into that as well.
Crit J is going to find his way back down onto site. We've seen him roaming the last couple of times, but this time he's going to play the Fenrir. Look at Pamper though, he's not messing about, he's getting straight down those main stairs. I tell you what, that's a position where you'll catch somebody out. If they decide to just push up and try to challenge onto Kitchen Corridor, for example, they're going to run right into the face of Pamper, and it could be a little bit of a shock for them.
All right, drones in position, ready and waiting. I liked how last time around that they managed to burn their way in through dirt really quick. Again, it opened up that possibility of later in the round to give them a new angle, even if they didn't make use of it. And you see this quite a lot in Siege, I think, where teams will do things that look a bit maybe strange in the moment, but it is to prep things later in the round that maybe they don't use and you go, well, that was a waste of time. But it's more making sure it's there available as an option to them if they need it at some point in the round. Just making sure they've got multiple options in case the primary one fails off, where, I don't know, you can't open up bar hatch, for example, as Fury learned back in the first half when they brought no EMPs along for the attack.
Einan just looking, waiting, ready to apply the electrical, looking for the trick.
I mean, same story here. Do it now. He hasn't got to trick it, just electrify. No one can take it off, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's nothing really that can be done. It's on a concrete surface. They'd have to come down and take it out from the bottom of main stairs, realistically.
Obviously, he doesn't know that there's no EMPs on this team.
He's not aware, but...
so he's going to have to trick it and then just leave it tricked, potentially.
No, I mean, it's not the end of the world. You know, you've only got an Ace on the other side. If he is able to catch a Selma charge, you know, Ace can only open 1 hatch anyway. They've got the hard breach utility and
that should be the sign they need.
But it could seriously limit them.
Now that he's had to impact nade off the electro charge on the other side, that should really be the telling sign for I9. And I think he has released away his claw and he's going to leave it on there now, knowing that they've got no EMPs.
Yeah, exactly. So the double Selma charge opening up the stock hatch. 45 seconds left to go. DarkZero fans are going to be setting. Getting a little bit worried, I think, at this point, because it is going to come down to one of those late pushes. More
Do you believe in Pamper?
Pamper sends the nade in towards dirt, but there's plenty of room for Lycolis to get away from it. 30 seconds left to go, and they're looking to get themselves inside a sight. Rice, he is going to announce his presence by triggering that dread mine. There's the spray down. Lycolis has to get the kill here. He's going to be flashed. He's not going to get it. He gets spun round every which way. 15 seconds. DarkZero are coming.
And they're in a charging forward. They found the kills they need. 2 left standing. Dark finding 1 back. All 3 are grouped up. They've got them all on red pings, Tim. They know what's going on. He's dead! He's got the down as well. As they got time to recover and get the plant off here as well. Yes, but they've got to win this 1 versus 1. I9 not quite managing to do it. It's going to require map 3, Tim.
Whoa. We go all the way to a 3rd map. DarkZero are looking sort of a little bit fatigued there after that one. Fury put him through the ringer. They run him right the way to round 12, despite DarkZero having a couple of attempts before that. But they get the job done nonetheless. They take us to Oregon, and Fury, they look just as tired across there. You've got another map to come yet. There's a lot more pressure to be soaked up.
Both teams know how much this means now that we're going into a 3rd map. Literally 1 map stands between either team and going home or making it through. I can't wait to see how it goes. Let's let them have a little rest. We'll catch our breaths and we'll tune into some of the B stream where Bliss are facing off against Wolves in map 3. Back in a few.
Right, to be able to hack if you have those clutch drones in your hands. But, you know, like you said, on the side of the attack, because they don't really need to worry about getting these walls open, they don't really need to put a whole lot of redundancy. They have a lot of options elsewhere, especially in through the mid-round. That being said, for this particular bomb site, this is an exception. I think bringing the double hard breach is not a bad idea, Team Bliss. By having both the Hibana and the Thermite, it really opens up their options as they get in towards the basement. Not only are they going to be able to open up all the hatches, but they might also be able to get verticals over on the triple wall to create a run-in hole and another opportunity for an execute.
Oh, that would be something to see. I haven't seen Thermite breach the triple church wall in a hell of a long time.
It's a thing that happens. It used to happen, not these days.
Maybe, you never know. I like this from Wolves, even just barricading these off-site doorways to try and slow down Bliss. Even if it only gives them an extra few seconds, it's going to be massively valuable in that late round.
Reloading. Mid-round work now for Team Bliss. Vertical pressure, and what's Brendo doing on the clutch drones? That's a big question here, because whatever he's going to be able to hack is also going to enable Bliss in for the execute. He's going to call then the point of least resistance that Bliss can then capitalize on. Here comes the bottom main stairs pressure. All three walls on the triple wall actually closing, so the pressure inside of short has actually been forfeited to Team Bliss, but Wettables instead is going to dedicate that exothermic charge all the way over in dirt. Bliss, what is the plan here? I can only imagine it's going to be a kitchen hatch drop from here on out.
Well, there's just so many players all over the map that it's hard to say where Bliss will commit. The question is, how is the setup from Wolves? Do they have enough fortification in these positions? There's still a smoke, 3 babes in pocket for Shinka.
There are 2 sets of grenades. If Bliss in these last 28 seconds can at least dislodge 1 or 2 of these anchors, it's going to make their lives so much easier as they try and drop the hatch. And it seems like that's what they're going for now. Both players with nades in their hands and cooking them.
15 seconds to go.
So he's looking for something here on dirt. The nade does not sink a kill, and Fisho Guy drops into the meat grinder. That player boosted up on the AKs. It's Mowgli once again. Traded on back. Sage might have this. It's a 3v3, but Deadshot springs up again. Oh, C4!
Oh, man.
Oh, Shinka denies the plan regardless, but what a shot from Wettables to shoot off that C4. Wolves steal the round away regardless. Shinka barely denying the plan.
Oh man, Oda, I really thought that they had that. Holy moly, that was a nice shot on the C4 cheese. Oh my god, that was so scary. Bliss, unfortunately, not finding success as the execute came through. All of the utility was for nothing. The flashbangs went through, but on the other side of the flashbangs was a Warden player, and he went... So anyway, I can see you, by the way, as you drop down the kitchen hatch. Brendo did a fantastic job coming in through blue, but he got shot down by the crossfire moments later, and then Oda almost securing that C4 plant before it went down. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for Bliss, and Wolves keep their composure in through the execute and can close out another round.
And they keep their lead as well. Remember that this map started with 2 in a row from Bliss. Since then, Wolves have found 4 of the last 5 rounds. This has been a fantastic game from Wolves thus far, piece by piece. They will not go down quietly. Deadshot now on the Solar, something we haven't seen a lot of thus far. And a very powerful operator, especially against Bliss. Bliss love banning out the Solars, but to our surprise, getting rid of the Bandit in both of the maps here that we've seen in the last 2, they are leaving that Solus up, and with Deadshot's current form, I'd be terrified going up against him.
That's a good point. I can't believe we haven't spoken about that yet, because Team Bliss basically only banned Solus, like on every map. I think this is the first time we've seen them deviate away from it in like most of stage 2. Alas, here we go. Gym and bedroom attack for Team Bliss. Wettables is going to get that Kennel's Breach open nice and easy. No resistance on the other side, as we've been speaking of. Bandit's gone. That's all right.
Indeed. Very easy to get a breach on. But clearing power positions is a whole nother ball game. This is gym and bedroom, the bomb site. And this is the jacuzzi wall that spelled doom for Bliss the last time they attacked this bomb site against Space Station. Failing to breach that wall was why they lost it. Oh no, Mowgli, what are you doing?
Where are you going, mate?
He was caught out in weights and quickly taken on down on a rotation. That is a big play to take down. Oh wow,
Shinka.
Shinka's nearly lost his life as well.
Oh, I reckon they're sending in something in through logistics hatch. Yeah, Sage has burned both of his nades, and that sent Shinken down to about a slither of HP. So they are trying really hard to dislodge these players external from the map, and that's what Wettables has been able to do on the first one into Mowgli, but they want to find a little bit more success before they dedicate themselves to an execute. Now, if they want to go for a sweep... Oh, wait, what's going on there? I think Deadshot's just tried to go out for a run out on Brendo and has been taken down in the process, but Brendo's kind of stuck in his position, right? They can't really go for the sweep from here on out because P4 is here waiting to meet their resistance. Meanwhile, Oda, on the other hand, with his set of grenades, is going to try and do even more damage.
There's no need for a sweep from Bliss. All that's required is focusing up on the bomb site, identifying when are we going to be able to move in and look to try and threaten a plant. Meanwhile, the rest of Wolves are likely in position to try and deny, to try and hold on. Bibu finds one, can't get the second as he is traded on back. Shinka's such low HP, but meanwhile, P4's taken out Brendo. Oh, the timing, P4! You cannot get unluckier than that. 2 low HP Wolves to try and stave off Bliss, but Shinka has found one despite the low health. Fish needs to get into position, the sound cover, as he forces this plant down. Oda has to support his teammate, Fisho Guy. 1 second left on the plant. Oda spots the player, but is it going to be enough? Right around the corner, here comes Shinka, not aiming high enough. You got to get this shot, Oda, you got to land it. That's P4. But Shinka still remains. Fisho dispatches with him, and with that, an even scoreline.
This time, it really is the last chance saloon, not just for one of these teams, but for both of them. It's going to take us all the way through to map 3 on Oregon to see who goes through and who goes home out of DarkZero and Fury.
This has been one of my favourite matchups that we've had so far, and it's the first map 3 that you and I have covered here in Atlanta, and it really is anybody's. For anybody tuning in at this point thinking, you know, I'm going to check that out. It's going to map 3. How's it been so far? Well, Fury...
Well, Troy's face, I think, says it all.
Exactly. It's been exhausting for both teams. You know, Fury took a good win on Chalet. They've won each other's maps. DarkZero chose Chalet, Fury chose Clubhouse, and you can see the stats there of how Clubhouse went. It was all DarkZero, really, until Fury grabbed a little bit in the middle, but other than that, it's not quite as close, really, I think, as the scoreline suggests, mostly.
I think really looking at it, Pamba was the difference in that game. Pamba diff, quite literally. 21-5 he sat at as well. You know, when you look at the kills and how they're broken down across the rest of the teams, really hard to separate the two. Pamba just really was that far ahead. And it came down for a second in that very last round in round 12 to look like Fury might have found the answer. A shot through onto the planter to stop DarkZero getting the round win through, but they managed to get someone back on that plant, and they won out the 1 versus 1 inside of Long Corridor, which pulls us through, as we said, onto Oregon. But in case you missed it, here are a few highlights. And if you're enjoying, once again, that B-Stream game that's going on that will be soon drawing to a close as they are in their map 3, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo to finish the action there.
Just so many big moments in those 12 rounds, and like you say, Pamba really was just in charge of things. He was just unstoppable in many ways. We saw there the castle unable to catch him out in bar. He just had the answer a lot of the time. It's unfortunate for Fury in some ways. They did have their opportunities, but I've got to say, I really do think DarkZero deserved the map. They were the better team on Clubhouse, and they came away with their rewards for that one. So it's going to be a last map decider on Oregon.
Which is what we all love.
Tasty.
We love it when it takes all 3 maps, because you just know the competition's been that close so far, and it's really hard to call going into that 3rd and final map. Oregon is that decider. It's not a preference for either team. Just means it sits lovely in that spot where both teams have said, you know what, if it takes us there, we're both happy playing this one.
Yeah, absolutely that. It's, again, I said it earlier today, I'll say it now, There's no strategical advantage on Oregon often for many teams. It's just about getting there. Whose fundamentals are better? Who's going to win the gunfights? Who's going to do the job? And I think that's perfect for this matchup, to be honest, to finish on.
Well, it will be confirmed that it is the very last map of Plains, and the map is now ready, so let's get ourselves into it. 15 rounds stand, potentially 15 as a max stand between one of these teams, and we're carrying through into phase 2 for the other. It's nights out, good night, sleep tight. They go home first thing tomorrow. For DarkZero, it'll be a kicker to go home so soon on home soil. For Fury, who have battled so valiantly over the last 2 days, it would be disappointing for them, but an experience that I'm sure they will remember for a long time. Here we go, Tim, into Oregon to settle this answer, settle the score once and for all.
I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the social vote at the beginning of this, map 1 was 81% for DarkZero, 19% for Fury. That's changed somewhat coming into this one. We've seen the believers in Fury sort of coming out of the woodwork a little bit and starting to get a little bit louder and back their team. Fury have certainly shown their worth in this tournament and shown that they've earned their place in this match against DarkZero. Whoever wins here is thoroughly going to deserve it. Both have had their moments. We've got the bands coming in. It's going to be Ying. Is it going to be Dokkaebi? Or are we going to have somebody different?
Hey, there it is.
Different order, same result.
You're just not going to get to see it much. We did see it back in map 1, but outside of that, yep, same bands coming on through. Onto those defender bands, it's where you can see some changes coming in, as we've spoken about before. And coming on to Oregon, maybe see a mirror band coming out at some point. Pretty strong on this map across all sites, really. Azami going to be the first one that is taken away, though.
We'll see as the second defender comes in. It's going to be Fury to take it away, finish things off, and send us into our first preparation phase. Fenrir will be the one to go, which means we're going to have Valkyrie, we're going to have Mira, we're going to have Kaid all available. So this could be a tough one for the attackers.
We saw the Fenrir coming out actually earlier on when Ju and DZ played against G2, so we know that they aren't really scared of a Fenrir, but Fury clearly not wanting to deal with that themselves, just get it off the board entirely. Going to start things off with Fury on the defensive side, and pretty stock standard comp coming out so far. That Mirror and that Kaid, like we spoke about, not being banned away, will be brought along by the defenders here for round 1. Now we get to see how well DZ can orchestrate some attacks onto this map. It's going to feel very reminiscent for them because this was the map that they lost 8-6 earlier on to G2. You'd hope, really on paper, that this should be a comfortable ride for them against Fury, but Fury so far have shown that beating them is no walk in the park.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. So we've got the Mirror, we've got, as you say, the Kaid. So they're going to be able to secure electrical hatch from the meeting side. There's nothing really being brought along. Ah, there we go. So we've got the Thatcher. We potentially had the Impact EMPs. It was more the hard breach that I was concerned about. There was nothing to actually open them up, but Canadian has switched onto the Capitao, who does have them. Grim also has been switched onto by NJR. So they now have the options to get those hatches. I was a little bit concerned at first. We had sort of Twitch and Ash and others in there and a limited ability to be able to open up those verticals. But you certainly don't want to be leaving a Mirror sat in electrical watching over bunker for the entire round.
Absolutely not. I think Crit J's feeling a little bit contained in this round, being on the Goya rather than being able to charge around like an absolute lunatic. That said, I think he is the one sat around Zula right now, looking to do a bit of challenging, along with I9, who equally has been moving around the map. That is a filthy one-tap, like, holy hell! Goodbye, Rice.
Start as we mean to go on, I think, is going to be the message there from Fury. Still want, it's sort of more back to the chalet approach of let's get up in their faces, let's show them they're in for a gameplay with a bit of freedom. Gavani and the gridlock of Pambazu have got themselves into meeting. They're established in there, but to be honest, Fury aren't probably going to contend the rest of the map that much now. They're 5 versus 4, they've got themselves back to site. I think they're probably going to be happy with what they've got.
I mean, the beauty as well is you've caught out the Thatcher there, who we spoke about earlier on being that repick coming in for them. Lycola's still with one Electroflora in back pocket, but it does mean they can probably get one of these walls locked down, assuming they can deal with the Twitch drones, the shock drones coming out from Gaveni. Shouldn't be the end of the world for them. It's Canadian who stepped across to playing on the Capitao here, saw it employed quite a bit back on Clubhouse, so not really too surprised to see it coming here in the place of something like a Ying that you'd normally see used for executions in towards the basement. Just a bit of an alternative side set that they found for this to work.
Yeah, I think just spotting out the feet of I9 there, so needs to be careful, doesn't know that he's been droned. That's something that, there we go, the Twitch drone comes in, so he does know he is going to take it out though. Pambazu looking to move down, follow those gridlocks in there. NJR it is who manages to find Lycolis. That's going to level things up, and that was from the Laundry side. We've seen a lot of pressure coming from the Laundry side on Oregon today and yesterday. It's certainly been a more popular location for the push than maybe otherwise previously.
Imagine we'll see Gaveni here heading down towards construction site and trying to push in where previously Arna was playing. That timing on the nade. Crit just running straight into it, losing his life in the process. Got a couple of kills coming out here that I'm not going to say like they're easy for DarkZero, but Fury have really handed themselves on a silver platter over to DarkZero a few times across this series.
Yeah, I think Fury are going to be a little bit frustrated with this, and it maybe just goes to show the size of the task that they're up against. They get the good opener, they take Rice off the board, and then they've not really been able to do much since. DarkZero have been able to turn it around. They're going to get another. They're sort of just walking on in and doing what they want to at this point at DarkZero. BG Man maybe starts a bit of a fight back, but he's seriously low health at the minute. 13 seconds left to go. Time could be a big factor here, though.
Down.
Canadian is down. Cavani is down. It's all up to NJR. He's effectively 1 versus 2. Can't do it as Dark finds his man, and Fury almost looking like the tide had turned against them. They managed to close it out and get the job done in round 1.
Canadian going down there was the big one as well. I'm pretty sure he had the diffuser in hand, so it was a bit of panic stations really kicking there. I can hear Dev absolutely wailing away behind us. So I could only assume that something is happening over there, but my laptop has dieballed, been sat here, so I can't see.
We have no idea what. We just know something.
I'll find out. 2 rounds away from knocking out the Aussies.
I think that might be Wolves that are doing something. We will see. So
it's 5-4 to Bliss. I can only assume that means that Wolves have won and it's currently 5-5.
Possibly.
Jesus.
Possibly. But
that's a series.
Very, very close on the other side. DarkZero then are 1 round down. Let's not forget 1 map each. We are on our 3rd map. Fury are looking to cement this lead with another. They've got themselves on the defense to start with, so they could be expecting a 4-2 half here at least. If they can get Dorms locked down, they then get the roll of the dice on the tertiary side, and it's going to be a big one for them.
Indeed it is. They can hold it down, make it 3. Scary times. Now, Pamba last time round when we played against G2, made use of the Amara to zip straight into Tier 3 and establish control of that side of the map pretty quickly. Wouldn't be too shocked if we see a similar repeat of events coming in here. Sure enough, out comes the Garrock, straight up into Tier 3 he goes. And normally you'd expect to see someone like I9 or Crit waiting for him up here, but instead he's greeted by nothing but silence.
Yeah, he held that angle for the longest time against G2 and picked up Uno when he tried to rotate around, because what they're going to do is Rice will go in on the Maverick and try to open up Attic Wall, and Pamba's there just to protect him in doing so in case anybody tries to flank up. It did pay dividends for them last time, but there's not really attention being paid towards that side of the map from Fury, so Pamba, I'm not saying he's wasting his time, he needs to be there, he needs to cover that angle. He's just probably not going to get any joy from it.
Absolutely not. The Maverick on side here, and probably one of the very rare cases where you still see Maverick being used after he lost his frag grenades, very much faded into obscurity for a lot of teams, but valuable on things like Clubhouse, for example, if you want to guarantee that CC wall gets opened up, but also pretty good for Oregon to slice your way through this attic wall and get yourself moving forwards.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He will start working there now. BG Man just looking for that angle. He will see that attic wall being opened up. Rice is led down, so he's nice and safe. BG Man's just waiting for any opportunity. You can guarantee he'll actually open up behind the boxes. So the reason that they do that like that is if you just open up on the boxes side, a player can rush up to that other side and wait for you to push in through. So by opening the line of sight there, you can have Pamba watching from above. Nobody can push past boxes there, so it just keeps Rice safe.
Yep. Working their way through half the round concluded then and still getting themselves marching on through attic. Crit is being a little bit of a naughty boy, working his way through the basement here, and around lobby there is a player slowly starting to gather up, not too far away. It is Gaveni. Backing away here, probably shouldn't see himself caught out, but you know that Crit's just dying to have an impact off on the flank.
Yep, just going to use the nades from underneath. He's looking to just clear off any utility that is going to be stopping that wall getting opened, potentially, but Hard breach has been placed by Canadian, so I'm not sure who they've got. I think maybe just a little bit of info of somebody playing in behind that wall as well, maybe looking for the kill. There you go. They've got the utility placed and off as well, so they were just making sure that that wasn't going to be sort of tricked or taken out or anything like that. Lycolis will find an opener onto NJR though. Fury once again with an advantage. He's in the closet here and he's, I tell you what, getting aggressive. He nearly finds more, but shut down by Canadian.
Spray would have been enough there just to kind of natural record to collect 2 kills if they weren't too careful. Pamba goes low, Canadian into another, a trade back again into a 3 versus 3. Back and forth stuff between these two teams so far in the round. Gaveni going low, Canadian was being slaughtered as well, but managed to find one for themselves. It's Rice getting I9, 2 left on side for Fury, and no time left for Rice to get anything done. Fury up 2-0 on the defense of Oregon.
It's an expected but a good start for Fury. Expected in the sense that Dorms and Laundry 2 tend to be defender-sided here on Oregon. Still got to get them one though. There are no free sites. And like I say now, Fury have sort of got that free roll of the dice. They just get a chance here. They're on the tertiary site. They don't really expect to win it. But I tell you what, if they do, what a big start that will be for them. They could be looking at a 5-1 half.
if they keep this up, absolutely. Though, as we saw back on Clubhouse, we had DarkZero winning 4 rounds in a row before Fury managed to finally fight back a little bit, only for DarkZero to then close the map out. And that was after a 4-2 half towards Fury to kick things off. So as good as they're looking so far, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Wait until we see how DarkZero deliver, but it is so far looking so good for Fury.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Going to move to Kitchen and Meeting for their third choice site then. We saw DarkZero earlier using the attic a lot when they were defending this site, so I would expect that's something that they're going to be very aware of. I don't know whether Fury are going to position somebody up there or not, but DarkZero certainly need to make sure they clear it out, because we saw how powerful that vertical can be on this site. I don't think Fury have got anybody up there just yet, but BG Man and Dark are both above. Sorry, no, Crit J is not Dark that's upstairs. So there is at least 2 of them up there. They could position somebody into attic. Canadian's just going to be feeding that information in for the time being. And Dark still working on the frost mats.
I have to keep removing my headset just to listen to what's going on behind us. Turns out Bliss are now 6-5 against Wolston. 1 more round, and they knock the French team out. They become an Aussie team, making it through to phase 2.
They do that, but they also proved me right, Des, which is the important part, of course.
I mean, being right, Tim, that's what's most important in life, right?
It certainly is. I love to say I told you so.
Oh, don't I know it. Gaveni trying to get his way through the wall, but impacted off was the Selma pretty quickly, which means for now at least the wall stays closed. Gonna have to find an alternative way to work through, because they are, I don't want to say running short on the breach, but the larger breaching, things like the Thermite, the Ace, for example, it's all well and good, and you've got a lot of charges in NJR's back pocket, but not really the kind of thing you turn to when you want a real big hole opened up.
Again, Pamba just using that ability to get in towards T3 quickly, going to hold down the rear stage stairs. Nobody there that's going to be challenging him, like always. He's a little bit closer in position, but I can't see him looking to get that aggressive and try to move up there. We've got 2 of DarkZero just out on the sort of dining side as well, moving in through showers. I9 does get spotted out. The challenge is likely to follow. They just miss each other like ships passing in the night there.
I mean, there's 2 of them there as well. I don't think he knew about the Hibana off towards the left. NJR could have done some real damage if I9 had gone aggressive, but instead opted to go more defensive, and has been rewarded for it. Keeps his life for now, and he's rocking that FMG for us, just to point out. Haven't seen that one for a while. As Pamba brought down like a clay pigeon, shot out the sky, and Lycolis with the finish off. A trade into 1, and Gaveni now spins on a dime trying to catch Lycolis up inside tier 3, but that is such a headache, because I'm pretty sure, now I'm a lie, never mind, I thought the diffuser was down, but it's in Canadian's back pocket.
The thing is, though, Pamba's a little bit unfortunate. He spent so much time watching that angle, but I think Lycolis has just played it. The thing is, Fury will have watched DarkZero against G2 earlier, so they will have seen them play Oregon today. They'll know that Pamba is going to zip into T3, and Lycolis just taking full advantage of that. I9 knows the fight is coming, but cannot win it. NJR is just that bit better in that fight. 4 versus 3 now, 30 seconds left to go, but they have attic. Fury could well hold on, but the plant is likely to be coming inside the kitchen. Canadians moving in. Security is safe, so he's going to try to stick this.
Well, Lycolis needs to go aggressive here as well, and as we saw Crit try and work his way back in, it simply is not good enough. Lycolis coming in for 1, can't hit his shots. Gaveni finds what he needs. Even Canadian won't be finished off here. Now Gaveni is low, but BG Man is playing against verticals, Tim. He might have 35 seconds, counting 10 seconds, I guess, for planting saving the diffuser. There's simply no time left at all. BG Man trying to see what he can find here. May well finish off a couple of consolation kills, but it's a comfortable closeout for the side of DarkZero. 2-1 to Fury.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what we would have expected out of Oregon so far. Fury as the defenders, you would expect to win Laundry, you'd expect to win Dorms, and then the third choice site. Well, the attackers would usually pick that up. So everything pretty much going according to script at the minute, as you would expect. So Fury, they're going to be looking now. They have to close this out 4-2. They need to take Laundry again. They need to lock down Dorms again. They've got to get those 2. If they get the third choice, it's the bonus. It's the 5-1 half. DarkZero, they're going to be looking to steal away one of these primary sites. If they do that, I'm concerned for Fury at that point.
It's again in these more consistent moments, I think, from DarkZero, when you're seeing the kind of team structure coming together, the crossfires they've got set up, the slow and steady, patient approach towards an execute. They do look far more composed in those more intricate moments of Siege. But it's when Fury just seem to run away with things and build a bit of momentum that it's really difficult to contain them in place. Still at 2-1, it's still wide open as to who can walk away with this. Down we go then for the 4th round, back into the basement. Mirror on side, Goyle Brendo on side, but this time round, no Kaid. Instead, it's a Wamai being brought along by Lycolis.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Dark is on the mirror, so still going to have a fairly similar setup to the one that we saw before. Just looking to hold him out of bunker. To be fair, DarkZero didn't push into bunker at
Tim,
all.
they've gone to overtime, by the way.
Have they really? Third map overtime between Bliss.
Oh my, oh my.
Exciting stuff. Whether we will
Jack
get to
is
enjoy the
frothing
same.
at the chops.
Honestly, at the minute, we're kind of set up on a trajectory that could take us towards the same. If Fury get the next 2 rounds, lose the tertiary, go 4-2 in the half, you'd expect DarkZero to do the same. Who knows? There's a long way to go yet. There's a lot of rounds to be played. 9 more to come before we can even think about getting to that point. But Pamba's going to take a bit of damage there on the knock, just dipping away into showers onto the drone just to see exactly what's gone on there. It will have been the man at the top of Freezer stairs, I'm sure, but he's just dipped himself back to a little bit of safety.
It's a classic battle over top Freezer and security, and right now there is no one inside of security, which they'll now realise as they've got the gridlock of Rice in behind that one. A little bit strange, really. You do normally see defenders holding in security with the hatch open, and they'll waste a bit of time. They'll slow down the push coming in from showers, and then back away, drop down through Freezer, in towards site, and then they can set up another line of defence. So giving up a little bit of map control for free there, really.
Now then, I9 has managed to get himself... Oh, no, he's come back down. I was going to say he gets himself all the way up to T3. I'm not sure what he's seen that's dragged him back down, but I don't know if they know that he's there. The sound of the drone would suggest that they must now know, and he's going to get himself back down there. But I tell you what, for a second there, DarkZero had some real peril facing them.
Really have to praise DarkZero, though, because, again, players like Gaveni instantly ready and watching the angle in case the push does come through. If I9 are committed towards that, praise to him for being disciplined enough to know when to back away and respect that he's been droned out. And a team like DarkZero will punish you for that. Drops away back towards site, but both teams doing all the right things there to really react to that situation of a would-be roamer being caught out by a drone.
Yeah, DarkZero just looking to work rear stage stairs. They haven't got pillar cleared out yet. There's actually a 3-man presence there. Flash grenade utility going to be reined in. That's just trying to ensure that they can open up the wall towards Shaiko. Crit J is going to have to move himself away as that Selma detonates, which it now will. So he needs to think about just exactly how he escapes. But given the fact that they haven't been able to open the whole thing up, he can crouch and just keep himself out of that line of sight.
And they will get the full thing opened up here as well, with the second one coming through right in the middle, which will make that Shaiko spot nigh on unplayable. Pamba's really got to find his man. Please tell me, I9, you know that someone's trying to shoot you. Seems to have the idea, but Canadian just walks in with the supernova, explodes all over them. BG1 back, Gaveni another. It's 1-2 between these two teams, into a 3 versus 3. Canadian getting away by the skin of his teeth. 3 players on half HP here, Tim, and DarkZero have only got 15 seconds to make the push work. The Goyo canister is going to block off all of Highway. They've got to flood the site. Canadian gets 1. BG man is down. DarkZero have done it, winning the 3v3 and bringing things all square.
That's a really big round for DarkZero to be winning, as I said. You know, getting in there, getting one of those primary sites. If that happened, I was a little bit worried about Fury, because what it kind of does now, if we look at the longer term trajectory of this map, is now DarkZero don't really need to do much other than win the 3rd site. They can go in there, they're going to have to play those primary sites again. They need to win both of them now, back-to-back to Fury. The pressure starts to mount. They don't have any room for mistakes on defense now. If DarkZero can take another one of them and guarantee the 3, they start looking towards it thinking, yeah, we're confident we can lock down Laundry and Dorms twice over, and we get the game done. So Fury, for the first time, I feel like really being pushed onto the back foot a little bit in terms of the overall fixture. Yes, they were put in pressure in map 2, but they had that cushion. They had that 1 map advantage. That's no longer the case.
Supernova is such a filthy shotgun. Silence, it's even worse. It feels like it's going to just like tickle you, but it's dangerously deadly, even silenced. As I'm pretty sure most of Fury just found out. Canadian having a real field day charging through the map with it in back pocket. The funniest thing is, I know that shotgun's been buffed, but I think back 2 or 3 years, we had a lot of players in APAC playing shotguns like the Supernova pretty consistently and just running around with the secondary SMG to do the work that they needed to. So it's just crazy now seeing it all become so popular, and really that the cycle has completed itself. APAC were ahead of their time.
Certainly were. We're going to be going to dorms. Fury deciding to move on. They don't want to try Laundry again. And they're going to be looking to keep hold of the top floor. Pamba is underneath. I'm not sure he's been drawn out here. There is certainly drones racing around, but I'm not certain whether they're down in basement or not. So Pamba could have a real opportunity here to create a little bit of a surprise. I don't know if they're finding ahead of him or not. He's going to look to move up them stairs. I don't think I9's aware, but is he aware that I9's there? That's going to be the question. He's on the cams at the minute. This could be an absolute freebie for Pamba to kick things off.
If he just walks up that little bit further. I9 even had some shots back onto him first, but Pamba, as I think we said so many times this series, wins out the 1v1 against I9. This map in particular, I9 really struggling to get himself involved. He had some big moments on the previous map, but here, not so many.
Fury may prove me wrong, but I just get a feeling that this whole thing has swung towards DarkZero here. They've got the wind in their sails, Des, and it just feels like they're not going to be beaten. They're just starting to take fight after fight, and that will lead to round after round. CritJ is going to be drawn out on the Solus. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on. He's trying to move through security. There goes the nade. It was cooked, but not long enough. CritJ just escapes and manages to find the kill. Fury are fighting back. He levels things up with a 4 versus 4 now, taking down Gaverni. 1 minute 15 left to go. DarkZero still need to deal with security.
Oh, let's see what close he saw his head as well, but he's being pinched below at the same time, and the Nook was there. Great read by Pamba to get the close down and really deny that ability to drop away. Once again, DarkZero have the numbers advantage, but Tim, it hasn't come with 20 to 30 seconds on the clock. This has come with still 60 seconds to play.
That's it, there's still an age yet. Pambazoo gets himself in. NJR actually beats him to the punch. Finds the kill first. 3 versus 1. BG man, he gets a big kill. Puts the diffuser down outside of the window. They have to come to him.
BG.
That's 1. Could this be a 1 versus 3? He peeks around. He looks for the shot, but no. He's going to force them to come to him. Pamba knows exactly where he is. 30 seconds.
Oh, he's going to creech his way forward here as well. Smoke comes out. He doesn't know that he's going to get pinched on one side here as well. He's looking the right way, the wrong way. Doesn't quite sure where to go on the left. BG man with a 1v3 to take it over the line for Fury.
Fury desperately needed the BG man to step up and be that star player that he showed us back in map 1, and boy did he deliver. 1 versus 3, fantastic clutch from him to get Fury back on the front foot. 3-2 now. They have 1 more round. They will almost certainly go back to Laundry to give it another try, and they can rescue that 4-2 that they were looking for.
Whew. Something's going on. Round 15? They're going to max OT! That could be us in about 15 minutes time.
Certainly.
Crash gets his bingo card though, in play-ins, doesn't even need Swiss or the main stage.
Too easy for him. Too easy for him at that point. What a clutch this was from BG, man. Just getting those first 2 kills were absolutely massive. But then just the way he plays this 1v1 perfectly, using the smoke, forcing Pamba to one side and then ducking to the other and finding that final kill. It gives them another opportunity down in Laundry. However, DarkZero were very good at attacking this last time around. Fury, they're going to have to do something differently. They can't let DarkZero play their same game here, because it will likely be the same outcome. And I just have a feeling that if DarkZero can grab the 3-3 half here, Des, that could be too much for Fury to overcome on the attack.
Could well be. Let's find out. Apparently we've got a pip coming in as well for the B stream, so we can see that. If we can get that in, I'd absolutely love it. Whew. It's just one of those where you've got to know what happens over there. If Wolves get knocked out, one of the big teams are going home. Bliss and Fury, not forgetting, if they win their series, they qualify for SI. All they had to do was make it through to Swiss, and they are locking themselves in. It could be coming down to that.
Here we go then, Pamba is looking towards Freezer already. Pamba's been playing seriously quickly here on Oregon on the attack. We've seen a couple of times. We actually saw it back on Clubhouse as well, where he would just get himself quickly into positions that can be difficult for the defenders to deal with. He actually heads back up after taking out that cam, just decides that there's work to be done elsewhere.
Okay then. Ready and waiting here as well. Pamba has that inkling, or at least the knowledge, as you saw a drone skirting around in Tier 3 as to what was going on. It's going to be Crit J just poking his head around, not wanting to go too deep on this one. Wants to pick up a drone or two and then back down towards the site. Drone still running around above Pamba's head here to make sure there are no more hijinks coming out from I9 in Tier 3. And sure enough, he is not going to be found up there, as I believe he is down on site.
Drones still raining around. It's the halfway mark, so we just have that quite often in siege rounds. You'll have all that drone in at the beginning, gather the intel, get into position, then drone again at the halfway mark just to see how things have adjusted, how the defenders have adapted, where things have moved. A lot of parts that are switching places here, and DarkZero just wanting to make sure they've got a thorough understanding of what's going on. They're looking to clear out electrical once again, I think. BG Man is going to be playing from inside of bunker this time. Crit J's over by pillar rather than by Shaiko, so that's not going to be too much of a problem for Fury if they try to go for that electrical drop again. What a kill. Crit J picks up Pamba, exactly the start that Fury needed.
Pamba's been a bit of a menace, as we've seen throughout not just this series, but also earlier on against G2. So is the ideal target man for you to remove so early in the round. You know, Crit J and BG Man building up to be those two players that could be the hero makers in this series for Fury. Kingmakers, you may well turn out to call them. Canadian getting ready for the drop here as well. Smoke, it lands on the hatch, doesn't go through. Not super ideal, but in they go as well. Landing into a furious fire coming out from Crit, but no kills coming on through. Lycola's finding one. Crit hits the deck. One more goes down in the form of Rice. It's 2 versus 2, but everyone's so low on the side of DarkZero. Canadian's done all the hard work that he can, but they've got to make the plant happen. NJR is in, but what can Dark do? He's in a spot here to do a bit of work. Are they going to start sticking? No! Canadian wasn't in the right spot.
Boy, oh boy, Fury managed to get the job done. We've got to...
And this is it, because this is coming to the bitter end now. This is perfect timing, Tim. It's the last 30 seconds.
We can't cast over the top.
Yes, we can. No, we can't. We can't hear them anyway. It's fine. You've got to do it.
I cannot do it.
Well, to be fair, no, because they're casting behind us as well. But by the looks of it, Wolves are just about to do it here. They tried so valiantly as well.
Bliss was so close.
The thing is, on paper now, everyone will look at that and go, APAC team didn't make it through, lol. They've made it to map 3, round 15. That is one hell.
It's an achievement.
Just something special, that.
I'm sure.
Look at Bibba's reaction. He's on the floor.
I'm sure it's not going to feel like them for them, but you know, one way or another, Bliss have got to take away the positive from that they really have stretched what could be, you know, a world-leading team, really, in Wolves. They've stretched them all the way to the very end there, but Wolves just managing to get the job done. And who knows, Des, in about 15-20 minutes, we might find ourselves in a very similar position here between Fury and DarkZero. At the minute, Fury have taken the first half 4-2 on the defense. It moves DarkZero onto the defense, but what it does is it means DarkZero have to lock down Laundry and Dorms realistically, and if they want to win it in regulation, they also need to find a win on one of those third choice sites.
Well, we've got a round, we've got a blitz coming out. This could be pretty spicy for a first attacking round coming out of Fury. I want to give it a couple of rounds before we get too excited about the possibility of them running too far ahead. We saw what happened on that last map again. 4 rounds in a row being won by DarkZero. Pamba, the one now looking to challenge immediately around this tier 3 with Canadian helping out from below. Question is, do Fury really care about getting tier 3 control here? I'm not 100% sure they do. Because right now, everyone else seems posted towards different angles. Construction, it's a 4-man rush, Tim. Are you ready? Chugga, 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 chugga.
Here it comes. We're just waiting. NJR's got himself really close up here. If he times this right, he might actually be able to put the brakes on this rush.
There's no putting brakes on this train, Tim.
Out goes the Toxic Babe canister. It's as if NJR knows. He waits for it to go. Is he going to trigger it? No, it's too late. But he gets the kill onto the Blitz. Dark does go in and find one. It's going an absolute crazy pace. 2 versus 2, 3 kills on either side. And all of a sudden, we have a pause. We've got the diffuser down. BG Man is stuck out in no man's land. Crit J is inside a site. What is going to happen here?
I don't know if Pamba knows that no one's inside or if he assumes they're outside still or what. They've got to ping in to know where at least one is, but the others, they don't know at this point. No one moving yet. Both Crit and BG Man taking their time here because the blessing is, Tim, there's still half a round to play. Immediately, Canadian charges on through and Crit finds his man. Pamba to be the hero, wins the one. We picked up both of these players so much, and this could be such a critical turning point. Either it's 4-3 or it's 5-2. The Bulletproof seeing almost everything there as well. And Crit, as I've said, has got so much time to play with, Tim.
Pamba, I think, probably hears that diffuser going down, does he? No, he's not going to push. He's going to wait. He knows where the man is, and it's It's a shotgun shot to the chest to take him down, and Pamba plays it perfectly.
Holds on there to bring it to 4-3. As I said, it could have been 5-2 to Fury. And at that point, you feel like the game may have just ran away from DarkZero. But what a first attacking round to kick off the second half.
What a start. That just signals exactly how intense this end is going to be between DarkZero and Fury. I've got to give it to Fury because, like I said, DarkZero have to hold on to those primary sites, really. So give it a shot. You know, roll the dice. You're not really expecting necessarily for that to be the site that you win anyway. So let's just rush in. Let's see what we can get out of it. Maybe you catch them by surprise, and then all of a sudden you're 5-2 up, and it's not looking good for DarkZero. Fury, a worthwhile effort, but they just couldn't get it over the line.
His feet here as well.
Yeah. Perfect from NJR. I think he knew that it was coming. It was a great read.
And Dark gets 2 off the back of it as well. He gets the initial trade, then gets the further killing towards Freezer as well. So it was, I guess, in a way, a successful push coming on through. The fact it came down to that 2 versus 2 and Pamba has to clutch out a big 1v2. Again, just shows how close this series has been. Plenty more to come, I'm sure, as we step into round 8 and we head up to that top floor.
I imagine we probably have a lot of the B stream joining us as well. If not now, then very soon, knowing that the other game has resolved itself. So welcome on in if you have joined us from over there. You find us in map 3. It's just as close as the one you've come from. So if you thought you were just coming over to relax after the Wolves and Bliss game and finish off your day in peace, well, you've come to the wrong place because we're on map 3. It's 4-3 Fury. They went 4-2 in the first half. That was their first attacking round. DarkZero got it won, but we could be on course for a very similar finish to the one we saw on the B stream.
Oh yeah, it's feeling exactly the same kind of energy, isn't it? I don't think they are just yet. They're still wrapping up over there. When they do come in, we'll let you know. For now, still just us and this tantalizing fixture that it has turned out to be. As things are setting up, then a very big focus on towards Big Window. Canadian skulking around down in the basement on that Solus. Been a bit of a headache throughout the series. Hasn't really picked up too many drones so far, so Fury doing a better job here of holding on to drones than they have done in previous matches where we've seen them burn through, you know, 4 or 5 very quickly to a Solus, and it's like, look, you know there's a Solus on side, guys. What are you doing? So we are seeing that evolution of the team across these 2 days as well.
Drones are going to be going in ahead. Fury just trying to gather as much intel as they can, of course. Canadian, though, will know that that is happening. Will be able to pick up potentially from where those drones are sort of kicking off if he sees them going down.
Nice.
Indeed. He will be able to give an idea of where that push is coming from. He can sort of chart the progress of the drones across, and that's going to suggest where the sweep will start from. Canadian does take one out, looking for a challenge potentially towards those lower level players, but instead just avoids it, just moving around at the minute, looking to get onto the flank if he can. He just wants a cheap kill and to get out of there realistically. That's the strength of the Solus.
All right, I've now heard that B-Stream are in and with us, so welcome to the party, guys. I know you just had a bit of a hella one over there with that map 3 max round OT. We're on the way towards a similar thing here, but chaos is reigning supreme across these few rounds. It's kill for kill for kill for kill, back and forth, but still a 4 versus 3 for Fury, same as the scoreline, funnily enough, Tim.
Diffuser's going down, though. Dark has managed to get himself into a position. Can he stick this? Gaveni's going to be taken out. This could be a critical round in terms of this matchup, Des. They've got the Diffuser down. It's 4 versus 1. Canadian fights back in. Manages to get a headshot. It's going to need to be a 1 versus 4. Can't find another as Dark manages to shut him down. And Fury, they go 5-3. Des, they're 2 rounds away from knocking DarkZero out of the Atlanta Major. This could be happening.
It very well could be, Tim, but I can't count DarkZero out yet. The only way that round could have been more picture perfect would have been if it was Crit getting a kill onto Canadian lying at the top of White Stairs. The flashbacks came flooding in. But 5 and 3, as you say, is exactly where the scoreline sits. A few nerves.
Just going to be having a little bit of a... I don't know if it's a timeout or if we're heading back into game, but we've got some replays for you. We can just see those final kills coming in. Crit J going to be taking a couple down from the top of White Stairs. It was fantastic play from Fury, really, just seeing that opportunity and getting aggressive right into the middle of the site, able to get the Diffuser down. Just had everything really on that attack. It's going to force DarkZero to head back towards the same site. They're not going to go for their third choice. Instead, they are going to double down, go for Dorms once again, but this is such a critical round for DarkZero. They were unable to get it done, but I don't think Fury will get away with winning it in the same way. They got aggressive in through double window, got themselves inside a site, and were able to fight it. I don't think that's going to be able to happen again. DarkZero, I would expect to be on top of that. I was just going to pick up on Canadian out in T3. You need to be aware of him. Could be a nuisance maker for them. The window is going to be opened, and I like how they've done that with R9 ready to strike. Sees his man, but cannot find the kill. A good opportunity for Fury there, but no damage done as R9 was dropping away. But another warning shot for DarkZero, as they just know they need to be careful of every single angle here. Marcolis gets himself up onto the roof. He knows that Canadian's out there. Canadian's knocked that window out inside of T2 and just needs to be a little bit cautious, because if he shows his face in there, I'm sure that Lycolis is going to take him down, as he's just taken down the Black Eye camera, and that should be all the signal that Canadian needs, really, to tell him that pressure is coming towards that T2.
I'm back! Apparently the hype of the game can also blow up microphones, Tim.
Who knew?
What we learned today.
There'll be another couple that'll go by the end of this one, I'd imagine.
It could very well do if the rounds keep on going the way that they have been so far. All right then, onwards in March, only half the round concluded. I hope your ears are all okay, by the way, guys. I do apologise. But onwards in March then.
Mine did get a little bit of a beating.
Yeah, they get that every day you stood next to me, Tim. Onwards we go, in comes Crit trying to make a play happen, but can't find his man. 2 kills answered out by DarkZero. BG Man gets one back. We're seeing a lot of shorty kills this competition, it feels, by the way, Tim. An immediate trade coming back through. Honestly, Oregon, I've never seen one as crazy as this, because across so many rounds now, we've just seen trade for trade for trade for trade, seemingly out of nowhere. Lots of explosions, lots of fire because of the amount of Goy that we've seen. The two teams really just throwing haymakers at one another.
They are. Lycolis has got himself established inside of Attic. BG Man takes a tickle of damage. I'm not sure what that was from, but I don't think it was a bullet. He does take a little bit more as well. BG Man just looking to push forward. It was a Guman that had caught him initially. It has been removed now. Lycolis actually out of the window. He's going to change up his angle of attack. 45 seconds left to go, so there's no problem with that. But DarkZero are playing this. I think patience has been the word for DarkZero, and they are trying to play it patiently again.
A couple of drones still left available for BG Man. Imagine more here set up on the flank, but catching out one would be absolutely magic for them. A great nade towards the back, not going to find their man. Now we really get to see if this shotgun can do some work. A great shot coming in from Lycolis. Look towards your left, my friend. He's so close, but it's right in the corner. Not found his man. Lycolis finally gets the finish off. He could plant here if he wanted to, just inside of the rotate, but they've got to be so careful. The last two from DarkZero are dug in, and there's only 15 seconds to play, Tim.
And JR and Rice are both super low health, though. BG Man is going to go for the plant. He has the cover. Moving across. Beautiful nitro, but it's taken out of the sky. Lycolis shoots it down and saves his man. Diffuser is activated, and all of a sudden DarkZero are on the back foot. Impact nade goes out. There's not much that he can do. NJR low health doesn't want to take this gunfight. BG Man has every advantage. He's waiting for the push to come through, but no, that is super play from NJR to get that done. DarkZero are going to be able to take the round. They've rescued it from the jaws of defeat there, Des. They were facing map and series point, but no, they snatch it back. It's 5-4.
Discussing exactly what went wrong there. I think Lycolis caught them off guard entirely, and we did see for a second, I think it was the castle that was just completely blindsided, super shorty at the hand, just didn't really know what was going on the window. Lycolis, almost the hero of the moment, shooting that C4 out, but then not able to convert it into a kill, unfortunately, once it hit the deck. As I've said, these rounds have just been so ludicrously chaotic back and forth. It's Lycolis here, look, planting himself an absolute freebie. I imagine that was the miscom that DarkZero were discussing amongst themselves after the round, but a perfect 2v1 being taken onto BG Man to close things out.
Beautiful. I just called it at the end there. Rice had also got the down onto Lycolis elsewhere, I believe. And it just created that situation where he was able to push from the trophy side. And NJR, you know, I called him as playing it perfectly there, and it was his patience that was perfect. perfect. He didn't push that too early. He was low health. One bullet from BG Man would have done it, and he really couldn't get too aggressive on that. He had to trust his teammate. He had to wait for Rice to be able to back him up, and DarkZero have played that beautifully to keep themselves fighting here. So they may well have lost one of the primary sites, but then they've gone and locked it down, and all that means is that they don't necessarily need to play one of those third choices. We'll see as it goes on. If they win here in Laundry, then it will be the third choice site, and that could be Fury's opportunity.
Ooh, all right. Still nice and tight at 5 and 4. Still every chance it goes 5-5, and we get guaranteed to see at least all 12, Tim. Fury still with the chance, though, to get a 2-round lead and put themselves onto match, series, and phase 2 point at this point, and you can call it. And for them, SI point, let's not forget. If they go on to win this, they make it to SI. That is the big victory point that no doubt they are looking for, because that chance to play in February is really what all teams play for all year round.
Of course it is. That is the big one. You know, it's very much, I'm sure, a split loyalty. Everybody wants to win the major as well. Everybody wants to put themselves in that exclusive club that not many have been able to achieve over the years of Siege Esports. And Fury, they're going to want to keep on fighting here for that reason as well. But for the time being, they've got 2 more attacks that they need to win. DarkZero, they're holding on for 3 defensive rounds. The thing is now, if DarkZero want to win it in regulation time, they need to win Laundry, they need to win a third choice site, and then they need to win Dorms again. It's not going to be easy.
It's just a small task, Tim. No big deal. Anyone can do it at this point. It feels like maybe they can, especially with the Pamba party that we've been enjoying. Admittedly, a little bit quieter so far in the second half than what we saw previously. Gaveni himself has definitely awoken into the game, but it could be Troy with that plot armor that drags his team through. Currently, alongside Crit, the only other player in the server, sat on double-digit kills.
Yeah, I just look at it and I think there's going to be an opportunity for Fury, surely, to push this to overtime at some point. You've got to feel, with that third choice site having to come into play, it is not going to be easy for DarkZero. They're just continuing the drone in. I think they're going to go straight into Freezer here. They're definitely stacking up for the drop. One does go. Crit J moves in, looks to get aggressive, knows there's one on door, just can't quite find him with the pre-fire, loses the utility to the ADS as well, but full white flash on Gaveni. It's all a little bit of a mess on the Freezer door, but Crit J manages to get a beautiful headshot to get things started. Toxic Babe will force him back.
Still gets the hold on though, got the juice that can come out from I9 here as well, just to top him up that tiny little bit. You've got BG trying to work his way now back up around to work on the top side, expecting a flank to come through, I think. So the team have kind of started and execute and then backed out of it a little bit here. Dark gets one. Pamba coming in behind. I9's got no idea. Will he ever win a 1v1 against Pamba? It's got to be now. And he does just that. 5v2. Fury can move up to 6-4 here, Tim. It's Gaveni all by himself. Finds one, but the trade is there. Fury 1 round away from dismantling DarkZero.
And they will get 2 chances to secure this. It's 6-4, and they know just how much this means to them. The question now is, can Fury do it? Can they get themselves over the line, Des? 1 more round. That must be what is in their mind right now, but they are going to have to beat DarkZero defenses on the choice of site, essentially. They can go back down to Laundry. They can try that primary site again. Maybe DarkZero feel it's time to roll the dice and go to a third choice. Who knows? But right now, the one thing that I do know is they've taken that tactical timeout.
Again, it must be so heart-wrenching for them. I've mentioned it a few times, but thinking about the last time you were back on US soil, you know, they won the whole thing back in Charlotte. Now we're back here, they might not even make it to the top 16. You know, the majors of old only had 16 teams. These play-ins are a new thing, but to maybe not even get to that stage will be absolute heartbreak for them. But Fury, about to hand over that defeat. And again, so many came into this game saying that on paper, DZ should dismantle these guys 2-0. For a time, it looked like Fury might 2-0 them. DarkZero battled their way back in through some heroic efforts coming out from the team. And Fury have now dragged it all the way back to the brink on their side. 1 round to go.
I just don't know if Fury will be stopped now. That was the feel of that round for me, is this is Fury grabbing a hold of this and saying, we don't care how hard you pull, we're going to win this tug of war. This is ours, we're going through to phase 2. And it just feels like they've got so close, they can smell the blood in the water, they know that it's there, and all they need to do is bite down. And right now, Fury, they certainly look ready to do it. It's going to be basement, Des, and it's going to be DarkZero to try and keep themselves in the Atlanta Major. Are they going to end up the casualties that I spoke about at the beginning of the day?
Well, at this point, they're the only one remaining to be that casualty. Everyone else has managed to, for the most part, claw by through the skin of their teeth. Wolves doing it in round 15 of map 3, just 20 minutes ago or so. And here, DarkZero, unfortunately, maybe that team that takes their place in the graveyard. For now, though, we've got to see Fury get through this round. Starting out looking in towards construction, I9 onto yet another operator, this time round playing the Capitao. Has flexed through a lot of them throughout this series and not always been top of the leaderboard. He certainly was a little bit earlier on, but as it stands in this game, it's more about the slight nuisance that he's having trying to deal with these 1v1s against Pamba that he's just not coming out on top of.
So this is their first opportunity. They will at least get another no matter what happens. Pambazoo, he's going to make the DarkZero fans happy. Taking down like always, as you say, that is the Hibana gone. There is nothing. There will be no hatches opened. That honestly could be the round right there for DarkZero. This is going to be difficult for Fury.
This is why so many teams bring along that secondary hard breacher in the form of normally hard breach gadgets in the back pocket, but they've not bothered here. They've gone for Claymores instead for I9. You're looking at that and just thinking, that could have been the real saving grace for you here. Instead, they're going to have to Hail Mary this in some way, shape or form. And obviously, I don't think DarkZero at this point know that they aren't facing off against any of the hard breachers. Maybe they assume that I9 has got some in back pocket, for example. But this is a real blessing in disguise for them. And it's the second time this series that we've seen Fury have a bit of a comp issue where they haven't brought along EMPs, even secondary ones, for example, when a Kaid's online. Here, they've only got the one hard breacher and they will pay the price for it.
Here we go then into the second half. DarkZero just trying to play the information game, trying to get an idea of where this push is coming from. They will likely not know that the hatches are secure. Overextension there from Pambazoo, trying to pick up, trying to give them the advantage, but all he does is level the playing field as Dark is able to pick up the kill. 4 versus 4, a minute still left on the clock.
They will be kicking themselves if they have a round where all 3 hatches stay fully reinforced and they still lose the round because they get a little bit too excited, a little bit too keen to be the hero in the moment, but instead sees the team pushed all the way back. They're starting on their march forward. It's I9 working his way in towards construction side, in towards blue. And Dark looking to join him on the other side here. Their march forward begins, team. Can they do it now?
This could be really dangerous for DarkZero, having lost pillar and electrical control. The hatches sort of become a lot less important. Fury, they start to push forward. 30 seconds left to go. Rice just peppering them from inside of Freezer. Unable to find any real damage though. Dark knows exactly where that was coming from. Rice doesn't want to overextend now, learns Pamba's lesson essentially, and he's just going to hold this angle. 15 seconds left to go.
They've just pulled all the way back, and you can see them all dug in down towards the south side here. Smokes come out, Dark comes on through, Canadian finds one. They're trying to make it happen. One kill comes in, NJR into another. It feels like they'll hold on here, Tim, up to 6 and 5, and we're guaranteed to see all 12.
That's it, and now DarkZero have got a choice to make. Dorms is available. It hasn't been the best site for them defensively. Do they go there, or do they take a third choice site? Do they go to meeting? Do they go to dining? We'll be finding out real soon, but the cogs are going to be turning in the DarkZero minds at the minute as to just what the best option is. They need to lock in, they need to commit, and they need to get this done if they want to continue fighting in Atlanta. Fury, one more round, but it's not going to come easily.
Let's all take a big breath. None more so than DarkZero, because this is their last chance, as we keep on saying, for Fury. They win this one, they make it through. They lose this one. What are we doing, Tim, if they lose this one?
Well, we'll see when that happens.
What's the word, Tim?
Oh, you don't get the words early.
You can't tease me like
You don't get the words early, Des. We only get the words if that happens. I almost said it, though.
Imagine if you just baited yourself into it. I would have.
It was very close, I'll be honest.
All right, well, let's keep holding on then. Pamba out again on this Solus, looking to cause a bit of bothering towards drones, and already by the looks of it, 3 dead on the side of Fury. Potentially 4 here. Sometimes it looks out a bit, you're not 100% sure. You'll get the final answer in about 2 seconds' time. How many are left alive? It's 7. Okay, no, it's 6. As another one is taken down. So 4 drones gone in drone phase. I praised them earlier on for really good drone preservation. Here, losing 4, that's basically a disaster as far as prep phases go.
Yep. answering my question about the site choice as well. DarkZero have opted to go for something a little bit of a different flavour. They've gone for meeting, so they're going to have to try and hold on to top floor. Of course, Dorms is still going to be a little bit of a battleground because they want that vertical superiority here, Will Fury. And like Allis is already heading in that direction, but with Diffuser in hand, needs to be careful. Doesn't really want to be the first one inside of the map. He's going to put the Claymore down just to prevent any jump out. May well choose to get himself onto the drones then to support others in going in.
Panda will have seen that though as well, playing on the solos. You have the option and ability to do just that. Himself, they're being flagged out at least a little bit there by his own concussed by the looks of it. Trying to find their way inside big window, not 100% confident to go for that push just yet. There's kind of this lateral push going in below, and two trying to take control upstairs. But 2 or 3 players from DarkZero, all grouped around kids on the top floor, ready to fight over this tooth and nail.
Have the due diligence being played, the Nomad getting the air jabs out, just watching for the flanks, making sure that they don't give anything soft away. They've got the gridlock as well. They really do not want to have DarkZero coming down and surprising them. They've got themselves pretty well established here with Fury. They can continue to push upstairs. I9's looking to get aggressive and move in. There is one inside of Kid Storms, but he needs to be careful because he's going to find himself in a crossfire here. Canadian could well have a little bit of a field day. I9 pushes in. He's no idea. He's giving himself away as a freebie to Canadian. That is the first blow dealt, and it goes to DarkZero.
See the feet as well. Shoot those feeties, get them toe shots in. Out he goes. Canadian taken down. Not before he's taken his first victim, of course, in the form of I9. A bit too much reliance on those Bs coming out from Lycolis there, I'm afraid. But still, rebalance to 4v4 with 60 seconds to play, Tim.
Fury, they need to be finding some more kills. That much is for sure. Time is ticking by. They don't want any extras here, Des. They don't want any add-ons. They want to get it done here and now. 45 seconds left to go. Pamba's got himself down into the basement on the Soulish, just looking for any information, but there's none to be found. Critchay knows if he comes around this corner, he's going to lose his life. No. It's a freebie. That's advantage Fury, Des. But no, it gets leveled up. DarkZero snap back quicker than an expensive tape measure like Collis. He's trying to get this down. He's going to stick it, Des. And that is advantage Fury again.
2 left to go as well. It's both Dark and BG, and they've got the vertical. DarkZero, they need to retake this. The answer is sending 2 upstairs to make sure you at least guarantee the trade. But right now, no one seems to be anywhere nearby. There's a Soul Man coming down from Attic. Gaveni has got to be the hero.
Just trying to move through. NJR relocating. They've got to find kills. No. Dark, he finds 1 of 3. Dark just trying to hold on from above. 8 seconds left to go. Rice is on the diffuser. He's had to come off it, but they've got what they needed, and they've got the time. Des, we're going to overtime.
Thank you so much, DarkZero. 3 more rounds to go. Potentially a minimum of 2, max of 3. It's just what these guys need, just what this game needs as well.
Well, when you, I, and Medics team up, there only tends to be one outcome, and that is 3rd round overtime. The only question now is
really heard an pained sigh down our earphones from Medics.
The only question now for Freshers bingo card at least is, do we get all 15?
Do we get all 15?
It's been 4-2 in both halves in favour of the defenders. This has been a very defender-sided Oregon so far. But there's been upsets along the way. Primary sites have still been won. It's been very much a roller coaster ride. What a finish to regulation time from DarkZero there. Fury was so close. They kept getting that toe in front, that diffuser down, that step closer to phase 2, but DarkZero doggedly behind them at every turn, ready with the answer, ready with the next kill, ready to disable the diffuser, take us in to round 13.
Dark was so close to being the hero for Fury there as well.
He really was.
To take the Tide team through, he was that close. It's unfortunate as well because I think it was BG Man who was coming around for the final firefight. He got killed by the MP5K spray. It wasn't even targeted. He just spun on a dime and just sprayed in towards Dining and managed to find him. But enough time on the clock and 3 or 4 seconds extra. My God, was it close. Fury on the attacking side here, marching on their way through. We'll see if they can pull this off. really a continuation of what we've just had for the last 6 rounds. A big start in towards trophy side here, and they want to catch up a couple of these Romans. How on earth has he won that one? Canadian out belly with his gun showing, but Crit's there for the trade. That almost hero of last round. Dark is taken out, but Canadian is balanced out on the Solus, and he's top fragging, Tim. He's at 13 kills.
I was just looking across the number of kills, and they're so even across the teams.
Yeah.
There's been so many players stepping up here. This is by no means a one-man show on either side. This is exactly what you want to see out of a game of Siege. It's tantalizing, Des. Everybody is contributing. Everybody is pulling their team towards that position that they want.
Yeah.
But Pamba gets himself a freebie onto Crit, who just walks that bit too far, gives himself away. Gavene, he's still upstairs. He's still going to prove a nuisance. Fury, they're looking to move downstairs. They're looking to go direct to site, but you can't do this. You've got to make sure that you've got those flanks covered off.
You've got to go fast if you're going to go all here. I don't know if they know about Lycolis being this close. There's also I9 coming in tow. Really, that only leaves BG. They're in silence, at least for now. He's coming down the other side towards Laundry Stairs. So it's very heavily a south side push. Now DarkZero, no, that firebolt really not going to help I9. It's only going to slow your push forwards.
And where is Gavene? That is the big question. Oh, he's actually come back down rear stage stairs. It was potentially an opportunity, but no, he's not been able to get onto the flank. So the lines are drawn one way or another. One of these two teams is going to come out with a win, but it's going to be from these positions. There's the cut down from Rice. Manages to find Lycolis. 4 versus 2 now. DarkZero managed to take themselves a lead. They are 4 versus 2. They're in the ascendancy on the defense.
Just all they've got to do is hold in these numbers as well. 4v2. This is 100% doable. I know BG's been having a great game, but I9, as I've mentioned a few times, not hitting those big shots when it's needed in this game, and really blocking Lycolis out there from making a march on forward. The fire, it's not ideal in that kind of situation. They've at least seen 3 of them. They know now where the last one is as well. On the rotate, they know where every single player is. This is a real challenge because DZ can just plant their feet and let you come pushing into them.
That's it, they really don't need to overextend here, don't need to take a peek. There's 18 seconds left to go. They can wait for you to move into their line of sight. That's exactly what Rice does. Shuts down BG, man, it's all up to I9. 1 versus 4, 10 seconds, highly unlikely. He's looking for anything he can get, but it's going to be Pamba to close it out. 2 else, and that is going to be DarkZero taking the first of the overtime rounds. They just need one more, Des, but Fury move on to the defense. They have a slight advantage in round 14, but can they cling on? Can they keep themselves going all the way to the final round?
Freedom sounds intensify, Tim. DZ aren't going home if this carries on at this pace, and that's exactly why Fury are taking in this tack time out. A quick 40-second pause, a breather, time for discussion. You can hear the coach weighing in as well. They've got to make this work. Now, that was the defense of the downstairs. It is a little bit of a fortress, as mentioned earlier on in this map. I imagine we'll see Fury go for the same, unless they've got something crazy to bring out, which then begs that question of what happens when we go into round 15 with DarkZero on the defense, not able to play in the basement.
To be fair, they defended Laundry 3 times, did Fury, in the first half. They won it twice, 66% win rate. They didn't win meetings, so I don't think they're going to go to their 3rd choice site, but they didn't lose dorms. They won that twice. So honestly, it wouldn't surprise me too much to see Fury go up to that top floor. You know, they've got the 100% win rate inside of this game. There is a possibility there that they think, you know, the shadow of that lost round on Laundry might loom over them and just push them up to the top floor instead. We'll see as we load in, but no, they are going to go downstairs. They're confident that whatever DarkZero did to win that one Laundry attack, that they're not going to be able to do it again.
Very dug in comp as well. I know back on Clubhouse we saw these roaming setups coming out from Fury when they were defending the basement. Here in Oregon, it is lock down, hunker down, get the siren sound in, be ready for the assault coming in from DarkZero. But the thing is, when DarkZero give it a lot of time, as we've seen time and time again, when they get 5 or even 4 players ready for the execute, they are so good at executing as a cohesive unit. I think here, if Fury dig in a bit too close, they're just going to leave this open for DarkZero to walk in and take round 14 and take that spot going into phase 2 and ultimately deny Fury that spot at SI.
Fury, they could be 3 minutes away, Des, from heartbreak or from renewed hope of having that final round, that final opportunity And we're about to find out. NJR opens up the main door to get things underway. They've got the Thatcher, they've got everything they need. The double hard breach to get the hatches open. DarkZero shouldn't really come across too many stumbling blocks on getting themselves towards site at least. We've got we've got everybody on site for Fury. Crit J was just off on Freezer stairs, but I9, we saw this from him before. Tried to get himself hidden away in tier 3. Leaves it until sort of late into the round almost, really. Not the prep phase. And I tell you what, he hasn't done it yet.
It sounds
so
terrible.
DarkZero might just miss this.
He is your 0 and 6 Jaeger in ranked. He's like, guys, I can still do this on the road. Don't worry. I can still get the kills. It's fine.
But there's a bit of you that just thinks, you know what? He might just.
Gaveni's gone for him. He might be in trouble here.
He's in big trouble. If this drone finds him, he is in big trouble because there's no way out. He's going to be stuck. They know that he's there.
So
but
now...
he can just watch the stairs, but they don't have to do anything, you see. They can just hold on. But elsewhere, Crit J gets 1. Crit J gets 2. Canadian and Rice get taken out at the top of Freezer stairs. Rice gets put on ice, and Crit J has just given Fury a lifeline.
Oh, I spoke about this guy so much over the last couple of days. This young gunner they've picked up. We hear about teams wanting more firepower, so they go for these young players that take a little bit of time to settle in. But Crit's at 15 kills on the map, Tim. When it counts most, he is stepping up. They're on the march on forward. Pamba has found 1. Lycolis falls. The assault begins. Do they know the cross is there? BJ Man finds his man. Still 2 left for DarkZero. It's not over just yet. NJR getting rid of I9, who again, I'm sorry, my man, but you are that guy from ranked. 2 left standing, and DarkZero have taken a 2v4 down to a 2 versus 2. Both grouped up so tight. Still a minute to play and still drone work to be done.
It feels like Dark's a little bit trapped. I don't think he dares take the animation to get back through the rotation because it's not a walk-through animation. It's not a walk-through rotation. It's a vault to get back in from elbow. So I think he's just a little bit concerned about that. NJR's got the read. He's got the angle. Dark's going to have to keep himself in that position. Crit J's locked inside of the closet. It's 2 versus 2. It's 30 seconds left to go. DarkZero, they're going to have to get aggressive. They can't wait forever. They need to take the fights. NJR knows roughly where Dark is, but doesn't realise that he's on the far side of the reinforcement. He comes around. He's looking for Crit J. Crit J moves himself out. They're just wheels moving around each other, Des.
They've got to find something here, but those cameras have come back online and shown everything. Crit's into a 3K in the round. Can he make it 4 to take us to 15? Yes, he can, Tim. We're going all the way.
I cannot get enough of this game, and unfortunately for us all, we're only going to get 1 more round. In the next 3 minutes, we will decide one way or another who will progress here at the Atlanta Major. Will it be Fury or will it be DarkZero? Will it be an upset or will it be the pre-match expectation? We will see as we progress. DarkZero, you would have to say, have the slight advantage here. They go back onto defense, and that has been the winning side here on Oregon so far. But do not count Fury out. They have shown time and time again through this matchup that they are able to deliver.
Who would have had this down? It's almost like it's scripted, Tim. 2 well-known tier 1 teams, DarkZero, Wolves, being taken all the way through to map 3, round 15, by teams that many would have written off and dismissed and said they'll never be able to take a team that far. Here they are doing it, not just in best of 1s, but in best of 3s, Tim. This is what it comes down to. There's nothing left. No! No, not like this! Oh, and then he's just like, can I go to the bathroom?
Don't worry, don't worry. The game has stopped as well.
Yes.
You are going to miss nothing.
Oh, Troy wants to get this over and done with, man. Guy's got to piss.
Well, if the tension wasn't already high enough.
Now you know there's a full bladder on the line as well.
Well, exactly that. So we move on. We take a little bit of time to reflect here whilst we get this lobby restarted and get everybody in. You know, let's remind everybody at home of the stakes here. You may have joined us from the B stream. You might have watched that Wolves Bliss game earlier. The stakes here, of course, are exactly the same. Anybody who loses, whichever team loses, goes home. They leave the Atlanta Major, but there's a bit more on the line for Fury as well. If they get the win here and get themselves through to Phase 2, they also get themselves through to the 6 Invitational, so there is a lot for them to play for, and they are going to give it everything, I'm certain, but they're going to have to do what both of these teams have struggled to do so far, and that is to win an attack. It was a 4-2 defensive half to start with for Fury. It was a responsive 4-2 defensive half for DarkZero, and then both defensive rounds have been won in overtime. So you've got to say that the chips are stacked in DarkZero's favour at the minute.
I think the players look pretty composed, at least most of them. Like Olis, maybe a bit less so. But just knowing that you're sat at this precipice, this final round, and you can't talk to your teammates, you've just got to sit there with your own thoughts.
Must be very lonely at this point in some ways.
All you can do is just shoot nervous glances around. Even Troy, you know, look at him. Even he's so locked in, he knows what this means. And that contemplation, you hope it doesn't knock any confidence or the adrenaline doesn't start to wear off, for example, that they can keep it up. But this is going to be a round 15 of all round 15s, Tim.
And this is only Phase 1, Des.
I know.
This is only Phase 1. We've got Phase 2. We've got Phase 3.
A couple of days rest because my throat's ready to be like, yo, stop.
We've no games tomorrow, so we can have a little bit of a rest of the old voice tomorrow. Don't worry, but don't you worry at home. We're not going to save a single thing for our voices. We're going to give you absolutely everything, just like these two teams are going to. It looks like I'm guessing from player responses that we're going to be getting in fairly soon. I think not 100% sure. It looks like I think it looks like we're going to be loading back in anytime soon. They're making sure that the energy is up. They need to come in here strong, come in here confident, knowing that they can get this done.
I just don't know I wanted to do it more. It feels weird to have a major, especially again in the US, without DarkZero present. But we love an underdog story.
Absolutely love it. I mean,
NA fans less so.
I would completely say, you know, I don't want to lose DarkZero. I don't want, you know, Canadians, all right, it's not just about Canadian, but he's given us so many laughs so far. You know, I don't want to lose those moments either. But then, yeah, on the flip side, what a story for Fury to continue on here. As you say, you know, we were in the coach with them last night. They were, you know, such a nice set of guys. They were so hyped up at their win. You know, that it's difficult to not want them to win either. You know, it's like, is there any way for both of these teams to win? And the unfortunate answer is, no, there's not. We're in competition here, and one of them is going to go.
They are. I'm always feeling like you. I don't want anyone to go home, Tim. They're all winners here.
That's, you know, sometimes I fall into that trap.
Softening my ice-cold heart.
Yeah. That's why I was the angel yesterday to your devil.
I've still got some red makeup in my ears, it turned out earlier, as the makeup artist pointed out to me. And I was like, look, I'm not being funny, but I'm not exactly getting a shower head and just like shoving it down my ear to try and clear it out. That's how this works. That's how you hurt yourself and potentially deafen yourself.
Oh, dear. Right. We will be back in as soon as we can be. It does look like everybody's sort of shaping up towards their computers. We can only guess as much as you can for this bit. But everybody's hands are on keyboards and mice, and I think it looks like we're going to be heading back in any second now. So just to remind everybody, this is round 15 of map 3, best of 3. It is down to this. Everything that has come before is borderline irrelevant at this point. It's been enjoyable. There's been ups, there's been downs, there's been twists, there's been turns, but there might just be one more twist left in this story for one of these teams yet, and it's going to be decided in this final round. Everything comes down to this, and it will be for all the marbles. It will be for that spot in Phase 2.
It was way back when at the Sweden Major that you and I were casting a semi-final. And it went through.
I can't handle a finish like that.
It was map 3. It was round 15.
It was Damwon versus FaZe.
And it was Souls versus Rin. And Souls won that 1v1.
What map was that on, Des?
That was on Oregon, mate. And it catapulted them through to win the whole thing. Now, I'm not saying whoever wins that 1v1 in this round.
It's a little bit earlier in the tournament.
It's not a semi-final, but it's just fitting that once again it comes down to such a big moment for two teams. Going home, going through to the next phase. An unexpected team competing so well. Again, Damwon got further than most teams from APAC will ever dream of getting to be honest. Fury have got that chance. The clock ticks down. We have 3 minutes to see who makes it through and who goes home tomorrow.
Gosh, I remember my voice after that match. I remember my voice during that match. It certainly wasn't pretty towards the end of it, much like it's heading in that direction now. I9 and almost the rest of Fury, it looks like, heading straight up towards Master Balcony. They're going to be attacking on to Meeting, I believe it was. It is indeed DarkZero taking the third choice site that they won rather than Dorms. So it's going to be a top floor clearance coming in. We've got the Gemini clone leading Crit J in. Crit J on the Ash, had a great game so far, has really been winning some big important battles, so they're sending him in on the entry and they're wanting him to give them a kickstart.
Again, the young gunner, if there's any time to shine, it's really going to be now. DarkZero happy they've wasted a bit of time here, 60 seconds in, they're still pushing their way through the top floor. A lot of them feel they can just back away at least a little bit here, down to the ground floor. You've even got Canadian skirting his way through basement. A couple of players from, DarkZero making use of it down here. Pamba's down there with him. A pretty safe spot that you trust no one's going to suddenly come charging at you from, but I wouldn't write that kind of craziness away from Fury.
I quite like that. I quite like the use of the Echo impact nade from underneath. Pamba just finding the man on the drone, doesn't do any damage, but it at least just gives them a warning. Dark will know that DarkZero are watching.
I always feel nervous when I see an Echo on side and around like this as well. You've just seen so many potentials completely destroyed by this. I look back again to the Berlin Major Final, looking at when it was Rogue. They won that last round with the help of a Yokai drone. It just always seems to be there in these big deciding moments.
Rice. There's just a couple of DarkZero players that are positioned in what could be tricky spots for Fury to deal with. You've got Pamba roaming around, you've got Rice on rear stage stairs, you've got Canadian on the Echo. There's a number of problems for Fury to solve.
We're down to the last 60 and no one's died yet. There's barely been a gunfight, no points of damage taken anywhere. And I just worry that, sure, Fury has done a lot of setup work here, but they're leading themselves into a trap. You can just see that DarkZero are sitting back and waiting and almost inviting them to their own demise here. Nade in hand, wants to bounce it through, won't find the man as he's long backed away. Tim, we're coming down to 30 seconds. I'm getting nervous for Fury.
This could be won and lost on a Yokai drone. There's Canadians just feeding information back in. If they're available when they attempt this plant, it could be a problem. Like Olis is in a position ready to drop. He's waiting for the toxic gas to dissipate. 24 seconds left on the clock. It all comes down to this. It's 5v5, Des. This is absolutely unreal. BG Man looking to soften up. There comes the kills. It's all going in favor of DarkZero. It's 4 versus 2, and it looks like they will take down the contenders of Fury. I9 rushes on in 5 seconds. DarkZero, they're scarpering, having nothing to do with this. They know they just need to survive, and survive they will. Not only on Oregon, but here in Atlanta. They keep their place and they move on to phase 2.
It's heartbreak for Fury, but for DarkZero, a huge sigh of relief. Both of these last 2 series being taken the full distance, being stretched and challenged, but this kind of thing is what will give this team a lot to focus on over the next couple of days to come into the next phase absolutely swinging. And I still love that there's some smiles on the faces of the Fury players because they know that was probably one of the best series they'll play in their lives.
They can hold their heads high. They've absolutely played their part. What a fantastic performance out of Fury. We've shouted just as loud for them as we have for DarkZero. It was a great finish from DarkZero. We've got to give it to them. Experience really came to the fore there. And, what a great setup they had for that meeting hold. They knew exactly what was going on. They didn't overcommit to anything. They had all the answers. A fantastic finish from DarkZero. But as you say, they're going to have some work to do, Des. They're going to be going looking. They don't want to be going to round 15 of map 3 too often, so they're going to be looking to get some matches finished off in quicker succession, I think, when they get into phase 2.
I get the feeling they'll sleep pretty well tonight as well, Tim. I think after the adrenaline...
they probably will, yes. I think I will, to be fair.
All of us need that good rest after that series. What an absolute screamer. We have got some highlights coming up for you in just a second. We'll take a look at the scores, go through a bunch of things before we look to close the show out there, but that really sets us up for a really exciting play-ins as well. DarkZero have made it, Wolves have made it, a lot of the usual suspects are there, but not without a few heart-stopping moments from the challengers.
It's certainly been close, as you say. Fury and Bliss particularly really giving us those runs today of getting towards the end of things and stretching people as far as possible, but ultimately Experience does just prove the winner on the day and they all get themselves safely through. But I tell you what, we've enjoyed plenty of jeopardy today for these teams. It's not been straightforward.
It hasn't at all. And yeah, again, looking down, we'll speak about Fury because they're the team going out here as well. It's worth shouting out so many of them. Yeah, looking across Dark, Crit, and BG, man, the 3 fraggers that we've just celebrated time and time again for so many different scenarios, like Colis. A couple of huge clutch moments throughout both yesterday and today. And I know I9's had a bit of a stinker of the third map there. I did joke that he was the Jaeger that you have in ranks sometimes. But equally, he's had some fantastic moments across the last couple of days that have single-handedly won his team games. Yesterday, it looked like they were done and dusted on one of the maps when they were down 0-3, but then he wins 4 rounds single-handedly for them. A lot of promise in this team. I really hope that the time they've had here in Atlanta as well helps them with the scrims they've had, the experience they've gained, that this series really helps level them up and we see them come back fighting for a future competition.
Completely agree. Fury have absolutely played their part. They've given us some fantastic moments. But like I said, DarkZero just coming out the victors today. Again, you know, pure entertainment, start to finish. It always is with this team. I can't say that I'm not glad to see them move on to phase 2. You know, they're always great to have around tournaments. And I've got the feeling that there's some bigger performances to come from them as well.
It wouldn't be a real tournament without Canadian as well, let's be honest. We all need the smack talk, and I'm sure plenty more will come out once we get into Swiss as well, as we enter the absolute chaos that is best of 1s, best of 3 elimination games, you name it. I think for the Fury boys, a little bit of disappointment, but equally not too much. They know they've just played a phenomenal game of Siege. And here's how things ended. I shouted him out a couple of times. For me, Crit, what an appearance he's had this competition so far. 4 entry kills coming out as well. 17 kills on the day. On the other side, really the balance across the whole team. Looking up and down, 13 is the highest, 8 is the lowest. A real team performance today from DZ.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the big takeaways for me from DarkZero, over watching them a couple of times. And I picked up on it during the cast a couple of times that they had real big moments. I'm thinking of Rice and NJR when they dealt with that 2v2 with Diffuser down. Just the way that they dealt with that as a team, as a pair. It's just showing that DarkZero have got a lot of cohesion there. And that's something that teams are going to have to look at and try to break down. And it's not going to be easy.
Well, play-ins has been full of surprises, full of highs, full of lows, you name it. Let's take a look at exactly what happened through all of these, starting off with Group A, so you can see how this bracket played out. On this one, well, it was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it, Tim? Geekay storming their way through, and really one of the names that not too many coming in there as a top 2 team, let alone number 1. NIP, classic from them, having to do a real lower bracket run, almost being taken over the finish line by Crest as well, but NIP won it out 2-1 to squeak through and be our 2nd team coming out of Group A. Over in Group B, Tim, give us the rundown.
Well, it was, you know, the story of Bleed, really, along the way. They got that bit of an upset to start things off against Cyclops. A lot of people thinking that they would take the win, but no, ultimately they couldn't get past loss, and it came down to that rematch. But Bleed just doubling down and saying, we beat you once, we'll do it again, and they get themselves through to phase 2. Cyclops once again, you know, sort of time after time now, just getting into these majors and unable to get past that first phase. Another heartbreak for them.
9 S-tier events where they found themselves going out in the early stages. In Group C, the one that we have just finished the end of, at the end of the day, we had the happy ending for our top teams as well in G2 and DarkZero, but not without some frights along the way. Sure, day 1 was absolute dominance for G2 and DarkZero, but as you just saw from that series a second ago, there were definitely some scary moments. Clearly, Fury carrying Halloween over into today as well as yesterday. And to wrap things up, Tim, let's take a look at Group D.
Yeah, I think, again, pretty much as expected, very much the same story as Group C. The 2 teams that you might have looked at the beginning and said they'll go through have done. But there have been a few surprises along the way. They've certainly been run closer, none closer than Wolves. They've scraped their way through in some ways, losing that opener and then going to, you know, the final stage against Team Bliss. That went to round 15 of map 3, just the same as DarkZero. So Wolves and DarkZero, I'm sure, going to be counting some lucky stars tonight.
Walking away feeling a little bit battered and bruised is really the way that I summarise it. We do also have some other things to go through here as well. We can take a look at SI probabilities, as that is a big one. It's been the big story across this. We mentioned for Fury as well as for Bliss.
Fury there.
I think because of where they've finished and how close they've got, they've just squeaked enough points over to get through. And based on how other teams have done and been knocked out, or at least been pushed down the standings a little bit, it does start to make things look a little bit precarious. Bliss are in there, Fury are in there. We will see both of them at SI. And truthfully, Tim, I am really excited to see both of those teams play again, given how well they have played today. They will cause upsets in that competition.
You know, looking at who's left there, we've got Bleed, we've got BDS, we've got Loss, all there with that percentage chance to still make it and still in the tournament. tournament. The further they can go, the better it will be. I'm just throwing this out. I could be wrong. Please don't quote me. I think Lost need a final position.
They need
to get past
impressive.
the semis. Yeah, they need to do really, really well. But all those 3 teams still in, still fighting, and there's still more to be gained for them. So they are definitely teams to watch.
Lost for a team after my own heart. I'd love to see them absolutely breeze through with Maya, but you just never know. And this is what you guys have been waiting for. This is what's coming up once we step into Phase 2 in just a couple of days' time. You can see your matchups down the left-hand side. Tim, any on there that you look at and just think, that is one to watch?
Am I allowed to say all 8 of them?
You are allowed to say that, Tim, but then I want you to give me your top 3.
Okay, looking through, BDS SSG is going to be my first that I pick out there. I'm going to follow that up with a big Sonics versus Wolves. That looks like it could be an absolute cracker. And then you've got to look down to the bottom of the list, haven't you? It's FaZe, it's DarkZero. That is going to be huge. And I've missed out some absolute bangers along the way, I'm certain, as well.
GK for me. I think that GK game against W7M.
I always look forward to seeing those teams as well that are maybe a little bit unexpected, but, you know, come along, show us what you can do. That's what we want to see.
Absolute chaos, and I cannot wait for that Phase 2 because it is going to be so exciting. However, let's take a look at the order of games as well so you guys can see what is coming up, so you can tune in to catch your favourite team. Tim, onto the box one more time.
You again?
I fell off the box.
Come and join you.
Yes, let's talk about this then. So, starting things off with a little bit of a nice showdown there between D+ and Lost. We've got Scars G2 rifling all the way down. Basically, the order that you just saw on that graphic a second ago is the order of games that we've got coming into Friday.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Scars again. A team that did really well in Copenhagen, got a lot of support behind them. Very, very interested to see them play again. And also another one that stood out to me.
NIP.
I was just going to say Virtus Pro NIP is another one that really stood out to me there. So what a day we're going to have. It's an absolute treat.
It does tend to happen when you get arguably the 16 best teams in the world together at that given time. You're going to see fireworks fly, and every matchup is going to be so, so exciting.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, though, Tim? That's playing done and dusted. What a thrilling 2 days it's been.
I love the chaos, and there's plenty more to come in the Swiss. That's the best bit for me. I absolutely love these opening 2 phases. You know, props to all the teams. We've had some real entertainment delivered. We've had jeopardy, we've had excitement, we've had upsets. You know, we've had expectations met, we've had some missed, and it's just been an absolute pleasure and a treat to cast it all, really, and there's plenty more to come.
A lot to look forward to in Phase 2. Lots to look forward to at SI, given some of the teams that have now qualified for there, and I can't wait to see how it goes. The teams need a rest, we need a rest. The production crew and the wonderful guys behind the scene all deserve a rest as well. We'll be back on Friday. Get ready for Phase 2. Get yourself warmed up. It's going to be an absolute screamer. But for now, good night and see you guys soon.